Tell him to tell him.
Yeah, I'm gonna wanna hop in here. I mean, that's why I messaged the Facebook group, or I'm sorry, the chat room. So we got that going. I'm not going to. I'm gonna try not to move the desktop on here, but I'd rather move it over here. Wander. Let's see. Connecting streaming softwares to start preview. Excellent connection. About 50 seconds in. Got this going. Got that going there. All right, YouTube stream is up. Got the schedule up. Still don't know where DC FanDome is actually going to put the video. But yeah, here we go. Let's see. I wonder if I should like pull up a video in the meantime.
What kind of video?
I don't know.
Like you got one of
I saw an IGN video the other day. What was it?
What does that mean?
Let's see. What is this? That sounds loud.
Superman's close. I've been tracking his flight path.
On what? Your own set?
Oh yeah, there it is.
I was kidding. You have a satellite?
Here he comes.
First one to the building is... Ugh, I really hate that guy.
When do we have to do the next one? The next one is throwing it at night. And that is next weekend. Next weekend we gotta do that one.
I got this. No offense. You just get in the way.
Slowly building some traction, Nate.
Plan. Green Lantern kicked Superman's ass. TMZ's got the video.
Oh boy.
Did you go to sleep right after we played Sea of Thieves, or did you stay up? And
No,
play Mad?
well, no, I didn't go to sleep right after we played Sea of Thieves because I can't fucking fall asleep to save my goddamn life these days.
I can still
No, but I didn't. I stayed. Yeah, so like after you left, I went and did like. I was gonna go like do stuff on my own, but then I like timed out, so it just like knocked me back to the main thing. So like we lost that one ship, but whatever. I just started like another one
You
with
really
my own,
can't
and I was
save
just
any of
gonna
that
do.
stuff.
No, like once you, it's
I'll ask you.
it's meant to be like everything like that you have like stays on the ship. So like the ship is important. You have to keep that ship. You can die as many times as you want. Don't even worry about that because you can get like respawned and stuff like that. That's fine. Just keep your ship.
So
That's the main thing.
how do you save anything that you get, but you?
It just saves once it's complete. Like
Okay.
it's all cosmetic. So like
But it's all
nothing
like
that
short-term
has-
stuff. There's no long-term.
Yeah.
I think that's the thing that's getting me in this.
Well, no, I mean the long-term stuff is, yeah, it is long-term, but it's just to make yourself look like that. Like you look like that. That's just how you make yourself look. It's just all cosmetics. That's what I was saying. Like there could be an RPG type thing like to that. Maybe like when you were like, oh, these are the classes. I was like, no, but you're onto it, man. Like it could have been something cool. Cause like the boss fights
Even
and
with
stuff
all
like
the
that,
hype
it's like
surrounding upcoming DC
actual
movies like the Batman and
like
Black Adam,
RPG
it's
raid
telling that
mechanics
the
and
one
stuff that you have to
attracting
do.
the most
Like the one that
attention
me and
online
Scott
is
were
a
doing with like the
director's
different
cut of
colored
a movie that
skulls
came
that
out
you
in
have to go do.
2017.
Go back and
That's the
grab a
power
lantern,
of the
get that
Snyder
color
Cut.
of the
After
lantern,
years
and
of
only
rumors and
use it
leaks,
for
Zack
those skulls.
Snyder's
Like it
version
was
of
like,
Justice League is
what the
finally
fuck kind of
going to see the
mechanic
light
is
of
this
day next
bullshit
year
for
as an HBO
for
Max
nothing?
release.
What are we
The
doing?
road to this point was long, hard, and ridiculously tumultuous.
Yeah,
Let's
that's.
take a
Maybe
long
they
look
should have
back
had a
at the
level
history of
progression.
Justice
I was
League
even
and
looking
why it
at,
took so long for the Snyder Cut to evolve
I was
from
even
dream
looking
to
at
reality.
the ornaments that you can put on like your cannons and your lanterns.
To
Like,
understand
like
why
you
the
were showing me
Snyder
that
Cut
guy,
exists at
that
all,
Duke
you
guy
have
in
to
the,
go
in
back
the
to
tavern.
2016
And I was thinking,
the
like,
unfavorable reception of Batman v Superman: Dawn
how
of
do
Justice.
you keep
Justice
that?
League was originally
Like,
intended
how does
to
that-
be
Oh,
the third
like
act of
you keep
Snyder's
all that
larger
stuff.
5-movie
All of that
DC
stuff
saga,
stays
one
in
that would
your
later be followed by Justice League
character.
Part 2 and
Okay.
an unknown fifth DC film. However, while Snyder had largely
But
been
quests
given
and
creative freedom
materials
on
and all that
2013's
stuff,
Man of Steel and Batman v Superman, the reception
That's
to
why
the
it's good
latter
because
film
they
in
also there's
particular
also
seemed to
a
have
thing in
resulted
the
higher-ups at Warner's stepping in for
I
a
really
Justice
fucking
League
love this movie.
intervention. Among other details revealed during a 2016 visit to the Legion
watching the
set,
YouTube thing?
IGN learned Justice
Yeah, I was
League
watching the
now
YouTube thing
planned
that they were
as a
showing
standalone
Dawn of Justice
project
stuff.
rather than a two-part deal.
What time is
That
it?
said,
12:33.
visit
This starts
also
at
made it
1,
apparent that
right?
Warner's overlords were aiming for a lighter tone in Justice
starts,
League.
yeah, one, but like, I don't exactly know where.
To counter the criticisms calling Batman v Superman overly
I can
serious.
find out.
DC FanDome.com.
I mean, I'm on schedule. DC FanDome.
Even star Ben Affleck noted later that year that Justice League was more in line with traditional
I might go and get,
heroic
like,
portrayals of Batman
more
compared to the dark and brooding hero
coffee.
seen in Batman
Yeah, you
v
got time.
Superman. This is
That's what I was
more the
gonna do.
Batman you would find
Anyway,
if you opened up
but
your average Batman comic book, Affleck told
one
Entertainment
thing
Weekly
about
at
like
the time.
the
These were early
Sea of
signs
Thieves and
that
stuff like that. You know how
Snyder's
you were
vision
like
for
going to the
Justice League
barrels and you're
didn't
like grabbing all your
entirely
materials
align
and
with
shit
that
like
of
that.
Warner Brothers.
Mhm.
That was just the beginning.
They have like, so this is another thing. If you find them, it's also used. So
DC
like all
fans
that
were
stuff like
stunned
will
in
go
May
away when you
2017
log
when it
out.
was
So,
announced Snyder had
but there is an
left
incentive
Justice
to
League in the
collecting a
wake
shit
of a
ton
family
because
tragedy. In
there's
his place,
like
Warner Brothers turned to Joss
cannonball
Whedon,
and
the
fruit
Avengers
storage crates
director,
that
with
you
a
can
notable
fill
comedic
up with
touch.
50, I believe. And you can sell those for higher gold and higher reputation. So like if
Whedon
you
would
find
oversee
one, you
reshoots
like keep it
complete the
and be like,
tumultuous
oh shit, all right, well when I'm done
crossover,
playing
and
today, I'm
while
just gonna
Snyder
put all the
retained
cannonballs that I
sole
found in
directing
this thing and
credit
just
on
sell
Justice
that.
League, Whedon was
Selling my
given
materials.
screenplay credit with
Because you
Chris
can't
Terrio,
sell your
who worked on the
materials.
script before
That's the
Whedon
only way
joined
you
the
can sell them.
project.
So
On the surface, this sounds like a case of a studio dealing with a bad situation
Another
the best
thing.
it could. However, rumors later surfaced suggesting
But,
Snyder's
all right, I'm
departure
gonna
was
go
much more
get
calculated
go do your
than
thing.
fans
I'm
were led to
gonna-
believe. Several
I'm, like,
reports
trying
have
to,
suggested Snyder's job was
um,
already in jeopardy well before he
Just
officially
go do
quit.
your thing.
Collider
I'm
corroborated
like
be right back.
a
making
series of
different
tweets from
screens just in
journalist
case I
Josh L. Dickey
mess
suggesting
things up.
Snyder had effectively already been fired from Justice League in early 2017. Reportedly, executives at Warner's were deeply unhappy with the rough cut of the film. Collider's Matt
You good?
Goldberg wrote, I also heard that Snyder's rough cut of the movie was unwatchable, a word that jumped out at me because it's rare you hear two separate sources use the exact same adjective. Of course, even if that's true, there's obviously more to the story, since rough cuts can be fixed up with reshoots, rewrites, etc. Whatever the exact reasons for Snyder's Justice League departure, the end result is that the film became a product of two directors with divergent goals. Snyder wanted to continue his 5-movie plan for the DCEU, while Whedon was focused on the task he had been given, molding Justice League into something else entirely. It wasn't long before speculation began to grow that a very different version of Justice League exists somewhere within the Warner's vaults. Neither Warner's nor Whedon have ever been very forthcoming about how much new footage was shot for Justice League after Snyder's departure. In fact, all involved seemed to downplay the impact Whedon's hiring would have on the finished film. Warner Brothers chairman Toby Emmerich told The Hollywood Reporter in 2017, "The directing is minimal, and it has to adhere to the style and tone and template that Zack set. We're not introducing any new characters, it's the same characters in some new scenes. He's handing a baton to Joss, but the course has really been set by Zack. I still believe that despite this tragedy, we'll still end up with a great movie." However, Variety indicated the reshoot process was both extensive and costly, in part because of the looming November 2017 release date and scheduling conflicts with the various actors involved. It doesn't take much detective work to see just how much the scope and direction of Justice League changed with time. Between trailers featuring some scenes that aren't in the final film and characters like Robin Wright's General Antiope and Willem Dafoe's Volko being cut from the film entirely, there's clearly a great deal of Justice League footage that was left on the cutting room floor. Henry Cavill's facial hair alone created unexpected production headaches, hence the infamous phenomenon known as Mustachegate. Because Cavill was required to maintain a mustache as part of his commitment to Paramount's Mission Impossible Fallout, Justice League's VFX team was forced to digitally remove his mustache in post-production, resulting in, well, you can see for yourself. In fact, Superman's face serves as a telltale clue as to which scenes were shot by Whedon as opposed to Snyder, given that the digitally removed mustache is, that's a weird lip. With the majority of Superman scenes plagued by that uncanny valley effect, it stands to reason Whedon directed quite a bit of the footage that made it into the final cut. Snyder himself has given us the clearest idea of just how much footage was cut from Whedon's version. In 2019, he posted an image on Vero of what appears to be film canisters labeled ZS JL Director's Cut, running time 2:14. Whedon's Justice League clocks in at a relatively lean 121 minutes. Perhaps the growing demand for the Snyder Cut would have been avoided if the theatrical release had met with a slightly better reception. The movie opened to very mixed reviews. It now has a decidedly unfresh 40% rating on Rotten Tomatoes. That still puts it above predecessors Batman v Superman and Suicide Squad, but hardly the strong showing we'd expect from a movie featuring DC's biggest and brightest heroes. In his review of Justice League, IGN's Jim Vejvoda noted that Justice League was very clearly the product of two directors with two very different plans for the film.
The story spends so much time trying to establish the
Oh
new
man, I
characters
totally
and
missed
share
out on
things
the
up
shirt.
after BVS
Oh.
that the movie never quite finds its rhythm.
Many hardcore superhero fans were even less impressed with the movie. All you need to do is peruse the user reviews on a site like IMDb to get the impression fans were not happy with the theatrical
What did
version
I
of
do
Justice.
last time to do
Just a
this?
shattered
Oh,
movie
I know
with
what.
no heart and identity, says one reviewer. Warner Brothers should be ashamed of themselves, says another. That frosty reception was also reflected in the film's box office performance. By the time Justice League ended its theatrical run in March 2018, it
There
claimed
we
the
go.
dubious honor
Sorry.
of being
Thank
the
you, Jonathan.
lowest grossing movie in the entire DCEU up to that point. When the tag team combo
Because I have
of
to fix that on
Batman,
both.
Superman, Wonder Woman, and Flash can't sell tickets, something has gone wrong. Once the bad reviews started piling up and it became apparent just how much the theatrical release of Justice League differed from the version Snyder envisioned, a segment of the DC fanbase became very vocal in demanding the original version be released. That led to the rise of the Snyder Cut movement, #ReleaseTheSnyderCut, and a concerted push online to lobby Warner's for the film's release. Though a studio exec told the Wall Street Journal in 2018 there were no plans to release any sort of
Lock
alternate
Joss
cut of
up.
Justice
How am I
League,
just now
the Snyder
seeing
Cut
this?
movement continued to gain momentum in the months that followed. The campaign even began raising money through
I mean, if no
crowdfunding
one else
sites
is gonna
with the
jump
goal
in
of
here, you
using
two are
half of the
free to
funds
jump
boost
in.
awareness of the Snyder Cut, and the other half being donated
I think
to
you
the
guys already
American
have
Foundation
access
for
to the
Suicide
Discord.
Prevention in honor of Snyder's late daughter, Autumn. The fruits of that crowdfunding effort were made apparent in 2019. Several forms of advertising were spotted at San Diego Comic-Con, most
Like I
notably
said, I'm
a
gonna be
plane
honest, I
flying
don't
a
know
banner
where.
reading WB #ReleaseTheSnyderCut of
I don't know
Justice
where
League.
this
Later in
DC
2019,
FanDome
the
thing
group purchased
is.
billboard space in Times Square during New York Comic-Con. By the end of 2019, it was safe to say even
Yeah, I'll send
casual
it one
DC
second.
fans were aware of
I need
the
to stop
Snyder
looking
Cut
at this
phenomenon.
screen.
Soon, the Justice League cast began joining the fray. In November 2019, Gal Gadot tweeted an image of herself as Wonder Woman with the #ReleaseTheSnyderCut. Snyder and Affleck, along with Cyborg actor Ray Fisher and Deathstroke actor Joe Manganiello, followed her example. With the theatrical release of Justice League now 2 years past, the cast seemed finally ready and willing to speak more frankly about their experiences on the film and their desire to see Snyder's original vision come to fruition. Ben Affleck seemed particularly bothered about the way in which the studio elected to finish the film, referring to the theatrical release as kind of a cow's body with a horse's head a little bit. According to Ray Fisher, the reshoot process was anything but smooth. In 2020, Fisher went as far as to accuse Whedon of toxic and abusive behavior on set, and DC
why I
higher-ups
need
like
to get
Jeff
someone
Johns
to
and
manage
John
it
Berg
for
of
me.
enabling Whedon's alleged bad behavior. While we don't know what exactly Fisher is accusing Whedon of, Fisher later said Warner Media has launched an internal investigation into the director's conduct during filming. But let's bounce back to 2019.
Okay,
At this
so I
point,
got
there
the
was no question
Messenger,
as to whether Snyder's
got
version
the
of
tweet
Justice
deck,
League existed in some form.
got
It
the
was more a
YouTube
matter
thing
of
up.
whether that footage was in a state fit to be consumed by the
just gotta
general
wait on
public,
the
how much
schedule
money would
thing.
be required to convert Snyder's footage from rough cut to finished
There's
movie.
the schedule.
Was that a price Warner Brothers was willing to pay? Warner's continued to downplay the Snyder
There's
Cut throughout
that.
2019.
Let me skip over back
In
to
November 2019,
Streamlabs.
The Hollywood Reporter wrote, despite
Who's
the
that?
groundswell
Jonathan,
of
is that you?
speculation that a Snyder Cut could go to Warner Brothers' upcoming streaming service HBO Max, insiders tell The Hollywood Reporter no announcement of a release of any such cut is imminent. However, Jason Momoa delivered a very different message to fans that same month, revealing that he had seen the Snyder Cut and implying it actually did exist as a completed film. I think the public needs to see it, Momoa told MTV News. By early 2020, the winds seemed to finally be shifting when it came to the Snyder Cut. Heroic Hollywood wrote Zack Snyder held a private screening of his cut of Justice League in the first quarter of 2020, with executives from DC in attendance. According to an individual with knowledge of the situation, something is happening with Snyder's cut of the film and discussions are currently underway. The dam finally burst
Hey,
in
there
May
he is.
2020 following a live
Hey, how's it going?
commentary of Man
You
of
want
Steel.
one?
Snyder reunited
Not
with
be on
Cavill
here.
to tell fans the
Huh?
Snyder cut of Justice League will debut on HBO Max
What's that?
in 2021.
See that?
I cannot be on here if you don't want to. You
I
want
want to thank
guests?
HBO Max and Warner
Oh,
Brothers
no,
for
I
this
mean, more
great
people are gonna
gesture
show
of
up,
supporting
but-
artists and allowing their true
Oh my God, I
visions
gotta
to be
turn off.
realized, Snyder said.
I gotta turn off. I've got lag going on. I'm listening to two things at once.
Is that what- that's
Oh.
probably what's happening, is there's a feedback or something?
Yeah, you gotta turn off the YouTube.
But the Snyders are reportedly currently
I just have it muted
to
to
the
the
now.
side so I
Original
can
post-production
monitor what's
crew to
going on.
score, cut,
But
add
yeah.
new and
No,
finish
you're-
You got a
old
good setup.
visual
You got a
effects,
good setup.
and yes, maybe
Sounds
bring
great.
back
It's been
many of
it's
the
been a long
actors to
time
record
coming.
additional
You're working
dialogue,
on it.
reported
But yeah,
THR.
no, you
Though
guys
the
are
Snyder
welcome
Cut
to
won't be
hang out. We
debuting
gotta
until
be here
some
for
point in
8
2021.
hours,
Snyder
so
has already
I don't
started
think
to give
everyone's gonna
fans
be hanging out
teases
for
of
8
the big
hours.
changes in store. Darkseid
No,
will
at some point my
actually
kids will
appear in this
want
version,
to
and
eat.
Superman will don his white
Yeah,
suit.
they, you gotta teach your kids how to cook.
I believe in truth.
Yeah, tell me, man.
But I'm also a big fan of justice.
That's what my parents did.
So there
Now
you
I
have
do it all.
The Snyder
Well, one
Cut
of
is
them
not
knows.
only
One of them
real, but
knows,
it's
so
actually
that's
going to see
okay.
the light of day once Snyder finishes it. But will it actually live up to the
But yeah, I think
expectations that drove all
later
those
on Scott
hashtags
Corelli
or
is going to
those
join in
crowdfunding
because
sites? Or that plane back at Comic-Con?
him
Only time will
and
tell. Until then, keep it locked to IGN. for
Dave
all
says
your
Jamie
DC
Foxx is
movie news.
fighting the power people. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that means.
He's watching something else. Don't listen to Dave. Don't listen to Dave. He's actually watching something else.
But I
He
think
is currently not watching this show.
I think
Now,
Niall is going to
Cortana
join in
has
for
turned
like
on
the
all
end
of
of the stream because of the Batman thing,
Shop
and then
online at the
I don't know if
Google
John
Store.
Finn will as well. John Finn's probably busy, but
Visit
yeah, I think Niall's gonna join in
store.google.com.
like towards the end, and it ends at 9 o'clock our time, Eastern time. So for him, it's like 2 a.m. that he's gonna be
Yeah,
joining
I
in.
mean, that'd be brutal.
But yeah, I have the schedule up as well. Like I was telling Nathan, he went to go make coffee, but like I have no idea.
Desperately.
I have
How
no
does he
idea
keep-
where to watch this stuff.
I think it's on DCFanDome.com. That's what they said. I watched the trailer again this morning, and you can only watch it at DCFanDome.com. So we basically have to have the website up. It has a 15-minute countdown left on
I
it.
guess this whole thing is going to be the video.
I think so. I think it's all pre-produced, ready to go stuff, which is fine. I mean, it'll be tight. It won't be meandering.
Yeah. It's like I was looking at the schedule. So you have the Wonder Woman one that starts first, and then there's like the next one is 25 minutes later. So like these things are going to go.
Yeah.
Then, you know, some of them look like they're only 10 minutes. So a lot of stuff is going to be happening.
Yeah, you're right.
They moved some of the Watch First stuff over just because they split it into 2 days. So the Flash, the TV show panel is.
Are you doing the main Hall of Heroes, or are you guys moving around?
That is all it's going to be today. It's just Hall of Heroes. And then September 12th is the
Everything else.
everything else, which they added more stuff to that. I don't know why they made it September 12th, like so far away. It's like almost a month away.
I don't know what they're fighting logistically. I'm glad they're not doing it next week. That would have actually been a kind of a hassle.
Why? What's next week?
MXM at home, buddy.
Oh yeah.
Yet another day of watching people and talking.
They made a board game. I don't know if Dave's watching, but they made a board game for Hot Ones.
Ooh.
It comes with a bottle of hot sauce. It's called Truth or Dab.
Truth or dab? Well, I have 5 hot sauces in my house sent to me by Dave, so
Yeah.
I'm super excited for
I got
that.
the last one yesterday. Which
Yeah,
Dave,
DC. Yeah, DC's doing it all taped. We're doing it live.
Yeah.
That's gonna be so much worse.
I was trying to tell Dave we could pre-record it and just edit it. I'll work on with the boys figuring the rules. Who's the
It's
boys?
more fun. I think George and Robin are gonna help with the rules. Because we were trying to figure out how to actually make it a fundraiser, because we were doing it for the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation, but everybody's like, how do we eat nuggets for charity? Like we can't, we haven't gamified it yet, so I think they're going to gamify it. So I like that we're only talking to Dave through your chat, through your YouTube. That's the best way. I'm excited for this.
Oh, hell no. Oh, I'm not watching that. They've already leaked it.
All right, leak what?
The trailer, the Justice League trailer.
No.
Yeah, they posted in the chat.
What? No, what are you doing? Stop it. We're doing it with the peoples. That's fine.
Oh, that's so not cool. I'm not watching that.
Oh, that's so weird. I wonder why. Yeah, it says HBO Max. Did it?
No, it's
Or it could just be BS.
no.
Let's be honest.
I just skimmed through it.
Oh, I'm not gonna look. Because when is that? Is that tonight that they're doing that?
It's at 5.
The release?
Um,
Yeah, it's the. What time is that at? Snyder Cut. Yeah, 4:30, my time. Well, is this on my time or is this on P Pacific?
I'm on.
No, it's on. No, it's on mine. It's on mine. So it's 5:30 your time.
Damn, these guys are quick. How are you just gonna leak that thing? We've been waiting this whole time.
Now they need to put the Snyder Cut be the first panel. Just switch real quick and just do the panel and just be like, oh, here it is. Because they have 10 minutes left. It leaked 10 minutes before the show starts. That's brutal.
That's I'm not watching it.
No, I'm going along with what they've put together.
Yeah. Because you gotta hear the people hype it up. You gotta hear the panels. You gotta hear, Gal Gadot's gonna show up. I gotta listen to her.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine the Force Awakens trailer, just it showing up and you not seeing it like live on that video feed, like with them hyping it up first and all the people screaming? That's so much better.
I was barely able to watch it back then. With the, do you remember having to buy tickets for the Force Awakens when they did that trailer drop?
Oh yeah, it took me 2 days to buy them because Fandango died for a day and a half. It was crazy.
I forget who was what football game we were all having to watch.
Oh yeah, it was wasn't it the
Super
playoffs?
Bowl? Yeah, no, it was like the Pro Bowl or something like that. It was like not the Super Bowl, but it was like it was just one of those nights, like Monday Night Football, like everyone had to watch it.
Yeah, remember they said it'll come out in the halftime, and everyone's like, ugh, I have to watch football tonight. This is before my child was into football. Now I'm watching football all the time, but before it was
I didn't care back then, but like I just remember like buying tickets just seemed like it
was such a hassle.
I'm just trying to look up history now.
What football game premiered the
new Star Wars trailer to play during Monday Night Football, New York Giants and Philadelphia Eagles game? This was December 18th, so probably playoffs. Wow. I can't
I wonder if
believe
DC's
that.
Twitter's gonna. I'm gonna here. I'll go into DC's Twitter and let's check them out. Let's see if they say anything about it.
Yeah, because I literally I clicked on it just because I wanted to be. I wanted to see like someone's like bad fan made trailer because I love watching those. But then
Those are great.
I was watching. I was going, "There's no way this person made this." Oh, it's crazy.
Yep, I see. I see lots of people in different languages yelling "trailer?" Question mark? Question mark? Question mark?
Oh my god.
All right. Well,
That's not cool.
what's cool is that if you're gonna watch this today, you don't have to like worry about being spoiled. Like you can just watch these events all day, and you could literally turn off Twitter if you wanted to,
I didn't.
and you get all the
Yeah, I didn't expect it from Robin though. I was like, "What is he posting?"
Robin. Well, he posted it in a private group, so it's not like he
Yeah.
blasted your.
I was hoping for a laugh. I was like, "Oh, here we go, some dinky trailer made in."
Oh, like it's got some sort of Rickroll.
Yeah, well, I was expecting like just someone copying and pasting like, I don't know, some CW show footage, and just being like, "Yeah, I made my own trailer."
CW footage.
Are you excited about any of these video games?
Let's go. Well, let me go to them. No, not really. No, not really.
No.
You know what? I didn't play Arkham or Arkham City or a lot of the ones that people are really into. So, yeah. Are you?
I probably will be. I probably will be. I don't know if I'm excited about the more Batman one, but Suicide Squad one, that seems like fun. That seems different enough.
Oh yeah, with Superman on the cover. Yeah, that seems interesting.
Yeah, like that. I
Feel
want to
Justice League,
see.
yeah.
I'm
not into. I'm not into. I don't play a lot of like those kind of games, like narrative quest games. Unfortunately, I'm riding the wave of battle royales and stuff like that. Of course, Fall Guys, the most battle royale games.
The most battle royale. That's for real men play Fall Guys.
Real men play Fall Guys. If you told me the Fall Guys were going to be there too, talking, I'd be like, oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah, I don't know enough about it.
No, I'm finding it more and more that people are making games that just like they want you to invest in it like a part-time job, and you can have one of those. I can't have all of them. And
well, I think I'm also cold on those type of team games because you saw how shitty the Avengers game looked when it came out. Remember that new Avengers game?
The one that came out
like bad
Friday, a week ago.
Yeah, it's bad. Like because their face, it's like, did you not get the rights to Chris Evans' face? It's really weird. It's like five people. You're like, well, that kind of looks like Thor, kind of, I guess.
I was watching someone play it last night, and I started playing the beta last week, and I think I got almost 80% through like this Hulk mission I was playing, and I turned it off because like I think like fatigue came in. Like I was like playing the game and I was like going through the motions. And like I'm like destroying stuff and more bad guys are showing up and I'm the Hulk, and then like I was just like, I don't know, I want to play something else. It's just like there's like it just felt like not fun, but I had more work to do in the game, and I was like, I don't want to do that.
Yeah, that's not a good thing to feel about a video game. I think I want to go do something else. This game makes me tired. Makes me like I already have a job, so I don't want to make my game my job.
I think like like when you die in a video game, like if you don't have that want to like hit replay and play it again, then then you just don't care about it. Like, so like that's how I felt with it. I was just like, I don't know if I want to keep playing. Like, there's no need to keep playing it. But then they're like, oh, you can like get all these, you know, you can change the way Iron Man looks, so you can enhance your characters, and it's like, why can't I just have the story mode? Why can't I just play the game?
My 16-year-old played Fallen Order, like Jedi Fallen Order, like 3 times on all the difficulties. He loved it, and he would like go do stuff to like complete.
Yeah, that game was amazing.
Yeah, he really liked that. There needs to be more of that. There was a lot more. It's like open in that it's open. You can make decisions, but open world. But you have to like it scratches that itch. I'm one of those people that like if I get a quest or any sort of task, I have to do it. Like I have to.
Yeah.
So those are my favorite games because like I'll play Warzone and I'll be in there grinding on dailies, and they're like, "You want to go play?" I'm like, "Well, let me finish my dailies first."
It's as soon as you like, it says like, it'll say like, oh, you have 3 out of 5 like down teammates, and you're like, well, I could keep playing, just get the other 2, and that's it. I've complete the daily, and so you're like, well, let me play one more. It's like,
yeah. Warzone is the worst because they have all these secret ones you can go and look up. You can go look, not secret, but you have to like go look for them, and it's like crazy stuff. Like if you down 3 people with an Uzi in the 4 seconds of landing, and you're like, oh, okay.
How do you open the vaults in that game? Because I found vaults in.
They're keys.
You just find the key.
There are keys that go to colors of the vaults. No one uses them unless I watch a lot of gameplay, and no one I'm watching really ever gives a shit enough to go.
Yeah, because I found the vault. I'm like, I don't know how to open this.
I think there's 3 or 4. I can't remember. This was like a big thing. I can't remember how many there are. I guess I have the internet in front of me. I could look.
Oh, now everyone's.
It's just full of stuff. I mean, if you get your loadout, who cares?
I'm not watching that shit.
There are 12 vaults. Holy shit, in Warzone. Did not know that. Oh, 50 seconds left.
Yeah, I guess Nate actually full on left his house.
He didn't go to make coffee. He went to get coffee.
He went to go get coffee. He texted me just now. He says, I'm stuck at the red light by my house. Just leave your car, Nate, and run home.
I'm your co-host. Let's do this. Team Slipknot. I'm here. I'm here for you, Mark.
Team Slipknot. Yo, if Slipknot is in the game, we win. If Slipknot is in the game, we win.
He can climb anything.
Why
wouldn't he be in the game?
Repeatedly playing at the different levels of difficulty at that age is like what we did with GoldenEye back in the day. Yeah, there's
Yeah, it definitely has that GoldenEye feel with better graphics. It's like I'm just gonna drag through this entire thing again. I'm gonna go on super hard. Like I used to play Myth, the Fallen Lords. Oh, enter fandom.
Enter fandom.
I am entering. Oh my god.
Ooh, that's kind of loud.
Just tell me what I can do.
I mean, this music's gonna get me every time.
Oh, we got Killer Croc over there.
Nothing good is born from lies. And greatness is not what you think.
Welcome to the Hall of Heroes.
What? So they're doing, they're it's just recordings, it seems like.
Oh, okay, so I have to redo it every time.
Can you hit full screen and it'll show it?
Yeah, I think I did.
Alright, cool.
There we go. Eric set a timer for his coffee. He said, coffee time for me in about an hour.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to DC FanDome. I'm Aisha Tyler, and I am streaming to you from the Hall of Heroes. Let's call this place Superhero Central, or maybe the DC Broadcast Studio. It's unlike anything I've ever seen before, guys. I mean, how cool is this place? I'm actually standing inside a stage that Jim Lee himself drew. How incredibly cool is that? I am beyond excited to be sharing this moment with you guys. This worldwide mega event is for DC fans across the globe, and we've got exclusive footage, insider info, the latest DC news, and huge announcements from WB Games, film, TV, and comics. And you get to enjoy it from the comfort of your own home, you lucky dog. Now, to help launch this global event, here are my co-hosts from all around the world.
Oi, sou Érico Borgo.
Olá, olá, eu sou a Aline Diniz.
Magandang araw mga kaibigan, ako po si Gino Callamore. I'm so excited to be here today.
Hola amigos, I'm Damián Moya. It's great to be here.
Hola fans de DC, yo soy Gaby Cami y estoy feliz de estar con ustedes en este evento.
Hi, it's Clara.
Hallo zusammen, ich freue mich so sehr dabei zu sein. My name is Dominic.
Jonathan, you know
Hi,
any
I'm
other
Sam. I'm
languages?
so excited to be here.
皆さん、こんにちは。
No idea.
Hi, I'm Tyrone Edwards, and I am excited to be
Can't believe
here.
it took me
25 minutes. 25 minutes to go not even half a mile.
You messed up, kid.
How you
I don't know
doing?
what to tell
Bonjour,
you.
moi c'est Terry.
We
All
thought
right,
you were
what I
making
missed?
coffee at home.
We are going to be bringing you
You've
guys
been replaced.
closer to your favorite superheroes,
Eric, you're drinking Mountain Dew
their
before
creators,
coffee?
and the stars behind them. Plus, big announcements, guys. I'm talking
This man
huge
needs all the
reveals.
caffeine
so,
in the
You guys
world.
ready? Let's get this thing started.
Eric pulling out a southern trash mouth right there.
Is there echo coming out at all from anything?
Echo Español. Un poquito.
No?
How are you going to show me Doom Patrol content? We're not even going to get a Doom Patrol panel today. What'd you say, Nate?
Nothing. Where are you seeing this all on? Because I have our stream up and that's what I'm watching.
DCFanDome.com. /live.
Do you have to specify forward and backwards nowadays, or is that like not a thing anymore?
/ backslash is easy because it's next to the backspace button.
No, I know what a forward slash and a backslash
People
is.
don't.
I'm just trying. My question was, do you have to specify the slashes nowadays?
Yeah.
Well, you know, we
Guys,
drop.
don't fight. Don't fight now. It's too early.
He's right.
Is that the Flash
I
or is
just
that
say
the movie
slash.
Rampage? Man, seeing Doom Patrol footage just makes me happy.
Seeing that Lex Luthor costume does not make me happy. Supergirl? Oh, it's bad.
I like Supergirl season 1 a lot. I really did like season 1.
I think they've been doing a lot with it. I actually don't mind it. I just that last season they were going for.
They were trying to do
I think
Superman stuff with
they outkicked their coverage on CG. It was a lot. It was a lot. Like I love
Wow.
Superman stuff.
Now I'm even more excited to kick off this epic event.
Jonathan, how you doing
awesome.
today?
Okay, just 8 months ago,
I'm doing good,
Warner
Dave. How are
Brothers
you?
traveled to Sao
I'm
Paulo
alright.
for CCXP Brazil, where they
Hanging in
debuted the
there.
first
I'm
trailer
excited.
for Wonder Woman 1984. Well, now we
I know you were having
back
problems with your
Erica
coffee-
and Aline for more
coffee
thrills
car.
surrounding one of the most anticipated movie
Coffee car.
releases
You know,
of
the coffee
year.
car, the tires
Erica
on
and
that
Aline,
thing,
bom dia.
made out of sugar. So any puddle, just dead in the water.
instead of
Dead
Jerry
in the
Seinfeld.
coffee.
Instead of Jerry
I am
Seinfeld's,
Érico
like,
Borgo.
driving the celebrities getting
I am
coffee.
Aline
Nate's
Diniz,
stuck at a
and we're
red
going
light.
to have
He
a
still hasn't gotten
maravilloso
coffee.
time today. So, of
I know, I
course,
got the
we have to
coffee.
catch
I
up
was just
with
stuck
the
at the
amazing
red light
talent
right
behind
outside my
Wonder
house, and it's the
Woman
one where like
1984. So
it's a
let's
turn,
not
it's a
wait
left
another
turn
minute.
light
Here she
into
is,
my
Director
like little
Patty
neighborhood
Jenkins.
thing, and the two streets
Hi,
going,
Patty,
you know.
How are you?
either way. It's a
What an
main
incredible
street, so
way
like they
to engage with
literally
the
look at that
fans.
turn
We
lane.
had
It's like,
such a good
get out of
time
here,
in
kid.
Brazil. We
Yeah,
had so much
right.
fun
You
that
think
we're
you're gonna
super
get anywhere
excited to
on
be
time?
back together
That's what
in
they
a
say.
new and interesting way.
Right in front
but
of a police
super happy to
station
be
too.
here.
Of course,
I don't know if that has
you
to do with
brought more
anything,
people
but
with you, and some faces we did not get to see in Brazil, right, Betty?
I think
That's
they've made the
right. I
FanDome
can't
a
wait
little
to have
too
them
big.
here.
The one and
look
only
how that's space. That's
The wide shot is ridiculous.
massive space.
It's
Yeah.
like a Tim and Eric.
Hey everybody, thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here.
So great to have you, and we
Okay.
wouldn't want to
I
do
get it
this
now.
without Wonder Woman's
They're
new
gonna have multiple
nemesis.
people. I
So
got it.
let's
Yeah, yeah,
welcome Kristen Wiig.
Yeah.
You're rocking that short hair. I love it.
Chris.
But
I
this
love it.
film has not
Looks
one
very
but
cheetah-y.
two villains. So let's bring in the Max Lord, Pedro Pascal, please.
The Mandalorian.
Come on in.
Mando.
Nice to be here. Hi everybody.
Over in
And
Martel.
of course, it's
This is
time
all
now
everybody,
for us to
even the
welcome
correspondents. Those
Wonder
they're live
Woman
as well.
herself, Gal Gadot.
Is that
It's
my
all
understanding?
pre-recorded, Nate. I'm telling you right
No,
now.
I think this all is pre-recorded. We're watching a live show. Does that make sense? We're watching a live show, but it's pre-recorded.
This is how you do a virtual convention. You pre-record
Great
things.
to see you again.
My Wonder Woman mates.
I just invented this in the moment. I just That's great. It's like my own. Wait.
We'd love to hear questions
We're
from
all-
the fans and interact with the fans.
We're
And
all
we're
like
excited
Twitter
to hear from
gang signs.
everybody today.
Well, it's been 8 months since we met in Brazil, and we know how long that is in fan time. So
Oh,
we're
they're the
waiting
ones
for
from
a
the
DC
G2,
superhero
C2 or
movie to
whatever.
come out, especially one with this character who is so beloved all around the world, right, Patty, Gal?
I really think the movie is it's so great on the big screen. We all worked so hard to bring something that would be a big visual, spectacular, great time. So we're gonna stick it out. We believe in, putting it in the cinema, but I can't wait for you all to see more today. We're gonna show a little more, and I
Yet
can't
another
wait for
reason
the
to
movie
be
to
on
come
the
out
side of
soon.
waiting on the coronavirus vaccine
Totally, and at least
is
we're
that we get to see
also,
movies again.
As much as we want to share the movie with the world, at least we figure out creative ways to communicate
put
with
it on
our
VOD.
beloved,
put it on
most
VOD.
amazing fans. And this is a great opportunity for us to
Do
say
the Mulan,
hello
pull a
and to
Mulan,
thank them
charge
and
me
to share
$30.
something
You'll
from
see.
the
I
movie.
mean,
We
yeah,
received
you'll
so
still
many
get your
fan
money.
questions.
You're still
I
gonna
wish
get
it
Four
could
your
get
people
to
will watch
all
in
of
my
them,
house,
there
but
just
in Nate's house,
isn't
one person
time
will watch it,
enough
so you make
in
your money
these
back.
short 24
See what's
hours.
happening?
So
Yeah.
let's start with a video question from Adam in Malaysia. Let's take a look.
Hi DC FanDome, I'm Adam from Malaysia and I'm a huge Wonder Woman fan. So my question is, since we're transitioning from World War I to the 1980s, what kind of inspirations that you took to create new and updated costumes for the characters? I hope everybody's having a blast and I can't wait till we see the movie. Bye!
Oh, so sweet. It's a great question because when we did the last movie in 1917,
Can you add a lower third for Nate that
1918,
says
it was an
Nathan,
interesting process
Malaysia?
where you both have to kind of
So just
acclimate
we all
yourself
have
to
like
the
where we
period
are.
and make it very normal to yourself, and then make things look the way you want
Can we
them
get that
to look
graphic
within
thing up
that
on the screen,
context.
please?
So Diana
Yeah, can we
always
get our
has great
mods?
taste and always looks elegant. Gal and I had an amazing time finding the most elegant but really grounded things. And Kristen and I had such a great time going back in our memory, remembering what a character
I guess I
like
should really
that
have the
would,
Twitter
would
pulled up
dress
as well,
like,
right? Yeah.
You know, and like the
To see,
details of it.
to see what fans are
Lindy
saying.
Hemming is
It's hard to even read.
kind of a genius.
Just
really.
just going by
And the
the
way
post.
that she started to show me,
I just thought
I'm in
in my
TweetDeck,
experience,
and it's
these
like
horrifying power suits
Oh yeah,
from the
TweetDeck is
1980s.
blowing up.
You know,
Yeah, that's
And
Especially
I
with the
the way
still
that she
have trouble
ended up, I was
navigating
like,
through TweetDeck, to be
there's
completely
just no
honest
way
with you.
I'm going to look
It's a lot.
like a fool.
Yes, in
like
your
that.
hacker
in
mode.
this in this 80s stuff.
We're hacking
And
the wet net
she
right
was
now.
able to
The wet.
make
wet
something
net.
so sort of animated
wet
and specific and
The
feel
wap
and
net.
be completely stylish.
The internet covered in
and feel
queso.
like $1 million
The wet net.
and serve the purpose.
I just thought of this
what
now
it
because I was watching the footage
I
of
was
1984.
in awe
When are they
of
going
all
to
her
do
image
Fast and
boards
Furious
and how
spin-offs that
she
are like in the 80s and
collaborated.
stuff like that?
It was
Oh, you
really
mean
Mark.
like younger, like the
But
dad,
let's go
Mark.
for our
dad
next
who died?
question, which is a video question
I think that's a
from
great idea,
Kiara in
dude.
Japan.
Honestly, so like, what if like
Hi,
Hmm.
my name is Kiara from
maybe
Tokyo,
Fast and
Japan.
Furious
I
franchise
love you
stuff,
so
doing
much,
Fast and Furious
Cal.
in the 80s is how
What
you
was it
like
like
get
working all
more
together
following
and
to
if
that
you had
whole
any
like
funny
initial
stories behind the
D
scenes?
type
Thanks
style
for
of
answering my questions. I love you
of
guys
car
so much.
people.
Oh my god!
I mean, what you're saying is you want fast babies. That's what you want. You want fast babies.
I want fast babies, and I want them in
jumping,
like
it was
Datsuns,
so full of
drifting.
We had
I
an
mean,
all their cars are
amazing
from the
time
60s
working
and
together.
70s anyway.
And there's something
Yeah.
so,
All the good ones, all the good muscle cars.
Well, Heather is like the drama queen. No, just kidding. But we had
I mean, I
such
guess
an
you could just
amazing
go watch
time,
Initial
and,
D,
and
right?
we
'Cause that
got
was, like,
lucky that we
Tokyo
just
Drift
we
before
all
Tokyo
have such
Drift.
great chemistry,
Yeah,
and we
absolutely.
all adore and love each other.
That was
Oh, he's got the
favorite thing
mask.
About the
Watch
shoot
out.
Was you guys were so delightful to me on
Smoking.
set, and then everybody became super great friends. And I would have to stay and work, and you guys would be off there having a good time, and I'm trying to pay attention to the camera, and I'm like,
Look at that
hey,
outfit.
Yeah, it was
oh.
pretty cool.
It's an interesting cheetah outfit.
Coming back with
Spicy.
music videos and everybody's laughing so hard. I mean, that was the most unusual thing to me, to feel like I'm making a film in the middle of like the funniest
Yeah,
environment.
all the cool kids were going off to the mall, and you had to stay after school.
I had to stay after
That's
school
fun.
watching longingly. It was so funny.
Our next question, I just can't believe it, but we have a massive DC fan here.
It's not me.
Yeah, I
Couldn't
think
be me.
Maybe
They
some
didn't.
of you
They didn't
may
call me. I guess I
recognize.
missed the message.
Take it away, Venus.
It's Vin Diesel.
Hi, it's Venus from Miami. So,
It's a big
Okay.
fan.
Oh.
Huge DC fan.
So, who would
I
win
didn't
in
know
a
that.
tennis match between
She's one of us.
Wonder Woman and Cheetah? And do you think they'll
She
ever
is
be
a
able to
Wonder
put away
Woman.
their differences and team up for doubles?
I think both of you would
Wow.
overcome your differences to play doubles against her. You guys against each other.
I think Cheetah would win.
Really?
Kristen Wiig looks like someone who plays tennis a lot.
Because Wonder Woman would have she'd have a gold tennis racket
I tried playing tennis
to go with everything, and
when
it
I
would
was
just be
younger.
too heavy, and I'm fast, and I just think I would win.
Very
little
subjective.
bit more
That's your
physically,
perspective, and it's okay.
totally
I
than you might
disagree
think.
with you on this one, but let's agree to disagree.
Kind of
Well,
like
then I'll
volleyball.
see you on the court.
Okay, so now we're going to Poland with Mina, who has a question for Pedro. Does Pedro Pascal know how much he is loved and appreciated by his fans?
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do I know it? I love it, and I appreciate it, and it holds me up through the tough times like these. And I don't know. I'm just so grateful that question exists. Basically.
Next up is a question from Salma in the US for Chris.
Hi, Chris. I'm so happy and so excited for your return to Wonder Woman 1984. My question to you is, how does it feel to be the fish out of water in the 80s from your return, now having Diana Prince got you around?
Yeah, that interest
didn't
and
read that at all.
curiosity, I would say it was kind of like it was a good lesson for me as a human being
that
to
best.
remind myself to open up and not be so cool, not be so
I think I got kicked.
over everything. And,
What'd you get?
Did everybody?
and my job
all
again
here.
is to
We're
be
here.
in love with
Did you
Gal,
open Discord
which
on
is
another
not a
app?
hard gig.
What the hell was
and
that?
try to make her giggle, which
No.
Made a noise.
is always fun.
He does so much more than that.
Well, we're hacking,
But I
so
like
you
it.
could
Sum it up
fall
that
off
way.
at some point.
Now
Yeah,
we
Matt
have
probably
a
woke up and
questions
turned on his
for
computer.
everyone from Erin Lynch in the
The
US.
keyboard cowboys. I heard they were
Hi,
making
my
a
name is
movie
Erin,
about that.
and I
with,
just wanted to know what
Tommy
was your
Lee
most
Jones.
memorable moment on set.
Can you
Thank
imagine?
I love you.
We
Yeah.
love you back.
I know what mine is. When Gal and I were fighting. Well, I mean, the characters were fighting.
Yeah.
And we were practicing this stunt, and we got it down, and it was great, and it was going really well. And she grabbed my hair, I think, and wig just came.
Grab it. It got stuck in my gun.
Oh, it got stuck in your thing. And I don't know if we were tired or also it was just, we laughed so hard.
Mine was in.
Don't test me, Dave. I will talk
in
about Star Trek during
Washington.
this
I mean, the
DC
fact
fan.
that
Oh,
we shut
I
down
will
all the
join the
Pennsylvania
fuck out of
Avenue
that.
to make this huge
Why, something
film.
going on with Star
The
Trek
little
right now?
8-year-old
Yeah, what we
kid
talking
in you
about?
is can't believe
No, just
that you're doing what
it's
you're doing.
it's
and that you
Dave
get
in the chat. He's asking. He's
privilege of
saying,
doing
I'm
it.
gonna ask him
I don't know, it
every
feels
Command
like a dream.
Federation
It's
ship.
kind of
Will he
more
ever
like
come?
you're stepping into the
Begin.
fantasy of playing make believe on this scale in all the films that you ever wanted to be
Have
in
you
as
ever
a
flown a
kid.
Galaxy class?
That was a pretty special moment, I think.
Oh, Mike Cummins in
Can I
there.
change my answer?
No, this is a dome. It's legitimately a dome. Like
That was so beautiful.
It may be a little too big.
it's like
We've got one last question from a very special
I
guest.
forgot there was a
Very
chat
special guest,
function.
guys. Oh, Linda Carter. Oh, she looks freaking fantastic.
You look so beautiful.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God, Linda, look at you.
Linda, everybody, Linda Carter, the reason that
I
we're
might need
all
a few
here.
minutes. I'm gonna be in my bunk.
Hello,
these
Chris.
tiny people
Hello,
on the green screen make me laugh
Hello,
so
Gal.
much.
They're very comical. They're very funny.
Chris,
Oh, okay.
Pedro.
Lower
Oh
thirds.
my
Add another lower
God,
third of two people on
Gal.
left and right of me, like on my
Hello,
shoulders,
you
like little
beautiful
the angel
woman.
and devil.
Yeah, let's get Mike in there. Mike, can you stand up and just take a full picture of yourself so we
Someone
can
is
put you on
gonna
the
Photoshop
blindfold?
Tim and
You're
Eric
here.
in this
Thank
thing.
you.
So great.
I'm so glad we think about you every day, Linda.
Can we put
and
backgrounds
we
in
talk
here?
about
We need to
you
put backgrounds
all
of
the
ourselves in the
time.
dome.
So this would not be a Wonder Woman panel, truly, if we didn't see your face. So it's so good to see you. So good to have you.
I'm so excited. I've never met you. I've watched your show when I was younger. I had Wonder Woman underoos, and
I think we all did.
I'm so excited to meet you.
Kristen,
Yes. I was also Wonder Woman for Halloween when I was a little girl. I mean, I'm like so excited to meet you.
Kristen, I think you're so great. So we have a mutual admiration. And anytime when I meet you, will you do me a favor? Will you just throw your arms around me?
Yes, I would wish I could right now.
I'm beyond excited. I'm beyond excited.
Linda Carter doing her
You
best
know that
Morticia
I have
Adams
been a
right now.
fan from day
It's working
one
for me.
of
Nice.
Patty's when
It's a
she
very nice
first
outfit.
was first attached to this film. When my daughter saw Gal as
Challenger
Wonder Woman,
appears.
she said,
Scary.
"Mom, I finally get it.
Who is it?
I finally understand
Me.
why
Mike.
everyone idolizes you. I finally get
Camera's
what
not
Wonder
plugged in.
Woman means to everyone.
Oh, someone's
You
audio's
know,
coming in.
and that's my daughter. That's my flesh and blood. So thank you, Gal. Thank you, Patty.
Might be mine.
That's such a great story.
How's that?
Thank you, Linda. That's such a great story. And like the first time I ever called you, Linda, I said to you, I want you to know we're not here to reinvent Wonder Woman, and we're not here to do a new chapter of
Mike's.
Wonder
Was
Woman.
it ours or?
We just hope to
I don't
take
know.
the
I
torch and pass it forward.
Might have been his.
And so that means the world to me because
If he's got on the
I
video,
was
like
that
if he's watching
person
on
who was so
YouTube, then
moved
yeah,
by
he has to
you and your
mute the
performance
YouTube.
and
That's fine.
Otherwise
the
it'll-
show, the beautiful show that you guys did. So being able to
Bring back.
know
My
that
father
somebody
was a
as
huge fan
important
of
as
Linda
your
Carter.
daughter acknowledge
Well,
that
that
we
makes me
could
feel
be
old.
having that effect
Is
on
Jonathan your
her
dad?
is like a huge compliment.
God,
You
I
are
wish.
a true life Wonder Woman, and
I'd expect more of
I
him.
can't be
We're gonna have to
more
talk, son.
grateful to
Son,
have
I'm
your
disappointed. Wait, you
guidance
podcasting
and
now?
to be able to call you Mama Bear, and knowing your
So
children
what's going on in this
now.
dome? Who's doming it up?
Thank you for
These two people
everything
in
We're
this
that
all in
you've
the dome.
done
We're
personally
in
We're
our
all in
own
the
for
dome.
dome.
me,
Jonathan.
and I'm sure to the world.
That's
Mike.
And this
We
is
messed
now
up.
this
We should have
thing
got
is
our
whole
own green screen
because
dome.
you're here.
Yeah. Oh, but it would be really far apart. Like be so far apart that we're all like,
So
can you hear me over there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so funny.
We also
Wait, is that
had
the Wakanda
some
symbol they're doing
submissions
now?
from
This
fans
is
that
trademark
sent us
Wakanda.
pictures of their cosplays and fan
Wakanda.
art.
Wakanda forever.
Yeah,
As a
forever.
Wakanda.
That one.
Yes.
Oh, Infinity. So it's
Linda
Wakanda
here,
forever.
It's like the classic. Like who doesn't
And
love
it's with
old
binoculars.
school?
The star pants, they're so cool.
Gorgeous.
Star
Rocking
pants.
it.
I know she looks amazing.
I love
This guy's
that.
famous.
Do that.
Yeah, his Wonder
I
Woman
love when
cosplay.
I see people like a man or different people do Wonder Woman because it really does go to the core of like we are all Wonder Woman and that armor can mean something different on all these
It's a really
different
nice
people
costume,
and that's a
too.
great Wonder Woman
Yeah.
costume. I
think
love
it's
it.
Hey, did you send yours in?
Ew.
armband.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
That's a legitimate question. I don't know what you're
Wow,
laughing
this
at.
is from the first
That's really
one.
good.
Yeah, the recreation on the beach and everything.
I thought
like,
that was your stunt double.
You guys seen him? I want my
spirit.
Steve Trevor.
Like
No, your
beautiful
Wonder
work,
Woman cosplay.
beautiful detail.
Yeah.
So
Look at that shield. Oh my God.
I know, amazing.
I wish I could
Probably
pull
do
off
like
a
the
Wonder
Liz
Woman
Wonder.
It
cosplay.
looks exactly like the original one.
So I asked in the chat, who is this little person off
It's
to
like
the
the
side?
Norman
They-
Rockwell
You
of
get her own
Wonder Woman
screen.
things,
They're
and
supposed
so
to be
perfect
the-
because it's exactly why we're
what do
all
you call
here.
them?
It's like
Look at the shoes
Moderators?
she's wearing.
moderators.
I'm gonna be a little
Heels.
nicer. That's how
Always
tall they
red
really
heels.
are.
all
They're
about this
tiny.
character
But it's really
that,
more like,
you know, we
I guess
were
Patty
talking
Jenkins is the one really
numerous
moderating the
times
panel.
about
But
the fact that
the two
we've
people on
seen
the
so many
sides, they
male
were
superheroes, but
they
we
were the
haven't
moderators
seen
for
enough
C2E2,
female
which was the Brazil
superheroes. And
panel
for
when they
girls,
did
for
the
little
first
girls,
trailer drop.
once they
And so they
see
brought
it,
them back
they
for
believe
this
it,
one.
you know. So for little
Wait,
girls
C2E2
to be
that was in
exposed
Chicago?
to these type of movies, whether if it's Wonder
No,
Woman or any
C2E2
other
Brazil.
female-driven
I'm
movie,
pretty sure it's called
There's a
C2E2.
C2E2
in this
Brazil?
genre
Yeah.
is so important because then it's so empowering. I love this piece of art.
this is such a gorgeous graphic one.
Yeah, I
I'm
think
pretty sure I got
goes
the
to
name
this
wrong.
one.
Yeah, I love the
Yeah, C2E2 is
beautiful,
done up in here in Chicago,
a different
but
culture
I mean,
being
if they're
brought
big
to
enough.
a hero because it is so universal. And so I love seeing different people take it on and turn it, bring it into something so personal to them.
Do you think they
And
did
it's
the
just
Wonder Woman
beautiful
panel
art,
first
too.
because
love the
it is the
bracelets.
next thing
Yeah.
that is
So
coming out?
beautiful.
CCXP
I
is what
thought
it's
this
called.
was such a great one.
Yeah, it's probably the next
Oh,
thing on everybody's
I
minds
just
is Wonder
love
Woman.
the spirit of,
I mean,
maybe
'cause
this
it would
is
be out
Nubia,
in normal times, right? It would be already be
I love
out.
that it's the different Wonder Woman characters. And
Oh, yeah,
it's a
would it?
beautiful piece
Yeah.
of work. And
When
yeah,
was
beautiful
the
art.
84 would have come out.
Before we wrap up,
We've already
Patty,
had that conversation.
It was
before
a
we say
summer
goodbye,
movie.
I know,
The third
and
one
more
being-
importantly,
the third
the
one being
fans
Patty
here
Jenkins'
know
last
Oh,
that
one,
you
and
wouldn't
then
have come
it
to the
also
DC
being
fandom
in modern
without
time.
a little something extra for them, right?
That's Charlie
That's right,
Chaplin.
guys. We are
Like
so
they
excited to get
advertised
to
this
be
movie
here
like
and see
3 years
everybody and get
ago.
to talk to everybody
Like
and
the
answer
first
questions for
poster came
everybody.
out for this
But it
movie.
wouldn't quite
time
be
ago.
a
New
good
Mutants
fan
of
event
DC
if we didn't
movies.
share a little something back. So we have our
Yeah.
second official trailer
Oh,
to
cool.
show
Just
you
release
guys
it on VOD,
right now.
please. All right, I'm shutting up.
This world is not yet ready for all that you will do. Your time will come, Diana. And everything will be different.
Look who's talking, dude.
Citizens of the world, I'm here to change your life. Anything you want, anything you dream of, you can have it. You look like you saw a ghost. Diana, look at you. It's like not one day.
Oh man, God, he looks so fucking cool. Can I curse on this?
I don't want to be like
Yeah.
You just did.
I want to be an apex
You
predator.
had that 10-second delay.
You dump it?
With the no
Always
dump
had
button, yeah.
everything. While people like me have
Look at
had
that
nothing. Well, now it's my turn.
Invisible jet, yo.
Get used to it.
I've never been one for rules. The answer is always
Straight up,
more.
like Metahuman Man-Bat style. That's awesome.
The way I fly, they will never find us.
I forgot to tell you.
What?
Radar.
Will they shoot at us?
We're killing it. All right.
Just for this.
I'm gonna need like all of his
What did
outfits.
you do?
You know, I'm not so keen on this one. I figure you are.
Look at that outfit.
You know what? I'm ready to go.
I think we can do better.
Parachute pants?
Yeah.
Does everybody parachute now?
No, I thought this shirt was kind of cool.
That was great.
That was amazing. Thank you,
right?
Patty, for this. Thanks.
Okay,
Can't wait
and
to share more.
I think you have.
Couldn't the
as
tiny
they say,
people be in the space in
drop the
between
mic.
Patty Jenkins' left and right side?
That's
Maybe
what I'm
bigger
saying.
there.
Or just make the tiny people just a little bit bigger so you can
Patty,
see that they're
Gal,
there.
Chris, Kristen, Pedro, thank you
The
so
gravity
much
of the
for
dome.
stepping into
Can't they
the
just
DC
stand next to each
fandom with
other?
us today. Thank you. Thank you.
Obrigado.
They're having a shout across the dome.
I'm like
Guten
ready.
Tag,
down here in the
Freunde.
dome,
I'm
live
Dominic
in the dome.
Christian, your German host. Now, before we
Guten
reveal
Tag.
our next huge announcement from WB Games, can we talk about what we just saw from Wonder Woman 1984? Are you kidding me? I thought I was excited before, but now I literally cannot wait for this film to hit the big screen. I'm so excited to be hanging out with all of you today here in the DC FanDome. I'm a huge fanboy myself, and
Well,
together
not
we are
huge.
the reason comic
Not
books
that big.
are
It's
published.
just-
We
it's
are the
just
reason
Jim Lee artwork,
superhero
right?
movies
And
and TV
no
shows
one else is
are
allowed
made.
to draw
So
anything?
today, it's all about us, the fans. In fact, to celebrate
Well,
you and
it's
your
the Jim
fandom,
Lee
we are
fandom.
highlighting
His
your
family
art
put a lot of
submissions
money
Sponsored by
into
Jim
it,
Lee,
so
cosplay.
yeah, it's a.
Take a look at this
Come on down
art
to the
from
Jim
some
Lee fandom.
incredibly
Cool, I like that
talented
Superman
We
fans.
got John Bon Jovi playing later this week.
There's
Yep.
a Chris Daughtry concert, Mike.
Wait.
I kid you not.
There literally is a John Bon Jovi live benefit show with like him and his kid or something like that.
Like the Aquaman one. Oh, Michael B. Jordan Superman. That's awesome.
Yeah, he gave him a beard.
I want to see that.
Oh, I like the Superman one. Teen Titans.
They gonna show any hentai, or that's not like what they get into here?
Someone start typing in. Let's see.
I think
Oh,
so.
look at that Wonder Woman.
Am I ahead of you guys?
No,
Here's my
Kinda.
DeviantArt.
there's no delay.
What do you guys watch? What are you guys seeing right now?
Heroes fan
A
art.
celebration of heroes fan art.
DC fandom title card.
No, I'm ahead of you guys.
Wallace and Gromit Batman.
Yeah, no, I'm in Wallace and Gromit Superman eating cookies. Now I'm Wallace and
Oh, he's
Gromit.
not
Bat-
started eating cookies.
I am going to do.
Why are you so far ahead of us?
I don't know. Better internet, baby. No, I'm in Castleberry.
I'm not really a sporty person.
This is an old commercial.
Okay,
I remember. I feel like I saw this in like
I do
movie
do
theaters.
running.
It was in the beginning of.
Mike's got
Chicken
even
Run.
faster internet. He saw this when he was a child.
I do running.
This all seems really familiar to me. Tiny people, fandom. Pretty sure I saw this when I was 6.
I think I saw this at the Tropicana Bowl last week.
Is this a
The
Cartoon
Jim Lee
Network show?
Tropicana Bowl?
The Jim
I've
Lee
been there.
Tropicana Bowl.
It's nice. It's better than the John Byrne Civic Center.
Okay, are you guys seeing the guy go down the vent now?
Yeah.
Okay, now I
The
refreshed
Joker
this.
guy.
Now
He went
I'm
down
on.
the Joker vent.
That was cool. I was like
Gamers out there.
5 seconds ahead of you guys.
I can't hear
I could have milked that one.
That's more
No,
like
seriously,
it.
I can't hear
Now,
you.
I think it's safe
Again,
to
I hear
assume
you.
that the
I'm all the way in
gamers
the
are
back of this
sitting on the
dome.
edge of their gaming chairs right now, glued to their screen.
Mike, you in your
love that he's
gaming
wearing a
chair?
microphone.
With excitement
Oh, yeah.
for
I'm
our
always-
first
No, I'm in a
big
regular
Warner
chair.
Brothers games announcement. So, to tell us
Oh,
more,
look at
chair
that
I sit in
Nate.
is a
please
gaming chair.
welcome Billy Batson's alter ego,
I don't know how to sit in it
Zachary
correctly,
Levi.
though.
Hello, interwebs. It's
my
Zachary
back.
Levi, your favorite
Your butt?
household
I don't know how to
Shazam.
sit right.
Many of you guys know.
I think I'm just-
I
I think
like
I'm
me
just
some
an
video
idiot. I
games.
don't know how to
I'm
sit
a
It's
gamer
Shazam.
ever since I was a little kid, which means I'm very excited to be revealing a brand new video game from Warner Brothers Games.
Oh, here we go. Here goes your
We're
first
going to meet
video
the
game,
creative
Mark.
team in just a moment, but first, some brand spanking new footage from said game. We're about to play it right now
Chuck
for
the
all
video
of us. I've
game.
never seen it, so we're going to experience this together. Let's take a look.
I now have Kung Fu.
In breaking news, we've received reports of an explosion somewhere north of the
We're
city.
still waiting for the police to confirm if there are any
A Jimmy Olsen Nightcrawler type video game.
Now we're talking.
Hey, don't joke about that.
There was smoke.
That wasn't a joke. That
A
was.
Jimmy Olsen, Return of the Obra Dinn, Who Done It kind of story.
Yeah, I know
Yeah.
you're talking about the movie Nightcrawler, but I wish Jimmy Olsen had the powers of Nightcrawler. I could just bamf his way around.
It could
also be a good game.
You're now able
Can
to
now.
confirm
Also, one of the best sound
billionaire
effects
philanthropist
ever to exist in this world.
Bruce Wayne is
Oh, well, yeah, the first onomatopoetic bamf.
Is it Cyborg?
Schnicked.
I don't know. It's
Just because he's got a cell phone doesn't make him a cyborg. I'm
He's
part
tapped in.
man now. Look, I'm part machine now. Look at me.
DC Comics.
Hello?
Oh, it's
Hello?
Batman. It was a bat symbol, wasn't it?
This man said 1 gigabyte of RAM should do it.
If you're watching this,
That's Batman.
this is a code black.
Is that Jason?
This game has all the questions.
Was automatically triggered when I destroyed
That Batman?
the cave and
Dan
I could
now?
see
Jason?
contained. We both know it won't take long for Gotham's criminals to realize
His
the
voice
Batman
is
is
that.
gone.
Doing the
And
Batman.
you can't count on the GCPD.
The Batman from
Never trusted us since Jim
Origins, I think.
Boy, Commissioner Gordon's kind of working out.
That was definitely Nightwing. Oh yeah, baby.
I'm leaving.
Give me that butt.
Right in the face.
Some of the technology is outdated, but it has the gear you need and all of my
Damien?
files.
If this is
Always had
like
my
a
back when I needed
Nightwing
you.
game that's in like the same vein
I know
as
you
Marvel's
keep
Spider-Man on PlayStation, I think we're gonna be in business.
I don't think it's just Nightwing. I think it's like all family.
I mean, you could play as Nightwing in Arkham Knight.
And I beat Batman with no clothes on and just a bag on my head? That's what I want to know.
It's
Bat
like all the
family in
Robins,
this.
yo. Yo, it's family time. Hell yeah.
That's cool.
That's sick.
Let's do it. Where's my boy
Damn,
Tim
look how
Drake,
good
though?
that looks.
Oh, I don't
Watch it
like
be
that
a
Robin
Left 4
costume.
Dead type game.
I'm pretty sure it's Damien. That's not Tim Drake.
I don't know. Tim Drake uses a stick.
Yeah, I don't know. Damien uses a sword, man.
Ooh, that was gameplay. That's a gameplay shot.
What a fucking badass.
Whoa. Nightwing and his superpower.
This man's allowed to use guns, apparently.
They're just rubber bullets. He's just really hurting them a lot. Jesus.
Do you think this is gonna be a 4-player game, or just a single-player game?
Maybe,
You switch
yeah,
between
might be
characters?
multiplayer.
What if it's like AI? You remember like whatever the hell that
Robin
game was?
Williams?
Public Commando? Yeah, Robert Williams. No,
What if
Republic
it's like-
Commando?
What if it's like
Whoa.
X-Men or Gauntlet, where there's 4 of us and we have to keep putting quarters in to continue to be one of the 4?
Dude,
Avengers game might
Gauntlet
be in
Legends
trouble.
is great. I'm about that. Everybody gets a motorcycle.
Ooh, Mr. Freeze.
And you have to upgrade it, maybe? Upgrade your mount?
Her cowl looks
Mount.
very cool. Yeah, it looks like you can change the cosmetics on them.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Oh, there's a buff Joker.
No one talks about them.
Oh, the
Court of Owls.
Yes, awesome.
Yeah,
Very
baby.
cool.
Ooh, look at that mask.
Not
Shit,
always
I got
for
goosebumps.
what
Oh,
is
yes.
said.
Oh, we're gonna get the
Talons.
talons.
That's
Yeah.
sick.
Oh god, it's gonna be so cool.
This is cool.
Or if
Okay,
you
I get
try
it.
to crush them,
They can sing the song, the owl song.
then
I'm already sold if it's multiplayer.
the town strikes you dead.
Step into the night.
Hell
See
yeah.
what it did there.
Oh,
That's not bad.
I'm Patrick Redding.
I'm Phil
We're here in the
Maxey.
bowels of the
We're
dome.
both from Warner Brothers Games Montreal, and
We're in there with the plumbing.
finally
The dome
be
doesn't
showing
just
Gotham
shit
Knights.
itself.
You may be wondering why we chose to sell
may
this
be wondering,
story
how did
and
we get in
focus
this
on
Batcave?
these characters.
We wanted to shake up the status quo of Gotham City. We wanted to see what happens when you take away the safety of Batman's presence and then find out what happens. What happens
Take
when
away
these
the
heroes, the Bat
safety
family,
of
Nightwing,
Batman's
Batgirl,
presence.
Red Hood, and Robin have to step up and
I
take
don't
on the
know if
role
you
of
can
new
put
protectors
those
of Gotham.
words in the same
What's
sentence.
really exciting about Gotham Knights is that you, the player, will be able to grow these characters how you see fit. You get to see
studio
how
is doing
you would
this?
step up and become Gotham's
WB
protector.
Montreal.
You're not
The ones who
trying to
did,
become the new Batman.
Arkham
You're becoming your
Origins.
own badass
I never played
superhero.
Origins. Was the last one that they did? Or was
No,
that
Origins was like that
We
in
brought
between
gameplay
really
footage.
quick
This
one.
is captured in
It was,
editing from
pretty
recent
cool
It was
gold.
that they did.
It had some
We
really
just can't
good
wait for you to
fighting
see
in
this.
it,
Take a
like
look.
good scenes and stuff.
It came out. Oh, it was actual gameplay. It came out after Arkham City and before Arkham Knight.
Oh, they've
Alpha.
only done a bit of work.
Oh, they're in the bird's nest, whatever. That's what that clock tower. No, the
DC, the FanDome.
The Oracle Watt Tower in Gotham.
Just got a trike? Oh no,
it's just weird.
It's just the over-engineered motorcycle.
Yeah. What do you
with the arms coming out over it?
What do you think that does? That pushes the wheel like back, or
maybe like a hopping mechanic.
That's what the bike's for.
I think it hugs you when you need it. The
Can I-
arms
can I
kind
get
of
one?
around you. Okay.
Hopping mechanic. That's cool.
Robin joined the session.
Is that what that noise was?
Yeah, like a player joined in.
Can you not have them as AI NPCs?
Damn, Nate
helping
does not
you?
like playing with people.
No,
Look
I don't
at
have anybody to play
It's
with.
all iced out Gotham. It's like
play by
Batman
myself.
Forever in here.
Hostiles opening fire on upper floors. Air support.
Let me get
can you do a
the
fly around?
Alicia Silverstone skin.
Is Serena Williams playing this? I know she's a huge DC fan.
That cow is awesome. I like that.
I like the whole thing. I like the city
If he
again.
wants a fight, he'll
Now, does this jive with Arkham City? Like, does it look like Gotham? Does Gotham always look the same?
I think it's a sequel to
Yeah, I think it is a sequel to
Arkham Knight.
That makes sense.
Okay, so
you got
there's
smoke.
enemy levels. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So it is like a MMORPG a little bit. You can like
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
decide where to fight. Who you're gonna fight? Like a boss, you may not be strong enough yet.
We got damage numbers. We got damage numbers.
It really looks like a modern Assassin's Creed type level and damage numbers type.
I like all the bats following her.
Did they not have damage numbers in Arkham City and all that stuff? No, I guess not. It was just punching them. Spider-Man as well. They didn't have damage numbers.
People love their numbers though, man. You got 1, you got 2, 3, 4,
6 is a good
5.
one.
6.
I'm surprised Gabe's not watching this gameplay thing. Commenting in the chat. I gotta get this game.
The storm is getting worse. You need to hurry and find a way inside Elliott Center.
The GCPD chopper made that part easy.
Wonder if it's gonna show a Mr. Freeze boss fight.
It'll probably stop right when he appears.
This doesn't look up to code.
Okay, so
I love the
Red
banter.
Robin?
Use left trigger to shield your eyes from the wind.
I don't like they only gave Batgirl a baton, a cop baton.
If anyone asks, I meant to do that.
That has to be Tim Drake then.
I won't say a word.
The Robin?
Yeah.
Tours were still going
I think we
on
can,
when Freeze came through.
I think there's a way to,
They didn't stand a chance.
I guess it depends on whatever's canon, right? I was gonna say, I think there's a way to determine if Barbara is Batgirl versus Oracle and like what time it would be or who the Robins could be at that point. But that all goes back to whoever's writing them, you know? It doesn't matter.
This will only take
Nothing matters.
You can choke a dude out.
So what, this is split screen or?
Oh,
No, it's just showing 2 players.
he's got like old school like Red Robin type outfit. Is that what that was?
Yeah.
Like pre-crisis or whatever the hell.
I like the art style of it. I think it looks pretty good.
Yeah.
Looks like
You
art.
have to have hit points and you have to have that kind of stuff. If you're gonna have team games, like
Yeah.
they're going on raids, like they're gonna go on raids together, all 4 of them, they're gonna have certain things they each do.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see that. Like who's who's their damage, who does their stealth, who does their
Yeah.
who's their magician range.
I mean, they just gave Red Hood guns. They said, all right, you just do damage.
He's probably range.
He's probably range, yeah.
They'll need some. I wonder if they're gonna have healing. Like Alfred runs in.
Yo,
with
let
a
me play as
Band-Aid.
Alfred.
I'm gonna be Alfred.
I'm sure if they do DLC, they'll probably be like, okay, we'll put Damien in the game or something like that.
Not the safest time.
Terry McGinnis.
I did see something on Twitter about Batman Beyond. There talks about Batman Beyond stuff, so I'm excited to see what that's going to be.
Tables on the
Terry
floor.
McGinnis is great.
Guaranteed they lead to Freeze.
The
cape's just so cool.
It's a cool little world they've built here.
You're definitely going to be seeing videos of people comparing this and the Avengers game.
Belfry, status.
This already looks 10 times better.
I didn't even see any of that.
It helps they're also all wearing masks.
Now.
These characters look more like Chris Evans than the character they have playing Chris Evans in the Avengers game.
Almost there.
He's supposed to be Chris Evans and not just like a classic model of Captain America.
Blonde dude? Yeah. When I saw that, I was like, that's disconcerting.
The Hulk looks like it. Not like Chris Evans. It looks like a
yeah, that's where they got it right. He looks exactly like Chris Evans.
Ah, shit, we mixed up the models again, guys. We got the Hulk being Captain America. We got Captain America being the Hulk.
She pulled that out of her pocket.
This is how it goes, baby.
Dude, he's got a jetpack.
Oh, there he is.
They can fly now?
Get away from my storm engine.
They can fly now.
Is that what you're calling it?
What was the end of Freeze's story in Arkham City?
When this disruptor goes
They left him.
They put him on ice.
Irrelevant. I already have what I need.
He's got a javelin from
The storm has risen in Gotham. Nothing.
He's such a cool villain.
See about that.
And I thought they were gonna do credits right there, Mike. I literally thought it was gonna end right there.
Get out of there. Don't break her back. For the love of God, she's got a weak back.
Do you think there's gonna be like a skill tree where you'd be able to upgrade your weapons to do more damage?
Yeah.
No doubt.
Or do you think it's just going to scale with the game and progression?
Just grappling.
I hope they let you choose.
There's like a set of weapons that you can, like, she doesn't just have to have the baton, she can have, I don't know, something else.
Close.
That was so
We only got
good.
phase
That
one.
was so good. Thank you so much, Patrick and Flora, for giving us this
Gabe
insight.
said, how's Batgirl
I, for
standing?
one, can't wait to play it. I'm sure everybody at home can't wait to play it. Speaking of everyone at home, before you take off, if that's okay, we'd like to
Well, he's
answer
lost
a few
a lot
fan
of his
questions.
physique
Yeah,
from
cool.
Shazam.
Here we go.
Yeah, he did.
Callum from the UK asks,
Once you wrap, you're like, all right, I'm fucking done.
direction of
Look at his
this game.
green screen loafers.
Well, I'd say really there have been kind of three consistent
Do
ideas.
you think
at
those
the
three
heart of
people are
Gotham Knights.
actually together? Do you think
First
he is in the
having,
same
like,
room
a
with those
full
two?
cast of playable characters.
No, which
that
makes it
can
even
continue to
funnier,
grow
because then they have to
and
turn to the
themselves.
left.
Yeah,
Second,
which is great
a real
with them. I want to know what their
This is his
direction
eye line.
keeps challenging you, keeps serving up
You
danger.
got a tennis ball hanging off to
And
the
then
side.
finally, it's that fantasy of the
Yep.
superhero.
That's what I'm
team-up,
coming out of.
and
He
we wanna be
looks
able to
like a
deliver that in
Batman
co-op
villain.
way.
This guy, his hair.
Copy that.
Yeah.
Not him.
Alistair from
Not Zach.
Kenya asks, what goes into deciding which characters you are going to develop a game around?
Well, we chose characters who resonate with players on a few different axes. We wanted heroes who embodied different aspects of the Bat family. The detective side, as well as the fighter, the scourge of the underworld, the urban legend. We looked for characters that offer players
who gets to be
a unique
invisible?
starting point and then a
Batgirl.
long runway for growth. Ultimately,
Was
Oh
that
no,
we
that
Batgirl?
was
wanted
Robin. That was
heroes that
Robin.
could take on
He
the
went.
forces that
guess
threaten
Robin
Gotham
is
like
City,
this active
but each
cloaking.
He did
bringing
Predator
their own unique
shield.
perspective.
Predator
Gotcha.
mimicry.
Yeah.
Now we have Riley from the United States.
Yeah, his shoes are pretty funny.
Homegrown.
I'm just gonna
Riley
wear my
from the United
moccasins. It's all
States
green
asks,
screen. Who gives a shit?
Could you give anything more on this?
What are those? Those are called.
WB
That
Games
starts with an S.
Montreal
Remember, Zach used to
game?
wear them.
Canucks.
Any
Yeah,
other
Mike
little
knows it.
tidbits?
Yeah,
We're
I used to wear them.
actually
Then
sort
I
of
realized that
studying
they're
it.
like the worst shoe
The
that you could
Belfry
possibly
will
wear for
be
your
a
body.
very important location in Gotham Knights.
I'd say there's
Yeah,
probably
I mean,
no
you
arch
know,
support
we
in those
gotta-
things. It's like wearing
Yeah.
a moccasin.
Secrets. We're gonna
Like
have
a piece of foam and
more to
some,
talk about
like,
later.
recycled.
We can
Wow.
tell you this.
I'm gonna tell you something.
The
I've
mystery in
never had
Gotham
arch
Knights
support in my
is
shoes
way
other
bigger
than,
than
like,
just
running
the
shoes.
protocols.
Well, son,
well, is
you're
there
a
anything
younger
else
boy,
that you would
so
like us
at
to
some
know?
point it will start. It started for me
Well,
about 2 years ago.
Our game is coming out in
You'll
2021,
have to get some
and
sort of
we can't wait for everyone
orthopedic
to play it.
added.
Thank you all.
Yeah,
for
I think I
tuning in.
have
Thank you,
sciatica.
Patrick and Flora, for sharing everything that you have.
Okay,
That's
okay.
that's
an old
a
man.
whole other
Thanks
issue
for
that you
joining
know.
DC FanDome. Continue
I think I
to
got shingles.
enjoy
So
FanDome. I'm
That's
Zach
where I'm
Levi.
at.
Mwah. Love you.
That's diet. That's 100% diet.
Wow. Just wow.
Let me hear you all. I can't hear
I've
you.
been yearning to step in the
Make it a
boots
wow.
of those characters for a long time.
I can't believe they don't have a
I
chat
guess
function on this
dreams
DC
really
Dome.
do come true.
They do. It's over on the
And
right.
don't go anywhere. We will be
Oh, it's not
back
chat,
with the
though. It's
Flash
just
in a
tweets.
flash. So unless you can
Oh,
be
God,
in
can you
two
imagine a
places
chat?
at once, be sure to stay with us.
I've been on these YouTube videos when they have chats and they just run by at like a million miles per second. You can't read that
DC
shit.
FanDome. So tweet your replies right now with the
He sounds like
hashtag
he's in a smaller
DC
room than it
FanDome.
looks like he's in.
I'm so excited
I'm just
to be
saying.
a part
It should add
of
a little
this
echo
global
onto it.
virtual experience.
Put some pillows
the
up.
only place
Welcome,
to hear the
welcome,
latest
welcome.
announcement from DC. We've got one for you now, so let's check out what's new with Sandman from the creator himself.
This is pretty cool. I've been listening to this.
Yeah.
She's the creator of Sandman?
DC FanDome. I am Yvette Nicole Brown, and I am so excited to be
that's
here
Neil
with you for the
Gaiman?
Sandman universe into the dreaming
Yvette
DC
Nicole.
FanDome panel. Today we'll be discussing the comic book series and how it's been expanded with new
like that
stories, adapted into new media,
That's
and
a
how it
great shirt.
continues to enthrall
Love that shirt.
audiences all around the world. Let's meet our awesome panelists. As one of the most popular and critically acclaimed
Problem with
graphic
Sandman
novels
is that
of all
there's too
time,
much of it.
Neil Gaiman's award-winning masterpiece, The Sandman, set the standard
a
for
little
mature,
much. I
lyrical
mean, it's like
fantasy
18
in the modern
chapters.
comics era. It
It's
has
like,
been translated in over 50
it's like
languages
it's like the
and is
Dark
available
Tower. I
in over
feel like
30
where there's just
territories.
so much
I am
Dark
thrilled
Tower
to be here with
like
Neil
tie-ins
Gaiman.
and
Hi, Neil.
books
Nice
and
to see you
knockoffs
again.
and whatever.
Lovely to see you.
Oh, you look so
It's-
good in your little box.
It's a
Now,
lot.
Neil, you started The Sandman as a ground-up reimagining of an
Like,
older
everyone
DC
shows up
property.
in this
At
thing.
what point did you realize how much bigger the story could be? Did you know from page one, or did you find it on the way?
A bit of both. Started in
Wow.
1987 when I was a 26-year-old writer.
His audio is
and I've been
great.
asked
I want you to see how
write a
close
monthly
he is to
comic
that
for
microphone
DC
of
Comics.
his.
And all I knew was that I needed
narrates
something
the
He is
audio
definitely
that
not
I
in the
could go
fandom
anywhere
right now.
with,
Yeah.
that I could tell any kind
He
of
sounds
story.
amazing.
Because I
Wow.
had to tell a story a month before, and
Like,
I didn't know
It's the
if I
same
could.
setup
had to have
he
taken-
records.
So,
Whatever
We're
Sandman
such
was
nerds.
originally
It's like 2
imagined
feet away from
as
we're all like,
something that
man,
would
this
let me
sounds great.
tell any kind of story I needed to tell.
I
Yeah,
recommend
whatever,
just get
whatever
Yeah,
the
for
audio
sure.
By the
recordings
end
Get
they
of
were doing for
first
the
year,
audio
Audible
book is like,
free
he was like,
trial.
yeah, let me
I
just get that
knew
set up.
what kind of thing I was doing. And I'd say by the middle of the second year, I knew the shape of
What
the
is this
whole
book he's
story,
advertising behind him?
and
The
I
Secret
knew
of
what
Kelp-
was going to
Kelpsy?
happen.
Secret
I
Kelpie.
knew who was going to live and who was going to die, more or less. And then it was a matter of
It's a
just
horse. It's
holding
got a,
on
it's got, there's a
tight
ribbon on
and
it.
Neil Gaiman
hoping
would have that chair.
against all hope.
What is
that I
also
actually
that?
would
What is
be
the
able
statue
to
next to him? Is
tell
that like a
story
raven or something like that?
before it got cancelled.
Of course it is.
Like King Kong
The
action.
character, the comic
original
book character.
Sandman, the first book.
Oh,
only
Raven
its
the
subtitle
comic.
was
I
8
think you mean like,
issues
oh,
long.
Raven.
Oh,
And it's
Raven.
8
Yeah, he's
issues
a
long
real
because-
Edgar
Well,
Allan.
I mean, it's Neil
But
Gaiman, so
issue
you'd be like,
8
yeah, he's
was when
definitely
they
got
would call
ravens in
you
his
and
house.
tell you they were canceling.
Wouldn't put it past him.
Oh,
And that you would
Why
have,
does he have that
you
book
know,
advertised behind him?
you had a
He wasn't
year,
even part of that book.
So you had 4 more issues to wrap it
Mike
up.
looking it up.
So
I am
my
looking
whole
it
plan
up.
was it was going to be an 8-issue storyline and then 4 short
This
stories.
is
and then
bullshit.
obviously
He's showing
they
up. He doesn't even
cancelled.
write.
Except we
What
weren't
the fuck,
cancelled.
man?
30
Well, it
years
seems
from the
it's
original
egotistical
series.
to
What's
put your own
exciting
book
to
on
you
your
about
own
seeing the
bookshelf.
story continue?
Oh,
Both
hello
in its
there.
New
You happen to notice
adaptations and
my
in the
books
Sandman
that I've
universe
written,
comics.
my graphic
Not
novels.
feeling like I
Here
made
is a
slice of
cell
history.
from the Doctor Who episode I directed,
because
or I wrote.
you know, the
It's
idea
very, very
that a
healthy.
30-year-old comic still has relevance, that a story that's 30 years old, you know, these were your grandparents' comics, and that they can still have relevance is incredibly exciting. So that's been
grandparents
part of the
read,
joy
Betty and
of
Veronica.
watching over the last few years the Sandman universe stuff, where people are just taking ideas and spinning off with them and going and having fun and building them, and the joy of having people like Cy and now like Willow
It's so
writing
cool.
some of these amazing artists is a joy. And
They're
also
pretty.
I'm
I like
getting to
the
do
universe stuff.
Sandman
I think
in
that's
different
cool.
ways. I've
Oh,
been
look at
getting
this
to do
guy.
it working with Dirt.
Do they all have to look like Neil Gaiman? Is that part of
That's what I was
a
wondering.
giant audio drama where
When
we've
you
done
sign
a
up?
direct adaptation, and we're also getting to do
you
it
have to make
now
your hair
with
really
Netflix
stringy
as a slightly
and wear a black shirt and a
looser
black
but
coat,
still
please.
faithful adaptation. And so all of that is a delight, and it all makes it it feel like something happening now and not like something that happened a long time ago?
The Sandman universe has a new series which started on August 4th, The Dreaming Waking Hours. And it's written by our next guest, G. Willow Wilson. G. Willow, I love your name.
Nintendo Switch.
Thank you so much. Hi, Yvette. How are
Mike,
you?
please check her back,
So nice
her
to
stuff
meet
on
you.
her,
Now,
her back shelf. She has a
you
plate.
first came to the
Did she
Sandman
eat
purely as a fan
beforehand?
in your teenage years.
Oh.
What did the
Wait, what
series
kind of food
mean
are you
to
eating
you
back
at
there,
that
huh?
age?
Which
You
food
know,
back there?
I
Like
first
Martinia?
read The Sandman
Move
in
out
the
of the
late
way.
90s as a
Is her
teenage
Switch
goth,
upside down?
and for me, what's
Maybe.
interesting
Honestly, I
looking
think so.
back now
The
is
blue,
that
the
by
blue
the
is the
It is
time I
left.
read
upside
The
that
down.
blue is
series,
the
it
left
was
controller,
already
isn't it?
part
The
of
whole
the
thing is
culture.
upside down.
And so
but
I was
just-
already wearing the death outfit without knowing what it was.
Not a gamer.
So, you know, to pick
Isn't
up the
blue a
series and
left
be like,
controller?
oh, this is where this comes from.
Yeah, because
was
Someone
really,
go get
really
your.
interesting.
Here, I'm
blue,
gonna get
left,
mine. I'll be
red,
right back.
right. You know
a
your
huge
politics.
impact, I think, on my sense of how you tell stories.
It is upside
in
down.
the
That is
graphic
one.
medium.
Is it?
Of the
That is
scope
upside
of the
down.
kinds
Why
of
do you have your
stories you
Switch
can
upside
tell,
down?
the way
And the
that you
plate,
can put
too.
on a twist
Did you not know
on
you're gonna
legacy
go be in the dome
characters to make
today?
them relevant and fresh again.
Well, and it's
for
not
a
like
new
a
audience.
camera thing where like
And
it's mirrored,
all of
right?
those
That's like
tools
that
No,
that I
that'd
was
be-
sort of
physical thing is
unconsciously
turned
picking up
upside
reading
down,
that
right?
series
Okay.
at that age, I think have been tremendously valuable to
You know,
me.
DC, if they wanted to, they could
you
have
know, in my
blurred
own
out some of the
creative
stuff in the
life,
background if they wanted. But they
reimagining
left
They
the
could
the
have.
Switch in
They
stories
could
there.
have
and
given
working
everybody
in,
like a
you know, sort
specific
of the Sandman universe.
third
so it
party.
really feels like
Yeah, there
It's
you go.
upside down.
Now,
It's
when
upside
you
down.
learned you were going to
They could have
be
given
part
someone
of the
weird.
dreaming
third party
waking
thing
hours,
and
what did
switched
you
it
wanna bring
and given
into
everybody the
universe
ability to
that
have a
wasn't
background
there
and
yet?
stuff.
What was your in to the story?
We have
when you're dealing
uncovered
with
some
a
shit.
legacy
That's what we've
series
done.
that is as beloved as the Sandman
Yeah,
this
is,
is-
you
this
have
is
to kind
correct.
of balance
Let's
two
connect
Look, I
some
can
of
have
these
her on
Number
the screen
one,
too. This is kind
the
of like
history that
adding value to
longtime
your
readers
stream.
have with
Look.
the series,
Yeah.
the emotional
Secret
investments
of
that they have in
Kelpie,
that place
upside
and those
down
characters,
Switch. What does it mean?
and also creating a new entry point.
What is she
for
saying? Is she
people
saying she plays it so
who
much that
might
when
not
she
be
laid
as
it down,
familiar
she's
with
just
the
like,
series?
and laid it
sort
down
of going
backwards?
through this,
That would mean,
this
but
roster
it's
of
she's that
characters
then
who've
it's like
lived
it's
in the
resting
Sandman
on
universe and in
the
dreaming over
triggers.
the years, and thinking who haven't
So
we
like
heard
maybe
from
that's
yet?
like she's using that as like its
And,
legs or something
at the time, I
to
was going
keep
through
it
a bout of
up.
insomnia.
Sounds like an easy way to
And I
break
was
your
thinking to
Switch.
myself, I got,
Sounds
you know
like an
how
easy
This
way.
is
happy I
what
would be to
people are
have a
tuning in
nightmare
for
right now,
on this
because at
feed.
least it would mean
This kind of
sleep.
in depth.
And it was like a
This is
bolt out of the
knowledge.
blue. All of a sudden,
I just wanna know
Ruin,
what's in that
this
plate.
nightmare who's tired of being a nightmare, wants to be something else,
Possible,
was kind
probably.
of there and complete.
Did they not tell
And I
her
was
she
like,
was
oh,
going to
there
be
it
on
is.
video?
That's the in. That's how we get back into this history. From
There's
a
also,
point
look
of
at all the way
view
up to the top. That looks
that's,
like there's like an iPad or
conducive to
something
bringing
sitting
in
all the
new
way up on the
readers, and
top,
that
like
maybe
another
gives us a fresh
laptop.
Did you say the
perspective
plate? Did you already
on
say the
this
plate
really
on top of the books?
beloved
Yes,
set
we
of
Yes,
characters.
Okay.
it's really
In my
bothersome.
20s, I
It's
used to have
bothering
terrible
me now
nightmares.
because I want to know why
And
that's there.
then
Oh, Mark,
somewhere
go get a plate and just put a
around
plate
Oh,
in the
yeah.
background
year
of your thing,
one
and we
of
just won't know
Sandman,
why it's there the whole
they
time.
kind of stopped, and they stopped because every time I'd have a nightmare,
Someone go
I
get
would
that
wake
book,
up
that
so
Secret
happy.
of Clippy or whatever that is.
Scribble
What
it
is that?
down. I grab a
Secret of
notebook by
Clippy,
my
the
bed and I
paperclip
Kelpie.
put
from
the
Microsoft
details
Word.
of whatever this
Yeah,
awful
it's the Secret of
nightmare was,
Clippy.
and I would just be so happy. And they just stopped, and I
Neil
figured that
Gaiman
whoever
could
sent
probably
the
write a
nightmares
banger
just got tired of
story about
sending
Clippy and
the
his
wrong
epic journey.
Oh, he
reactions from
would.
The only Neil
That's
Gaiman book I've
amazing.
read is his
I
Norse
cannot
mythology
wait
book.
to
And
read
besides that,
Waking
never read The
Hours. Okay, so let me
Sandman
just
or
calm myself down,
anything else.
silence my inner fangirl. We
None of the
mentioned how
American
the
Gods
Sandman
or
was
anything?
transcending the panels
Actually, I
of the
did read the
comic book
first
page.
American Gods
In
book. I
July,
forgot about
fans
that
got
one.
to
That was
experience
a
the
good one.
Sandman Audible series.
Oh.
Joining us now is the director of that series, Dirk Maggs. Welcome, Dirk.
He looks like a Dirk Maggs.
Oh my gosh, and thank you for bringing your hair because it's amazing.
Thank you,
Neil
Yvette.
and
Thank
Dirk
you.
for bringing your
Thank
hair.
you
guys
for
first
mentioning
meet.
it.
It was a hair retrospective.
Yes,
knew
get
we'd go
dragged
there.
by Neil Gaiman about your hair.
We failed to meet, although we first encountered each other in about 1992 when
At a
Dirk
Styx
was
concert.
doing
Yeah, like
he
the Scorpion.
was adapting the death of
Absolutely.
Superman
At a
for
Scorpions reunion show.
as an audio
The Scorpions were getting back together, and we thought,
phenomenon
Dirk's gonna
in
be
the
there.
UK.
It was
Phyllis Hume,
midnight release
who
of
was
Guitar Hero
DC
World
Comics
Tour.
back then.
Yeah, Niles,
decided
Neil
that we
Gaiman's
should
like,
become
who's going to be there?
acquainted,
Is Dirk there?
and
Oh, I'll go.
She gave Dirk Sandman graphic novels, which was Sandman was still being written. And
So he's got a standing.
Which do you
desk
think
for
is his
him.
real hair
read it
color?
and went,
I'm
"This
going
is a
with
drama."
neither.
And,
Check out
and what
the
happened
tiny
then, Dirk?
canvas
And then
painting.
the BBC said, I think we've done
put on the
enough.
mirror.
On top of the mirror.
Don't even
You now,
hang.
Jerky, off you go. And
I
do
am
some
more
terrible
fascinated
comedy
with
instead.
not just
And
famous
so
people, just
that was
people's
it. We didn't do it for the BBC.
houses than I ever am with the interview.
I thought that was it. Game over.
I mean, I look at Mike's.
So
I already know
it
there's
was-
two
it
things
was
on the
very
wall, and
sad
I'm already
because
interested in
I'd
what the
never
hell
read
are on,
anything
what's on
like
his wall.
it. And actually,
Yeah.
I thought of all the things we were doing, and I'm very
Yeah,
proud
like, I can
of
tell what's
over
on
here.
Batman.
Uh-huh.
And
You
I
got
thought, wow,
2001: A
this guy
Space
is
Odyssey
writing some
vinyl
interesting
album
stuff
right
here.
there.
Wouldn't it be great
Nice.
to put it in a studio?
See, that's why I
Little
put
knowing it
nothing
would
up,
take
so you
28
have to
years
look at me.
actually get there.
Well,
Nothing.
it was worth the wait.
I figured people will have
Dirk,
to. Will
what
look,
was
so
the
you might as
process
well
of
make
taking
it
the
look
comic
good.
book scripts and turning them into an
Well, if I
audio
turn the other way, like I
experience?
have my
Really, the
nerd cred
process
wall,
with
which
Neil
I'll
was
use
very
next
easy
weekend.
because Neil is still
That's got like all
alive,
my stuff on it, like all my
which is
cartoon
a
comic books. Here, it's like right over here.
enormous
It's like,
amount of help.
Nate said,
It
"Here's just a
actually
shot
means
of my
I can
litter
talk
box."
to the author without using a
See?
Ouija board.
I've got like the wall that I can.
Not only that, but
That's
the
not
author in this
behind me.
case is a supremely
It's got like
kind,
got some
indulgent,
Doctor
patient
Strange,
man
some
who will put
Legion
up with the
superheroes,
questions
original
of
comic book
someone
art,
who normally is just a drummer,
bunch of weird stuff,
and give him intelligent replies. So
Moz before
it
he was
wonderful
troublesome.
to have
You're
My
gonna need
wife's
to
a big
get
Morrissey fan.
tips on how to
the
hang stuff up on his
real
wall.
joy
I don't know
was
how to
actually
hang
get
things
those
up. Like I know
original
physically how to
that was
do
scripts
it.
two of my
at the time
friends.
for the artists.
I have a
Chandrix
trouble
One of the
and
things about
Liz
the
Whitaker
scripts
taught
is
me how to
they're
do that.
kind of like the
Putting things on the
blueprint.
placing
They're kind
them.
of like the
like doing that
scaffolding behind
stuff.
the
I
facade,
cannot.
which is the story. And you
cannot
get
I'm
grasp
symmetrical, and
those.
every time I do it, I'm like, I don't
mind
want
at
it
the
to be
time when he's
symmetrical.
writing in
What I should do is
27-year-old
like this dude,
Neil,
freaking striper
and
up here.
what
I
he
should
wants
just
to see.
put a
And
painting on top of
what
a
I
mirror
don't know
and just
if
be like,
Neil,
fuck it.
You
That's
knew
it.
this, but there's real poetry in your descriptions that no one but a single artist would read. Well, I know you know that now because you've been
What is
reading
the necklace
these
that he's wearing?
descriptions as part of the narration.
This guy is just a lot of.
They were a piece of
the soul
a lot of
literary
stuff.
art in their own
Ronnie
right.
James
the script.
Dio's
So
in that
I had
amulet.
those to base things on.
Of course,
We
he's
come
wearing
to
a
the
Henley.
decision that we were going to stick
course.
pretty closely to the original work because
I'm really trying to
why
figure it
wouldn't
out. Do you think he colors the tip of his
effectively,
black hair to
there
make
is
it look
nothing
blacker,
needs
and then he
really
also
changing.
whitens and
Occasionally
streaks
here and there
the
one might
white hair?
just
I need
you know
Niall.
So he's probably got
touch
gray
slightly on
hair.
the steering
I need
wheel,
Niall
but
in the
there
chat
is
to let
nothing
me know
much
about
you
this
need to
man.
do, and they just
Oh, yeah,
rock.
thinning
They
up
totally
top
rock.
too.
Now I was
'cause
gonna
you
be
can
like,
really
my
see his
dad.
tail.
So Neil as narrator now is being Neil the writer.
Oh, his
We're in
sideburns
his
are
head.
even the
Oh,
dark
And
yeah.
then
too.
off the
See,
page,
that's what I'm
I'm
going
going
with.
to extend
I don't
this
understand.
metaphor
This
to
was a
snapping
thought
cord.
out
Come the
thing.
characters and we get this wonderful sort of sense of being inside Neil's head. The nicer part, the classy
I want
part.
to look like
The classy
Errol
part.
Flynn, but Errol Flynn that goes
Okay,
to
well,
concerts.
besides the star actors, you had to cast something like 150 other parts. Kudos to you. What was that process like, Dirk?
Well, I've got to say,
Like,
our
if
casting
Errol
team,
Flynn
Marielle
was a
and
fan
Nicola,
of
who are
White
doing a lot of the
Snake, just
casting,
give me
did a
that look.
fantastic
Yes.
job. There are
Enjoyed
way
slip
many more
of the
parts than
tongue.
we could comfortably deal with in a given situation with a studio that
His
probably
house, though,
held
looked
6
like my
people
aunt's house.
and was really only built for one.
I love that he's like all like,
Brothers
yeah,
works, you'll know
metal.
there's a thing called the stateroom scene where
They
they're
live in a
trying to
very,
cram
you know,
into a
normal
cupboard
house, of course.
on a boat. Well,
Except for, of
that's
course, the
kind of
painting
how it
above
was
the
in this
mirror, that's weird.
situation. I had to think of a way through this, and I thought what we need is all the very best audio voice actors in London. And London
Have
is
you
a
guys
really
listened to
good
this
place
yet?
to
The
get
audio
voice actors because of
thing,
course
the Audible
people
thing?
stick
I got
to
two.
unspoken
I got
word
Mark
and
listened
drama
to
and
it.
so on and
I
so
got two more
forth. So
chapters left.
actors as busy
Yeah.
as Michael
Is it good?
and James,
Yeah.
who was in a play
James
at the time,
McAvoy's
you know,
the
you're
Sandman.
not
Does
expecting
a
to see them.
great
You're getting
job.
people who
Sounds like
normally
Darth
would get a
Maul, though.
marquee.
Taron
who were coming in as part
Egerton,
of
he
the
plays
ensemble,
John
and everybody kind of
Constantine.
checked their egos at
Kat
the door.
Dennings plays
And
Death.
we ended up with a really lovely situation. There were certain episodes, like
baby.
for example, A Midsummer Night's Dream.
There's a guy who does
where
Jonathan Crane,
the temperature in the
Scarecrow
studio
in
kind
Arkham
of
Asylum,
climbed into the
'cause
late
him
90s.
and Dr. Destiny
But
share
the
a cell,
upside
and it's
was
probably one of my
that the
favorite parts of that
cast,
entire
we were
thing.
pretty much doing the story from soup to nuts. So if you're in the room with them, you're watching.
Of course, Andy
one
Serkis, you
Neil's
have to bring
him in.
greatest
There she is,
stories
Nate.
just happen in front
Yep.
of your eyes with a bit of extra Shakespeare here and there. So
Oh, is
it
Kat
was a
Dennings
wonderful
your
experience.
Linda
Speaking
Carter?
of the amazing cast, we are joined
Yeah,
by the
let's put her
devil,
in
When I was
that
younger,
Michael
I was
Sheen.
like,
Welcome
Linda
to the
Carter
panel,
forever.
Michael.
Hello,
Hey,
how you doing?
he's also got Neil
I'm
Gaiman
good.
hair.
So happy to have you with us.
I love Michael
So,
Sheen.
Michael,
Yeah,
now
he's the best.
you are on the hot seat. How did you put your spin?
It's
on
Wesley
this?
Snipes. Not that
I
one.
remember when I first read Sandman.
No fans of Third Rock on here?
I'd
Played a
left
character
Wales
called
to
Wesley
come down
Snipes.
to London to
Oh
go to
yeah,
drama
yeah,
school.
yeah. Sorry, I was
And,
listening.
and one
But
of
not that
my
one?
fellow classmates
Rada.
I don't.
in the
Everything
first
he's
few
in,
weeks
like
said to me,
even
do you
his
read
small
comic
role
books?
in Tron
And I
Legacy.
said, no, I don't.
I
And
mean,
I thought,
He was amazing in Tron.
discovered him in
you know,
Underworld
like
with
superheroes.
the
I'm not really
Lucian
into all that.
role.
And, sorry, DC. And he said, here we are. And he gave me some Alan Moore. You know, he gave me V for Vendetta and Watchmen and Swamp Thing and Constantine and Sandman. And I remember reading the first few Sandmans, and it just sort of...
And Men.
Well, I mean, it did literally change my life. It kind of... It gave me... It sort of both reinforced what I was already interested in, but opened doors to whole universes for the rest of my life. I mean, it created
I
my
wanted to talk
taste,
about Sandman.
really,
He's over here in this chat.
It led me
talking
to
about
finding out about Joseph Campbell and comparative mythology and Carl Jung and I mean all kinds
You're
of
not going to watch the
blew my
Snyder
mind.
Cut trailer?
And certain things really stayed with me, and one of those.
Oh, that's a leak?
Was
Yeah, we'll watch
the character
this.
of Lucifer when you first meet him early on in the story.
We're
and
hardcore.
Young Bowie look. That image had really stayed with me.
Etrigan is in there?
Dude, there's so many people in this story.
That was there at the back of my mind.
That's why I figured out my
love the
son has
idea
been
of
secretly watching
someone who
DC
looks
stuff
very
because we were
angelic.
sitting there
I mean, he is
watching
an angel. He's the fallen angel, and
the
that
Justice
young
League
Bowie
Dark,
with curly,
and he goes,
blonde hair
I
is
go,
very angelic.
you know who
And sort of
Etrigan
chirpy.
is? He goes,
Hello,
yeah, I know who
you know,
Etrigan
and it
is.
sort of-
I'm like,
it takes you by surprise.
all right, so
You're
you
expecting
know
Lucifer to
comic
be
books.
Lucifer. And of course, you don't have to. It's like, hello.
He's like, rise,
And
the form
I
of
love
man.
that
I'm like,
idea of
okay,
sort of
you know who Etrigan
surprising
is.
the
All right,
audience
all right.
and
All right,
pulling the
buddy,
rug
hit
out
me
from
with
underneath,
some more
which Neil is
poetry.
so brilliant at.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
The first thing
He's
I
been
ever
secretly.
saw to do with
It's the
Sandman
thing you want to find
was
out about
the
your
cover.
16-year-old.
Yeah.
Is that he's
Very
been
synopsis.
secretly
Dave
watching
McKean
comics
art.
underneath his
And
mattress.
even from that, I knew
What are these?
I was
Learn it
entering
from
into
you,
a whole
Dad.
other world. And then, of course, getting to know Dave many years later was a bit of a dream come true.
He is such a singular talent and such
I like
a
that Mike
singular vision.
Mike turned off his camera,
It
but
was
left
weird
his
with,
mic
with
on.
Sandman. I think
Hot mic. We got a hot mic.
we had this huge fight on our hands right in the very beginning when we told DC that the title character Morpheus would not be on every cover. I remember them coming back going, but how will people know this is Sandman? And we said, well, because the word Sandman will be on every cover. And having lost that battle, they never fought again. They were like, okay, well, obviously we don't know what
Turning
this
off
thing is, and they're
TweetDeck.
doing
It is
things that
slowing
break all the
down
rules
everything.
because you have to
TweetDeck is
have
blowing
the
up.
character on the cover, and they aren't. So they're just doing their thing. And it really was Dave having that fight. And also around Sandman 9, Dave refusing to be fired. Karen Berger fired him. He was in New York, and she said, we don't have time for you to do any more Sandman covers. And he said to me, I've been fired. And I said, what are you going to do? He said, well, I'm going to spend the next 2 days painting the next 8 Sandman covers, and then I'm going to send them over to her, and I'll see what she says. And that's what he did. He just made the rest of the Doll's House covers.
Amazing.
He did all the covers and sent them over. And what was she going to do? They were brilliant.
Of course, I'd spent a fair amount of time with Neil fairly recently when we did Good Omens together. So I got used to Neil being on the other side of the camera and close to me, which I liked.
Oh,
but he's sort of creeping ever closer, like a game of Grandma's Clock. Is that what it's called? Where, every time I look around, he's not behind the camera now. Now he's actually standing next to me.
Don't worry about
in the
Neil.
recording
Neil's doing
studio,
okay.
narrating the damn thing. I mean, if he gets any closer, we'll have to have an operation to be separate.
I love the fact that I get to work with Michael. Michael and I have been friends since 2010, and we've been working together since 2017. And I get to just admire him as an actor more and more. And
All right.
the
I don't know why the mute button didn't
very,
work,
very
but-
peculiar feeling of having my friend Michael standing next to me in the studio and
Everything's cool in the
opening
dome.
his mouth, and this voice that basically belongs to
Have you
David
noticed they
Bowie
seem to have a
playing
lot
Lucifer
of really long things for the small
coming
things
out
and
of
really
his
short
mouth, and I'm
things for
just
the big
looking and going,
things?
how does he do that?
Are you talking about the little people again?
How can that work?
No, I'm talking
And
about the
forget
show content, like
my friend Michael is
the
also
Wonder Woman panel was very
one of the
small.
greatest
But this one's an
actors of our
actual. This one's a
age.
good
It
conversation.
was
Like this
an
one,
absolute
I actually
delight.
care about listening.
We
to.
were incredibly lucky at the kind of cast
It's also good because like
who came out
maybe it'll get
for
people
Dirk,
to
and
pay
also who
attention to
came out
Sandman.
for Sandman, because
I
we're
feel like that
lucky in
went
that there are
under the
Sandman
radar for a
fans
It's
out there.
1987. I don't think
And
people are going to care about
we
it now.
always
if people
we get
cared
to
about the
punch
Dark
above our weight.
Knight and
You know, we
still
get to
do
get
today,
Willow coming in and writing
you
the
should
Dreaming
care about
because she was a
Sandman.
Sandman fan and she wants to
Well, I
write
think,
Sandman. We get Michael Sheen, we get Kat Dennings, we get these amazing
I didn't know
people
Riz Ahmed
coming
was the
in
Corinthian.
and fighting to do it because they love Sandman, and we are so lucky in that.
Like we said earlier, The Sandman is in dozens of languages and has been in print continuously for over 30
I'm hoping,
years.
yeah. That
Why
this
do you
gets
think The
more people
Sandman
to
not
go
only
check it out.
endures, but transcends media?
for me, the answer is that
Especially
I
even for
really
people
didn't
that
know
are
what I
like,
was doing.
I'm not going to read a comic book
and
for some
I
reason. Do the audio.
didn't know what I was
literally,
meant to be
you can
doing,
crush it
and
in
I
free
didn't know
trial.
how to do it. So, and I did it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And
I used my
that
Audible credit on the Alex
just
Trebek
doing it
biography, so sorry, Neil
also
Gaiman.
meant that everything
What
I
a-
was
you
seeing,
really
everybody
wasted
I met,
your time.
every thought going
I
through
used
my
mine on
head,
that Talking Heads
made it
autobiography.
onto the page.
I used mine on the
And
Pat
every
Sajak
way that I
autobiography.
could
Oh,
tell
that's
stories,
that's
I
good.
was telling stories.
I would.
was trying
I'm
new
into that.
things. And I
couldn't
think
spring for the
you
Van
become a
Race
racist
hat
piece of
on.
shit?
aged, and it hasn't
Pat?
dated in probably
Pat's
the way that
racist?
it should. You
Yeah,
can
I'm sorry.
absolutely see
Well,
places
it's
where
not
it's
not surprising, I
completely
guess.
of its time, and you can see places where my heart was in the right place.
Fun
but
fact
I
about
didn't have a
Pat
clue what I
Sajak:
was
the
doing.
movie
And I
Hello
think that's-
Vietnam is based on his
That's
on his
fine,
life
and that's
on his time in
forgivable
Vietnam.
because overall, I think
Batman Begins is
along
also
with
based on his life. You guys really got to read this
dozens of
autobiography.
astonishing artists, and
Secret
along
Life.
with
Sajak had an insane
people
life.
who are
Secret
unsung,
Life
like
of Kelpie
Todd
is
Klein,
Neil
He had a
Gaiman's.
pretty good run.
amazing
It's
lecturer who
insane.
did miracles that then nobody notices are there. You know, creating lettering font styles for characters like Delirium or Dream or Desire. I thought I was making something completely disposable. If I'd known I was
Funny, he was
making
making
something that would
completely
last,
disposable, and
I
he was like,
probably
yeah, I'll
would have
just
had
turn
a
this
lot
into
more
my work.
attention, and it probably wouldn't have worked.
Me and school.
How about the rest of you? Why does it transcend for all of you, you think?
Like I said, it sort of changed my
I
world,
like that
really.
Michael
It
Sheen does the
gave
same
me
thing I do, just
an
nothing in the background.
introduction to things
Just get Tim Burton in here.
that
now.
have
Get-
had
round
a
out this
huge
weird
impact
hair.
on my life and
Oh,
who
yeah.
I am today. And
Neil Gaiman comes on, it's like, my son from another mother.
And as such, as Neil said, he wanted to come up with something that allowed him to tell whatever
In
story
my mind,
he
Neil
wanted.
Gaiman's older
And because of that,
than this.
it
I think he
roams
is
across
older.
time and space.
He looks
and
great.
through
Oh, yeah.
mythology and history and
I mean, I'd
Shakespeare.
have sex with him.
Every single it was such
Know
an
what that means.
explosion of the imagination and
I know
We all know
creativity.
what that
It's
means.
And
looks like
yet
the-
at the same time was
the
grounded
shame
in a
monster
real
from
kind
Big
of
Mouth.
edgy, earthy realism as well.
He
So it had
does.
something for everyone, but instead of being a kind of jack of all trades, it seemed so specific, and it was just like
His
it's
COVID
like
hair is
when I, as an actor working
stunning.
on Shakespeare, you can literally feel your brain
Where's
expanding, like
Moon Knight?
your consciousness growing because
Man,
of
what a
Shakespeare does in his
dream
plays.
if we had
And,
anything with
and
Moon
reading
Knight
The
in it.
Sandman was
It really
a
would
similar
be.
experience.
Oh.
He's my favorite
Like,
crazy
I
person.
could feel my consciousness getting bigger because of what was in it.
Yeah,
and
he's
what
like
it
such
I
a
thought Tom
introduced.
Cruise is your favorite
And because
crazy
it is
person.
about sort of primal,
That's true.
deep
Okay.
things.
Well, you mean
like
real life
the
or
dreaming, like
drawn?
reality and
Both.
and
Wasn't Top
concepts
Gun
like
supposed to come out this
fairy
summer?
and,
Yeah.
Dirk Mag
of
is my
course
favorite
it's
crazy
endless.
person.
I mean,
What a
it's
shame we
about
didn't get
the
that new Top
endless,
Gun.
and the story itself is endless, and so it
No
will go on
Maverick.
forever.
Speaking from the point of view of adapting it to another medium.
Why is there a baboon on a phone over
what's
here on the
great
side
about
of
it
this
is that
FanDome
it's doing
All
everything that
Heroes
Michael's just
thread?
described. It's this enormously the conceit of it.
guy
Not, and I'm
cracks
not
me
using
up.
conceit pejoratively there, but
Are
the,
you guys
the
tweeting at the
scale of the
FanDome?
imagination, all of Neil's
Oh, we
misspent
should.
years in
You
libraries.
should send him a
as
picture of us
kid,
talking.
all that
in the
reading is just
dome.
pouring out on the page, a sort of torrent, like a
Well, if we're in the
dump
dome, we all
tank
need to
of
get really far
ideas.
away from our cameras.
And to have
Like,
started
really
this
far.
journey in
I'm gonna- I'm
audio,
gonna go stand
particularly
in the
where we're
corner
sticking
there.
very close to the originals, is great because I know, well, we all know where it's going to go, but the journey of discovery is getting an actor. I mean, when Michael comes in and starts playing Lucifer, I'm thinking, oh wow, I can't wait to hear where this is going to go. And of course,
How do
we
you-
have
how do
all
you
that
guys
to
feel
look
about
forward
FanDome
to, and the
exclusive
rest of the
merchandise.
cast
I'm
as
gonna go
well.
look. I want a
So,
FanDome T-shirt. Just
hats
I
off
was
to
at the
Neil,
FanDome.
You know,
how do you feel
an
about this?
astonishing piece of work.
It
Well,
looks like the
how
entrance
about
of
you?
his,
Why do you think the
of
Sandman
his house
endures?
is just like
You know,
where
to
that
me,
TV
what
is. I feel like
was
it's like-
really astonishing about Sandman,
makes me
especially the
nervous.
first
Oh,
time
that his house
that I read it
is in
through
the same room?
as a
Sure,
teenager,
that's a TV. It looks like a mirror.
was that
No, that's a TV.
unexpected people were at the center
that's a
of the
Nintendo
story.
Switch, John.
I think, we're kind
Oh,
of
it's upside down.
taught to look
I could
to the most obvious figures to be heroes, the politicians, the famous people, all of this. Whereas in Sandman, the guy sitting
going
next
to
to you
the
on the bus could be
FanDome
Lucifer or the King of Dreams.
Oh, what a surprise!
And as such,
DC
you
fan
get
Serena Williams' outfit is for
stories
sale.
about characters who I think were kind of pushed to the margins.
I was wondering why. I was like,
especially
she's
at the
wearing a cool
time,
little stars outfit that
in
looked kind
other
of cool. I
types
was
of
like,
stories,
okay,
right?
yeah, I
And
know.
now they're at the center, and that makes you look twice at the world around you. It makes you sort of question,
from Fandango to say,
who is telling the story and what point of views are we missing and who
I thought Tenet
is
was canceled.
Unmourned. I mean, that
Tenet
also
is
really
canceled.
struck me because
Tenet's back on.
like this came out in the middle of the AIDS epidemic when a lot
Apparently
of
they
people were
moved
trying to
their
push.
date up.
Condiment King.
These deaths.
Yeah, Gabe. I think the Calendar Man panel
rug,
is actually
and Sandman
happening
said, no,
right
pay
after this, so we're
attention.
gonna get some
This is
info.
important. These people are important.
And Crazy Quilt. Is he gonna be there?
And that
Crazy
was
Quilt's
very
gonna be
striking to
there.
me. And I
Kite Man
think that's
his
part
own
of the
show.
reason.
No, stop. That's
that
not
it
a
still
joke.
feels so relevant.
I didn't say
because
Kite
it
Man.
kind of
Hell yeah,
reminds you
because that is
there
not
are
a
still
joke.
stories we haven't heard.
Kite Man, hell yeah, needs to be
there's
on
still things we're
posters.
afraid to talk about. And
who's
it's
the
the people
who's the one that
around
does
you
the ketchup and
who
mustard
could
man?
be
Condiment
the
King.
true
That's what
spinners
Gabe
of
was
tales.
talking about.
And that really has stuck with me through the years.
Well, that answer was amazing.
I've thought about this a lot.
Oh gosh, it's
We're
so
better
good,
moderator
you know.
than Yvette Nicole Brown.
I want to thank all of you for this wonderful
good.
time. I had the best time talking to all of you.
I'm really unhappy
But
with the
before we
shirt
go,
selection.
We can't forget about the dedicated fans. We asked,
There's
and
no,
they
like-
responded.
I
and we
want,
get
like,
it.
a
We want to know
FanDome
about the
t-shirt.
Netflix show. So Neil, can you tell us anything? We've been
There
asked
was,
about when it will be released. We've been asked about the cast details.
Wait, there's
what
one. I
can
found one
you
here.
Tell us, Neil.
Well, I can tell you that due to COVID, everything, as with every other piece of television being made around the world right now,
Here they go. DC FanDome.
somebody
exclusive.
pushed a giant pause button, and we've taken advantage of our pause button just to try and get the scripts as close to
I
perfect
feel like when we come
as
back
we
from
possibly could, which has been
from COVID
really
quarantine,
fun.
all of the television should be better
and
because we've had so much time to look at
Yeah.
the
Right
script and
now,
go, should we really be making this garbage?
as the universal
hit us
pause
like a tidal
button
wave.
is
All right, I
starting
found my
to
shirts.
come off.
I found my shirts.
We're
They
starting
they
to
have
cast
them.
again.
They also have
We're
a ton of
starting
just
and
basically
getting
art from
these
comic books with the word
inspiring and
FanDome on
wonderful
it. but
emails with
They have
production
FanDome
designs,
t-shirts.
with
You know,
places
Gabe said, make an Airbud movie with
that I've
Crypto
only ever
Superdog.
seen in the
They were
comics
supposed
before,
to make a DC Super
now being
Pets
rendered
movie
in
that was
3D, and I'm
animated.
being asked to
I
comment
have no
on
idea
it.
Who
That's
else do you
amazing.
hit in there? You got Crypto the Super Dog.
You
got
There's
Streaky
not a lot I can
Cat.
say.
Streaky the
Something that I
Cat, you
will
got Brainy
say
Cat, which is like Brainiac's
is
cat.
part
You
of
got,
the joy of doing
you
the
got Bat
audio
Cow.
adaptation.
You got
was
Bat Cow.
going-
You got Ace.
This is going to be the nearest thing we can do to an
Lex
audio
Luthor's
book
Iguana.
of those first 3 graphic novels, and hopefully all of the
Because
graphic
we all
novels.
want to see that.
There's that Flash Turtle.
And we're going to start it in
I was trying to
1998.
share my screen and it
And
did
we're
not
going
enjoy that.
to, it's going to end in about 19...
What were you sharing?
Just the FanDome t-shirts.
1 or 1992.
Because
Sandman
there's
is a
one
very
for every
compressed
flavor. Like
story,
you can get a
even
Wonder
though it
Woman one
takes
or
place
a Flash
all
one
through time
or,
and space. That's
anything.
where that story takes place.
Choose your FanDome.
What we're doing with
What I want up is a
Netflix
picture of the dome and then a little
is
picture of a
saying,
little
okay,
man in the dome.
It's still going to
picture
start
of
in
me
1916.
as
With like a
little guy.
dotted line, like telling me like how big the dome really is. You were
thing that
here.
happens
You know what? We
in
may have to
Sandman
make you.
1.
I'll make you a shirt for
It's
your
like the Jurassic
site.
Park
story
t-shirt. It's like the
starts.
giant
I'll make you a
T-Rex and
FanDome
it's
t-shirt.
like
1988.
here's a-
It's now.
This is what an average person
And
is.
how does that change the story? What does that give us?
Yvette just
What
wanted
does
a
that
release
make
date,
us
not
have to
Neil.
look at that we wouldn't have had to look at if we were setting it as a period piece?
Like I can get
What
a
is that gonna
Aquaman
do
FanDome logo
to
t-shirt. This looks cool.
the
Were we saying this
gender
was
of
Serena? This
characters?
is
What
Venus
is that going to
Williams.
do to the nature
Are we
of
saying
characters?
Serena?
What's that going to do to the story?
Venus Williams was.
And
no,
that
this is
has
Yvette
been
Nicole
an
Brown.
absolute
that.
delight
Hey, come on, Mike,
because
what
it
the
means
fuck?
we are
He
always
means
being true
from earlier.
to the story.
The shirt. I'm
and
on the
being true
shirts
to the
part. I'm in the
characters, but
merch.
it gives us
They got a Batman
tremendous
Lego
freedom
set.
to go, okay,
Nate went
if
to
we were
the,
doing it now,
what do you call it in
what
the
would Sandman
convention?
be? And that, again, is very liberating.
I don't know.
Well, as a
Were
fan
you
myself,
doing
I
the
cannot
shopping?
wait to
Fuck,
see it. And I just wanted to share that I was a
Let me laugh for a
tiny
second.
part of the Sandman
Yeah.
universe.
What is-
Check this out. It's a drawing
now we're
by artist
talking.
Domo Stanton of me flying through the city.
Lovely.
I look good. Well, thank you all so much.
She was
It's been
great.
wonderful
Next,
chatting
what's the
about
next
the
panel we
Sandman.
got?
Thank you, G. Willow, Dirk Maggs, Michael Sheen, and of course, Neil Gaiman. Thanks for joining us and enjoy the rest of DC FanDome.
Taking it to the dome. Mike?
Dreams, nightmares,
I'm
demigods,
live
and fallen
here in the
angels.
center of the
I am
dome, where as you
officially
can
in and
see,
can't wait to
it
dig
is
into
there.
Sandman.
I'm
Right
here
now,
at
let's get
Chris
get back
Alley.
to hearing from our fans and see what questions
I'm
they
here at the
or maybe
cosplay
even
corner.
you have.
I'm
Oh,
hearing where
snap.
people are getting tattoos for some reason.
This man's getting R2D2 tattooed to his calf.
I'm at the adults only section where you drink beer with your children.
Already,
I'm here getting a $13 Papa John's personal pizza.
Have, like, a superpower. Everything that she uses to fight bad guys is more of her intelligence and Luke and
these banners are kind of cool. They got a Postmates one and a Hot Topic.
I do look forward to
they got a Postmates FanDome one.
They got
Hot Topic like from a Ryan perspective.
Like they're
Hot Topic has some stuff. They do have a
person
real
that saw
merchandise
these
too.
superheroes growing up. Because that was also really
this
important
on the
for Ryan,
official FanDome shirt website.
Yeah, it's designed by humans. It's doing it.
This is literally the part of the convention where we leave the panels and we just start looking around the shopping area.
So to not only feel those
that's what I do in between panels. I go get a hoagie, I go get a big sandwich, and then I fuel back up because I'm exhausted somehow from watching people talk.
I want to see what Uniqlo has.
When that world meets the superhero world, and it's in all.
I'm never one of those people to say I think I have low blood sugar, but every time I go to a Comic-Con, I get like I'm like.
Hola, mi gente. I'm Gabby.
Why am I so tired?
From Mexico City. For nearly 60 years, DC has played with the intriguing concept of the multiverse.
Oh my God, this is the smallest person yet.
Multiple dimensions all to exist at the same time, which means multiple versions of me could actually exist.
Yeah, is that the Harley Quinn jacket?
Yeah, the Harley with the police tape
on
as
these
the
other worlds,
stream.
I could be a different gender, ethnicity, a villain.
No, I haven't watched it yet. It's on HBO
I wish
Max
I knew what kind
now.
of alien
I'll
I
probably
would be.
watch it.
Maybe in this
maybe
panel,
tonight, maybe tomorrow.
I will find out.
I don't know.
I like it. I call it Harley Quinn's Day.
Jonathan, did you find where are they selling those like Candy Skull superhero posters or anything? The Superman?
No, they're selling the Skull Candy
The
DC
multiverse has been
headphones
at the
still.
heart of DC almost from the very start. But the moment most fans think of is this one. In the Silver Age of comics, when the Flash
what are we in now?
1961.
The Flash panel.
In Flash of Two Worlds, DC created a story where the
multiverse
Flash could
panel.
be Barry Allen and Jay Garrick at the very
They
same
know what I
time.
want.
And created the architecture that would allow DC to be expansive, inclusive in their storytelling and in their universe, and is the world that fans now know. And also laid the groundwork for the ambitious crossover event, Crisis on Infinite Earths.
She's rocking it.
Crisis on Infinite Earths brought the DC multiverse
Is
to
it-
fans, bringing together DC superheroes.
Is it okay to
and
just reference that
supervillains
style
in a
of
truly
Flames, just
epic
Flavortown?
event.
Can we
But this
call
is
that
not the
Flavortown
first
now?
time DC has
So, yeah.
explored the multiverse,
Flavortown
and
Flames?
trust me, it will not
Flavortown
be the last
Flavortown.
time
Culinary
fans will
school.
see it, as DC is fully
trademarked
embracing this exciting creative
I wasn't
concept,
parking
and how
on
it
guys
can open
yet.
up endless
I
opportunities
was
for storytelling,
trying to
for
make
comic books,
sure
TV
that I can
shows,
type into
film,
Google
and games creators.
Flavortown Flames
Here
and
in
that
the DC
exact
FanDome,
style
I am
comes up.
so excited
I
to
wouldn't
have
doubt
our
it.
own
Fun
crossover
fact, I know
moment
someone that
and
works.
talk about what the multiverse really
I know
is
someone works
for
high up at
DC,
the Food
how it
Network, and
informs
said, and I
every
asked
story
her
DC
at our
tells and how
high school
fans can
reunion.
expect
I
to
said,
see it on the
"Who's
page
the
or on the
nicest,
screen moving
like,
forward."
host?
I'm Tiffany Smith.
This guy
I'm
fucking
so
Thierry.
excited to
Would
welcome our
not.
panelists
Wouldn't
here
doubt it.
today.
Wouldn't doubt
First
it.
She
up,
goes
we have got
every
a
Mother's
legendary
Day.
comic
He
book
sends me
artist
something
in
that
his
says
own
Happy
right.
Mother's Day.
Oh
He
my
is
God.
also the
Not even
chief
a mother,
creative officer
and
and
she's
publisher for
just that
DC.
No, she's a,
And
she
he
is a
part
mother.
of everything DC
Oh yeah,
does
it's
and
like
is a master of
Hey,
the
Happy
multiverse,
Mother's Day.
Jim Lee.
Thank you.
So sweet.
Next up,
Oh, there he
is
is.
these
He's
DC
Jim Lee
films,
of the Dome.
which run the gamut from the Joker to Aquaman, and has huge plans for where DC movies are about to go next. Walter Hamada, how you doing, sir?
Hello, I'm good. Great to be here.
And finally, one of the key architects of DC's Arrowverse and the amazing Crisis crossover event, he is executive producer of nearly a dozen fan-favorite DC
Jeff
shows
Johns?
like Batwoman, The Flash, Supergirl, Doom Patrol,
Nick
Titans,
Goog is part
and
of the
upcoming
DC universe?
Superman and Lois, and many, many more. It's Greg Berlanti.
Greg Berlanti.
How are you?
Berlanti.
Very good, very good. Great to be here.
Let's just kind of
Great to be
go to
here.
the top
Sorry
of
about
it, and
elongated
I'm gonna
man.
go to you,
We're not gonna
Nick.
talk about
What
it.
exactly is the DC multiverse for people who may not know?
Yeah, I think when people think about superheroes, they know the name,
Jim
the
just has his
costumes,
own
the
black
powers,
background.
the origins, and it kind of tends to be this sort of monolithic
Behind there, though.
kind of thing.
Like a-
But one of the things that really is distinct and unique to DC is
Watch out
that
for that
it's the
silhouette
first
coming out
large
from
work of fiction that has leaned upon this idea that we are not alone. We have this reality, this earth, but that there are alternate realities that sit side by side with us, and they're infinite number. And on each of these different earths, we exist, but maybe in slightly different variations, right? We might be a different gender on another planet, or we might be furry creatures. And this extends to all the superheroes. So you start seeing this kind of
I forgot
endless
about Carrot Guy.
spectrum of characters that you can create. And so it allows us to have the freedom
Hold on now.
and to create different versions and then lean upon that canon as we, change up the mythology and the pantheon of characters to better reflect the true diversity.
It was a great series, Multiversity. At least the first one was.
And
it was. I had a lot of
And
fun
you kind of touched
reading
on it already,
that
Jim,
book
but let's go to
because
you,
I
Greg.
wasn't.
How do you feel like the multiverse
Expected like I didn't know the stories like beforehand when they were coming out, so like each of like the series was like a different thing. And it was so vastly different from one another.
Years ago,
I really enjoyed it.
It wasn't our
it was the cosmic
being one of
replicate
the
what
first
everyone had
big
done so
events when I
brilliantly
started
in
working in comics. Was
and it wasn't
Multiversity,
until
I think.
the Flash came along and
we
tried in
it
the
was
pilot of the Flash to
It was
put
early
the
on.
two of them
It was
on
early
screen
on.
together. That
I
I
think what was
remember
happening
watching
when we
that first scene of the
came
two of them
on.
together
You know,
and
it's
thinking
nice
like, oh
that
wow,
they're
this makes me
having
feel
this panel
like
right
the
here to,
DC
like,
books made me
talk-
feel like 1 + 1
talk
equals
out, like,
3. The other
everything
thing it
that they've
allows
done
for
about,
is
like,
the vastness.
yeah, we
You
created
really
the
feel
CW
the
shows and
vastness
it's not connected,
of
but,
each
like,
of these different worlds,
nice that
and
they're having
I
that
think it adds
conversation
to
now,
their
how none of it's
the
connected,
importance of
but it
these
should be.
heroes and the
So
myth
what's
of
your
them.
favorite
And that's been really exciting.
multiverse-centered
And again, the element of surprise.
or story?
If the universe that everyone's constructing, the different showrunners and
Is that including like the
creators
TV shows and everything like
directors
that?
Obviously,
Or is
with
it part of
Walter and Jim helping shepherd all of it.
anything.
You know,
Mine,
if it
I'll
can
just
go
give you
to all
mine.
those
Mine's
different
Flashpoint.
places
I
and
think
still be
Flashpoint's
tethered
almost
together,
perfect.
I
think
think
it's
just
like
as an
perfect
audience member,
perfect
I want to show up
multiverse,
and,
like,
and not know
crossover.
like who might I
I
see
think all the
here.
spin-off books were
you know?
great.
And
I think
I
the
think
Project
that's
Superman was a great
incredibly
spin-off that
exciting.
was underappreciated.
Well, and I think
yes,
it's
that's
something
where
too where
I'm going.
you know we talk about
My
comic
thought
book writers getting to play with the characters in different ways. Same thing on the TV
I don't have a
shows, where
favorite
when you bring a character
one
from
thing.
one show
It
into
has
another
to be
show,
the
those
Elseworlds.
writers now get to
Just
play with
of
that
the prolific
character
Elseworlds
or a
of the
different
90s.
version
It was
of them,
all of them.
which
Gotham
I
by
think the
Gaslight,
fans, myself
Justice
included,
Rider.
have loved
Justice
seeing
Rider.
all those ones were just like
Yeah, that's a lot of fun for the
the
actors.
one
I love
where
it when they play a villain version of
Red
themselves
Sun,
from
all
another
those. I
planet.
mean, that's
Everybody
more
loves
recent.
to play a villain.
Yeah.
I love Red Sun.
Red Sun. Red Sun's probably one of my favorites. Other than there's another one, the Speeding Bullets. Did you ever read that one? It's where Clark Kent, Batman, excuse me, they are instead of being found by the Kents, the Waynes find Kal-El, and so he is raised. There is no Bruce. Bruce was never born because they found Kal-El, and then Superman's parents are shot.
And like you said, it wasn't
And so he
really
becomes
thinking at the
Batman,
outset
but with
about
superpowers.
Getting to
It's
this
pretty
place
great.
of Crisis on Infinite
It's
Earths
called
and seeing
Speeding
all of
Bullets.
that. Can you talk
Speeding
to us a
Bullets.
little bit about
Because at the
leading
end,
up
he
to that
actually
and
becomes
everything
kind of
that
a amalgam
happened before,
between.
maybe,
The point is he's trying
when you
to
got
wrestle
the, point
the
where you're like,
darkness within him,
This is something we really
and he
want to talk
becomes
about.
a little more
Well, I mean, really,
he
it was
becomes more
so much of our
positive
motto
by
behind
the
the
end.
scenes was to try and
I
create
wonder if it's on
episodes
the
and
DC Universe
seasons
app,
and
if
shows
I can
that
read
we
it.
would want to watch. And so it just
It has the
inevitably
the
kind of
iconic
kept going in
shot
that
of Superman,
direction.
like flying
One
up
of
like
my
that, but it's
fellow
Batman.
EPs, Mark
It's like the
Guggenheim,
old
is
Superman comic book, but
my own
it's
personal
Batman. It's pretty
encyclopedia for a lot of knowledge of these things, and was really, the centerpiece.
Hey,
of
I'm going to turn my camera off because I don't know what's worse. I'm going to eat shrimp on video with no sound, or no video and no sound for eating shrimp.
How's the shrimp prepared? What kind of shrimp?
But we just
they are
sort
cold
of kept,
shrimp.
Just
Now we're
building
talking.
block by
Nice
block, and
cocktail
then
shrimp.
truly in the last
With
couple
cocktail
of
sauce.
years, and again
On
in
shrimp.
working with Walter and
I say
Jim,
just turn off the audio
it's really
and then just show
it's
the
kind of
shrimp.
taken a whole new level.
Okay.
We never thought we'd
That's
even
the
be
least-
allowed
Turn
to
the
do
video off.
Crisis,
Keep the audio on.
like that was it was a pipe
Put the
dream.
gain up.
We just kind of kept finding new
Now
ways
we're
to get all
talking.
of our characters
Yeah,
together.
Superman
And then,
Speeding Bullets,
the year before we
1993.
did Crisis, we said, well, what if we just say
Number
coming
one. I
next
can
year,
read it,
Crisis, and
I really liked Forever Evil.
and everyone's
I
like,
don't know.
okay, yeah, you can
I
say
like-
that. Well, I was like, well, I
like-
guess they
I really like
it
Forever
that
Evil
now.
too.
Flash Syndicate a lot.
And
So looking
that
for
it was really
Um,
epic. I mean, there were just so many.
And also you had, like,
obviously,
Sinestro and Black
so many
Adam,
Easter
like,
eggs
finding
and
out that they have
so
a lot
many
in
different
common,
little
and they're,
characters.
like,
but them,
friends now.
the guys
And, like,
calling
I
about
really-
saying that
I
if we
really,
could
really
fit in
liked the New
possibly fit in
52.
Ezra, is
That
a
was
possibility?
Oh,
I
New
had
52
such
was-
a fun
for the
time reading New
first time
52, and I
historically
honestly
finding a
do
TV
not
character and a
understand
film character
why there
in
was so
that
much
way.
hate. And if it was just
I
because
think it feels like the beginning of a
past
whole
comic
new
readers were
generation
upset
of
about
how we
things
can begin to
resetting,
do these things. And
that
that's,
literally, I
that's
don't
just
even
a
no, that's not an
storyteller
argument.
really,
that
really
that is not an argument
Well, I feel
whatsoever.
like a kid in a candy store being like, "We got Crisis on Infinite
Well,
Earths.
yeah, but
what's
one of
next?"
the
But can you
No, go
talk
on.
a little bit about
New
what's going to
52 was
happen
all
in the
because of
world
Flashpoint, so
post-Crisis
you got to
on
give some
Infinite?
credit over the.
Well,
Oh, yeah,
are
Flashpoint-
yes, because so
Flashpoint
many,
is new.
because
It's like
The
part of
Wonder
it.
Yeah.
been combined.
is like
we're
that
mindful
is
of that now.
insane
in terms of
historical
how that will
comic
affect
book
certain shows.
awesomeness.
And,
That's when I got
in
into
terms of what
DC
our
was
crossover
the New
event will be
52.
next
That's
year,
when
Yeah.
like I
I think
started reading
truly
because that's
because
I
of
think I got
COVID
like
right
my
now in
sub
the
at the time
pandemic,
was like
but
22
our
or 23
aspirations
of the
aren't
New
quite as
52
large.
books.
We'd
And
just
I was
like to
reading
start shooting
I was reading
again.
like
That would be,
Frankenstein.
you know,
Oh man, Frankenstein was so much
happy
fun.
to invite any
Frankenstein.
I was
featured
reading
Dial
characters
H.
that you know the
Storm
guys
Stormwatch. That was one of my
Stormwatch.
favorites.
Oh,
I think
Stormwatch was
that,
cool in the
that
beginning
was
there.
truly a thrill.
Oh,
How
don't get me
did
started
that
on
crossover
Stormwatch. God,
event
I
happen
read
with
that
Ezra
way
and
back
talk
when
about the
they originally
conversation of when you
started.
guys were
Then
like,
when they
"Could
got
this
rebooted
work?
by the
Can we
guy
get
who
him
said he
here?"
had
We've
military
been developing
experience,
on the
then he
feature
got
side
fired
Flash script for a
because he
while, which
didn't
was
have military
leaning into the
experience. It's
idea
a
of the
good
multiverse
comic book.
and playing in that
Stormwatch
sandbox.
is amazing.
And again, my
That's so good.
I'm focused very
Not the
much
most
on
recent one. I
movies
haven't
and
read
what
that
we're
one.
doing, and
New
but-
52,
and Jim was
in my
just
opinion, has like
would
the
you,
best Wonder
you know,
Woman.
since we're leaning into the multiverse,
story.
would you ever
I
do you
don't know.
think
I
Ezra
like
would
that
ever
Greek
do
mythology
this crossover?
Wonder
Kind
Woman.
of
That was a good
Paul
one.
Phone called him and
Animal
before he
Man
even finished the
2
pitch, he was like,
out
"I'm
of this
in. Tell me
world.
when, where." Like
You guys are
he
definitely
was-
younger
he's
than
just
me,
such a
so
fan, I think, of
I was
the character
11
and I
when
think of the
Crisis on
universe,
Infinite Earths
and he
came out,
understands
and
the
I remember
importance of Flash
I
and the
barely
character,
read
his
superhero
role
comic books
sort
at
of
that point.
in
And then I was like,
idea of the multiverse,
this seems
and
like a good
he
time to get
immediately
into
jumped on
DC
it, and
Comics.
at that point, it was just
And so I
Jim
read
ran
Crisis, and like
I mean, we're in a
everybody was
meeting, I think it was
dying, and whole
Walter, me,
timelines
Peter
were going
Monk was
away.
there.
I'm
We
like,
kind of threw
well,
out
this is
this idea,
fantastic. And that's when I
we were
got
like,
like Man of
let me talk
Steel
to Greg
1
about this.
and started
this
that
was
mini
last
series
minute,
by
too.
John
Yeah, but
Byrne.
We had shot the crossover.
I read that, and I was like, oh, this is my
right
kind of
before the
Superman.
holidays.
We were editing, and
Yeah,
so
yeah.
first call
So
was
it's
like,
pretty funny.
wait a second,
I don't
can
understand the
Flash
backlash
also
either. 'Cause
bring us back in
I was like
time
reading up
to
because
do
I
this,
stopped reading,
you know?
and then
Exactly.
New 52 happened. They're like,
So we're
people
on
hate
the
it so
holidays.
much
I knew
they
that
killed
we're
that
down the
Superman
wire,
and had the
but
Superman
but
from the
I
original
knew,
Crisis
you
that they
know, how
rebooted come
meaningful
back.
this
I was like,
movie had,
wow.
just
That
because
is one of my
Flash meeting
biggest
us, you know, Flash
like
meeting created the
hatred
multiverse,
things that
the fact that
whatever
had
this
never
if
been
that
done
if the
before,
community
and
caused
that this
that
was new
or
footage. A lot of
whatever
the stuff, like
decided
Green
a
Lantern, was
group of
kind
people
old
sitting at a
footage.
table were like,
This was
we
new
need to
stuff,
not have this Superman.
you know, we had to track
I
down the costume
would
for
write
Ezra.
so
Luckily,
many
he still fit
foul
into
letters
it.
to them. It's
And
not
Peter,
even a
you know,
joke.
spoke with Greg,
It
and Greg
pisses me off
graciously
so much
allowed us
that they
to
just
do this at the
were like,
last
up, I
minute,
guess
very
we're just
last
gonna
minute,
up and kill
Mark
this
wrote
Superman.
dialogue at the last
No,
second, sent
that
it over,
Superman
had
was
it kind of
great.
vague enough to not create too many
The fact that he
expectations,
wasn't
but kind of
quintessential, and the fact that he
solidify
wasn't
the fact that this is
Superman
happening,
was
that
the
these
entire point
Flashes
of it. The
are
dude
both
loses his
the
powers
Flash
for
in
one thing, and
different
then gets like
universes.
kryptonite cancer,
And the cool thing is,
and then like uses it
Ezra's
as his
Flash
ability,
never
becomes like
named
super
the Flash.
kryptonite.
Forgot
He
about
got his
that
name
part
Yeah.
about the
from
kryptonite
meeting
cancer.
Grant, who knew he was
That
the
was a big
Flash.
fan
And,
of
like,
Action Comics
that's
too.
so
First,
cool
Dude,
to have that
Action
introduction
Comics
of
were
that was a
it
good
into the
one.
canon,
good.
right? And so
when he like
Actually,
helped the
that
guy
was
up
it,
the
and
edge of the
came
building, he
together
was like,
last
I
minute,
could kill you
and,
right now, and I was
yeah.
like, holy shit, like
it
this is
worked
a
out
great
great. Those
Superman.
guys kind of
Action Comics had some of the best cover art too in New 52.
It's a lot of improvisation.
It was touching and funny, and it was just a great moment. And then when it went live, man, people's heads exploded. And then I think
I have the
there were a
last
lot of
Action
people who
Comics
worked on the
where
show,
Superman was going to be in it
and
as
had
the
shot
old Superman.
episode and didn't know that it was in there.
They
So
did.
were watching, there were people that
Red
had
in New
been in the
52.
episode that were
They
watching
did the
it
story
live
where
that
at
night
the
that
end of
wrote
it,
me,
he has a
"Hey, I
mustache.
didn't
He
know
lives in
about
a
this.
house,
Did you
has a
keep
kid
this
with
a secret
Lois,
from
and he
me?"
kind
I
of
was like,
winks
"No, I
at the
wasn't.
camera.
We just did it last week."
Kind of like
Yeah.
it ends the storyline of this Superman.
Yeah.
Oh, do you want a selfie, bro?
Because they were like, we're not gonna like kill him.
I'm also.
We're gonna let
I think I got
Crisis
the,
take care of that.
I think I got the second publishing of that one where they like blurred out his mustache. They had to like digitally transpose it out.
Yeah, he looks like this.
Flash. It's complicated.
I like your outfit.
The uncanny valley of
this
this
is the scene that
Comfy.
changed
This is
everything.
pretty cool.
Oh yeah, this was so good.
They fixed the timeline with this one.
Is this in the Flash TV show?
Yeah, this was in the giant crossover that happened.
What does that mean?
Pretty cool.
This should be impossible now.
This was like just like a, hey, would you want to do this? And they're like, hey, that's a great idea. And they,
Oh my god, don't do this to me. I don't know about the what.
Well, I gotta talk about that, Greg, because I know just the crossover events are such a big
and then they
to-do
even put
anyway,
That was
getting all
huge.
of the actors
they
from
put
all
Green
of the
Lantern
shows and the
footage
sets
like
and
from the
everything
movie
working
in there
together
too.
at
It
the
was
same
like it was
pace and timing,
incredible.
and then now throwing in the film piece as well. I feel like
I'm
all of
watching
you guys
Flash
just from
after like
talking
the
to you
third
and
season.
you
I
know,
was like,
I did
alright,
too.
I get
you
it.
a little
He
bit
can
that
fucking
you're a
run
huge fan.
fast.
Yeah, I did too. I
Anything to
stopped
make it
about
work,
third
but
season.
what was
We
that?
get it. You
like
can run
for you?
fast.
Well,
But don't you understand? Sometimes he can also
honestly,
take
I really
speed from
do
others
experience these
and
shows
run
as a
faster.
fan
I must
first,
have missed
and
that
so
part.
when I heard it,
I don't
you
like
know,
Flash stories when
I just thought I would want to
it
see that.
turns into
You know,
everyone
I
is
would
a
want to see
speedster
that,
now.
let alone be
Iris
a part
is a
of it.
speedster. Their
You
kid's a
know,
speedster.
Oh, they're all
and whenever
speedsters.
anybody
Their
in this
dad's a
business is
speedster.
doing
I'm on
stuff from
season
that
5. I
place
just finished season
of,
5
like,
on
you know, how can we
Netflix
make this
because I
thing
was
the best it can
behind, and I was
be,
like,
and how can we
"Is this where
deliver
we are
something
now?"
to
With this,
everybody
they
that,
have
you
like
know,
they call it like
understands and
the
loves these
basically the
characters
Flash
as much as we
family.
do. then
Yeah,
the
but if everyone's a
impossible
speedster,
stuff that
then
seems
everyone's just
impossible
walking
ends up
normal.
becoming
Too many people
At
know
this
about him
point,
being
we were very
the Flash, and they
the
haven't
company
made it
was
like in
organizing
the
where
comic book.
TV
It used to be
and
like
film
just
was
everyone
filmed,
knew Wally West was the
and
Flash.
oftentimes DC and Jim was sort of
Do
the
that.
arbiter of like, hey, they want to use
Stop
this
with the
character,
whole
use
he has
this
a secret
character.
identity. I'd
And
rather
it
him just
became
be the
this like
Flash
really
24/7.
weird situation.
Yeah,
where
because I guess like
the fans
because
don't-
Barry
they
was
want- they
still
love the
doing
characters.
his
They just want to see the characters,
normal
and this
Barry
sort of
Allen
opens the door
stuff,
for us to do
you
more
know,
crossover. To
forensic
really lean into this
whatnot,
idea and, just
and
acknowledge
Wally
the
was
fact
just
that
like,
there can be a Flash on TV.
no, dude,
one of
like
the
I
movies,
this is
and
it.
you don't
I'm
have
a
to pick
Justice
one or
League
the other.
member.
You
Like,
can love
we're-
both.
yeah, this is
Both
what I
exist
do. What do
in
you
this
mean?
Great multiverse,
We need
and I do think that moving forward,
a
there's
Flash story
more
that's
opportunities
just
for us to
from
do
the
things like
perspectives
this.
of
And
the
really,
rogues, and it's a
at the end
heist
of the day, it's about
movie.
the
The
fans,
Flash
and I
is
think the
just in
fans
it.
want to see it, and it gives us a way to sort of explore
would
maybe
really
some
like
different
that a
stories
lot.
and different ideas, and use the medium in a different
Get that
way.
guy
than
that did
it's
the
been used
Ant-Man
thus far.
We can just
heist
dive in a
movie.
little bit more into the film, DC film.
Hey, you know the
Walter,
guy that
for
did the
you, what does
Ant-Man?
the
We got him to do
multiverse really
something.
mean?
What the multiverse allows you to do is sort of lean into this idea of you can tell just great stories, and you don't have to really
Get Jay
be as
Courtney
focused
back
on-
in there.
It has to fit within a singular continuity. On one Earth, we have our Gal and Jason and Ezra version of the Justice League. And we can
The
continue
biggest thing I
telling
like
those
is that they're like,
stories,
yeah,
while
now we
on a
can have
separate
superheroes
Earth, we
that
don't
are
have to
people of
worry
color.
about the continuity.
Yeah,
We
that'd be
can
nice.
have a more
It'd
grounded,
be nice to actually be able to
real
flip the switch on
year
everything.
two Batman. And
I
build
remember
out
when
that
when the
world
Black
and not
Batman
really worry
Superman
about
came out
continuity, story
in Elseworlds,
elements, and
everybody's
et
like,
cetera. And so it's
I'm like,
it's really
yeah,
kind of the best of both
it's a
worlds,
good
and
story.
allows us to take advantage of everything that's great
It's like this,
about what
some,
we've done,
some actors
and
you
really
know
allow us
would
to
just
sort of
crush
expand
it, like
moving
an
forward.
Idris Elba
And we're
Batman.
trying to keep it as simple as that. Like
And
there is
it's
that
like,
one Earth,
you'll
the
never
greater
see
Earth
it.
of sort of this existing Justice
Didn't I see
League,
that in
and
Pacific
the
Rim?
beginnings
Isn't
of
that who
another
he's
Earth
playing
that
in
is sort
Pacific
of
Rim?
happening in its early stages of year
Isn't
two
he?
Batman. And then obviously there are
Batman.
outliers like Joker, which
I was
doesn't
watching that
exist
movie
in
the
either
other day,
Earth,
this week,
but that's
and I was
okay.
like,
It's
this
all part of the
movie
multiverse.
is so good.
Matt Reeves can
Movie's
continue
great.
to build out
Movie's
his
awesome.
Gotham, and,
I mean,
and
we
he's
have
got
Anthony
great
Mackie
plans
as
to how
Captain
to build
America
it
now,
out
so
and build
I
it
mean,
out in a way that's sort of
that's pretty
innovative.
great.
And
Yeah, and
they
you can
announced
already tell
recently
people
that-
are turned
that
off by
there's
that.
an idea of
like,
taking
because
that Gotham and
because
exploring
Bucky
it
is in
at
Captain
HBO
America, and
Max
it's like,
as a
shut
show. Like
up.
those are
Just shut
things
up.
that you can
Bucky's
do
a traitor.
because we don't have to
Yeah.
worry about how that
Bucky's
would
a commie.
impact Aquaman
Just
2. Or how
move
that
in the
could impact
Thunderbolts. Bring back
Flash,
Elektra.
You know? And so I think it just
but
opens doors for us in
he
ways
killed
that
Iron
you
Man's
couldn't have
mother.
if you had to have a
Don't care. Moving the
singular
Thunderbolts. Get them
universe.
just like
So let's get into some of the
Ragtag
questions
people
that we've got from fans.
sitting
The
in a
first
Can we
diner.
talk
one
about?
is for you,
Can we talk
Jim,
about that
from
that one
Van
scene
in
from Wonder
US.
Woman, the
Now
trailer
that
where
Doom's Doom
she's
Clock is
grabbing the lightning?
concluded, will we see
Yeah.
any more of Alan
I'm excited
Moore's
about
comic
that. I don't know what that
characters
is
crossed over with the
or how
DC
she can do it, but
Oh,
is that
Um,
just something she's
probably
gonna figure out?
Less on the crossover
I think
side.
She's like
you don't want to
winging on lightning bolts.
dip into the well too
I'm
often
assuming
and
that it's
kinda
like
make it, too
a
regular
Zeus like
thing. It becomes too
presence
commonplace.
is like
Maybe she's
around
a
her or
Zeus or
whatever, and she
something.
can like
Big epic
use that
storylines
type
where
of
you've
power
got
or
great
something,
creators
kind of like just
Jeff
like an
Johns, who's
assist
able
from
to
your
come in
secondary
and,
fighter.
really
If she
deliver,
meets Zeus,
a
it better
story
be
worthy
Liam
of
Neeson.
that kind of concept.
Now we're
But we
talking.
are, there's a
Or it's
spin-off,
the ox
there's that
from
Rorschach series
Themyscira.
that
You might
Tom
like this,
King is
Jonathan.
writing. It's
Gabe
not,
says
like,
Idris Elba is
necessarily
basically
a crossover
Batman
per
in that
se,
Hobbs and
but
Shaw movie.
we are exploring more of the Watchmen universe.
That
It's
Hobbs and
obviously,
Shaw
got
movie.
kind of second life.
You mean Hobbs and
with
Shaw?
The,
Yeah.
HBO
Yeah, you know,
TV
that Hobbs and
series,
Shaw movie?
and so
No,
it's kind of
he's
fun
augmented.
exploring
He's more
that.
cyborg, if anything.
But yeah, that's all I can share at this point.
You saw it, or
The
did
next
you?
one
Wait,
is for
I forgot
Greg
when you
from
said.
Swarup Kumar Singh
Oh, I've seen
in
it.
India. The
We just haven't
Crisis on
talked about it.
Infinite
We haven't done a show
finale
on it.
showed
You
that
didn't
the
see it in
multiverse is
Portland,
gone,
like you
and
were-
there exists
No,
only
we
one
I saw it in a movie
and
theater.
Wonder
I saw it in a movie
fine.
theater where I
But then
drank a
others, there's, like,
6-pack of
Titans,
Corona.
Doom Patrol, and the DC
With my son sitting
on.
next to me.
Is
That's how
the
you know your
multiverse
family.
actually gone, or is it?
Did you get the Corona
recreated?
at the movie theater?
It's not
At the
gone.
movie theater.
It's
In a
it's-
bucket.
that was to
Hell yeah.
really help us, sort
Dude,
of like
stop
the
you, sir.
original
You can't have a six-pack in
reason
the
for
movie
Crisis
theater.
when they were.
I'll
like,
do
oh, we
what
have
I
too many
want.
worlds. Let's start combining
This
things.
family.
For the purpose of the books.
Family, I really can't bring that bucket in here. Why are you bringing a bucket?
Those
No,
worlds
in my bucket.
are now one.
Every time you
Let me
pop
know.
the Corona
But
bottle, hit the nos
off
and you
network
flip
is
the
like
bottle
being
cap
off planet in a different part of the multiverse. But
Sir, I can tell that's a
still
bucket in
alive
your
and
pants.
flourishing.
That's all me, baby.
The multiverse.
The nos, baby.
I don't think I've smuggled many a thing into a movie theater, and I don't think they'd care if I carried a bucket in there.
No,
Empty.
I don't. They wouldn't give a shit.
No, they don't give a shit.
I usually just bring in canned wine.
spread out
That's
before
my
space.
go-to.
There's,
I took. If you guys, I don't know where you live, but you guys have Whataburger where you are?
we did.
I put 2 Whataburger doubles in my cargo shorts, and my pants are like 5 feet wide.
My boy Swamp
And
Thing.
my. Oh
And
yeah.
rose again across
on,
reality's
watch this.
grasping expanse.
9. Give me a Doom Patrol. Yeah, baby.
Look at
Earth
this guy.
21.
A precious gift.
Why are they considered
Persevering
21?
in the
Why is it
face
Earth
of
21?
every
on that?
obstacle.
They all have reasons.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's 96 is the movie. Came out in 96.
Until finally, the age of
Oh, this is. Oh, they're gonna do the. You guys saw this, right?
Yeah.
Well, the
Oh,
next
they're not gonna
question
play
is
it.
for you from Sumik Day
Where
in
they got the
India.
frickin'
Will we
Justice
get
League?
more multiverse
Yeah.
movies or
Was
even
that TV show or
Elseworlds
something?
Play the
movies
theme song
like
from the
Superman,
Super
Red
Friends.
Son?
They get the
I
Hall
think
of Justice at the
yeah,
end,
it's,
and it's
the
like dun,
possibility is there.
dun,
It's not. It really comes down to, like I said, our
It's
focus
like,
is great
hell
stories,
yeah.
and so if we come across the right filmmaker with an interesting story that doesn't
That's fun,
work
but
within our
like in
existing
my head
timeline,
But
and it
my
would work in
Superman-
an Elseworld, we would definitely explore it. I
The
should say we're
multiverse
not currently
includes
developing Red
the
Son,
comic
so,
books as well.
that is
So
one
like
of them,
in
but
my
it
head,
really comes
Earth
down to
Prime
when the right
is
filmmaker or
just
the right
like the
idea comes
main
together. That's the beauty of
storylines from
multiverses. We
DC.
can explore it. We can go
They
down the
did
road
that
and
in the
and
Flash
take a shot
comic
at it,
books
but
in the
we
early
don't want to do it, be in a
2000s.
place like
One
you
of
were saying,
them,
like it should be special. It
it's
doesn't- you don't
Flash from
want
another
I don't think
dimension.
you want an Elseworld
Bullshit.
movie every
And
year.
he's older, and he becomes the Flash for a while after Flash
Clockwork. Like,
dies.
it'd be much
Is it the
better
blue
for it to
one?
be a special thing.
With
No,
the-
this
And
is
we
the
also
one
want
that
them to be
has the
great. We
really
want them to
dark
be
red
special.
with the
We wanna make sure
silver.
that it
Yeah,
doesn't just
okay.
feel like we're
Yeah,
just
yeah.
cranking
At
out
the
a
end, he
volume
runs
of
to a
different
world
versions
where
of these
his
characters.
all of their
There
adventures
has
are
to be a
comic
reason
books,
for it,
and he thinks it's
and
wild
that's
because they're all
I think
like,
it has to
"Man,
be a
that
reason
suit's
that
awesome!"
we're excited about, that we think the fans
And
are
he's
really
like in a
excited
comic
about,
book
so,
store, and they're
yes,
all like the
the answer is
pages
yes,
of
there
all
will
the
be
comic books, is
opportunities.
all of his life,
That one is
and
not
all of
one
his
that we're
friends'
currently
lives.
exploring.
We've got one more question
crazy.
for all of you guys.
It's cool as hell.
This is from Ryan Keller in the U.S.
It's like some-
With
yeah,
the
I mean, that's
existence
like
of the DC multiverse,
Casey
how do you
Brink
approach
shit, man.
managing a wide variety of characters, stories?
That's how they ended
and
the
universes
Superboy
for
story.
DC?
They had
And
Superboy
how
thrown
would you
back
work
to his
help keep
world
the
where he
audience
can only
connected
type
with
in
such a
DC
large
Reddit.
variety of characters and stories?
They basically had him
I
in
imagine that
the
you guys
DC
all have,
fan
like, a board
Reddit.
somewhere in
At
your
the
house.
end, like
It's
he's an
like,
angry
you
person. That's
open the
like
door
how
and
they
it's
ended
like,
it with
here's
him.
the
He has no
characters and the whole
superpowers. He's
world
just some
connected
loser.
yarn. I don't think
That's also that was also in
if you do, please show us right now.
Final Crisis, I think, at the end with Nick Uotin, that one
It's like one of those,
monitor,
yeah, True Detective
like the
scenes
main
or something
the
where
main
it's just
monitor
like
that you were
newspaper
following at the end
yarn,
there, like he
just
just turned into like some
yarn
kid in
yeah.
an apartment, and he was just like writing comic books.
Well, I think that is the
He's
challenge.
like, yeah,
There's
that's
so many characters.
that's
so many
behind the source
versions,
wall.
But, you know, we have people through.
I love the
film,
monitor.
TV,
That was so cool.
with
I like the
Berlanti's
tubes
company,
that they all had of like the different
these are the
Earths
assets
that were
we-
sitting in
we-
like the giant
we track and
encasings.
try to make sure that there aren't inconsistencies.
I was always a
and
fan
we,
of that Lady Quark
you know, are
in her
constantly
universe.
communicating, between
Because her
ourselves
universe
so
was
that
like they were the only superheroes
deliver
in the
something
entire
that's
universe.
satisfying and
She and her
maybe
like
paints a
super
bigger
family.
picture.
Yeah.
And now
I was
that
like, that's
this
cool.
has been established, this multiverse across all of the content, I think there's going to
I
be
guess
a greater need for
Walter
coordination.
Hamada like
to
clarified
kind of
just
deliver
now,
even
so like
cooler
Twitter's
surprises
freaking out,
going
but like
forward. But,
Robert
you know, I just want to
Pattinson's
really thank
Batman
and
is like its
applaud,
own
Greg
separate.
for
It's not
really
part of the
laying the groundwork
DCU.
for all this.
It's part of the
Because they didn't
multiverse,
have to
but
do
it's
this.
considered
From
he's
what
on
I
his
hear
own
from Mark
Earth.
Guggenheim, it's a crazy amount of work.
That's weird.
And, you know,
I need
bringing
them
all
to
these
figure
people
this out.
together to deliver
Hamada
something
has
that
reaffirmed
could
that Robert
potentially be very
Pattinson's Batman
confusing
and the
or
Joker movie
complicated,
are in
and being able
are
to
all in
tell
the
a
DC
story
multiverse.
that's kind of
However,
derived
they're
from the
separate
canon.
than the main
It is an amazing
DCU.
thing, and the fact that they've been able to do it year in, year out with different kind of crossovers and big events has been a real blessing, I think. You know, for the DC
Kevin
universe.
Feige's just sitting
And
at home
it's
watching
kind
this
of
going,
shown that it can be done.
You could put it all in the
but we
same
just need to
universe. It'd be
on
so
top
easy.
of the
Jesus.
storylines
I can show you
and where the
how.
characters are and how they're
Is it
being
easy?
used.
No, it's not easy.
That's
No,
part of the
there's
job.
not
And
easy.
a lot of fun, there's a lot of fun.
There's a
involved as
point
well, 'cause,
to the multiverse.
we get to
It's
really
so
explore
everything can
really
exist
deeply
in its
into DC
own
catalog.
sense, not just
When we
because
were
not
first
so someone can
pitching
just come and
the
be like,
idea of certain
oh,
characters,
that got
there
dropped.
was
That's
a
not
sense
canon
of like,
anymore.
okay,
Get
well,
out of here.
and this was years ago,
Let me
but
get
like,
the-
oh, we might use this character in the
exists
movie
still.
space, so maybe we
Let me
won't
get
then
the
use
Edward
a character
Norton
there.
Hulk
And I would
sequel
say,
that's
well,
untied to
I
the
can watch an
MCU.
animated Batman, and I don't confuse animated Batman transition from the Batman in your movies to, you know, something
All right,
on
guys,
a show.
enjoy
But
the rest
it
of the
doesn't mean that
dome.
we still don't have to warrant
leaving the dome?
using that character.
I'm leaving the
you know,
dome.
certainly any kind of character with that
Mike
kind of
signing
size and
off.
scope and that
the-
much
to the
meaning
Animal
in the world
Kingdom.
like this. But you know,
You gonna go to
we
Animal
wanna
Kingdom?
justify our use
Yeah,
of,
dude.
Hell
any
yeah,
character,
he's going to
but
Pandora
at the same
Dome.
time,
Take some
Pandora
pictures
Dome.
ultimately,
of it.
I
Take a
think
take a
it's
picture
in,
of a giraffe
you know,
for me.
as we bring all these,
Okay,
these
all right,
characters
I'll
into live
give him a high
action
five, too.
and to life,
Get some falafel from
it's
the
just
Harambe
so much
market.
more enriching and rewarding for everyone.
Enjoy the dome. Let me
you
know if
to
anything
feel
cool
like,
happens.
okay,
All right,
you know, the
will
best
do.
idea
Thanks for stopping
wins,
by.
and the best version of the story is going to be what we're all really trying to serve.
I think in the past there's been like, well, features might do something with that, so stay away from it. It could be years before that character ever showed up on the screen.
Looks like
If it
everybody
even
got the,
showed up on the screen, you know, and it was clear to us like it doesn't make sense to hold
black
that back
and
from
gray
fans.
background memo.
Let's explore that. And by the way, if they fall in love with the character in TV and we do something in the movies 3 years down the road, all the better. Like it's just a greater awareness for the characters. And so For us, our board is much smaller because we have fewer things that we're working on. We have, within a movie, it's 120 pages and there's a handful of characters, whereas in TV, there's a bunch of other characters that pop up. So it's a little bit more straightforward for us. I think really Jim is the great sort of,
is it
he's
just
the
you and
center
me
of
right
everything.
now?
So he has to know everything that we're doing in features, everything that's happening in TV.
Jonathan's here.
And everything funnels to him. And I think that's great. That
I mean, Shrimp, I can leave though.
Sort of
No, I thought you were. Yeah, I thought you were. I
who
thought you
can
were doing
sort
the
of
shrimp,
look at it
shrimp
and
check.
kind of go
So
and come up and say, "Wouldn't it be great if Ezra?"
we got
showed
Jonathan
up
over
when
by the
met
shrimp
Grant
booth. How's it going?
Like,
We're doing
you
the
don't
shrimp
get
show.
that without Jim sort of being. Sort of
I'm in the
center
Shrimp
of
Dome,
all this.
and it's
So
going great,
I think
guys.
it's just a
How's it
great
back in the
collaborative
regular
team,
DC Dome? Shrimp Dome's
and it's
awesome.
really just the beginning of what we're doing.
Not a
here. I
shrimpy.
think with just the stuff that we're working on now and the idea of the multiverse. And
It does
really
not
HBO
smell good
Max
over here,
being
just
the
so you
sort of
know.
venue for us to really start to meet in the middle. I think if there was that sense that TV was TV and film was film, Max sort of becomes this place where we it's it'll be our clubhouse. Well, everything will gather into that space, and we'll be able to explore different opportunities and cross back over. And I'm excited about the potential of all the things that
I
we
hope
can
when
do
it gets
with
out
DC
Walter Hamada's age,
in
I
the
look like Walter
multiverse.
Hamada.
Awesome. Well, I want to say a huge thank you to the three of you guys for taking the time to chat with me and all of the fans here in the DC FanDome. This is such we're talking about different platforms.
You never know where the gray's going to go,
This is a whole new platform for fans to get to experience the DC multiverse as well. So thank you guys so much. This has been awesome.
Is that from The Cure?
That was amazing. Thank you so much.
You never know where the gray's gonna go.
It very well could be.
Joker, Aquaman, Bat. Oh, it is. Oh, Ed didn't get time to
Own
read
it now.
Oh, I'm going back to the dome, boys.
Going back to the dome. I think this is our next DC EU.
The future certainly looks bright for the DC
What do you think
multiverse.
was
I'm so not sure what I
like
will
the
look
defining
like on
factor
Earth
for them to
26,
split it
but
up
I
into
can't
two
wait to meet you there.
sessions and not
Now,
just
if
like
you're
the
a big
one
DC
weekend?
fan like me, then I'm willing to bet that you cannot wait for the Flash feature film to
Was it just too
electrify.
much
I don't know
content?
why they moved it to
The
Maybe
good
someone
news is
did the
that you
math
don't
and
have to
figured out
wait
you
that
can't
long,
actually watch
'cause
it
we're
all in
going
24
right
hours,
now
even
with
if
the
you had it
filmmakers
all
and
available
the
to
Flash
you.
himself, Ezra
It's like,
Miller.
I don't have time.
Here
I
we
need
go.
24 hours to digest all this.
My God, Francis Manipul's fucking artwork is so damn good.
That is a Flash. We couldn't have just did Jim Lee with that one.
No. He
Hello,
is the
fans
Flash.
around the world.
Cool.
It's me,
Hell yeah.
Ezra Miller.
Can you just smooth out your hair on the left side a little bit?
You don't like this? I'm Andy Muschietti, director of the Flash movie.
I'm Christina Hodson, the screenwriter of The Flash. I haven't spoken to humans in a while, so I'm going to be rusty.
I'm Barbara Muschietti, the producer of the Flash movie.
I play Barry Allen, aka The Flash, in the upcoming Flash movie. And I love you, and I'm excited to be here digitally with you.
I think we'd be friends.
You're kind of
Flash
weird.
fact, if you go to the bottom of Andy Muschietti's Wikipedia or IMDb page, you'll see that he actually has a PA credit on the 1996 Madonna movie Evita. Must ask you more about that, Andy.
Telling the story of one of the greatest superheroes of the DC world. There's a challenge. The most
What
important
number
thing is that
director
it
is
gets
Andy
to your heart.
Muschietti?
Growing up with Batman
4?
and Superman and
3 or
Flash,
4.
there was an
Rex
opportunity
Mueller
to
and,
reconnect with childhood experiences reading DC Comics.
Flash fact,
Robert
DC
Zemeckis,
Comics
was he
actually
even,
stands
like,
for
confirmed to be
Detective
one?
Comics.
Or is he just talked about?
Comics.
The tone for the film, I think, is very much Andy's signature.
He can jump from
That's Flash
funny
footage?
to scary
No, that was it.
to emotional
Chapter
really
one.
fast.
And it's also
Okay.
a time travel story,
Yeah.
which I find
When
very
Flash is
exciting.
a nerd.
Andy managed to put these tiny little DC Easter eggs into the It movie.
I like your glasses, Mr. Keene. You look just like Clark Kent.
I don't know about that.
One, he was vying for the job way earlier than any of us knew. Or two, while making the Flash movie, he discovered time travel for real, went back in
The
time.
guy that did the It
and went to put
movie
all
is
these
the
things in
director?
just to mess with us.
Yeah.
Either way,
He did the.
well
Yeah.
played, sir.
They're really good movies.
You meet
Hold on.
Andy,
I've only seen
and
chapter
you
one. Chapter one was a
immediately
really good movie.
can
It
understand
didn't
why
feel
he's the
like,
perfect choice for
too
this
much of a
movie.
horror movie.
It's his compassion, his
More of a
priority in this
Goosebumps
film
movie.
of
It's just kinda like
finding
the
the
right
heart of the story.
balance
I'm
of, like,
also excited to
kid
see
adventure
Andy's
and
version of the Speed
scary
Force.
stuff.
He happened to have done some doodles that I may or may not have taken and kept. They are literally unlike anything you've ever seen before.
Flash fact, did you know that according to actual comic book canon, Superman is both a vegetarian and a Metallica fan? which is, of course, impossible. But then again, he's Superman.
Batman lost his parents.
You don't say.
Superman
I have
lost
the
his
original
planet.
comic book where Superman eats kryptonite for the first
Harley
time.
Quinn lost her egg sandwich.
It's from the 70s.
But Barry,
Is that Kurt
because he's got
Swan?
this ability to go back and
Big
manipulate
waist.
time,
Yeah.
he's the
So
only
good.
one
He's sitting there,
who can
and he does
actually
it
go and
at the end. He
change
kind of
his
goes,
own personal
"Needs to stop."
story.
His mother was murdered, his father
still
was
ate a
trained
rock.
and incarcerated,
So-
and all his journey from then was of a man trying to make things right.
And it sounds like a cliche, but script is everything. When I got to read Christina's first draft,
Yeah, she
I
wrote
was just blown away.
The script has
Yeah.
really captured his
Now I
loquacity,
get it.
his
I was like, Christina
personality.
Hodson, why does that name so familiar?
So you're fast.
That feels like an oversimplification.
I fell in love with The Flash
Did
when
he
I
just
read
say
Flashpoint.
loquacity?
The combination of giant spectacle, action, and fun with this incredibly personal, intimate story of a boy just trying to save his mum.
He's someone
Selfish.
who has the power of changing the events
Flash
of the
is
past.
selfish.
By doing so, can deteriorate the very fabric of the space-time
We've all lost
continuum.
someone
The
buried.
juxtaposition between his
You need to understand that you are the
vulnerability
Speed
and
Force,
his
dude. You have
immense
to.
power
There is no going
is really
back
what's
for you.
exciting about superheroes to me. Flash fact: the hippopotamus is faster than the human being. Beware.
Every actor, every director, every writer brings something different to the character.
Barry, as a character, and especially the way Ezra plays him, he's a guy with so much heart.
I do
so
like
much
Ezra's
humor.
version of
Spending time
Flash.
with Ezra is kind
It's-
of
I
like
like the
spending time with
bumbling-
Barry Allen.
Really, I can feel his passion and his enthusiasm.
He's
and
definitely
his
weird, and I like
creativity.
it the
He
way
was
he does
born
the
to play
weirdness.
this role.
I never really got. So like growing up, I was a really big Flash
Flash
fan,
fact.
but it was
The
mainly
first
Wally
appearance of
West,
the
and that was because
multiverse
of the Justice
in
League
DC
animated
Comics
show
is
and
actually
the
a
comics that were
Flash
going
comic.
around
Flash
back then
Comics
and
number
everything.
123, The Flash
But he
of
was
Two
always
Worlds.
older
Time
and like an
travel
adult
isn't simple.
to me,
It's not
so I never
always a
really got that
straightforward
like
case of
younger,
go back and
closer
change
to
one
my
thing and
age
another
group
thing changes in the future.
superhero
This
or even the
film
Flash.
is immensely important because if you look
And
around
even
at
with
the
like
DC
Grant
universe,
Gustin and all that stuff in the
obviously
TV
we
show, I
have
never
all of
really got
these
that. Yeah,
characters
he
that
was like
exist
in.
within their own
I think my
bubbles.
exact age
We
group. He
even
was
have now
out
multiple
of college
iterations
and
of the same
moved back
story.
home or something like that.
I'm Batman. Sounds like a cool guy.
But like
This movie, by opening
Ezra's
that
Barry
door
is-
that Flashpoint did in the comics, all of
it
these
feels
stories
more
and characters can
relatable
start
to me.
collide.
I don't know why more so than Grant Gustin.
Hello?
Because like Flash, you're selfish.
This should be
Yes.
impossible now.
It should be impossible now?
You don't know about
No, that is true.
Oh my God, don't do this
I
to
never
me. I don't
had
know
a,
about the what.
Like Flash was
The
always my
cinematic
age
multiverse
when I was a
is going to
kid.
be born out of this
He's like
movie.
Barry
It's born out
Allen
of
age,
Barry's
but
story.
then he became really
Blows
young,
our
and I was like,
minds. The levels of possibility
liked
that
it, but
exist
I
within
did
the
lose
context
a little
this
bit of
character
it.
in this story.
I can't wait
when he became Wally.
for all of us to be able to sit down in a theater and enjoy these
Yeah,
movies.
this Barry
in
seems
the
like he's
dark
like
with a lot
18
of
or 19.
people and with great snacks.
And I enjoy that because I like to see the hero like
So
learn.
honestly, I don't want to spoil too much.
I like to see them
of
come into
the
their own. I
movie.
like to see them
I want
grow,
you to be
especially when you
surprised
have
when
like
you
the
see
contrast of an older
there's something
Batman.
that
Sorry.
I can show you, a little sneak peek.
Oh my gosh. Oh, nope, sorry. That's my fault. It was an accident. It's not my personal playlist, but it might, that might have been my fault. Back to you, Andy.
So I'd like to share a couple of concept art drawings, and it's Barry Allen's new suit. As you can see, it's more organic.
It's like there'll be less
You can
wires.
see light embedded in it. It has been built by his friend Bruce Wayne this time.
Oh, so it's kind of like an Iron Man level.
Flash fact. The first ever Batman movie is
I would say it'd be
actually
more
an
like-
unlicensed Batman Dracula movie made by Andy Warhol with a soundtrack by the Velvet Underground. It's unreleased, but there's 39 minutes that have been recovered, and I highly recommend watching them. They're
That sounds really
extremely
cool.
strange.
There are so many potential crossovers in the multiverse. So many cool
organic,
things that you could do.
less armor plating kind of thing. To me, that looks a lot like Dawn of Justice Batman.
They would solve a lot of problems.
Just like the smooth Kevlar type deal.
Game of
Well,
Thrones
it's like, you know,
crossover. Instead of all the months that it takes traveling from Winterfell to King's Landing, it would happen in 2 seconds. Barry Allen.
I mean, they're going to bring up that concept art again.
I actually already have a weird behind-the-scenes DC multiverse crossover. My best friend growing up is Rob Pattinson's older sister. So I've actually known the new Batman since he was 2 years old and in diapers.
I would like the Flash to meet in the multiverse Nicolas Cage. Not the Nicolas Cage Superman that never was.
No, let me see that. I
want
want to see that
Flash to
Superman.
meet Nicolas Cage, the person in this world, who I believe probably does have the ability to transcend space-time.
I still want
It's
to
a
see
real
Nick Cage
proposition.
Superman.
I don't think I do.
You don't want to see it? I want to see it. Let me see.
I also can't wait to hear more about The Flash. Thank you, Andy, Barbara, Christina, and Ezra. Fun fact, we all know there are several Flashes: Wally West, Jay Garrick, Bart Allen, and Barry Allen. Did you know when Barry isn't working to save the world as the Flash, he's working to save Central City as a police scientist?
He's a podcaster
Okay,
too, I
that's
hear.
all for me right now. I'm going to turn
Narc.
this over to Jaden Rodriguez, and I'll see you back here soon.
G'day DC FanDome. I'm Jaden Rodriguez
All right,
from
give me that
Australia,
jacket.
and I'm so
Ooh,
excited
yeah,
to
I
be
kinda like
here
that jacket.
with you all.
Joker jacket.
I just got to say that being a
It's still got the
total
tag on it, you
superhero
can
freak
get
that
it.
I am, I'm totally loving being a part of this
Is that
epic
really
DC
a tag?
event.
What is that,
If he
like
takes
a-
it out of the
You can't talk
DC
about
Dome, it'll
superheroes
go
without
off.
talking
Looks
about
like
the
Velvet
man
or
himself,
something.
Wear that.
Batman. I mean, dude, can you imagine how awesome it would be to be Batman?
I'm distracted
In fact,
by it now.
If there's
That's
anything
really
better
cool.
than watching
You know what else is a
Batman,
really cool
it's
jacket?
watching two Batmans. Or
Tommy Lee
Batmans.
Jones's
It
Two-Face
doesn't matter.
jacket in
Let's have a
Batman.
look at this
That's,
mashup of
man,
two fan-favorite Dark Knights who happen to reside
is
in
that?
the opposite
Really
ends
cool.
of that spectrum.
Two-Face action figures. Yes!
Let's go, baby.
Terry, this is top priority.
Go ahead, Bruce.
A Wayne Powers deep space probe is receiving an anomalous communication. I'm patching it into you now.
Is that you?
Clearly, that's not me, Terry. But apparently, it's what passes for me on this Earth.
Whoa! Who's the dweeb?
That would be Robin's counterpart.
The Joker.
No way. That's the Joker?
That's not the Joker, it's a Joker.
I don't know, Bruce. Your friend with the Liberty Bell hair said the Joker.
No matter which universe he's from, he's a vicious and deadly psychotic.
He's throwing fish at you right now.
One thing's for sure, this Joker could up his thug recruitment game.
Yeah, pick up a fish and start tossing already, slacker. Wait, is he stealing a fish? Oh, this has got to be the dumbest heist.
Like they couldn't get Will Friedle to do the voice. He's not doing anything.
Hey, swell costume, by the way, Bruce.
Terry.
Must have taken forever to get the iron-on bat symbol just right.
Terry!
To the Batmobile!
Oh, this ought to be good.
Actually,
That ride's pretty shway, Bruce.
Don't let them catch you from behind.
What an odd thing to say.
Like, so...
Hey, Bruce, I just noticed something about your cowl.
again, not my cowl. But what is it?
Are the eyebrows painted on?
Don't be. Oh,
Jonathan, do you remember
You know, my
Batman
great
Day,
aunt does the
probably
same
like
thing with her
5 or
eyebrows.
6 years
Totally
ago?
works for
They
our
had
girls.
those paper masks of like the Adam West. Did you ever go to a
Now
store
what's
when they were
going
giving
on?
those
Where's
out?
this?
I'm not
No.
sure. But
They had,
I
like,
live
it
every day
must
like
be
it's
built
Batman
on a
Day,
hill.
so
Joker
Yeah,
could really
true.
stand to run a comb.
and my
through
eyebrows
that
are
wig, huh?
painted on.
Yeah.
Oh, we're here at the Joker
I
warehouse.
would watch a show that's
Oh,
just
easy
the
boy
old,
wonder. Let's
the
not
old,
forget we're
the
wearing
Batman
elf
Beyond
shoes and
people
support
commenting on
hose.
the old show.
Yeah, this.
I would watch
And
that.
who is he even
I would watch
shushing
this.
at this
I
point?
would watch this.
Like MST3K style.
What's with the 57 random telescopes lying around for no reason?
Something's fishy here, Batman.
The Gotham High girls volleyball
Bat
team's
Minute,
gonna
if
be
you're
ticked
listening.
when they find out their net was stolen.
Idea.
Actually, I'm not sure which is more
Dutch Angle Minute.
disconcerting. His trap?
Dutch
Or
angle.
the fact
Yeah,
that these
you're
two
right.
can't seem to find their way out of it?
How about a fish fry? Ooh, fish fry guy here is angling for a promotion. Settle down there, fish fry.
Wait a minute.
What is it?
Look at the Joker. Is it my imagination, or does he...
I knew they were gonna
Mustache?
fucking say that. I
Now
knew it.
that is just not right.
I knew they were gonna say something about the mustache.
Wow, worst hot tub party ever. But on the bright side, Robin is already wearing his bathing suit.
I couldn't possibly deprive that poor hungry clam of its dinner.
Hold up! That's a clam?
Very touching. Oh, boy, wonder what a succulent hors d'oeuvre you should make.
Why could they never get
Quite
Robin's
unsettling.
eye holes?
Well,
in
a
the right
giant
place?
man-eating clam is... Wait, you're talking about the mustache again, aren't you?
I don't know, but I think that's like what the black face paint is for the eyes, so that it
I
doesn't
would have
look
gotten
out
out of
of
this in 2
place.
seconds.
Don Phillips
Right?
could have gotten out of this in 2 seconds.
I don't know.
By the way, Bruce, what
I mean,
do
it's
you feed
bad on
paper
that
mache?
mask.
Clam is nightmare fuel.
Oh, be nice, Venus. Robin's sitting right next to you. You get it? 'Cause she was talking about... Never mind.
Mollusk? Some mollusk! Push yourself away, Robin.
I like that
Is it
the
weird that part of me is rooting
links
for
are,
the clam?
are purple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're like painted.
They're Joker chains.
Joker chains.
I was actually feeling bad for Robin, but then I saw those elf booties again, and well...
Is that Will Friedle?
Hey, what happened?
That's the end of the transmission.
What do we do?
I think it is.
Not sure.
I think I was wrong.
But I know what we won't do.
What's that?
We never tell anyone what we saw here today.
Seriously? Not even the mustache?
That's Will Friedle.
Never.
I can tell you're serious. Know how? Your eyebrows, very expressive on their own. Why you ever chose to paint...
God, I love Terry McGinnis.
Don't you start.
That's all that what?
I
Yeah,
love
just
it.
do that shit.
Batman has
Oh, I
such
didn't
a
notice
great
the
sense of humor.
the ha-ha-ha's
Okay,
on the jacket.
Devoted fans
That's
teamed
100
up to
times better.
show out in force
Johnny
with
Powers
DC
is in here.
FanDome. Let's take a look
Johnny
at some
Powers.
of the best group cosplays. And coming up is a showdown like you've never seen before. Stay tuned for lots of
That was
fun
cool.
and games with the Suicide Squad.
Oh, is that next?
Lots of
They're
fun.
kind of
And
popping through this. It's already, well, it's 2 o'clock my time, 3 o'clock your time. They're moving.
Oh, the Suicide Squad movie. Okay, I still can't say their name.
Suicide Squad.
Suicide Squad. Task Force X.
Task Force X.
Task Force X.
Task Force X. Suicide Squad.
It's some kind of Suicide Squad.
Some kind of Suicide Squad Task Force X. I'll be interested to see how they get her to say that. I'm sure "It's a Mouthful" will come out more than once in this next movie. It'll be like, "It's a mouthful."
Oh, I forgot about the We Are Robin comic book. Oh, we got that.
Same one again?
I'm gonna take this as a commercial break.
Come on then, let's go.
I have seen this
This
before.
is a Cartoon Network show. I'm pretty sure.
It was like, it was a thing.
Nickelodeon.
The claymation I remember on like the rooftops.
I like watching the stars. Orion and the plow.
What?
Ryan and the Plow.
Polaris. And the big triangular thing.
Is that just like what like Wallace and Gromit type comedy is? Just whatever this like aimless juvenile thing?
Even though we are in the Hall of Heroes, I know that if I was ever in trouble, I would call upon
Unfortunately,
this
with
next
Zach's
group
in it, sounded
to
like they
help
said
me out.
Hole of Heroes.
As you know, director James Gunn announced in February that filming had wrapped for the
I want to go
Suicide
to the
Squad.
Hole of Heroes.
And right now, he's taken a break from the edit bay to be
Well, we were
here
just, you
with
missed it.
us
We were in
to
Shrimp
discuss
Dome a
his
little while
vision
ago.
for the film answer fan questions, and have some insanely crazy
Sneezed on
fun
Mike.
with the cast. And, of course, share some never-before-seen content with us. Check it out.
Did you change, Mark, into
This
another
is
outfit?
Amazing. I'm so excited to be
No.
here at DC FanDome.
I just
with all
thought maybe
the
everything
amazing
you
DC
two would go
fans.
change
As
to
many of
something
you
else.
know, the
Like I
Suicide
did
Squad
that
is by
for
far
the
the most fun I've
Batman
ever had
thing.
making a movie. I am still working hard on it every day from morning till night.
He said hard
We're
on.
having a great time creating something incredibly special for people. And I'd like to take this
What a year
break
has
now
done for James
to
Gunn,
take
huh?
some questions from you guys.
Remember where he was a year ago?
Who's the first time you ever read
He was in
Suicide
shit.
Squad as a comic book?
Just goes to
And,
show if
who's your
you're-
favorite character?
I read John Ostrander's original run of Suicide Squad. So I remember reading the very first issue of that run and falling in love with the concept, with the characters. I loved the movie The Dirty Dozen.
He and Serena Williams
that
used to
came
go
out back in the
houses
60s,
and
and this was
comic
like a
books.
super
Venus
villain
Williams
version of
was
The
my
Dirty
sister.
Dozen. And I loved the character of Amanda Waller, who was so different for the time. In terms of being such a
Well, she wasn't a blob yet. They hadn't
strong
gone
woman,
ridiculous.
but not kind of an
In some of the
anti-hero,
comic
but
books
kind
where
of
they have her
bad,
like
kind of
1,000
good,
pounds.
not physically the same as everybody else you saw in comic books. And I just thought she was so cool. And of course, I loved all the characters and Boomer.
Bad
and
hair is the
everybody.
name
And
of
I
the game
just
for this entire
had
conference.
a great time reading that.
Bad hair?
Bad hair,
My name
good
is Roger
shirts.
Collier,
Everyone on the show has bad hair.
And I'm
Bad
making
hair.
this video from
Bad hair.
Tacobalandish. I have a question for James Gunn. Which DC character were you most excited to write about for the Suicide Squad movie, and why?
See, now I like
Meisha.
her
I think
background.
the character that I was the most excited to write for was Harley Quinn. I've loved this character ever since Paul Dini first put her in animated shows. I think that there's a sort of chaotic trickster god nature to her where she's just always going off in random directions. And as a writer, that's a really fun thing to deal with because she takes you in
All right,
places.
I'll come back in
where
a
you
little
don't
bit,
know
guys.
you're
Yeah,
gonna
go
I'll
go.
see you in a bit. Thanks
So
for
a
letting me on.
lot of it was
Yeah,
Take it
writing
easy.
for Harley.
Catch you later.
A lot of it was
Thanks for
Harley
stopping by.
doing some of the writing for me during the Suicide
If I can figure out how to
Hey,
leave.
I'm Jake from State Farm, and setting aside the
Jake
massive
from
amounts
State
of
Farm
damage
is
that
here?
you must have had the squad racked up
Okay,
in that one
okay, I'm
scene,
back. I'm not
can you
leaving.
confirm
Jake from
the
State Farm is
number
here.
of crashes
Hold on.
and
I want the
explosions?
real Jake from
No,
State Farm.
asking for a friend.
Oh, here we
Hey,
go.
Jake, I cannot confirm the exact amount of explosions and crashes, but I will say that we have about as many explosions and crashes in this film as in any film ever. In fact, the guy who did all of our special
Is it
effects
Michael
on
Bay?
this film, Dan Sudik, who has done almost all of the Marvel movies, great movies, said that there are more
You know, I
effects
made my
in
own
this film
Marvel movie.
than all of those movies he's done combined. So we have quite a huge special effect.
don't have time to eat, so I
explosion
just ordered pizza.
extravaganza for you guys.
I don't know if Johnny.
Yeah, I
I ordered
got a
pizza,
salad.
Johnny.
Influential. But what else inspired
I got a
you
salad,
to
and I don't
feature
think
these
that's
under the radar characters?
That is an
gonna fare
amazing
well.
question. I'm excited to answer because I actually had a long talk with John Ostrander, about this because he came and he visited the set, and I said I don't think of this movie so much as an adaptation of your comics. I think of this movie as a sequel to your comics, to your run in the comic books. What would John Ostrander be doing with these characters, if it was 30 years after he first started? And so I think that it has the spirit and the lifeblood of the Ostrander books, but I also like to continuously take in new supervillains, other supervillains who have sometimes been in the Suicide Squad comics
Zack
over the
Snyder's
years,
not
but also a
happy.
lot of characters like
About the
Polka
leak?
Dot Man and Ratcatcher, who have never been in the Suicide Squad, but who I just think are great DC villains.
How do you think that
who
happens? Do you
have
think it's
something to
somebody that
offer
like
and
works
that we
for
could've put
him
in
or
the
has
movie?
No,
access
it
to
that
that?
happens in the handoff.
where
It
my
happens
biggest
in the,
inspiration comes from.
I'm
Who were
giving
your
you the
favorite
trailer.
villains as
This
a
is
kid?
for the DC
And did working on this
FanDome.
movie teach you
slot it
anything new
in,
about
and
these
then
quote-unquote
from it gets
villains?
point A to
Wow,
point B.
who were my
someone is just
favorite
like,
villains growing up?
just
Well,
gonna
I was a
upload that real
huge
quick.
Batman fan, and I'm going to tell you who my favorite villain was.
It's upsetting.
And maybe it's a little embarrassing, but I'm not embarrassed by it. It was Batmite. I loved Batmite. I thought he was hilarious and creepy as heck. So Batmite was definitely my favorite supervillain. And don't think I didn't think about putting the Batmite in the Suicide Squad, because I did.
I saw the set photos of the Suicide Squad and I absolutely love the direction of the movie. But is it true that Flora Borg is playing Javelin Man? And if so, Why? Also, is Nathan Fillion playing Blackguard?
Hey, Milan. So, is Flula playing Javelin Man? Well, his name isn't exactly Javelin Man, but in mere moments, we are going to see who Flula and Nathan are playing in the film.
I didn't get that email.
I'll give you a hint. One of them you got pretty correct, and the other one you didn't get correct.
Must have missed principal
there's
photography.
a lot of people all over the internet who have theories about who people are playing, and sometimes they've been right, and sometimes they've been wrong. And so I guess we're going to answer all those questions in a minute. But I will tell you one thing, which is Flula Borg is the funniest guy in the entire world and incredibly strange. But he's become a good friend through all this, and he's a great guy. And Nathan, of course, has been in all my movies. He's already been a friend. Here it comes, the time that so many of you guys have been waiting for. Who is who in the squad? You've heard a lot of the actors that are in this movie. You don't know who they're playing.
You love
maybe
them.
you have some good guesses. Maybe you're right, maybe you're wrong. We'll have to see. But here it is. 3D. Everything.
You know the deal. Successfully complete the mission, you get 10 years off your sentence.
Yep. No one else.
Let's go.
Welcome to Task Force X. These are your brothers.
All right,
and sisters
let's see.
for the night.
Let's see it.
Take two. Let's try one more time.
Michael Rooker. Savant. Flula Borg. Javelin. Let's go.
Good looking Harley Quinn.
She's great in everything. Polka Dot Man. Rat Catcher. Sportsmaster? Are you Sportsmaster?
Bloodsport.
Bloodsport. Okay.
King Shark.
King Shark. Ooh. Garibaldi playing Thinker. Alice Braga as Pete Davidson. Blackguard.
Blackguard. All right.
Nathan Fillion. CDK. Weasel.
Yeah, baby.
Captain Boomerang or Weasel? Weasel.
Captain Boomerang.
Captain Boomerang, baby.
John Cena.
John
All right.
Cena? Are you? Peacemaker. Oh. For a second, I thought it was Orion. I was like, what the fuck just happened? Please don't kill off some of the original
Here we
ones.
go. We are introducing the cast and the characters they're playing of the Suicide
Davidson.
Squad. First of all, we have Idris Elba as Bloodsport. John Cena as Peacemaker.
What? It was just a
I
blank
couldn't
screen.
see him.
As Polka
So many
Dot
people
Man.
made that joke around the world just now.
Jai Courtney as Captain Boomerang.
Please don't kill him off.
Nathan Fillion as T.
Mustache.
Flula
Yo.
Borg as Javelin. This is like a really messed up Brady Bunch. Daniela Melchior is Ratcatcher 2. Pete Davidson
I want to
is
see this character.
Blackguard.
This is pretty cool. Pete Davidson's like, I get killed off very easily.
Mangao.
She looks cool.
Michael Rooker, unfortunately, is Savant. I had to put him in the movie. I deal with the devil. Peter Capaldi as the Thinker. Sean Gunn is Weasel. Steve Agee is John Economos and our on-set King Shark.
Yes.
Alicia Braga as Sol Soria. Juan Diego Boco is General Presidente Silvio Luna. Real great guy. Joel Kinnaman is, of course, Rick Flag. Viola Davis
those tattoos? Are
is
those real
Amanda
tattoos?
Waller. And, of course, Margot Robbie as Harley Quinn.
Hey,
Go here! Together again!
Get together. Good.
That's Steve Agee.
Are you excited to be a part of DC FanDome?
Super excited. This is going to be great.
Well, we're going to have some fun
John
here.
Cena
We're
wearing
gonna
a suit and tie,
we're gonna
man.
have
I tell
some,
you, what a guy.
competition, which It's not fun unless there's somebody winning. And
What a
somebody
guy.
losing. And so I would like to have a couple of team leaders, and I think it only makes sense that we have the people in charge of the Suicide Squad, Viola Davis and Joel Kinnaman, as our team leaders.
Hey, team leaders.
Joel Kinnaman.
And why don't you guys go ahead and let's pick teams.
Bloodsport.
Thanks, but thanks.
Definitely.
All right, I'll take my girl Harley Quinn.
Take it.
All right.
Yay!
I will take Savant.
Oh, good for you. What a bad mistake.
That is a bad pick. That is. And you guys have scenes together too. I can't believe you made that mistake.
I gotta tell you, you just made a big mistake.
John Cena. I'll take John Cena.
I want to reassure you that is a horrible decision.
No, I already know.
I'm going to take my boy, King Shark.
Hey, Steve Agee. Is he King Shark?
Okay,
Was he?
I will take my
That's
man
awesome.
Boomer, Jai Courtney.
Look at him. He.
I call him
No.
Boomer. I like that. I
Ratcatcher.
like that nickname.
Ratcatcher 2.
Two. I will take Flula Borg, the Javelin.
Yes. I guarantee
Flula Borg's been on
lose. Yes.
Bang
I'm
Bang
gonna
a few
take
times. Very
Polka
funny.
Dot Man.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, his nails painted. That's nice.
I'm gonna have to grab the Weasel.
The whistle.
Oh, good man.
That's not on Rooker's team. Yeah.
The Weasel.
Is that everybody?
Out of names.
What about what's makes me feel really bad.
There's left.
There's only one left.
It feels like high school again.
Did someone?
They're not taking Pete Davidson.
Nobody wants Pete Davidson.
Yeah, the thinker.
Great idea.
Viola picks the thinker.
Nathan
You guys are
Fillion,
losing already.
DK.
What's he's doing? Playing bingo over there?
Yeah, El
Yeah,
Presidente.
crossword.
El
He's right, taking
Presidente.
notes.
Okay.
What about Mongo?
You got picked by Joel.
Yeah, thank you, Joe.
I'll just watch.
Pete, this is sad.
I'll
Victory
take Black
cigarette.
Oh man. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Black card. Okay.
Oof.
Oh boy.
That went well. I think that went really well.
And then let's start off. We're going to go head to head, and we're going to start off with the team captains. Let's do Joel and Viola. I'm going to pick. This is a good question.
Okay.
I know both of you know so much about
Screaming.
the lore of
Is he
DC
screaming?
Comics. There's a multiple choice, so you don't have to look terrible. Out of all the squad members, who are the only characters to have had their own comic series? There's two of them, and I'm gonna list four options: A, Harley Quinn and King Shark; B, Harley Quinn and Amanda Waller; C, Harley Quinn and
He's back.
Peacemaker; or D, Harley Quinn and Boomerang. Which two have had
Welcome back
their
to
own
James Gunn yelling at us.
series?
Harley Quinn and Boomerang.
Harley Quinn and Peacemaker.
Boom! Yes!
Yes.
That is correct!
Lord have mercy.
Wow!
Even look. Even I knew that. Okay.
Man, it'd be awesome if it was, though.
Polka Dot Man.
Polka Dot Man! Again?
Mr. Sean Gunn.
Weasel versus Polka Dot Man. Old friends.
Oh,
I want a softball.
Oh, yeah, you have a special guest.
¿Qué tal, amigos? Hola. ¿Cómo están? How are you?
Why is every one of the panels not like this?
I've got a question.
This is how it should be. This level of.
What career military man
Just like
probably
the
wishes
different screens and
never
everybody just
followed
talking
in
and stuff.
his dad's footsteps?
Or that they're playing games.
Showing that they
Joaquin,
know
the
each other.
great
Yeah,
Coquino.
it does seem more natural.
Flag Jr.
I had Super Grover. Is Super Grover? It's not Super Grover.
You're wrong,
Flag
Sean.
Jr.
You're wrong. Wrong canon.
Points for creativity.
Now, there's no multiple choice. You just got to answer right away, and you have to have it be the right choice.
Okay.
Who has more tattoos, Harley Quinn or Pete Davidson?
Harley Quinn?
No.
Pete, Margot gets another point.
Oh yeah, Zack Snyder is
I was
pissed.
thinking about his character. Oh,
Davidson,
He was very I thought we were shooting. This is a language. This is a misunderstanding.
That's always your answer when something goes wrong. Who's next?
The Bond.
Billion, TDK.
What is the government's official code name for the Suicide Squad?
I thought it was the Suicide Squad.
Task Force X.
No.
The name of the movie.
There's
Extremely.
Oh, they got right.
Oh no.
Task Force.
This woman is jacked.
I
I
can't
love
say
it.
that even if I knew the answer.
You said it.
Task Force.
You say it in the movie. Some of these are too easy. Hey, can we go to like one of our secret guest questions?
Hey guys, which team member would you sacrifice first?
Correct answer.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Is that what you said, Steve?
I said.
What's the answer, Jen?
I would have to go with Savant because he's played by Michael Rooker. And if anyone here has ever had to spend a day working with Michael Rooker, I think they'd probably have the same answer.
You know what? People are always like that. They always want to get rid of the most dangerous one first. Yeah, I understand where this is coming from.
All right, we're
He seems like a nice guy.
Yeah, he seems
versus
great.
Elise. Oh boy!
Have you already talked about that shirt yet, Nate?
No, but I do. I like Flula, bro. I don't know much. Mainly the knowledge is from Comedy Bang Bang.
A. Mongal. B. King Shark.
Great shirt, though.
C. Bloodsport. D. The Thinker.
May I ask a question, Mr. Gunn?
Oh no. Yeah.
When you say full appearance, does this mean like everything was exposed? Is it?
The character was not fully exposed. No, the character had some items of clothing on.
Got it. Then I would answer King Sharky.
I was going to say B.
B. King Shark. How did
Does
you get
James Gunn
that?
put himself in the movies?
I said King Sharky. That's incorrect.
Has he ever?
So,
Okay, so it goes to Elise.
No,
yeah, sorry.
I don't think so.
Jeopardy rules, guys. Pronounce it right.
Like not even going to get.
Wait, he doesn't get that?
You can't just give away the point.
You can Flula. You can't give away your point, dude.
Why not? I give
your
away
problem?
snacks at lunch. Have my point.
Hey.
Is he even on your team?
Yeah, Flula's on my team.
See, this is the kind of chaos you want to watch.
He's not.
You keep complaining.
He's not.
I think that man is hilarious.
You're on Viola's team.
Wait, I'm not on Rooker's team?
No.
I thought you were on my team too.
Oh.
But no, you're not on my team.
Okay.
Wait. We have another special question. Why don't we do the last special question?
Hi guys, so now I have a serious question for you guys. I'm gonna test your smarts. Who shot Superman? Was it J.R. Ewing, Peacemaker, Bloodsport, Amanda Waller? Let me know.
That is Storm Reed.
My daughter.
Which of your characters is in prison for shooting Superman?
Bloodsport.
Bloodsport.
That's correct. Bloodsport is in prison for shooting Superman.
With a Krypton bullet.
Storm
Krypton
Reed
bullet.
turns in an amazing performance.
Bullet of
in the film.
Krypton.
Some of the most memorable scenes, like really, she's like amazing in the movie. Really, truly.
What movie is that?
Oh my God.
I'm talking about it.
Is there anybody left? Pete, who's left?
Blackguard.
Against two.
That was funny.
Oh, great.
Oh,
Okay.
Flula.
Who will lose first, Pete?
What comic book series did the Suicide Squad debut in? A, The Brave and the Bold. B, The Bold and the Beautiful. C, The Bravest of the Bold. Or D, Time to Die Hard.
The Brave and the Bold.
Yeah.
Brave and the Bold.
All right,
Pete,
Pete.
it's yours.
Good job, Pete. Way to go.
Idris Elba, Bloodsport, versus Mei Ling, Mangal. Okay, question. Which character... Oh, this isn't fair. Oh, well. Question. Which character goes into the mission armed with the most weaponry?
Bloodsport.
Deadshot.
Oh, isn't it polka dot?
Deadshot.
Let's go then.
That ain't
Slipknot,
polka dot.
dude.
That's
Slipknot.
more of a condition.
Polka dot can
Slip-
do. Like, he's got
Slipknot doesn't
hundreds of
need
weapons
anything
on him.
because he is everything.
One weapon. It's
He
polka
is
dots.
the weapon.
He's got his hands. His hands can climb in.
Bloodsport pulls off all the different kinds of weapons.
Sandals.
I didn't get the script.
The Mandel's weapon that he wears in the movie?
Oh, come on. Leave those
I was
mandals
actually,
alone. Really?
I was editing a scene yesterday, Idris, where you're, and I noticed for the first time that you're going up the side of a wall in your mandals.
Yeah.
Well, he always was. I guess he was always wearing his mandals in that scene. I
Always.
just never noticed till yesterday.
Danielle loves those mandals, don't you, Danielle?
Yeah, Mike, he's playing Bloodsport in the Suicide Squad
Okay,
movie.
who's next? If given the chance, which superhero would your character like to take down?
Not to be confused
it's
with
not
the
about
character
taking anybody
Suicide
down.
Squad in the
It's not trying to
Bloodsport
bring
movie.
yourself up. You know,
That was really
Bring some
confusing when I watched that.
Cena for president after that answer. I'm going to vote for John. That's it.
Which
John
new
Cena only
addition to
has
the
that blue
squad
suit.
was the biggest
I've seen him in
surprise
that
to
blue
you?
suit at
I think
I think
Weasel was the
3
biggest
different
surprise.
events.
You're going to expect him to
That's
be
the only
this-
suit he
this
has.
Somebody
crazy
definitely
blue
said
suit. Can't
you
even
look really good
I
in
mean,
blue.
come on.
Wait
and
till you
he's
see
just running
Weasel
with
in
it.
action in the movie.
I believe it.
How is the movie? How does it look?
It's amazing. It's amazing. Like really, truly, it's just the most fun I've ever had. I love the movie. The studio is overwhelmingly happy with the movie.
Wow.
It's just
Wow.
it's
Yeah,
it's
that's
Wow.
the
Wow.
action is great. It's funny. And it's really dramatic in the right places and very touching.
We're not gonna have to reshoot 30 minutes of it at all.
I mean,
Jack
just
Courtney's like-
down the line, it's just the greatest cast I've ever worked
Jack
with.
Courtney's
by
like, I've
far.
heard this
Just
before.
Every single person is amazing. It's
here's the
it's just
trailer
a
with
once in a
Bohemian
lifetime
Rhapsody.
thing for me. It was a
Who's
blast
Pete
to
Davidson
make,
in
and
Suicide
it's
Squad?
just cutting together just completely.
Is he in it?
Is he Blackguard?
Yeah, he's in it.
So grateful.
What was his
to
name?
All of you guys,
Is he
except for
Blackguard?
Rooker.
Blackguard, yeah, Blackguard.
But I can cut around him pretty easily. So
He's looking at me every day on the cutting room floor. They don't even do that anymore, do they? It's all digital.
they made it digital for you, so we don't even have to look at you on the cutting room floor.
I just got to say, what an amazing experience it was. And it's because of you and all of these guys. You know, the atmosphere on that set was so positive and such a warm, wonderful, supportive place to be. You know, not everybody has been
which
in
Doctor
a
Who
big
doctor is he?
superhero movie, even if they've
He's
been
Doctor Who.
or anything like that. So to
just
walk
Doctor
on
What do you
to a
mean,
set
which?
like that can be quite intimidating.
He's the
But
11th
the
Doctor.
welcome
Okay.
that you and everybody here provided
I think.
was just fantastic.
Shouldn't
So
say that.
thank you and
Start
everybody here for that.
guessing. So he's-
No, I
Leave
think
it
you're
to
right
the
because wasn't David
British
Tennant
guy to
12?
Come in right at the
He was,
end
uh,
and
before
say
him?
something beautiful that makes
he's
us
not
all
before
look
him.
stupid.
That's what I'm here
David
for.
Tennant
That's why I'm
was-
called the thinker.
So the showdown champion, I believe.
No,
even
he's
though
the
we
ninth
haven't been
Doctor.
Keeping very good score. Is
I'm sure there's someone
Viola
yelling. If
Davis's team.
Probably. I don't know, Doc.
The landslide trivia.
Damn it! So you guys, right? I have a little something special in store
Oh,
for
yeah,
you,
no.
which we
Ninth Doctor
have.
was,
you guys right now.
Eccleston.
Yeah, because there were supposed to only be
Everybody
10
out there
iterations.
in the DC FanDome universe
Yeah,
are going to be
let's
the
see.
first to see
David Tennant was
a
10.
little behind the scenes action.
Eccleston
from
was
the
9.
Suicide Squad.
All right, hold on. Let me see this.
So he's 12.
I think it's going to surprise people.
You kind of sit there and go, how did they do that?
It's going to be different from any superhero movie ever made.
There's no one better in the world to direct the Suicide Squad than James Gunn.
I was excited with an opportunity to be able to do the Suicide Squad in the way it could be done from my point of view.
This one is completely unique. This is a gritty 1970s war movie combined with brilliance of James
Oh, did
Gunn's
you see that?
characters and comedy.
Were those like practical
Boomerang?
boomerangs, like LEDs on them?
Oh,
or
he's throwing like
something?
LED boomerangs so you could see
Yeah.
them, so you could then digitally put them in later. Holy shit, that's
Within
gonna be awesome.
each of our characters, there's a certain beauty
Please don't kill off some of these.
within most of them.
I want to see
Some
this
of them
Weasel
are
guy,
just
though.
pretty crappy through and through.
Luis, oh, sure better be in this.
The guy who believes in peace at any cost, no
He's
matter
gonna-
how
he's gonna
many
get killed
people
off.
he needs to
I'm
kill
loving
along the
these
way.
campy ass costumes, man.
Yeah.
We'll never
so
settle
good.
back.
Polka dot? I mean, look at that. Oh,
That's awesome. You got polka dot. Now we can get Kite Man so easily.
James comes in.
everyone's exploding. Genitals, heads, arms, legs.
Everyone's exploding.
Genitals.
You say genitals?
Graphic novel
Genit-
brought to life.
Janitors.
Genitals, hairs,
This
legs.
is by far the biggest movie I've ever made.
I love it. Oh, he just threw a bunch of polka dots.
You know
Did
what
polka
to
dots just shoot polka dots?
Don't get too attached.
This has been truly the greatest,
Oh my god.
most exciting.
Rooker
journey of
looks
my
like
life,
like
making
my
So
nightmare of like an old man.
I'm so scared.
Cut, that
I don't
was
want
great.
some of these people to die. But I know that it has to.
That looks
This
fun.
looks so
No, that
fun.
was it. What do you guys think of that?
It looks fun.
I'm in.
Anyway, I can't wait for everybody to see.
It'd
The
been better if they'd
Suicide
shown the trailer
Squad
to the
in
first
theaters all the
Suicide
way
Squad.
in August 6th,
And everybody get real
2021. We're still
hyped
working
for it.
on it, but man, I am so excited for everybody to see it, and I
Harley
am
Quinn looks
grateful
That looks good.
for everyone out there in the DC universe who came.
It's nice
and,
not her not in her
checked out,
normal
hung out with
costume.
us for a little while and
Yeah.
saw this train wreck that would have gone.
She's in like
perfectly
combat
smoothly
fatigues.
if
She's
not
like
Yeah,
Harley
it was
Quinn.
like when the Suicide Squad was
Thank you,
rebooted more
guys.
recently or whatever, and it was
Way
after
to go,
Harley
Viola, and
Quinn's
your
like
team for the win.
Looks
Ça
like
va, DC FanDome?
roller
I'm
derby
Sarah
thing.
LTM, your
Yeah.
French host, and
She,
I've
like,
got
had,
a
like,
big
the
admiration
pads
for
and-
James Gunn and the cast. What a great teamwork.
cool outfit.
Now I'm even more excited for the Suicide Squad movie than before. How about you? Tweet us at #DC FanDome. And next, we have a very special DC fan guest with a question for Idris
Oh,
Elba.
Nate.
Gael, mon fils, take it
The
away.
Chris Daughtry concert's at 4:20. There you go.
Nice.
You're a sport fan. What kind of training did you do for your role in the Suicide Squad?
This one's gonna be kind of cool.
Okay,
It's the
so hi
females of color.
Gael, Idris. So yes, I am a sports fan. I am a fan of all sports, but I played basketball, football, cricket, hockey as a kid, and then as an adult, I did kickboxing and a little bit of boxing. When I was training
Like
for
I'm looking
this
in the mirror.
film, because there was a lot of work that we had to do, I basically didn't do a sport. I did a sort of general training package, which was more centered around my kickboxing training. So that's lots of circuits, lots of cardio work, a little bit of weight training to get those big muscles up.
You know how you look like this? It's by stopping the apocalypse.
Essentially,
Or whatever that line is.
working
What's
on
the
that
line from?
particular film,
Cancel the
my
apocalypse.
work weight was
It's
so
cancel
high.
the apocalypse.
We were training every day.
I do that every day.
On the
Cancel
job.
the apocalypse
So,
every day.
That's me.
For 20 minutes.
Turns out Gael isn't the only
What was that
tennis
new? What
player
was that
who is
news
a
about
massive DC
300?
fan.
They're like digitally
Now, let's
remastering it or
check
something
in
like
with
that, or they're
two
re-releasing
other
it.
mega fans
It's coming out
who,
It's the
4K.
peck
like us,
cut,
share
hopefully.
a
They're
mutual
gonna have more
love for
pecs.
Wonder
They're
Woman.
adding more
Tennis star Venus
abs.
Williams
Yeah.
and director
Can't wait.
Patty Jenkins.
What are they redoing on it? What needs to be redone?
I don't know.
They're just releasing in 4K.
Oh, it's
4K
4K.
DVD
Okay.
release.
Venus Williams.
I get to see
I'm
Sexy
so
Magneto
excited
even
that I get
more
to meet
K,
you.
I guess.
It's
Venus
amazing.
Williams.
It's so funny because here I am making Wonder
DC
Woman.
superfans,
and
Venus Williams.
I'm constantly inspired by the different Wonder Women in the world, and you're like a quintessential one.
Thank you so much. It's so nice to meet you too. Congratulations. You look amazing. I love your style, but more than anything, I love your
What is
work.
11?
Thank you.
That's what I was just gonna ask.
To talk to you about it because I've got questions.
I'm gonna look it up.
I know, me too. So I love the fact, it's very funny because now has come this time that I'm getting to make the Wonder Woman film.
It's beauty
but
supplies?
there are so many people like both
Beauty
of us who
supplies.
grew up looking at Wonder Woman, and
But
I
also
don't think that
activewear?
people understood the significance of
No,
who
it's
she
activewear.
was in
It's
the
activewear.
world. So I would love to hear. I'm like so
activewear.
interested that you were a Wonder Woman fan
Nice.
too.
That's,
and,
and
what's your
right now they're
history? How
featuring
did
all the
you get
Wonder
into
Woman
it?
stuff, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, so for me, I grew up on
Wonder
Linda
Woman,
Carter,
windbreaker,
Wonder Woman,
catsuit,
right?
hoodie.
Oh yeah.
She was beautiful.
No, there is some skin
and she
stuff.
could do
Oh, it's
anything,
sunscreen.
And she saved the world.
That's smart. She's out in the sun a
and
lot.
That for me was my first introduction to Wonder Woman, and it was so iconic. And then after that, actually, I was more introduced to Linda Carter as Wonder Woman, and then on to DC Comics. So actually, Wonder Woman was my first introduction into comics at all. And it really just started there.
If you had to create a superhero, like what would you add to the party?
I gotta say, I was just talking to Jim Lee, and we created a superhero named, ironically enough, I can't believe no one thought of this, Venus.
That's amazing.
So this superhero, she is antimatter and, the monitor and the anti-monitor. So she's somewhere
What?
in between and lives in the space between matter and antimatter. We just started talking and creating this character. So I think that's it.
I love the sound of that. And I also love it's funny that we've had so few, there are plenty of great female superheroes, but so few of them have risen to a huge amount of focus. And I like that adds this whole other thing to the party, like many other the male superheroes have branched out to all of these different dimensions. That's a great one.
They created
forward.
a bridge between monitor and
I think in my
anti-monitor.
head,
That's
to me,
so
there's good and bad
cool.
in her. So she's trying to always stay towards the good, but she has tendencies.
It's been interesting kind of modeling power and grace and beauty yourself. Like, how has been taking on that role yourself in this world been?
Shit, hang on.
I really just try to be my best.
Yeah.
Just so you know, Peter Capaldi was the 12th Doctor.
Most of
12th.
all, I want to be proud of of who I am and what I do. When
11th was Matt Smith.
And
I was gonna say 12, but I don't
cringe
watch
and say,
Doctor Who,
my
so I don't want to be
God, did I
wrong.
do and say that?
Every time I
That's
get
not-
watched Doctor Who and I was wrong.
I want.
I'm like, I don't know,
look
man.
back and be
I
proud of how I've handled all of my
tabs
moments.
on
and,
who's the Doctor
and
when I
doing
don't
that,
watch the
it's
show.
motivating
I
to,
go,
to
okay,
others, and you never know
you're
what's
the
going to be
Doctor now.
motivating someone else.
David Tennant
And
was
there's
my
so many
first
things that
Doctor, and then Matt
motivated
Smith
me
was
that
really
other
my
people have
Doctor.
done. They never even knew that they touched my life. And so just by the simple act of being positive,
David
allowing
Tennant was the one that I was
wins
watching.
and the losses and the tough spots to just roll
Yeah, he got
off
most
of
people
you.
into it.
You never know who's watching. Who
Eccleston
you
was
inspire.
okay.
And
I
obviously
rewatched
Wonder
it from
Woman
the
does
reboot,
inspire
but
David
lots of
Tennant's the
women
one
in that
from
sense.
Jessica Jones,
Yeah,
right?
and you do too.
Yes.
And that's another thing is like what I
Purple Man.
like is Wonder Woman always surprised me. You know, she always surprises me by not having to be
and from that reboot of Fright Night, he's pretty good in that too.
about her power, and not having to be belittling or not having to be all these things that we sort of saw power meaning. You're kind of defying all of these things now as an entrepreneur, because we all knew of you as a great tennis player, but then you've turned around and like started this amazing clothing line.
Yeah, there really is no limit. And with my activewear brand 11 by Venus, that is honestly the value of it, is that you're going past the 10. You don't set a limit.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, that's what it's about. Being well, being positive, all those things help you to get past your limits. So you do have to take care of yourself so you
While
can
Nate's
get
gone, we
there.
can talk about all the
And
things we
always
see at
say
his
better,
background.
not
He has
best.
his
So best is a moment.
Switch correct.
Does he have
I
the
won with
Casio
them at some
keyboard
point,
still
but then
on the
maybe I
ground?
didn't win the
Yeah,
next year.
Casio
Someone else
keyboard's
was
on the
best
ground, but
at
look,
that
this
moment.
his switch
But
is
if you're
correct
always going for
up on the
better, then
table.
It's right
you're
side up, if you
constantly
will.
transcending.
He needs to turn it
that
over. All the
moment
cool kids are
best.
doing this.
That's
We're all
really
flipping
cool.
it.
I love 11. I got a chance to
Everyone's
see
gonna wear it
upside
your
down now.
Wonder Woman inspired
It's gonna
line,
play upside
which
down. It's a
is
cool way.
so awesome. And here's what I like about it so much. And it's funny because it doesn't surprise me that it came from you at all. When I first came to the Wonder Woman brand, people either wanted to go too hard or too soft. It was like, is she masculine or is she feminine? And it was an interesting thing that it was when a bunch of women showed up that we were kind of like, no, it can be both. So I love
the
that
whole
you as a
point of Wonder
designer
Woman.
are, of course, like speaking
It
my
has to be
language of
both.
like, oh, that's got such edge and awesomeness to us, but to everybody. But it's not leaning, it's not about being a woman or a man.
I agree with you. Women are powerful and men are powerful too. So you don't have to try to be either or.
Yeah.
We all have an innate power in ourselves.
So how did you approach the line?
I really wanted to do something that really represented Wonder Woman, but in a less traditional sense.
Yeah.
So it's away from the red, white, and blues, but focused on the stars. And especially with, of course, Linda Carter, I'm inspired by that. And I have to say, every time I design an
So
outfit
she's
for the
inspired more
Olympics,
by
it's
Donna
designed
Troy
after Wonder
than she
Woman.
is by Wonder Woman.
So I have like this
Donna Troy is all
inspiration
about the
behind it.
stars in black and
Every
white
4
and,
years,
and,
it's
and
outfit
gold.
that I wear is inspired by Wonder Woman. But this time,
Where
I
is
wanted
Donna
to-
Troy?
to
They
stick
haven't
with
brought
the
that up at
symbolism of
all.
her.
Wonder if they'll do
Yeah,
that.
and it really
In,
those that color palette. So
Titans.
that's
In the
how
movies.
we came up with this.
No, in the movies, I
this
mean.
sparkling star.
Have they
black
haven't done
and
it in the
white. Anyone can wear
have they
black
done it in
and
the
white,
Titans
and there's
TV show?
gold
Yeah, but they
in
killed
it
her
as
off
well,
already.
and then
Huh.
these elements of surprise and wonder, and so we have
That sucks.
these crystals with
Yeah, it
the,
was
with the
like
amazing Wonder
it
Woman
was not good.
crest.
It
That's
was
so
not good
cool.
watching
That's
that.
awesome.
And you
I
thought
think we
she was
talked
gonna
about
go,
this
I don't
already.
know, maybe they're gonna
but
bring her back.
Your
I think.
first
But,
memory of Wonder
I think-
Woman.
I think they
and
moved the Titans panel.
kind of-
I'm checking the schedule right now.
Well, you can talk about that, but also like connect that memory of Wonder Woman.
Is that
to
the one
where
that's
you
been
are
moved
now.
all the way to
Film.
September
Yeah.
10th?
What's that
6:50
feel like?
PM
And does
today.
it feel full
They moved it to
circle?
today.
Because to me, it feels like something you were meant to do.
Here's what's interesting about it. So my first memory of Wonder Woman is my mom never let us watch TV, and or alternately we didn't have a TV. So
My mom
I
didn't
saw
let
it
us
at
watch
a
TV because
friend's
we didn't have
house.
one.
And I just remember just like the catnip zeroing in on it. And immediately the thing that it turned into was was the role
Yes, she
play
did.
on the schoolyard. I was in elementary school and everybody would play who they were. And I remember it became imperative to get out onto the yard first so that you could declare you were Wonder Woman. So all these years later, when it became something I got to do, there were lots of Wonder Woman fans, but it was very important to me that whoever did the movie was a fan, and I was. So I found myself in this situation where it's both totally surreal that you get to be the one to do it after having a childhood
I'm also
connection.
okay with the
On other
director
hand, I
not
was like,
being a
well,
fan of the
I don't
movie.
know
It's
who else
okay.
is a fan
Like, it doesn't.
here trying
Yeah,
to
but then
direct
that's
this
how you
movie,
get
but I
to,
know that
like,
I am. So I'm happy
Christopher
that it's somebody
Nolan
who
with,
who can be a
what is it, like,
guardian of that legacy, you know. And that was the first thing I did was call Linda Carter. And I called Linda and I said,
Well,
you're
yeah,
the lead in the
he went the
trades.
wrong way. Yeah.
Oh,
That we're doing a
allergic
new Wonder
to-
Woman, and I want you to
allergic to
know we're not here to reinvent
whatever
Wonder
that
Woman
term
or
is, like-
redesign Wonder Woman. I simply want to
Allergic
take
to
the
the source
torch
material.
of something you gave to me
Yeah.
and pass it
I
forward
don't have
to
a
the
problem
kids
with
of the next generation.
them not
and
being
people of
super,
the next
but
generation.
they always try
so
and
I
make
want
sure they're super
continue
fans. Like, it's
that.
okay
She's
not to
been
be a super
dear
fan.
friend ever since, but it was
like you have
about
to,
kind of
you have to
honoring
show
that
the fans
legacy.
Okay, so why do you think that it's
Yeah,
important
basically, yeah.
to not only have real
I mean, look
but
at
fictional role
Shazam. They
models
got
that
Zach,
are like
you know, and it's
My
like
mother
he's
is
a giant
feminist
nerd. We all know
and,
that.
Like really,
So that actually
shielded
helped
me in
to
a
his
way from a
cred.
belief that I would hit limits.
You know, he can be
And so
Shazam.
I feel like between the Wonder
think it's
Womans
like,
of the world
giant nerd.
and the way that I
like,
grew up, nobody was ever telling me I couldn't.
Like David Sandberg
and
probably
I
just
was
like, I'm
seeing,
not a
so I was
Shazam
able
fan,
to
but
look at other
I know how
women
to
in the
make a
world doing
comic book
incredible
movie.
things.
Like, I know how to do
And
it.
you know, athletes and
they don't always have to be the same
actresses
thing
and,
because,
you know,
as we've seen, people that are
scientists
super
and
fans
all of these things
don't
and think
always
like,
make
oh,
the
okay,
greatest
cool. I
movies.
wasn't focusing
Yeah,
on
I
that it
think
wasn't possible.
Some
I always
of them
thought
are
it was
just like, yeah, I
perfectly
know how to
possible.
make this movie better. Like,
It took many years for me to see how far behind we still were in so many ways.
I'd rather you be
And
funny.
that's too
I'd rather the
bad,
person be
but
funny.
I think
I can
that
live with everything else.
that's always been my goal, is to be a part of, like, let's not fight and let's not justify and do all those things. Let's just assume, of course, it's possible that all of these people can do so many things. So it is the seeing it and seeing people like you
then
out in
that's
the
how you
world
get
doing
into
incredible
like
things
the
that,
Star
of
Wars
course, makes
territory where
it
like someone like
seem
Ryan
attainable
Johnson's
to
like,
other people.
I
like,
love that.
I'm
I love.
a
I
Star
feel
Wars
like we grew
fan,
up
but
in the
like
same
we're gonna do
home.
it
Yeah.
my way.
I wasn't allowed
and
to
then
say
you
can't.
have
You were in
J.J.
major
Abrams just
trouble
like,
if you said that.
I'm a Star Wars
We
fan.
weren't really allowed to
I'm the
watch
biggest
TV.
Star
It
Wars
was
fan. I'm the
educational
best Star Wars
programs.
fan.
So
Like,
I think we have
all
a lot of
right.
stories.
I don't know what this
A
is.
lot of stories we could share.
I know.
In the multiverse,
Yeah,
you lived right
you
there too.
there's
but just
it's
another
there's
place.
it's a bell curve. There's a middle part that's
I think
perfect.
that your parents, or of course I faced a lot of blocks, but it wasn't like I wasn't thinking there was going to be sexism that held me back at all. I was absolutely just propelling forward. And so I think that's where, like, having an idealized world and being raised in a place where you believe that sort of thing is possible makes a big difference of, like, you can do things. And so, yeah, modeling it for kids and people is amazingly important.
Extremely important. What do you think sets Wonder Woman apart from other superheroes?
Did you drop your Switch?
I think it's
Is it
her
upside down now?
moral hopes for mankind.
I'm actually
I can't
playing
think
my
of
Switch
any
right now.
other superhero
Where's my speaker?
who I've
What are you
seen
playing?
a lot of them who have great
Well,
morality,
Mario Kart?
of course, and
Mario.
lots of complex
Mario
things.
Kart
Because
But
I
someone
because I
whose
played Mario
mission
Andretti in
even
the
is to
God,
make
that was
mankind
so
better.
dude.
She's
So
not
good. They
perfect
so
or above
happy
it.
that
was
guy
your
was on
credit
the
in
show.
that
her
I
promo.
was
struggle
not
to
promo
figure out
expecting it
how
and
to-
fucking
how
lost
to use
it.
her power and be helpful is
Well,
so
if you
interesting to me.
need an
I
off
loved graphic novels
vaguely
right from the
racist
start because I
caricature of someone's
loved
voice.
Little Nemo and Slumberland, and I would look
Sorry.
at all of these
It
graphic
was
novels,
left
and then I
field.
loved superheroes.
Wasn't
So I
expecting it.
transitioned pretty
Man.
easily over to sometimes comic
Well,
books.
because I didn't know if
sometimes
we were
more
doing Goofy.
highbrow,
I'm glad one of the
you
guys
know,
was like, "Hey,
comic book
can we be
art
Goofy in
books
this?"
You were
and
doing
things,
Goofy.
and it came quite
Mark
naturally.
and I said before,
I'm doing Goofy.
like our rock climbers, like we got to make them, we got to make these guys New York.
Know what blocks you
Hey,
face.
ooh,
Yeah.
You guys got to.
I think that happens with Wonder Woman too.
So
She
many
doesn't
people
know
with
what she's
Jersey
gonna
that I was.
face.
It was like,
How were you able to deal
everybody
with
was Jersey.
some of the things that you faced on your road
It's
to
an
where
easy
you
accent.
are now.
It's
And
an easy
what
accent, and
advice
it's
would you
Gotham
give
City. You would
for
assume everybody's
women who
from
wanna
Jersey.
follow in your footsteps?
Yeah, Gotham,
And
Gotham,
I
New
hate
Jersey.
saying women because if you're a director, you should be the best director. If I'm
Actually, to
tennis
me,
player,
it was
I should be the
Philly.
best-
I always think of
one
Gotham
the
as
best
Philly.
tennis players to
Really?
ever play. Why should
That's
I
in my mind what it is.
singled
Yeah.
out
It's
for all these
Philadelphia.
other
It's like-
That is, I
things?
love
Yeah.
hearing
It's just
what
it's
people
not
think about
New York
sometimes this
City.
is how the
That's
world
It's not
looks
New York
at us.
City.
It's
No,
not
no,
New
no,
York
Metropolis.
City.
Face
in my opinion, it's
more
Jersey.
challenges
New Jersey.
to get to the
Metropolis
top.
is
So
New York City.
what is your advice?
It's the big
and how
apricot.
did you feel when you faced those roadblocks? How did you get through them?
it was after I was successful, actually, after I had made Monster, that I started to see, oh, I'm a woman director. Oh, I wasn't thinking about that.
You're just a
and all
director.
of a sudden I started to see
don't think of yourself as a
limitations or
woman
hopes
director.
or wants or expectations on me because of that. And that was when it really surprised me. It's because I thought, oh, I wasn't thinking about being a woman. I'm just a director. And yes, I make movies starring women, but we're not women films. We're just making films.
No one ever says Steven Spielberg, male
I've always
director.
tried to say that's their problem. Like, this is their problem. I'd love to help you with it by surprising you with what I can do, but I have to focus on what I'm doing over here and do the best job I can while you get over your expectation of what people can do. I can't be bothered, and I want to always be a part of the voice of change in as big of a way as I can.
That's like,
not that I think that Taika Waititi would ever not be what I wanted to watch.
So I try to just
aim
to be end-minded, you know.
Last question.
And knowing what Taika Waititi wants to do in the next one, it's like, hell yeah.
The Amazons and Wonder Woman.
Go
and how
for it, dude.
amazing
100%. That's what I
But
want.
yeah, it would have been interesting to see.
They are. I love all of that. Can we talk about
like if they don't allow you to do that, then just do Silver Surfer. Like,
there are many set
I don't know,
patterns for
man.
doing
There's a lot of stuff you could do.
warfare and competition, but they all are very
Yeah, I'll be interested to see
specifically
what she does
masculine, which you don't
next.
really
Is
think
her
about until you
next
start
big?
trying to design
I know
it, and the fight
she's
is,
saying
like
she
I
might
said,
do a third
headbutting.
Wonder Woman.
You know,
Yeah,
so getting into
she's probably
what
gonna
they
get a
would do,
big
what
fat contract for
competition
that,
would
but
be, how it would work,
I think that is
and
her
what kind of
contract right now.
clothing they
I
would
think
wear.
Yeah,
It's not
like
unlike
the third
you
is
and
gonna be
how
her
you
last
dress
one.
and the things that you design. Where it's
That
like
makes
they
sense.
don't
Gal's
need
last
to
one.
be
I wonder if they'll
sexed up in an
Well, that's where the Donna Troy comes in for me. I'm like,
they also
do you
would not care about what they look like.
do you
They'd
age
also
out and put in
care
a
and have-
Donna Troy
and
who's a
have
young version of
ownership
it?
in what they
Because
thinking
by the
that
time
what
they get
they're
to that, Gal
putting
Gadot
on
would
is
be
both
like
functional and cool.
40
It's a fun
something?
thing to try to represent an entire world.
By the time they get to a
in
third
this
movie?
incredible
But then at
tribe
the same
of
time, I'm
Amazons. It
cool
reminds
with
me of the kind of sports
older
I've
gal.
watched you do. So
Me
that
too.
makes me
Older
so
gal
happy.
Wonder Woman.
Stay in
I think
touch. I
that'd be
love
pretty
this whole
cool.
conversation.
Or have her take over like they
In the
did in the
same
comic books,
home.
have her take
I
over for
know,
Queen
I
of
know,
Polita.
and I
Yeah.
mean it when I
Queen
say like
Diana.
it's so
Make-
funny because
make
I
her
really
have to
do sit
become
around
Queen of the
and
Amazons,
talk
and
about
someone
what
else has to become
Amazons are and what Wonder
Wonder Woman,
is,
the,
and
you know, the harbinger of this,
literally are out there
whatever.
in this world walking around like demonstrating it all the time. And that's what's so cool is like being the director of it. Sometimes people will say, I've never seen a movie like that.
I want them to bring
before.
in
I'm like, yeah, but you
Hercules.
see the women. You've seen the women.
Because in the comic books,
You've
she
seen
and
people like
Hercules
you, so
fought,
it's
and then Hercules
interesting that
betrayed
it's-
her.
That it's such an unusual thing.
like,
So
this-
nice to
all this
meet
Greek
you.
mythology
What a
stuff I still
pleasure.
wanna see.
What a pleasure. Great to meet you.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Bye. Bye.
11.
11 with a V is very big for Venus.
Wow, I had no idea Venus was such a huge DC
Can
fan
we,
like us.
can't we just start
Not
like
only do we
zoomed
here
in?
in the DC fandom want to know what you
Not only
out there
that,
in
can
the
we
fanverse
stop
think,
with them
but we
saying,
also
wow,
want
I
to
never
know
knew,
what
like
you
if they've
can
just
do.
been listening to it?
We asked
Stop.
and you
Stop
didn't
pretending like
disappoint.
you listened to
sent
the
in
last
the
thing.
best
Just
of your best cosplay and
move
fan
on.
art,
It's okay.
And hear just a sample of the amazing talents out there in the DC fandom.
Bleh. Oh, here we
All
go.
the Jokers.
Here we go.
Here we go.
People's fascination with Joker is like its own form of comedy for me. There we go, Katana.
Her sword contains the souls of her victims. Go watch Caravan of Garbage. You guys ever watch that?
Sometimes. Sometimes.
The guys who do the Weekly Planet, they did Suicide Squad. So it's fun to watch, especially since you guys covered Suicide Squad. It's pretty funny. Because they just keep talking about Katana. that her sword contains the souls of her victims. She says it like a million times. And other people do too. It's like that's all. That's her whole character arc.
They better. If this Suicide Squad movie doesn't have a goddamn scene of Rick Flag,
Reaches their goals.
Rick
uses
Flag,
their inner
I almost said
strength
Flair.
as a superpower.
Made that
to get
mistake.
through life. You do not
If
want
they
to
don't have
waste
a scene
this
of Rick Flag
conversation
eating the
as
chicken
we gathered
leg,
some of the most
I'm gonna
electrifying
be
females
pissed.
from Megan
No,
Good
You need to,
him.
to
That
me,
was, the new
everything that you
Batwoman,
show Rick
Javicia
Flag in there
Leslie,
needs to be
and
at least
more
one
for a
scene,
conversation we
one
call
shot of him
Boss
just
Female
going to
of Color
town on
within
a
the DC
on a chicken
universe,
leg.
rated
Just-
by celebrity DJ D Nice and Grammy
I think we're gonna get a
award-winning
lot of those
singer,
kind of things
Estelle.
from James Gunn.
Was that Ike Barinholtz was eating the chicken?
What's the boss? What's the boss?
No, it was
What's the
him.
boss?
He was the.
What's
It
the
was
boss?
when
What's the boss? What's the boss? What's
Enchantress
the boss?
goes. She goes off in the hotel room. Like,
in the hotel room.
What's happening, folks? How you feeling? Welcome to the
chicken
DC FanDome.
and it's
My name
no,
is
it's just like a
Estelle,
chicken. It's in tinfoil. Like
name
it,
is
like
D.
brought it.
Nice, and
Like it
welcome
was.
to Boss,
I think I
Females
remember
of
tinfoil.
Color
It wasn't
within the
crispy.
DC
It was
Universe
like
panel.
gooey.
Right, we're going to
chicken.
start
Yeah, it
by
was like a
introducing some of the
refrigerated
panelists
chicken
today.
wing.
Megan Good,
No
who plays
breading.
Darla Shazam on Shazam the
Naked.
film.
And I'm a big fan of this show. Candace Patton, who plays Iris West Allen on The Flash.
We got Nafisa Williams, who plays Anissa, Thunderbird, Blackbird on Black Lightning.
Yes, and we have Chantel Twee. She plays Grace Choi on Black Lightning.
Is this just a
Javicia
CW panel?
Leslie, who plays
Seems like
Ryan
it.
Wilder,
Like a
Batwoman.
or
On Batwoman.
I didn't know
Boss females of
We
color
also
within the
have
DC
Anna
universe.
Joe, who plays Coriander on
Yeah,
Titans.
Anna Diop.
Hell yeah.
Let's go.
Hey, we got
Hell
Damaris
yeah.
Lewis.
She's a
My
Blackfire.
little sis, I love her.
Season 3.
Plays Blackfire on Titans.
And we have Tala Ash, who plays Zari
She's great.
Tarazi
God,
on
I love
DC's
Legends.
Legend of Tomorrow.
Legends of Tomorrow.
It's so stupid. It's so stupid and
so
fun.
I want to start this off with taking a minute
Time
to
travel.
congratulate
Put,
the newest
the new
boss
Batwoman in here.
of the entire group, Javicia Leslie, the first Black actress to play.
Oh, you thought they'd put the
Batwoman.
actual actress on this?
Look, this is huge news.
They may still
only
do
a
that.
few iconic Black actresses: Eartha Kitt, Halle Berry, and recently announced Zoe Kravitz.
But do you think they're going to announce her
But you know,
on
they're
this
counting it.
panel?
Javicia said she want to be Batwoman. So,
Oh yeah.
you know, that's a huge thing. So we want to congratulate you and big you up for even doing that. You know what I mean?
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Awesome.
that is
Who was
Batwoman.
kind of like your blueprint? Who do you think? Who is a person that you said?
Oh, that's Batwoman?
This is why I want to
I
do
think
this.
so. Yeah.
Oh,
I've always truly
Yes, yeah.
admired Eartha Kitt.
And then
But I admire Eartha Kitt even outside of acting.
So Zoe
I love
Kravitz
her
is,
for her activism and the fact that she used her art for activism. And
Let's go.
Just her mentality in general, the things that she would say.
Has she
and
been
how
shooting yet?
dynamic
Have they been
were,
shooting
and then
Batwoman
just
yet?
As a
Oh, yeah.
woman and the
I don't know.
power
They're
that she
probably
had
not
as a
done
woman.
because of the
That's
COVID, but they were
incredible.
in
Do
the
you
midst
got a
of
question?
shooting.
Yes. So I have a question
Because
for
of the
Aqua.
COVID.
How's playing the role of Starfire changed your life?
It's a big question. I think as many people know, when I was cast,
one
there was
of
a
the better
lot
parts of
of
that show.
backlash because
I
people
love
were
her
upset
character on
that some people were upset that it was a Black woman that they cast.
They're still
I always
not
thought it
done.
should be. I was in my mind when I saw it. I was like, yeah, that makes perfect sense.
I had to lean into my friends and my family
She had to
and,
delete social
and
media and
my
everything
faith, I
because
guess,
of
in
it.
a way that I
Really?
hadn't ever
Yeah,
really
yeah,
had
I'm
to
sure.
do before.
I hate
You
this
see the most
and
disgusting stuff
also,
of
it's
people
been
posting
incredible to
like
see what that meant
like
for a lot of people. A
Instagram
lot of
influencer
marginalized
type
people reach out to
Starfire
me, be
cosplays
it Black or gay
just
or
like
trans or whatever, and it's
people being like, "This is what Starfire should
it's
look like,"
incredible
and it's
to
just
be,
like,
all right.
you know,
Get
some
the
small
fuck out of here.
it's
inspiration
some
for them.
like
So
lewd,
I guess
like
in those ways.
pale,
It's definitely important during this
tween
time as
looking
well.
I'll throw
Starfire.
one up
She's
to the
gold.
whole to anybody who wants to
She's
answer.
gold.
Like, when you're a BI
There's no
POC,
color.
It's
She
like,
could be whatever we want her to be.
She's
She's gold in the comic books originally. It's like, what are you saying? She's not white.
That you may be
so
someone's
bad.
first introduction to the world of superheroes.
It's so
like,
racist.
what is the thing? How does it
So
feel when the
racist.
kids react to you or the people say,
I remember really early, we started our show in 2014, and I remember shortly after we aired, I remember getting a tweet from a mom, and she was saying that her and her daughter were watching The Flash,
I believe
and
they've been on
her
as long as
daughter
Star Trek.
was watching my character, and
Next Generation.
she was like, Mom,
Flash
Iris
has?
West
Forever.
is so beautiful.
Yeah, it's
She
been
looks
7
just
years
like
now.
me. Does that mean that I'm beautiful too?
This will be its 7th year.
And
It's crazy.
She tweeted that to me, and I
Good
get
for them.
teary-eyed to this day
Yeah,
thinking
good for
about
them.
it. And I remember tweeting her back and saying, yes, tell your daughter we are beautiful. Like, remind her we are beautiful.
My daughter's 8 years old, and when I told
I would
her
never
that,
be that cool
you know, I
to
was
rock
doing
that
this with
hat.
you guys, she was like,
Nope,
are you
you'll never be
serious?
that
Can I
cool.
come in? Can I sit
That hat is it's an
okay,
awesome
yourself with
hat.
Damaris.
Hey, you know what? You'll never
All right,
try.
so
You need to
you've been in
try.
this industry
No.
as a
Find that
whole
hat.
for a
Hair's too
while.
Go find your pilgrim hat
Whether
and
it's
put it
being a
on.
model, now. You've danced for Prince. Like you've been a dancer, you've done some things in your life, and you know,
Man, I
I've
wanna
been
dance
part
for
witness
Prince.
to a lot of it. And now you're
I
a
wanna dance for
superhero.
Prince.
I remember seeing you on the screen and thinking
That's
to
a cool
myself,
thing to have on
she
my
better
resume.
work. You know, that's literally
What do
my
you do? I'm a
first thought
designer,
upon
but I
seeing
also
you in your
danced for
role.
Prince.
As you
Yeah,
move
I
forward
think
in your career,
anything,
what exactly was the
if you
point of
worked in it,
pivot?
like
What was
you're
the
just
point where you
set, you're
said,
done,
I'm
you're
going to do
good.
this? Go.
Yeah.
I'd hire you if you had
First
it
of
on
all,
your resume.
I would
first
too,
of
in a
all,
heartbeat.
just
I don't
the
care
fact
what
that
job
you
I'm
and
doing,
he
you know
have
what you're at.
been part of
It's
my
like, I don't,
journey.
yep,
For always showing up.
doesn't matter what capacity
The
you did it.
pivot for me was when I started getting booked for being different. And that's when I realized that being different was my superpower. I have spent my entire life, you know, I had the luxury of working with Prince and having him being my mentor. And this is a
Brought up
person
Prince
who prided himself on being different.
Hey,
but until
if
it
you
happens
worked
to
for
you,
Prince, you'd be plugging it
you don't
all
really
the
believe
time.
it. And
All
so,
the
you
time.
know,
like,
modeling is
that one time I was
one
with Prince.
beast. Dance is another
Yeah.
beast. Acting is another
Where
beast.
does the schedule? Where can I go to the
and
schedule now? The website
I've
doesn't only
always
has the
been
live
that
feed.
kid in the corner. I've always been that person
Schedule.dcfandom.com.
that thought a little bit differently.
Backslash.
And unfortunately, there's not a lot of examples.
Mark, what happened to that
what
bingo
happens
card? Are we
when you
supposed to be
think
doing anything with
differently.
that, or is that
I'll
like
tell you,
went out the
you
window
were,
when they
you were a
changed the schedule.
superhero when I first met
Yeah?
you. I met you because of Estelle at one
guess
of
so.
Prince's shows.
Wow.
And
Yeah.
the way you were walking across the stage, it was like, well, who is this? Like, it was just so confident to walk across the stage like that with Prince, and to see the type of success you're having right now. You know, we all knew it was going to happen, and we're all proud of you.
I love y'all. Thank you.
You know, it's awesome. So, Chantel, I have a question for you. So, who were your role models, whether females or just anyone in the industry? Like, who inspired you?
I think growing up, I had Maggie Chung, who did a lot of Wong Kar-wai films, as someone I admired a lot. And
There's that awesome
Sandra
picture
Oh,
of Prince where
who,
he's on
broke a lot of barriers with the work
on
she's
roller
done.
skates.
But I also love
He has his Batman shirt. And
doing
oh my
theater.
god!
I actually
So a
took
lot
that
of
photo
actresses
when I
who've done
worked for
theater
Prince.
and film and television. It's something I admire a lot. Tessa
I
Thompson,
was the costume designer for Prince.
and Kate Blanchett. So
It's-
I love
I worked for a boutique
actresses
roller
who
skating
use
company.
their craft,
God.
not just as a way of
That is so Prince. It's
exposure,
Prince.
but
It's
really
like,
to
I'm gonna go outside and get on the
to, like,
basketball court
as a
and put my
craft,
roller
digging
skates and
deep
wear this
and,
shirt and do this. And
you know,
everybody's like, sure, Prince.
using it in
Bring a
way-
camera.
in
You're
a
like,
way
okay.
that can change lives in their own lives. Like my grandmother, who left Vietnam during the war with her 10 kids on a boat.
Wow.
And that for me, the personal heroes in my life, I think probably have marked me the most.
Wow, that's awesome.
How do you liberate yourselves and or subsequently your characters from the hypersexualized, exotic stereotypes that can be attached to Black and multicultural women? And like, what advice can you offer young girls about how to reclaim their sexuality, power, and confidence?
For me, one of the reasons that I was really excited to play Darla Dudley is because she's actually 8. And for me, I have come from, throughout my 20s, I was very much like that sexy girl, the love interest, the
I'm gonna jump
whatever
out
it
for a
may
while.
be.
I'm gonna go
and so
to
breaking out of that
hang out with my
space
kid, and
in
I'll
my
come
late
back later.
20s
Or not.
was really difficult.
It's your
and
show.
what I learned was
You tell me what to do.
the
Feel
fun
free to do
thing
whatever you
is
want,
there's
man.
nothing
Door's
wrong with
open.
owning your sexuality and wanting to be
I'm gonna
beautiful
try and get back
and
before the
sexy
Snyder
and strong
Cut,
and all
of
those
course.
things. But also it's about, as she was saying
Yeah, that'll be
earlier,
fun.
humanizing
Catch you later. Have fun.
whatever character you are now living and breathing, and finding the things about them that are human and real that people can relate to, that are not just an idea of like, oh, that looks great and like that's awesome, but like, who is this person at the core that makes her not just relatable to other people, but especially as being Black women, relatable as a Black woman, because that experience is unique. No matter what the experience is as a woman, you're Black first, and so I think at the end of the day, it really comes down to owning a certain part of it and being happy because we are women. Why should we not lean into all of who we are, but also being able to lean into all of it and being proud of all of it and figuring out how that works for each character. And for me with Darla Dudley, that was like a dream come true, because I pretty much am like size somewhere teeter between like 9 and like 50 something in everyday life. So
it was nice to not lean into the sexuality at all and lean into the goofy side of me that really only my husband and like my close friends get to see all the time.
Now, firsts are important. And I think a lot of us here are firsts, seeing Black superheroes and people of color being superheroes, period. And women of color being superheroes. Nafisa, as half of the popular Anissa Grace couple on Black Lightning, what have you learned from our brothers and sisters in the LGBTQIA plus community? What's been the feedback? What's been the thing? I feel it when I play Garnet, which is a whole other character. But like, what's been the feedback? Been the thing, because that's something that is wide and broad.
Yeah, you want to hear something cool?
You stand
I
for
was
something
reading
major
about
here,
when I was trying to find like
Thank you. And I'm really honored
there's
to
like different
play
disco
this
genres and
role,
everything like that.
the first Black
Oh, you're
lesbian
talking about
superhero,
music.
right? Because when I think
It's
of that,
both
I think
involved
about
in
all
this.
of the Black lesbians who have not been able to visually see themselves when they go to the cinema or
the
they
style of
watch
like
their favorite TV shows.
dance.
And for me, it's one thing of knowing that there was a
whacking,
void for it, but when you're in that role
Vogue,
and you're
and all
getting
that kind
the
of stuff.
feedback,
I
you
think in like the
realize
Wikipedia
importance of it
post itself,
and how much it's necessary and how much it's needed.
that whole
And for
movement.
me, the feedback that I once got, and I feel like Candace, I
They
get
say it's like
emotional, and this is one
represented
that
a lot
sticks out to
in
me
the
every time
character of
someone asks
Garnet.
me this question. Is I was at a Comic-Con and a young woman came up to me and she was
It's
full
like
on
she,
tears,
or like
and she
really
said,
the
I feel
character
normal
of Garnet
being
is
a
modeled
lesbian
after
after
that
seeing
era
Thunder. So
in
for
the
me,
70s
my
and
job is
everything,
done.
and in
I
that
feel
whole
like God
community.
has used me in that sense. As storytellers, I believe it's our purpose and it's our duty to tell stories that are important, especially for our culture. So that's the biggest reward of all, knowing that people are seeing themselves, little girls, when they see my character, they see themselves in the hood with cornrows. We didn't have superheroes who looked like us before.
Amazing.
So speaking of first, as the first Muslim superhero on television, Tala, how important is it for your role as Zari be authentic to your heritage?
It's really important. I think it's more important that it's kind of authentic to her heritage. Obviously, I bring myself to the role and what I am, which is an immigrant, which is an Iranian American. But when I heard she was going to be the first, and I say Muslim American because I think it's really important that we keep the American part of it, because it's so easy to otherize in these situations. And so when it was first Muslim American superhero, I felt the weight of that. And I think the really smart thing that my show did, which every show should do, is that when they hired me, they hired a Muslim American writer.
Wow, that's great.
Shout out to Oba Muhammad, who is a wonderful human and a wonderful writer. So when I heard Muslim American superhero, to bring it back around, I was like, we have to get this right. Representation matters so much. It's so important that like little brown girls all over this, not just girls, all little brown children all over the world are seeing someone like me and being like, oh, that like opens my mind, that opens possibility. But also people who, are in maybe parts of our country who will never be exposed to a Muslim American. If they can connect to the character, I feel like we've done our job, And that's just what we're trying to do. I
think it's great that you recognize that it's not just about little girls, because there are some, boys of color that are watching all of you that are feeling inspired because of the roles that you're playing. So, thank you to all of you for doing that, being great representations. So I want to throw a question out there. Anyone can answer. So which of your characters' superpowers would you like to have in real life to combat like social injustice that's going on here today?
Yeah, everybody has to answer this one.
This isn't my superpower. This isn't my superpower, but I'm on a time travel show. So I have a lot of changes I'd love to make to history. There's a lot of dates. I could there's a date in 2016 in November. I'd go back there first.
Well, Corey can set people on fire, which sounds really violent and terrible, but
why not? I did steal my husband's superpowers in one episode, and became the fastest woman on the planet. So I guess if I had super speed, I would clearly super speed a lot of people out of precarious police interactions.
So my character, Thunder's superpower is super strength. So I use my super strength to arrest the police officers who took the life of Breonna Teller and countless others.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's all I'm really concerned about these days. So that's what I would use my strength for. As I'm using my personal strength to do it, I think Thunder's strength is a bit more intense than mine. So I definitely borrow her strength for that.
Yes.
I take from a different part of Blackfire has some issues with her family. And that means that she's had to spend a lot of time going inside and trying to figure out why she has those issues. And so that's the thing that I would take and I would give everybody right now. I'd give everybody the ability to go inside and truly ask yourself how we got here.
Yeah, I would use shape-shifting power to swap some people out of the office.
That's a pretty good one.
I feel we were talking about this, Batwoman doesn't necessarily have.
Look, you can still see Mark at the door getting his
superpower.
pizza.
But
That's
I
funny.
do have the ability to
That's funny.
put a mask on and do things that I feel other
I don't know what Mark's layout is of the apartment
are too
is.
scared to do based off of
And seeing that,
ruining their reputation
that's
or
curious.
it putting their family in danger.
What does being a boss mean to you?
I think being a boss is making more bosses. I think that we have to everybody on this call right now has to give it up for the people who came before us, who took the crap, who showed up every single day with the circumstances that they were handed. I don't think they get enough credit. The stunt people, the people behind the scenes who are editing us, the people whose names never get called when people are accepting their awards at award shows. We are here because of previous bosses, and now it's our obligation to reach down and make even more. It's like making sure that every move that I make, the algorithm is real when it comes to social media, and whether we like it or not, we have no idea who's following us or what it's showing up as. And the reality is they're taking what we do and they're mimicking it. So how do you want to be mimicked? And really, how do you want to show up if bossing is a thing that you want to be forever? So first of all, shout out to all the other bosses on this call, and thank y'all for showing up.
Being a boss means following your heart and also being of service to others.
I think
Pizza time.
to me, being a boss is knowing that it's bigger than you.
I was going to say that, the word boss, and when this panel came up for me, it reminded me, we also get called divas. And the flip side of that is we also get called difficult, bossy. And for me, being a boss, especially a boss as a Black woman, a woman of color, means standing in that, being okay with being labeled as difficult if it means that I have to stand up for what's right and do the right thing.
I think you're getting echo out of your headphones. Mark.
I've had to learn as I get older to not be afraid as a Black woman to speak up because I've been taught so much in my life to be quiet, be grateful, don't say too much, don't ask for too much, don't disturb too much, just go with the flow. And,
hey, David.
In the last several years of my life, I have been able to find my strength and being able to stand up for myself and for others, more importantly. And I think often we get labeled as divas, difficult, and I love that we changed that title into boss, because that is really being a boss. It's really being a boss. Like when I go to work, I'm a boss. I'm a boss for me and I'm a boss for everyone around me, meaning that I will stand up for you. And if that means that I have to take on a label as being difficult to do the right thing, then that's what it takes, And I think that's what we have to do as Black women is be bosses for each other. So yeah, I'm proud to be a boss.
Yes.
That's great. Thank you for allowing me to be the only man in this conversation.
D Nice, thank you for being such a blessing to all of us during this pandemic. What you did and took upon yourself to do gave so many of us just light when we truly, truly needed it. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
One more time, we're going to do a roll call. Okay. Do a roll call. Make some noise for Meg again. Make some noise for Karen. for you. Make some noise for Shout Twin. Make some noise for Javisa. Make some noise for Adam. Make some noise for Damaris. And make some noise for Tyler.
That was good. That panel and the Sandman panel.
Every time. Every
from Madrid,
time.
Spain. Where are you watching
Every
us from?
time.
Tweet us your location and your favorite DC superhero with
what's that mic picking
DC
up from?
FanDome.
You're muted,
One
Mark.
of my favorites is Batman. He's smart, successful, cool, crafty, and I don't
On
know
Discord.
anyone who looks better in a mask. But I have to confess, I'm one of those guys who isn't really sure how one Bat can star in so many different stories and in so many ways. Comics, films, TV, games. Don't worry, I'll watch it all. But I can help
Man,
think
those
it takes
my
some
voice is
real
coming through
world-famous
on-
detective
okay, I
smarts
get
to
it.
pull
I
off
get
a
it.
strategy like that.
My favorite.
How do the folks at DC do it? Well,
No,
So
I
you're
was
right.
saying like
because
I
up
like
next
that
we have
panel,
a
and I like
panel
those panels
dedicated to
of
the legacy of Batman and
that
the
one
Bat
and
family.
Sandman one.
From the Good Five,
Those,
please
like,
welcome
actual, I
actor
don't know,
and bona
just like
fide Batman
podcasts,
blur,
just actually listening to them.
Nyambi.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Legacy of the Bat, the DC FanDome panel where we take a deep dive not just into Batman's history, but how he has created and inspired proteges that have grown into an extended Bat family. I'm Nyambi, and I am pleased to introduce our esteemed panel of Bat experts. So first off, much like the Cape Crusader himself, our first panelist is a legend in the comics industry, Jim Lee.
Hey, how you doing? Exciting to be here. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, thank you. She's the first person to pull Batwoman from the pages of the comics and bring her to life on your TV screens. And soon she'll be ushering an all-new vigilante crime fighter into the world. Please welcome the showrunner for television's Batwoman, Caroline Dries.
Hi.
Caroline. Yes. You've already seen the big announcement from this next panelist's new video game, Gotham Knights. So please welcome back the creative director for WB Games Montreal, Patrick Reddick.
Hey, how's it going?
Please, everyone, I want to welcome the legendary John Ridley.
Thank you.
Our next panelist portrays
Now I'm
one
like
of the most
questioning, like, should I
well-known
be eating
longtime
as well
members of the Bat
with Mark
family.
as if like we're having
He pushed this character into
like an
a
early
whole
dinner
new
together?
light when he uttered just two
We're having a pizza
little
party.
words.
I don't have
From
pizza.
Warner Brothers Television's Titans,
I have a
Nightwing
salad.
himself, Brenton Thwaites.
Oh,
Hey,
good for
guys.
you.
Brenton, you are the first person to
Shut up.
play
What do you
a
mean good
live-action
for me?
version of Nightwing.
As if I don't eat salad?
But it's been a journey over
Well,
the
good
past
for you
two
for
seasons of the
choosing to eat a
show.
salad instead of buying pizza
And a
like
pretty
I
bold
did.
decision was
I
made
got
to kick
plenty of
off the
lettuce in
show
my
by having
fridge that I should
Robin
be
say
eating.
two little words, the now infamous Batman.
Dick Grayson is not just fighting crime, he's
I got those
stepping over the line a
Morningstar
little bit here.
chicken patties.
And the Batman was thrown in there to show that
kinda good.
he is attempting to break
pretty good.
away from Batman, and you know he's kind of sick of fighting crime in Batman's shadow, and that's kind of what
feel
season
like I'm
one
just
was
sitting
about.
wrong.
And then at the
Like
end
I'm
of season
just- I
two,
just
obviously
always feel like
he
I'm sitting
develops
wrong.
into Nightwing, which is a character that for me kind of symbolizes putting away his
how to
past
sit.
and finally developing into this character
how to
that can
sit?
lead
don't know how
and
to
that has a
sit.
moral compass and that can fight crime in the way that he truly believes.
And then having a new Robin come into play with Jason Todd. What was that like to explore in terms of that relationship?
Jason Todd is a rebellious character who doesn't have the same respect for authority that, let's say, Dick Grayson has. And I think Dick Grayson tries to mentor him and tries to offer up that open channel should Jason want it. And, I think that he watches Jason make a few mistakes and tries to step in, and Jason doesn't want that.
So, Dick Grayson and Jason Todd were both mentored by Batman, but there's another member of the Bat family with a different origin. I'm speaking, of course, about Batwoman, because Batwoman's not a sidekick. She never was a sidekick. She entered the Bat family a fully realized superhero, right?
I think the fun that we had with season one is Kate, finding her way into being a superhero. It's all about the learning curve. And then it's the moral responsibility of learning, like, how do I deal with this and how do I best represent the Bat legacy. So it was really just about her arc into becoming the superhero.
It's a very personal story in terms of what Kate Kane is going through. Why was that story so special for you?
So my opportunity as a writer was to say, how do we represent Batman through the eyes of a woman? And in this case, through the eyes of a lesbian woman.
It's all coming out
And
through my
part of her
speakers,
growth
so it
was
might be me.
realizing, as Kate,
I can put
I'm a
headphones
lesbian
on,
and I'm
but I
open
kinda
and
don't
out
want
and
to.
comfortable.
No, you're fine.
But
Yeah, let me
there's
turn
this
it down.
irony in
No, you're
I
fine.
put on this costume and I automatically
I could
hide
just-
that thing that
how's
makes me
that?
so unique. I think an important story that we tell this
I don't
season
hear it,
is
so it
that
must be good.
Batwoman literally comes out of the closet, so that
Yeah, I think it
people
was just
see
up to
not
them.
just
You should
Kate
go
Kane,
make
who's a
some
cool
food
badass
before it gets too
CEO,
late, 'cause,
cool girl.
What do you mean before
I
it
want
gets
to
too late?
see
You don't wanna
the
miss the Chris
superhero that I'm
Godfrey
looking up
concert.
to on the rooftop and saying, "Oh,
That's
that is
happening
somebody
with
I can
this,
see
or
from
is that
You're
something
now
completely
I'm not
breaking
joking,
even more
Nate.
ground
It
in
starts
season
at
2 with
4:20.
the first Black actress
on this thing?
to ever
Wanna-
play
here, I'll show you.
Batwoman, which is huge.
I thought it was a
huge. It's
separate. I
awesome.
thought you were
Kate
just telling
Kane
me
has
that there is a
disappeared in
Chris
season
Daughtry
2,
live
and
concert.
it was controversial to the fans because,
happening
of course, they
somewhere
love
else.
Kate
screen?
Kane, and so
Because there's a John Bon
keep her
Jovi
part of
live
the
show
but
happening,
it
like a
also
live
gave
at
us
home
this
thing.
You see right
really
there?
unique opportunity
No, I don't
to
see right
create a new
there.
Batwoman.
My eyes are.
And I
Chris Daughtry
decided to make
performance,
up
420.
a character named Ryan Wilder, who is the opposite of Kate Kane. Ryan Wilder is a character that Batwoman
Wow.
You're
needs
stunned.
to protect.
You're
And
silent.
so it just really provided a new rich storytelling
okay, Nate.
device for us, and
We're
we
gonna have
couldn't
I'm
be
not saying
happier
it's
to
not
have
okay.
our new Batwoman.
And as a special bonus treat, she just said it. We have Ryan Wilder herself, the new Batwoman, with us here today. Please welcome Javicia Leslie.
Yeah.
Hey, and how does it feel to be the new face of Batwoman?
I found out an hour before everybody else found out. So I was pretty shocked along with the entire world. And then I was like looking through some of the articles, and one of the publications put Javicia Leslie is breaking history by being the first Black woman to play Batwoman. And then it changed for me.
You know, reading the comics and seeing these superheroes as a Black man, I wouldn't see him as a white guy. I would just see him as Batman. And so then it allowed me to then imagine myself as Batman. So then for the world to actually see someone playing Batwoman, it's such a huge thing to me, because I feel like it lets people know that any of us can step into the shoes.
What I love about DC, what I love about WB, what I love about Berlanti is that you have these iconic characters, and they've done this amazing job making them so many different ethnicities and shapes and
That guy in the
sizes and
Haunted
things that
Mansion or
weren't
something?
as typical as you may have imagined when you were a kid
one
and
of the
seeing
hitchhiking
them.
ghosts.
And what DC has done, what WB has done, what Berlanti has done is they've showed us that you could be anything, no matter what the color of your skin is.
Ghosts.
Now, how do you see this incarnation of Batwoman fitting into the full legacy of the Bat?
Well, at first, she doesn't fit. That's the story. She doesn't
We
fit.
talked about this too
Literally,
on
she
Doom
makes
Patrol
it
Radio, but,
fit
like,
her. And
Diane
in making it
Guerrera,
fit
she's
her,
like,
she makes the Bat accessible to this
Hispanic,
whole
right?
other world of people
Yeah.
who normally
not playing the
might not have had a
white,
hero to look up to. And so she, puts her
androgynous
stamp on the legacy.
goth chick that
All
people
right,
think
Jim.
of Crazy
Okay,
Jane.
you've been doing this for a few years, right?
Yes.
Right? For a few
Yes.
years.
Yeah.
You've been around the block.
Yes.
How many times do you think you've drawn Batman?
I've been at DC since 1998. So I figure I've drawn, like, what is that, 22 years? So at least 22 times, but I think no more than 10,000. So somewhere
Oh,
kinda
Jesus.
in between.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
I knew it was going to happen.
So what is it about Batman to you that makes his legacy such like a lasting one?
At the core of it, he's the ultimate underdog, right? He's in a world with all these crazy characters with amazing powers, and all he has is his wealth and his smarts.
All
and
he
his
has is
ambition
his
and
wealth?
sort of
Huh?
obsessive need for justice. So I
this
think
is
we can all
Jim Lee.
relate to him because
Hey.
he's very human in that respect. And I think he also
Let's toss some
really has
ideas
something
around,
for
buddy.
everyone.
You know what's also dope about growing up with Batman is actually growing up with
I think
Robin,
we need a new take on
and
Batman.
how Robin is sort of
Or he's
grown into
not
his own
rich.
person, becoming Nightwing.
Everything
Talk
else is
about
fine.
that growth.
The introduction of
Can't be
Robin
rich.
really kind of changed the tone of the character, from a brooding loner. Now he has this responsibility to a young ward that he's mentoring. It makes him more human and is a path to redemption for himself, right? To find his humanity. It was kind of an important turning point in the character and has led to this extended Batman family that you see. So we're super excited to announce that we have acclaimed writer John Ridley coming on board. In January of 21, John will be working with artist Nick Darrington, who's
Yeah.
fantastic. Would love to hear from John.
Yeah.
Kind of what led him to this character and how he's going to approach it.
A big part of my life has been around Batman, has been around people who choose to do better. And even if some of that is just wish fulfillment, you know, it is part of what we want our young people, kids to believe in, that everybody can be part of the process. And for a long time, as was said, you know, for those of us who are outside of the prevailing culture, it didn't matter the race of Batman or Superman or Wonder Woman. We just identified with the idea of trying to be the fabric of an environment that was better. I think it's a pretty safe bet that if I'm writing Batman, it's probably a little better than a 47% chance he's going to be a person of color. That's what I would say. What's very exciting for me is that I'm going to have the opportunity to delve into the Fox family. So you have Lucius Fox, this character who has been, other than Alfred, probably the person who's been at Batman's side maybe the longest. But he has a family, and this is a family that has secrets, has kept secrets from one another. It's a little bit different dynamic than the Batman that we've always seen.
So everyone loves Batman. He has millions of fans. He has inspired one of the most badass entourages since the OK Corral. And yet there is one amongst us, I see him smiling already, working on a game where Batman is actually dead.
We wanted to take away any certainty, any feeling of safety, so we could take a Gotham City, where Bruce Wayne has been operating as Batman for
the opposite.
15 years, with all that history, with his whole network of allies, and then take him out of the picture. It really demands players figure out, how would I step up and how would I protect Gotham City?
Let's take a quick look at what's coming out of WB Games Montreal next year.
If you're watching this, I'm dead. We both know it won't take long for Gotham's criminals to realize that Batman is gone. Gotham will need its protectors more than ever.
Mark, what kind of pizza do you get?
Papa Shack.
You got the Papa Shack?
Okay, so
that's
before
what
we
you're
wrap
calling
up,
it now?
That's what we're fan question brought to you by one of Gotham City's good neighbors.
Did they
Jay
change
from
that
State
name?
Farm.
Did they change it to that or
Yeah,
no?
We all know Jay from State Farm. Take it away, Jay.
Jim Lee, hello.
Is this guy an actual State Farm agent?
I'm a huge fan.
He's the new Jake
and I
from
love
State
your
Farm in the
work.
commercials.
I mean, obviously.
Oh, okay.
Okay, let's get to it. So, James from the U.S. asks, when you first started drawing Batman, what or who were your inspirations for your design for that character?
For those of you that collect comics, I think one of my main influences is an artist named Neil Adams. He just brought this, sense of reality, fancy word, verisimilitude to his art. I just looked like it was real, like you go out and touch it. This is before there were movies and TV shows, so this is as good as it got for us. And then there was another artist later, Frank Miller, who, I was in college, and Dark Knight Returns came out, and that was real. That changed my life. I mean, that was the story that kind of inspired me to pursue a career in comics. So when I drew my own story in Hush, I actually started out drawing Batman kind of thick and blocky, kind of like how Frank draws it, kind of homage to Dick Sprang, which was an artist from yesteryear. But then as I drew more and more of the character over the course of the year and a half I worked on that project, by the end it was kind of leaner and looked more like a Neil Adams physique. Those were my two influences.
Clearly, we're all big Batman fans here, right? We're all big Batman fans here. That's why we're here. I'm a fan too. This is one of my many statues that I have here. So I have a fan question for all of you. What would you say is your first memory of Batman?
Obviously, Eartha Kitt was a huge influence because she was the first Catwoman. And to see that role and to see her really be her, because that's her personality in general, it really brought like this sexiness to something that was, to me, originally when I was a kid, I felt like it was a boy's world. Then The Dark Knight came out. And that's when I was insanely addicted to the world of my craft, of my art. And to see Heath Ledger and all these
iconic actors play these iconic characters is when I became obsessed.
I gotta say, I'm with Javicia. As a kid, I knew of the world and was a fan of Batman, but it was really the Batman Begins, Nolan's Batman, that really, as an actor, threw me
Wait, was this
into
the guy
world.
that's like Johnny Depp and Colin
I
Farrell?
think that was the first time I saw a superhero
Brent
movie
Thwaites?
where I was just expecting it to be a
was
superhero
Robin from
movie,
Titans.
and it was about a character, and it was that, you know, Batman Begins. Just how did this boy become this vigilante?
I watched the Adam West TV show as a kid. I remember spending hours playing with the Batmobile and shooting little pellets out of the mortar in the back, and that's kind of my history of the character.
John.
There was a world's finest two-parter from years ago. It was Batman and Superman, who were captured and put into a Soviet gulag in like Siberia. Everything about it was so painful and torturous and grounded, but at the same time, it's about
Batman
people
in the
being
gulag?
heroic.
Yo,
and
put
acting
Batman,
completely
put Batman in the
against you.
gulag.
Patrick Redding.
I think
Give me
for
Batman
me,
in the
what hit
Gulag.
me the hardest
Gulag
was
Batman.
Batman Year
That's the
One.
Red
That
Sun
struck me
spin-off.
the most and made me
Batman
really
and
fall in
Gulag.
love with that character in that world.
Thank you all. Thank you all for
That's
watching.
not bad.
Be sure to stick around.
Because what
and we
else
hope
would
you
that guy
are
be doing?
enjoying
Batman,
DC FanDome.
Gulag by Gaslight. Put it. Jim Lee, call me.
They still had electricity.
So many amazing world-changing
There's
things
lights.
coming down the Bat Tunnel. But if you can't get enough
There's
of
lights
the
in the
Bat,
gulag.
don't worry, we've got more Bat-related news.
I throw
Never
rocks at
before
them every
seen
time,
content, and director
I know what I'm
Matt
doing.
Reeves, all right here in the DC
Check my
FanDome.
KD, I've
and
been in
it's
the
all
gulag.
coming your way, so stay with us.
I live there, baby.
I'm in there every
You're
day.
in
I'm a virtual
last
veteran.
out.
Is this the Pennyworth panel? Pennyworth panel!
There's little bits of there's Batman stuff that is coming in that I don't want to talk about because, you know, that stuff is best left as a surprise, and those who get it, and those who don't. But the big Batman mythology character that is coming that we're going to meet this season is Lucius Fox, which is very exciting. Not cast
Applause
yet,
for applause.
so can't
He
say
totally
who's
did
going
that.
to play it. But he comes in mid-season,
because people react and they're like,
comes
you know,
in
they
a big
talk
way
over
and
it
is,
like we
is
do, and-
pivotal in turning the story around.
Yeah.
They're not cancel this Chris Daughtry concert.
Why would they cancel the Chris Daughtry concert? Maybe that's when I'll eat my salad. I don't want to. No, I don't want
Wonder
to.
Woman.
I don't want to
She's
eat
not
on
got much
camera.
clothes on, has she? Do you like my new shoes? They're kind of... Well, I don't know. I just like them. My mum likes them. And I like them. We both like them. I can fight the wind. I can push the wind away. You have to be like sly and like never trusting
things are
anyone
growing on me in,
and
like,
kind
the
of really
weirdest
like
way.
I remember liking the ones that I've seen them before, and you told me that they were on Cartoon Network. That had to have been the only other place I would have watched them. But that's funny.
We're all working from home. And for the most part, when it comes to the pre-production, the script writing, the storyboards, design work, we've successfully transitioned to working at home. It's, not quite as much fun to not be in the office and have
Are you
everyone
Chris
together,
Daughtry?
but we're doing it. That's not a problem. The thing that's been tough, as these guys have indicated, is
4:22,
voice
2 minutes
recording, where
past.
we used to record everyone together as much as possible in a room for the
funny.
first 3 seasons. Every once in a while, there was someone who couldn't make a
Jonathan was
session,
playing his Switch, and
we had
mine's
to pick
on.
up
You
later,
can see
but
the
for
blue
most
light
part, we
right there
bring everyone
charging.
together.
That means it's on, and I
at least in
think
small
I've been
groups,
running Animal Crossing for like the past
if not the
3
whole
days
cast,
without
and that obviously has
closing
changed.
out the
Everyone is
application.
It can do that?
mostly recording
Yeah, it'll
one
just
at
like
a
reset,
time,
not reset. It'll like go
from
to
their
black and like
closets.
load and like.
Or
be
their
like,
son's
"New
lower
day."
bunk bed that has like sheets and
But-
pillows, and yeah, it's interesting.
I don't know.
Next up, we have a special musical performance by Grammy-nominated multi-platinum
Every time
recording
with the-
artist Chris Daughtry. Inspired by the Man of Steel
Dome. You
himself.
hear this
The song
Hans
was
Zimmer in the
lead
back? Is that what
single
that is?
From Daughtry's
Yeah.
2013
Yeah,
album,
baby.
Baptized. And we're so glad to have him here to perform this today. This is Waiting for Superman.
This is called Waiting for Superman.
Did you hear that echo? Yo, let's go.
What is this Batman statue? Is it like a
Deadpool.
Batman Deadpool?
Deadpool Batman. Can you do that?
There's no way. There's no way. Why are you even using the microphone? You can see his ring light in the reflection of that one poster.
Hey man, that's the craft. Yeah, I'm gonna go get another.
What am I? Chopped liver? Is it a whole concert? What's the schedule? Oh, I already have the shop open. Come on, what are we doing here?
So what song is he singing? Did he make a Superman song? Or is this a cover? Is this, did he make a Superman song?
I don't know. Couldn't tell you if there are Superman songs. There was a Three Doors Down Superman song, wasn't it? Or was that just Superhero? Or no, Foo Fighters have something like that too. Coheed and Cambria, I think, also does something. Coheed and Cambria? I don't know. Doesn't that guy write comic books? What time is this? 4:20. Chris Daughtry performance. 10 minutes. So it started 2 minutes after. 5 minutes right now. I'm trying to think of like. So this is his Superman song that he wrote. If so, they're probably like we need like a 5 to 7 minute song.
I will say though, the man he's giving it his all.
I think so. He's a great performer. I'll tell you. I'll tell you what. Dude's on TV. He was on TV. He's an American Idol. Right? That's right. Right? Yeah.
Yeah, it was American Idol. Don't ask me what season.
Don't ask me what season. As if I can ask you somebody
else.
Don't
ask me what season. All I know is...
You know seasons?
I know all the runner-ups. You got your... I don't know.
Good. Got him. They got him. I'll tell you people I think I know that are...
What's Justin's last name?
So there was Ruben Stutter.
No.
Stutter.
A second.
He was a winner. Clay Aiken was the runner-up.
Who was Justin's?
Hey, what's up, everybody? Chris Daughtry here again. Hope
Who?
you guys
I want
are
that
digging
booth.
DC FanDome.
I've always wanted a booth like
Please
that.
check out our live
The
home version. Our latest
katana
single,
style
World on Fire. Hope you dig it.
cushion.
Is that what it's called? Katana cushion?
No. Well, that way of weaving the sword handle and everything.
What is this?
What the hell is happening?
They should have done this from the beginning. He's got a megaphone. Nate, he's got a megaphone.
Like, there's no way that he records unless. That sound just looks like it's going everywhere in that room. A lot of cool shit in there. But there's no way as a recording artist that is where you're doing your thing. You want to hear something weird? I asked this question to myself yesterday. I was wondering, because what were we... we were talking about Aerosmith.
Yeah.
And I was wondering, is that like...
Gabe, it's Chris Daughtry. This is what we've been waiting for, Gabe.
Gabe, welcome back. Is rock music... my question was, is rock music dying? Like actual rock? You know what I mean? And then I was like, it can't be. There's always someone that has to have...
it could be... I think it might be more divided.
So like, it's just like that sound. Whatever sound this is, that guitar that is going on, like that... Like that thing is like, are people still playing with that? People still playing that sound? I think it's just one of those things where it's like out of sight, out of mind. I don't listen to rock. But then what's new rock? Is that Slipknot?
That's new metal.
Oh, see, that sounds cool. What's new rock? And you? Is there new rock? There's gotta be.
Is there? Could be. There's new disco, new metal, new rock, new rap.
New disco is great. There's some really cool things out of there, man. I'm telling you, there's some great things out of there.
Look at that Flying V, you got his back though.
What?
Look at all the guitars that they have.
Look at that guy's stacks, that guitar guy with all his
Yeah.
Damn.
Drummer's got BBS armor Batman. Maybe he's just a huge Batman fan, that's why.
I think Chris Daughtry is a big DC Comics guy.
I think I'm gonna bet money that a lot of people were not expecting to enjoy this performance. Yeah, I'm gonna go on Twitter and find out people are like, hey, this is actually kind of boss.
Do you know what this? It's invoking feelings that I would get when I was watching or listening
you want to be a superhero.
rock song from like late '90s, early 2000 movie, like Spider-Man and things like that. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
I remember
This
this
is on the
feeling.
Spider-Man 2 soundtrack.
What'd you say? Spider-Man 2
This is on
soundtrack?
the Spider-Man 2 soundtrack.
Chris Daughtry
This
is?
is on the Batman Begins soundtrack. That's what it was. The 2005, the soundtrack? Yeah, he's a huge
The
DC
one
fan.
that has nothing to
I
do
just love
with...
how the DC fandom is connecting fans from across
music
the
that
globe.
inspires
We are all
and
so
stuff like
different,
that.
but today
Oh.
we all have one thing in common: our love for
What was I
DC
looking at?
superheroes.
Dude, I was gonna search
Okay,
something before.
Turning things over to Clara. Clara, Take it away.
Thanks, Damian. It's Clara here from UK, and it is great to be here with all of you. And what an amazing show so far. Are you guys having fun? I know you are,
Yes.
but do make sure you tweet us
Yes.
using the hashtag
Can you hear me?
DCFanDome and let us know how
All-
we're doing.
all the
Now,
way
when
from
I think
Florida.
about our
I'm in
beloved
here.
DC
I'm having a great
superheroes,
time.
I think about how inspirational they all are. I'm talking Superman, Wonder Woman, all of them I love. Look, you can see they always put a massive smile on my face.
Pee Wee Herman, you said the magic word or something.
Few surprises.
Ping pong balls.
This is
My
gonna
boy.
hurt.
The world is full of monsters, and the only way to defeat them is to become
And Mark Strong.
Oh, I love it. The chaos is so invigorating.
Shut up when Michael Shane's
Now,
on
we should have
screen.
known those guys wouldn't take a day off from all the
How many of
mischief
those were just
and
Batman
all the
villains?
mayhem. And let's just be honest, no one loves the spotlight more than a
Too many.
DC supervillain. So
I think there was only
it looks like it's
2
time for the Hall of
Superman
Heroes to become the Hall of Villains. And personally, I'm all for it because DC has got the best. The Joker, who has undergone many iterations since his debut in 1940. And although I wouldn't want him plotting against me, I have
Ooh,
to
there's
say
Forever Evil right there,
his
baby.
choice in lipstick is pretty much perfect. So let's put a
That was a
smile on our
great arc.
faces and have an in-depth look at one
Gabe,
of the
I think
best
Marvel
baddies
should
ever. Here's the
attempt
Joker.
something like this. I think it's only fitting.
Joker.
The Joker
Oh my
is the
god, I think
greatest
Jack Nicholson
supervillain
had to
ever
get
created.
paid a lot of
I
money
was a fan
for them
of
to
the
just
comic
use that
books,
clip.
and
Oh, here he is.
particularly of the Joker.
He said, can't go see the LA Lakers play. So I'm gonna show up at DC FanDome.
That dude like owns the rights to a lot of things from that 1989
cards were a
Joker
big
stuff,
part of
doesn't
my
he?
family.
Yeah,
because
It
there's
is
all
that
chump change
carnival
back then.
mask of a clown that hides the horror lurking just below the surface.
The Joker is
Like,
a horrific
he
version of
owns Jack
Batman, whereas
Napier.
Batman scares criminals, Joker scares the ordinary people.
In the 1950s, you have a censorship movement which leads to the Comics Code
In the
Authority, which really is
1960s,
why
they had a
all
movement.
characters in the 1950s get goofy and weird.
The writers and artists of the era felt very restricted. It was a dark time for America. There was an urgent need for heroes.
This was the 50s?
1966's Batman became a pop art campy comedy. Cesar Romero's
60s.
playful, prank-loving
What was happening in
Joker
the 60s?
stole the show.
Red Scare.
As culture took a turn for the
John
revolutionary,
F.
writer
Kennedy.
Denny O'Neil
Black people
introduced the
getting their
idea
rights.
that the Joker was truly insane.
We undid
A lot of stuff going
15,
on in the
20 years
60s.
of lousy comics code. So you got a tremendous amount of experimenting.
It left the way for people like me and Alan Moore to do stories that were beyond the understanding of an 8-year-old.
Batman, the Killing Joke, showed us how deep the Joker's depravity could go.
It's basically a horror story. The Killing Joke was the first time that anybody really started taking him deadly serious.
It's epic. It's Joker's magnum opus.
The Joker stories of the 1980s set the stage for a Joker that would twist the theatrical, colorful with the violence and insanity.
Jack Nicholson as the Joker, that was just everybody's first choice. Goes beyond your expectations just because he's
That
so
wasn't
good.
Tim Burton
Even
now.
in
That
my
was like
own
old
life,
Tim Burton.
people have said, but sometimes
was
Jack
young Tim
relax with the humor. Oh, I got a live one
Was that
here.
just old footage?
This does not apply to the Joker.
Is that
that's-
old footage? Like
that's-
unused?
Was
That's
brought to
present Jack
younger
Nicholson.
audiences
That's Tim
in
Burton. Was that was
1992 when Batman, the animated
Those look
series,
very
debuted
young.
on Fox Kids.
One of the things that informs the Joker is his laugh. His laugh should be like a musical
Here we go
instrument.
again,
It
Mark
should
Hamill
illustrate his
coming up with his
mood.
laugh.
We struck a nice balance between the clown and the killer and really made him a scary character.
Filmmaker Christopher
Here we
Nolan
go.
elevated the comic book film. The gritty, realistic Batman of this Gotham City called for a villain who could
Hey, you
challenge
remember
him
how
in
this
a way
was
no
supposed to be
one
about
else
the
could.
supervillains?
From the outset, the choice was clear.
To me, it was creating a sort of psychologically
just hit you.
credible anarchist, a purposeless criminal, a psychopath.
No, this
To
isn't
me,
about
that
the
is the most
supervillain. This is
frightening form of
Joker.
evil.
Put a happy
Somebody
face
without
on.
any rules
This is all about.
whatsoever.
This is all about the
Somebody whose
Joker.
motive is just pure destruction.
This is,
Without
Boston
Batman,
Joker.
I'm not sure that
Hey,
the Joker
Joker.
would exist in
Boston
the way
Batman.
that he does in our movie.
You were complete.
What do we have
Hang on,
here?
stop, stop. If David Ayer's
to
talking.
reinterpret, bring back to life some character that provides some counterpoint to
Still stop.
the good of the world. The trick was to be incredibly respectful, yet at the same time, reinvent the Joker.
Use his footage, you bastards.
Audiences were in for a laugh when comedian Zach Galifianakis voiced the clown prince of crime, bringing his own brand of humor to the role and new meaning to the words, "You complete me."
They do depend on each other.
Hey, they
And
got
what
it
would
right, though.
happen
They were in
if
love in
They
this
both
movie.
took a step back and understood that to be the situation.
God damn it.
Me too.
The Joker had been taken in
This is
brave
my
new
favorite
directions,
Joker.
but there was still room to push
John
the
DiMaggio?
character even further.
I have never really thought about doing a comic book movie. For me, it was more about this
Hate this
idea of
fucking
doing
guy.
a film, but about
Not
somebody
Joaquin, but
people
Todd
have
Phillips.
no idea who, what, where he came from.
It's a wonderful exploration to take probably the most famous villain. What happens if we humanize this person?
I think part of his
Bradley
transformation
Cooper
is
produced
finding
it.
his voice, finding Joker. And I think prior to the emergence of Joker, he's struggling with what it is that he wants to say, how he wants to say it.
Every kid loves this
Leave
guy.
it up to
and
Joaquin
I
Phoenix to
particularly love just the
empathize.
name Joker.
I'll tell you.
Fantastic.
Joaquin
There's
carried
no
that movie.
definitive
If
Joker.
they had
stop.
casted anyone else,
He
that
will be
movie would
reinterpreted
one of
long
my
after
favorite
I'm
roles
gone
that
because
he's
he's
done.
just such a great character.
Just the performance, not the movie, the performance.
Inherent Vice. Oh no, the
Inherent
Joker.
Vice- I think Inherent Vice is my
The
favorite.
Joker has such
I
a
got you.
rich history, but hang on a minute. Of course,
Paul
you
Thomas
guys
Anderson,
did.
like, that
You're
is-
the
that's
experts.
such a good-
Now,
that is such a
Jim
good
Lee is an
character.
expert
Oh my
in
God.
all things DC. He is
Oh my
a
God, this is
world-renowned
such a
comic
good
book
character.
artist,
You need to see
writer,
it.
editor, and publisher, and he's got his eye on some supervillain art. Take a look.
Seriously, he said super villains. It was only about the Joker. Come on now.
Come on now.
Give me a
Hello,
whole
everyone.
thing about
This is Jim
General
Lee
Zod.
again. I'm here with Mohammed Haq, and we are going over his fabulous submissions to the DC FanDome. He is a big Batman fan, and he has a day job, so he does this spectacular
Come up
artwork
a
in his
bit.
spare time. And I'm just going to kind of give him some
BRB.
feedback and hopefully kind of encourage him to
Vamp.
keep pushing himself,
You don't need
as
to
we should
vamp, it's a
all
lie,
push
man.
ourselves
Yeah.
as we try to become,
Papa
strive to become
Shax.
better artists. And
Is
you
it good,
are
though? I
here
haven't
in
had
the U.S.
California,
that,
LA.
that, that
Okay,
company
that's part of the United
in
States.
years.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, it's all good.
I
All
don't
right,
know.
so you're
I'm
super
used to
close
it.
because I'm in LA too. First off, let me just say thank you very much for submitting
Are
your
you
work
used
to DC
I like
FanDome.
Papa
Is it-
John's bread.
I loved all your single
it's
piece illustrations.
Pizza, two
Is this
things,
something
bread
that
and
you're
sauce.
doing now
The crust is the
professionally?
If
bread and sauce.
And
If you
can
have
you talk a
good
little bit
dough-
about
Crust is an
your work?
afterthought
And
on your
do you do
pizza?
panel-to-panel
Bad
work
pizza.
too, or is it all just single
Gotta have
images,
good
covers,
dough, or
that
else
kind of
it's
thing?
I
bad
pretty
news,
much
baby.
draw or paint digitally.
Always
for,
dough.
Just for fun, as a hobby. I'm a creative director. I work on figures.
Did you ever have that
collectible
Tomasio's
figures,
place?
pretty much,
Tomasino's, whatever the
art
name
directing
is, on
or doing
Redbug?
concepts.
Seems like some of these are like almost like poster images.
No.
Walk me through like this one, like
Mr.
Who's
Freeze
that?
is such a cool character.
Like you were in
I've
school
seen
with?
Daniel
artists draw
Tomasetti.
his costumes.
Yeah,
to
that-
be,
I
very
know his-
simple, but I want to see him. in
I
more
know
of a armor
his cousin.
type, even more of an armor.
Name dropping
type,
people I went to school with.
design.
Kid,
And
anyway.
then even as you're doing this,
no.
are you imagining
was on
in
Redbug.
color?
You don't
even though
know
this
it's a
is
pizza
black and
place?
white
You,
or
you like that
tonal
Wonder
drawing?
Woman banner?
No, actually,
Background?
when I draw, I don't think in color at all. I
On
just
that on those
draw a
screens,
sketch,
yeah,
and
hell yeah.
Once I'm
What is that,
done,
like his
if I feel
editing
like,
deck right
you know
there?
what,
Is
I
that what
could
that
add some
was?
color to
Slab.
it, then I'll add some
He's
color
got
to it.
the
The
dual
reason why I asked
monitors
you
is the
about
Wonder
color
Woman
as you did
84.
this
It's
is
expanded.
because in my head,
Yeah, it's just the
I'm
keyboard.
seeing
I thought it
color,
was
right?
the
I'm seeing like this as a pencil drawing and create the light source
the edit bay.
using
Is it light
color.
box?
I love the tonal
Light box.
graduation,
No, not
but
as light
maybe
box.
if there was if the light source are here, like coming out of this gun, what happens to this part of the
Is this
figure
just like a
with the stronger
discussion
light
on
source there, right?
illustration?
This part here,
I'm
like,
talking
suggests
about
to me like you were
perspective, like
on this
drawing the
path
character.
of,
How do you like?
hey, there's light up here, and it's casting the shadow of this torso on this.
I would
kind
love
of,
to see Brett Booth do
pelvic
this.
area.
Because I
If
follow
it were
Brett Booth
brighter
on Twitter,
here,
and all
then,
he does is people send him
here,
their drawings.
just
He's like critiquing
in general, like on this
what
side,
they're doing, and
right,
and
right.
you could see like
And
once he
then
says like, oh, make that arm bigger
darker.
because if they're facing this way, why would that arm be that small? And if it's up front
Yeah, move
more,
that
and like
arm,
then
like-
you look back at the photo and you go, oh yeah, that does
Totally.
look weird. Things that you would be
What
like,
inspired this?
The first issue of
this is
Deceased.
cool. I love this
Are
kind of
there
stuff.
other things
Give me Frank quietly.
could have done
Teach
to
me how to
maybe
draw
bring
Frank
the
quietly.
focus up here, where it
Teach me
starts
how to
getting
draw
like
Frank
more out of focus at
quietly.
the bottom.
Big
like,
chin.
A little more painterly. It's just something to think about. I just think
This is a digital.
your use of color and textures creating that
Yeah,
glistening.
they're using
kind
like
of,
that little pad thing.
gum line.
Photoshop.
People who
it's really
people who full on
really
just
well done.
start drawing in Photoshop
again,
like digitally, like
what
Matt
happens if
Alsop
it gets
and
a little
Godzilla.
darker around
I
the
don't know
fringes?
I don't know how they do it. It's incredible.
No,
Do you think they like just recognize
we're
that
focusing on
there's
the eye
like a
right now,
possible
right?
delay in
so
the
focused, you're not sure what you're looking at.
tracing?
What
like they just
happens if
compensate for it
you
in their mind, and it's just like, well,
play
my
around with
hand is
that?
still just going this direction, no matter what my tool is, I guess.
The way that my art
trying to
teacher
have like
explained
that
it the
light streaming off
best
to the
is
side, right?
like
Yeah,
ice
that's pretty cool.
carving, and
just
like
make
marble
certain
sculpting
things
as
pop
well.
and kind of play around
Ice
with the
sculpting, marble
contrast, the values
sculpting.
of your
Like,
colors.
you're
right?
gonna start
Push it
off
more
with the
to the extreme.
chainsaw. Like, you just are.
really
Like, it doesn't matter. You
super
really
solid in this
are
middle
just
ground. What happens if you push the extremes
well,
of light
yeah, I
and
mean,
dark?
okay, so you
to
should
the
have
image?
said
So things to
clay.
think
You
about
do the
as you do it.
yeah.
But,
I know
really
that.
solid piece.
But it's just like with the
so this
chainsaw,
Joker piece,
it's
same
like
thing
how
with Mr. Freeze. You've got the lettering in
chaotic
here.
that you can be
I
with
feel
it
like
at
you
first.
started
You can just like
and then
start
kind of stopped.
going
You were in there,
crazy
maybe you
with
were
it,
going to go
and then
all the way
later
to
on
the
you
top,
get
and
the
then you're like,
toothbrush out. And you start
I've said my piece. I know what
very
it's
fine
going to look
with
like.
it.
Generally,
You know, Mark, my
use it
trouble
as
with
a
the
real
toothbrush
part of the
is
composition, right?
I can
Even
never
those
tell
lettering, right? And what
what's
kind of
rock
shape it occupies,
and what's bone.
and it just kind of fits naturally.
The bone is much smoother.
In the same kind of space.
Here,
kind of
we'll
creates
show you
this
this 3D
square
printer we made.
composition, and I kind of wonder if you have something like that, and then
Check
maybe
this
the
out. There was something. I
all
was
that,
at Lockheed
maybe
Martin.
It falls in like a big ha, or something.
They were like doing like
where all the
resin
lettering,
casting, and they were making like I don't know if it was like I guess it was at like the
Or he
visitor
creates
center or some
the bat
shit
symbol
they
or
had.
something like
any.
They had like a resin thing that's
shat,
like
or even
a 3D printer now, and it was a
shadow,
chess.
Right?
It was a
like if
chess
he's
piece.
uplit, and then in the coloring of it,
little horse.
The lettering would be
Got
darker,
that,
and that's how
brought
you
her
would
home
see
dog
that
chewed
shadow. Just something to think about.
Like
I
that
think
bone
because
in
if
the
you're going to
toothbrush.
add the lettering,
That had to have been in like.
I feel like
that.
once you
Pizza,
start, you got to
boneless.
think it through and say, okay, what am I doing with the lettering? What
Had
role
to
does
have
it play in
been
the
like
composition?
pre
What kind of extra thing does it
2001,
give?
so
what does
like
it unlock? And I think it
98 or
unlocks a lot.
99.
I'll just end
I
with
used to
this
think
one. I
about
think this
Jurassic Park
is
3
my
having
favorite
a
piece. I get a
3D printer.
Yeah.
quietly
Yeah.
vibe from it.
It's crazy.
But I also love the way you
Just
did
like that,
the
like
coloring. And I think you
old
did push it on
casting,
this one.
like right there with like the
the,
lasers and stuff like that. I guess is
thin
what it
white
does.
highlight on the edge is just
I don't know.
perfect.
It's like
3D
really
prints
picks
use
it up.
lasers.
It's like the thing
And,
from the zoos, the wax things.
Yeah, but like
it's
no, that's
not
a
monochromatic.
like a
but you
mold.
have a
That's
red,
you're melting
light
wax
across
into
all
a
of
mold.
it,
Yeah, but it 3D
and
made
that's
the
the kind of
mold.
stuff I love.
I don't know.
It's not about
It's
local
Jurassic
color. It's
Park
about
3.
colors interacting with the light that's on them, and I think you just really
This is
nailed
cool,
it.
though.
And
I
the
like this.
expression, and even again the subtlety of her.
This is like an
kind
actual
of,
convention panel that you would wander
her
into
hand gesture. I think
at
you really sold it.
5 o'clock in the
That's why,
afternoon.
that also really
Yeah.
works for me as well. Right. Mohammed, I want to thank you for sharing your talent with us. I looked through all the submissions and I picked my 5 favorite, and your work really stood out to me as something really unique and special. And I hope that you do more of it beyond just as
a hobby.
What if you just offered him a job at the spot?
Great potential there, and just little things like would elevate.
He
to,
should
like,
have.
the next level up.
That would have been the kicker. He'd just been like, so I want you to
think about it. Maybe
I want you
challenge
to start
yourself
working for
the next
DC
time you sit down
Comics.
and
Be
draw.
like, oh shoot.
No, I really appreciate it, Jim. I really do. It means a lot. I'll say I'm self-taught drawing and coloring, all that, but it's your work that actually helped me get where I am right now when it comes to drawing.
Awesome. So, thank you very much. It's very flattering.
Should have offered him a job.
Those art submissions were scary good. Now, from the page to the screen, actors and artists bring these DC supervillains to life, and in real life, cosplayers do the same thing.
I like that Uma Thurman one. That Scarecrow one was cool. Give me Hannibal Buress as Riddler. Hannibal Buress would make a great Riddler. He'd be asking the worst questions ever.
Wow, seeing those incredible costumes makes me realise that I really need to step up my game this Halloween.
Ciao dall'Italia, mi chiamo Andrea De Logo. It's great to be here with all of you in DC FanDome, the ultimate destination for all of us who can never get enough DC. And now, there is even more to love with a new comic series from Milestone. Take a look.
Hello and welcome to DC FanDome and this Milestone Media panel. My name is Mark Bernardin. I've written on TV shows like Castle Rock and Carnival Row and Star Trek Picard, and I co-host a podcast named Fat Man Beyond and another one named Battlestar Galacticast. And I've written comics, including a short run on Static Shock. But today we're talking about the history of Milestone, as well as taking a glimpse into the future the publishing initiative started in 1993 by Dwayne McDuffie, Dennis Cowan, Michael Davis, and Derek T. Dingle to challenge the status quo, how superhero stories were being told, as well as the ones who got to tell them. We're going to talk about a bunch of stuff in the next few minutes, but before we do that, let's introduce our panelists. We got Reggie Hudlin, Milestone Media, Dennis Cowan, co-founder of Milestone Media, Jim Lee, chief creative officer and publisher of DC Comics, and Phil Lamar, the voice of everybody under the sun.
I like this cast.
Virgil Hawkins, Static Shock. Hey, fellas, how are you?
Great.
We're good. Well, thank you for taking the time to talk about this. I mean, it's near and dear to my heart, and I assume it's near and dear to yours. Dennis, can you tell me a little bit about the early days at Milestone?
It actually started at San Diego Comic-Con. I don't remember the year. It's probably like 1990 or something. I'm at Comic-Con. And the idea of doing black superheroes or doing a group of black superheroes was something that was on my mind a lot. So I called my friend Michael Davis, who happened to be at the con. And I said, meet me downstairs in the lobby. I mean, we walk around the whole convention, the whole convention area, and I'm pitching him my idea about doing a black comic book company. And Michael said, you crazy, man. Ain't nobody gonna do no black comic book company. No, it could work. It could be a black comic company. So he says, okay, well, who else do you want in? I said, let's call Dwayne. Dwayne McDuffie happened to be at that convention. So I called Dwayne. He met us downstairs in the lobby. The three of us walked around the same block. Serious. And Dwayne, at the end of this long walk, which he didn't want to take, I said, so what do you think? And he said, you're crazy. Nobody's going to do a black comic company. So I'm in.
I love this.
That's what he said. We knew how to write and draw comic books. Dwayne and I had worked on Deathlock and, various projects at Marvel, but mostly Deathlock. So he knew how to do that. Well, we didn't know about business, but I knew a business guy. It's my friend Derek Dingle that I knew since third grade. He worked at Black Enterprise in management and stuff, so he must know about business. And he wore a tie. It's the truth. So we called Derek, who said we were crazy, but he was in because he's my friend. And that's really how it started. The best thing about Dwayne's involvement early on, when my idea was to do a black comic book company full of black characters, and if black people bought it, great. His idea was to expand that, to make it inclusive to a lot of marginalized people who are underrepresented in comics. He took my idea and just, boom, blew it up to a much bigger tent than it originally was. It expanded our universe and it set us on a path that, we're still following now.
Reggie, talk a little bit about Dwayne McDuffie. I mean, he was one of comics' greatest storytellers, and a gift he would take to animation as well. But talk about, his legacy a bit and his influence and impact on the vision and goals of Milestone.
Well, I mean, first, I want to tell my meeting Milestone story from the outside, which is, I met Dennis, and he was, one of the first comic book professionals I met who was actually my friend. And he would take me to Comic-Cons, like he took me to San Diego for the first time. He took me to New York Comic Convention. I didn't know anyone. I'd never been to one. They didn't have comic conventions in St. Louis, where I grew up. So I was just new with all this and very excited. So when they started Milestone, I was excited because I was like, oh, this is a great idea. It's like United Artists. It's like all the, most talented black folk in the industry coming together to start their own thing. And at the time, when you looked at Def Jam that was happening in music, I mean, you saw that same idea being expressed in a lot of different places. The 70s was like black people getting free, and 80s was time for black folks to flex. So it was great that the black folks in the comic industry were flexing. So they invited me to come by their office. And I remember sitting around on their desk and talking to Dennis and Dwayne, and these are folks who I was fans of. I remember reading their Deathlock book and like, oh man, you guys killed it on Deathlock. And they were starting their own company, and they were talking about how they would get phone calls from Clarence Thomas, who was a fan of their character Icon. And I was like, what? And like, yeah, we thought it was a prank call. And then we called back, and then they said Supreme Court. And they're like, what? And so it was just a really beautiful idea. But more importantly, they created beautiful characters that would stand the test of time. And for me, coming from the movie business, and we were, fighting our way through, me with House Party and Spike and John Singleton, we're all fighting to make a way. So when I saw these guys fighting to make a way in comics, I was like, yeah, do it. And then they were like, well, Reggie, why don't you come with us? I was like, look, I'm just figuring out this movie thing. I'm a little, maybe I should figure out my day job before I start doing stuff on the side. So I stupidly passed on a chance to join Milestone from the beginning. But what they did was amazing, amazing work.
We did ask him to join us. Like, it was all official and everything. And we kind of tried to pressure him into doing it, and he had to beg off and stuff. But I asked him 5 years later if he could do it, just to see if he had changed his mind. And he had.
You want to buy this Apple stock? Nah, man. I'm leveraged.
I don't want this Tesla stock. Who's going to buy electric?
Why you want a phone? There's no wire to it.
Jim, you were across the street starting up Wildstorm at the time, right?
Yeah, well, a part of Image Comics. It was right around the same time, I think like 92, 93, right?
Yeah.
And it was like a West Side Story, actually. Like, wait, those guys are starting up an imprint? Wait, no. We're starting up an imprint. And actually, it was a lot of the same kind of thinking, right? It's like we're a bunch of artists. It was United Artists, right? It was 6, 7 artists that worked at Marvel that basically said, look, we don't want to work for the company more. We'll take our, we want to kind of grab destiny by our own hands. And we have the same realization. We have no business experience or skills, but we didn't go to a guy like Derek. We just did it without a business guy. So that was kind of the two different paths that we took initially. But I remember that first Comic-Con when they announced Milestone. They threw a party, and there were no parties at Comic-Con back in the day, right? It was like you just wandered around trying to find like open hotel rooms where people had like, case of beers, and you just kind of hang out.
Yeah.
And they actually threw a party at a club, and I'm like, who do these guys think they are? Like, and they were all like dressed up in suits and stuff. I'm like what's wrong with our tie-dye jeans and our mullets, and what's going on? You trying to show us up? It was really interesting. Looking back on it, they were incredible. Like, look, they were thinking beyond just the world of publishing and comics. They wanted to present something that was bigger than that, and they had a very different take on it. And so, yeah, I think I was kind of jealous of the fact that they had style and panache, and we were just drawing big characters like grimacing and jumping out. So, but that was a really magical time because there was a lot of electricity, a lot of like creativity, and Dwayne was a guy that took a lot of chances creatively with his work. I remember the stuff he did with Epic, Shadowline. I did some work there just because I liked what he was doing there. And so it was a really great kind of golden era for people going out and doing stuff that was new.
That first Comic-Con when we had that party, Jim is being a little bit disingenuous here, because what they did, Image guys introduced us to the public. Remember that. But there's photos of it. The Image crew with us, we're all in suits, but the Image guys didn't have no suits on. And they're presenting.
We're lucky to have a shirt on, honestly. That's the truth. That's a separate panel, but that's the truth.
No. I remember thinking we chose the suits and all that.
Yeah.
Because we thought, okay, the Image guys and everything was Image, they could wear T-shirts and stuff because they're white dudes. They could do it on the
mostly, yeah.
Right? We're going to have to try extra hard to be taken half as seriously. So that's why we wore the suits and stuff. None of us.
You guys had passes. It was exclusive. You couldn't just come in and walk in. You actually had to. It was like, what? It was cool. Way ahead of its time, both conceptually, creatively, and marketing-wise, for sure.
That's just brothers at a club.
No time at the Apollo. Phil, how aware were you of Milestone before you took on the role of Virgil Hawkins in the Emmy-winning, Humanitas Prize-winning Static Shock animated series?
Actually, and it's sort of embarrassing, I was not real. I mean, I knew about it because I was a comic book head from way back. The early 90s, I was just out of college trying to make, my bones as an actor. So I didn't have the money to be buying new comics. I was still reading all my old 20-cent stuff. So I didn't hear about Milestone until after it was launched. And it was like, oh, wait, what? That one day you got an extra $5 in your pocket. Let me go to my local shop. Because, of course, there wasn't the internet. So you didn't have access to information. And I didn't have no subscription to Wizard or nothing. Because, I was trying to date. See, people forget. There was a time when being a nerd was not cool.
Absolutely.
Crucial.
Right?
Crucial.
So I saw it on the shelves, but I didn't know the story behind it. It's like, ooh, those are characters of color. That's different. This is a cool new look. I've never seen anything like this.
Coming to it from the outside, as you did, who was Virgil to you? Like, what made him special?
To me, Virgil was what I had always wished for as a comic book kid growing up. Black Spider-Man. Because you read those stories, and obviously, a good story can make you live it, feel it. It doesn't have to look like you. But when it does, it resonates on a whole other level. And for me, the issues of Static, it was so real world. The texture of those stories was so much more removed from the old 1930s. We are exhibiting the world. Like, it felt like a comic book drawn by somebody who lived in a building that I could go into. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? So that to me was the big difference. It touched on the archetypes that I, as a old school comic book fan, loved and honored, but it also touched on my life as a black man in the real world. Like, I've never had these two things come together before.
All right, we got a fan question here from Aaron M. Specifically, I think for you, Reggie. Is there any discussion about bringing the Milestone characters to the big or small screens? What's new and what's upcoming in the multimedia front?
Well, one of the things we're really excited about is, we really want to live up to the name of the company, Milestone Media. So when we, spoke with Jim about reviving the Milestone line, we said, look, we all know that this, has been, hit comic books and a hit animated series. It's time to expand back into all those areas and then some. So we're in serious conversations about, as we're launching the comic book series, developing a Static Shock movie. That'll be a theatrical feature film. What we're talking about is unbelievable. We're also talking to all the other divisions of Warner's. For example, the animation department. They make those amazing animated feature films for home entertainment. And we're talking about doing one of those feature films, involving the Milestone characters. We're also looking at new media like podcasts and, doing a series of stories that will be available on podcasts. So you know what? We will deliver Milestone Media wherever you are, on whatever platform you want, whether you're a young kid, whether you're an adult, whether you're a teen. We'll find appropriate stories and get them to wherever you want to consume them.
Well, I'm just saying,
I got a salad.
That movie, talk to Scorsese for me, would you? Talk to Scorsese. They got the technology. I can play 14.
Or Static needs a dad.
What did I miss? Anything cool?
Fantastic.
How can I get that shirt?
Do you have an extra? Because you gave it to me. What?
Yeah, just announced that they're working on. They're trying to.
Yeah, we're talking about everything and everything,
Static Shock
and anything
movie.
under the sun, even YA content.
His name is
this
just
is something
Static.
that we couldn't envision decades ago, but it's a critical part of the audience, underserved by us.
The cartoon was called
historically.
Static Shock.
Having YA
Yeah, but
content out
his
there for
name
the
is
first time
Static.
was very exciting, and obviously, you know, all the other stuff, the merch, the T-shirts. We'll get Phil a new T-shirt after all these years. I feel bad you've been wearing the same one for 20 years.
And it still fits. That's the beauty. What's great is working with Jim, who's had so much success, you know, at Wildstorm, at DC, who really understands the importance of what Milestone means and has been supportive at every part of the process. And we were very excited about the future of Static Shock, Icon and Rocket, so many great characters that we feel will exist on all kinds of screens.
Jim, here's another fan question, this time from Daniel Perez. Do you have any future plans to officially distribute the original Milestone titles?
Yeah, I think we've part of this panel is to share those share those plans. Right now, we're looking at a February of 21 relaunch for the line, and Reggie's going to speak to that a little bit, as well as Dennis. But as far as the back catalog, every single month leading up to February, we're going to release more of the backlist catalog out through our digital partners like Comixology and Apple and Google Play. Check it out. It's super exciting, and we'll see you in February.
Dennis, we had a fan question here from Owen Seiler. Will we ever get to see another Static Shock comic again?
Yes, we will absolutely get to see another Static Shock comic book again. Static is the first name everyone mentions anytime there's a Milestone meeting. I want to talk about hardware and everything else. Everyone else wants to talk about Static and what we can do. So that was for Reggie. So yeah, as far as Static Shock's concerned, we're very excited about Static. There's the original OGN, the graphic novel by Reggie Hudlin and Kyle Baker, which we're very excited about. But there's also a digital first Static Shock series that's coming out in February. It'll be available digitally first by an artist that we can't name yet, but we're very excited. If we could get him, we'll be so excited. And, you know, Reggie's doing excellent scripts. He's also really outlining a lot of what's going on in our series. So the Static Shock series is going to have a lot of input from Reggie. So the short answer is yes, there's going to be more Static Shock comics. In fact, probably more Static Shock comics than even I was prepared for.
Reggie, can you talk a little bit more about what else is in store for Milestone?
Well, you know, it's funny because, you know, everyone has their favorites. And, you know, Dennis is like, hardware, man, we're not respecting hardware. And I love hardware. I love it all. It's funny because in some of the early years, Dwayne McDuffie would say, Reggie, you know, we really need you to write Static. And I'm like, I love Static, but who I love the most, Icon and Rocket. Those are my favorites. I love those characters so much. It's such a unique concept. This man who's actually a 300-year-old alien who's here on Earth, who ends up partnering with a 14-year-old girl from the hood. They end up fighting crime together. Not as sidekicks, as partners. I got to tell you, the stories
Icon's
that
cool
I'm
as hell.
writing and that Dennis Cowan is drawing.
It was a shame. There was one person who came into my shop when I was working there.
You know, looking at the scanner.
Came up and specifically said, "Do you have anything else on Icon?" And I had that was the hardest no that I had to tell somebody.
It's always fun.
Because I'm going back, it was the time where like none of them were in publication. Like you couldn't get them from the distributor.
Working on
It's
that
like
was
I
a trip.
honestly
The first
I don't
artist
know
we
what to
got
tell you. Like
fell a
there's
little bit behind, so I came in and
Amazon,
story
you know,
art for
maybe
Icon
something.
and
I
Rocket.
can't. I
Very
don't have any of
casually,
these. I
like, yeah, I
can't
can
even
do
order
Icon
them.
and Rocket, no problem. Then I realized,
Man, what a cool.
except for the covers,
cool character.
I had never drawn Icon and Rocket. in like a story.
They were in
I did
what,
the initial design.
Young Justice as well.
I did
more recently.
the first cover, right? 2 covers for Icon
You guys
Rocket.
are interested?
And aside from posters, never drew him again, really, in any kind of significant way. So now I found myself having to draw this character that I really didn't know how he moved and how he really worked. So I had to figure all that out and pretend like I had it in the bag the whole time.
Never let him see you sweat.
But I was sweating that whole job. Icon and Rocket. Why they got me on Icon and Rocket? Where's hardware?
So to recap, a cool Static Shock OGN by Reggie and Kyle Baker, a new ongoing Static digital first comic, an Icon and Rocket comic written by Reggie and drawn by Dennis Cowan. Absolutely no hardware. But also new content. We're talking about new characters being introduced, and we'll see you in February.
Yes, sir.
We're going to have toys now.
Listen, gentlemen, I could not be more excited about the future of Milestone. And I'm so glad you asked me to marry a panel where I get to get all of this new information. I heard it first. But listen, thank you so much to everybody who showed up today. Thank you to Reggie Hudlin, to Dennis Cowan, to Jim Lee, to Phil Lamar, and thank you to the fans who have been stoking the flames and the fires for more Milestone for decades. So thank you so much to everybody. Be good. Get home safe.
Mark. Thank you, Mark, for corralling all this.
These are the best horses to have to corral.
Indeed.
I can wait to see what DC has in store for Static Shock and the rest of the Milestone crew when it returns in February 2021. And now it's time for a little Ask and Tell. We have got more questions from our DC fans.
20 minutes,
Check it
Nate.
out.
So what?
The Justice League panel.
Looking at the metaphor behind these characters, and I can speak especially for Vic, when it comes to mental health and mental illness, the facade in which a lot of us have just as human beings, and this facade that we put on, kind of, letting everyone believe that we are okay. And I kind of see that as the superhero. I see that as Cyborg. I see that as, the cover up that we will have as humans, period, to be able to essentially hide behind what we really are. And season 2 is testament to, when Vic goes out to try and work on himself and essentially tackle this PTSD and this mental health, he has to, physically, literally come back and take away and remove Cyborg
Isn't
in
it
order
impressive
to
how he
access
puts on
Vic
the American accent?
and word 2, even having to turn off Grid.
I think it's
to be able to
incredibly
access
impressive.
that
Also, I don't
point of himself.
understand
And I
the
feel like that's
singing
testament to us
thing
as human
because it just
beings,
comes
to
out
kind of generally
with
we
an
all have
American
this thing
accent.
in which we have this facade
And, like,
in which
good.
when someone asks us, "Are you okay?" and really you're not, but you say that anyway.
Here we
The
go.
superhero
And
that we try to put
let's throw
in
it to
front
our
of the
experts
real version of
on
us and everything that holds
accents.
the real meaning of what it means to be a human, which is
Welcome
all
back,
of
Jonathan.
this craziness in which
Welcome
we
back,
experience.
Mario Andretti.
Thank you.
Did you know that we receive over 28,000
Oh, they didn't start her
questions
from
all
up.
over
Was
the
she already?
world
Was
for
her
DC
introduction already?
fandom?
Crane
Yeah,
shot it
she-
down.
We love our
Yeah,
fans.
before the
And
milestone
while we
panel.
couldn't answer
Okay.
all of them, we sure did try to answer.
I think the
as many
concept
as
was
possible.
like just the camera is panning down into these glass things, like everything that's on the meteor, whatever that illustration.
My question is for Breck, and I'd like to ask, what was your first initial reaction seeing the Stargirl suit for the first time? How cool was it?
The first time I ever put on my super suit, it was so empowering. It just like my posture changed.
Was Joyden
It was the
answering
first time
question?
I
Or
truly
was he
felt
just
like
talking?
Stargirl.
Okay, I just saw him start talking. And he was talking.
No,
about
he was answering a question about mental health.
Oh, okay. I just thought he was talking about it. I
have
thought
been
that was just like
chanting.
that was great
Snyder.
as is.
Cut.
I totally missed a question.
Coming up next, don't miss the latest intel surrounding the Snyder Cut's much anticipated release.
I love
Direct
Stargirl.
from Zack
Yeah.
Snyder himself.
I think it's a really fun show.
This
Like you,
woman talking
I'm
right now,
quickly becoming
she
big fan
seems
of
like a
this
character.
virtual universe. It's not
Oh,
only
yeah.
a great way to connect with
I like
other
that they've
fans
given us
around
kind of
world.
the,
It's
the
also
world
a great
flair
escape
of
from
DC.
reality. And I
Exactly.
think
It's been nice.
we can all
Like, I have
agree
no idea
that
who she
movies
is,
are
but-
one of
No,
the
she
greatest
seems like a
escape of all
character.
time.
Yeah.
Put her in
Rainbow
like a
Six
World War
make
II
it
outfit.
possible
Moving around the
for
dome,
characters
guys.
on screen to speak to
Whoa.
audiences across the globe
Gotta get in my
in
motion
a way
chair.
that is scenic
The
for them.
40X
Well, I
chair.
don't feel so good. Oh, good.
Capisci quello che dico?
The movie theater
Okay.
roller coaster.
Listen up and let's meet the many voices beyond the cowl.
All right. Maybe this should have been the bingo card.
Commissioner Gordon!
What is it, O'Hara?
We just got a report.
The center
All the
should
C-grade
be,
villains have broken
wow,
into the
I
energy
never
plants.
knew.
What are we gonna
Fill
do,
in the
sir?
blank.
The only thing we ever
Because that's
do.
been the
Flip
comeback
Yeah, I
from
never
every.
knew what. I never knew this. Drinking game. Every time they say I never knew.
Oh.
That'll be for late night. That'll be for what FanDome Mastercard.
Salut, Freeze. Je suis Batman.
Escucha, soy Batman.
Hi, Bruce Wayne.
Oh, are they giving us the dubbing in other languages? Those
They're just talking about the voice actors of
Oh
Batman.
yeah.
Yeah, it's the Batman, the voice behind the cowl. So that'll be interesting.
So thumbs up.
you forgetting something?
Nope.
Your cowl.
My what now?
Your armored face disguise.
Ooh, Spanish Batman is kind of a badass.
Hey, if a guy dressed up in a bat
Hi, everyone.
costume just
Will Arnett here.
started speaking Spanish to me, I'd be
I'm
scared.
here to talk to you about two of the most powerful words.
It
in the
does
English
have
language.
more
Batman.
cooler connotation, though.
You're
doesn't
darn
it?
right. Whoa. Wow. I still get chills every time I say that.
Sort of more
But see,
ancient.
here's the thing. Batman doesn't just speak English.
Soy Batman. Je suis Batman. Ich bin Batman.
Now, Batman. Batman speaks dozens and dozens and dozens of other languages thanks to voice actors from all over the world who have been dubbing Batman's voice ever since he first appeared on screen.
Tu n'es pas la seule à savoir tendre des pièges, ô Vénus.
Lo siento, mi oído de murciélago debe de estar fallándome.
That means in their countries, they are Batman.
Don't kill me, man! Je ne vais pas te tuer. Tu vas me rendre un service. Fais ma publicité auprès de tes amis.
I couldn't be scared of French Batman. I'm telling you right now.
Je suis Batman. Je suis
Batman.
So let's meet some of these amazing actors from all over the world who, with their deep,
I love
dark
that.
voices, have been striking fear.
I'm gonna go back
in
and
the hearts of bad
rewatch
guys
this happen.
everywhere.
Mario Andretti Batman.
So the first time I was voice acting was at the age of 9 years old. It was the 3rd grade in school.
Someone suggested me that you have got a good language command. You have got a decent voice.
I'm a Batman.
Why don't you try voice acting? So I said, okay, let me give it a shot.
Você pensava palco, com luz, com plateia, então aquilo ali era completamente o inverso do que eu estava pensando.
In your
Assim.
kitchen, you don't
Mas
have
eu
to
fui
wear the
parar
hat,
na
dude.
dublagem
It's okay.
4 anos depois.
El aspecto más retador en doblaje para mí es hacerle creer al espectador que los personajes, los actores, están hablando en español.
I want to hear Japanese Batman.
a
That's
different
what I
way
wanna
of taking pauses, speaking,
Yeah, me too.
speed. So there are a lot of things that come into the picture.
You have to concentrate all the emotions, all the things that happens while doing the scene.
As a voice actor, I didn't have to transform my body, but I have to find what is the best to serve what's on the screen.
Di quell'attore straniero, se tu fai appena meno di quello che fa lui, non si incolla, non ci sta.
Et puis, je trouve que ce qui est difficile, c'est le rythme, c'est vraiment réussir à garder un naturel en se calquant sur le rythme d'un autre.
Poder interpretar o reinterpretar, que es lo que hacemos en doblaje,
They all
todos
kinda
estos
talk like this
personajes
anyway.
icónicos que existen en nuestras vidas.
Tanto de caricaturas, de series.
I'm gonna tell you something. I really do love Ben Affleck's 30-year smoker voice, Bruce Wayne and Batman. Just that hoarse, tired.
Batman é um
Sounds good.
personagem universal, né? Você botar aquele símbolo do Batman em qualquer lugar do mundo, do universo, todo mundo vai saber o que é, né?
What appeals to me and a lot of Batman fans over the world is that the fact that Batman has a very dark side.
Batman is much deeper.
It's such a
he's
fitting industry
darker.
too. The
stays a mystery all
voiceover
the
for other
time.
voices. Who is this guy? That one, and also I have a friend who's I don't know the guy, but he does all of the voices for anytime they need what's his face from the American Pickle. Just came out. Seth Rogen. He does his voice sounds like Seth Rogen. So anytime they do like Seth Rogen stuff, like from Aliens versus Monsters and stuff, like he gets to do all this stuff because he's his like double, his like voice double. I'm like, what a weird world,
But like
where you just double
English voice
someone's
double
voice.
or like a different language.
No, just English. Like, you know, like they'll have Seth Rogen do like an ad, and he doesn't do all the little things like that make it specific. Like, you know, they're talking about something in Chicago, and something in Illinois, and something in New York. He would be the one that comes in and does all that stuff. And they just get Seth Rogen in there. He does like 5 minutes of work, and then the other guy does like 5 hours of work. It's fascinating.
That's cool. That's a cool job.
I can't imagine that or this. I can't imagine having a finished movie and an actor playing it, and then they have to come in and basically react it.
I started doing individual characters. And one fine day, finally in around 2005, I got something for which
I'm being interviewed by you today.
Aww.
And I tasted a real flavor of
What about like
after the release.
when like if like a movie came out and then they had like the cartoon spin-off or whatever, and it was like an animator or something like that.
He teaches me a lot.
The panda, the Kung Fu Panda, wasn't Jack Black in like the cartoon show. So like those people are like voice mimickers, right?
He sounds like exactly like Jack Black.
Such a huge personality.
But these guys aren't like doing mimicry; they're just doing a whole other voice.
As close as possible. The subtlety and organic performance.
I love how much they're showing of Dawn of Justice. Like that is
exactly the same note. You don't have to be more melodramatic.
I love that costume. That's my favorite.
You see the scene, you just have to copy him. And if you are
Didn't you say that earlier?
successful in that,
I think we talked about
that. Played my recording. I had a goosebump.
That's my favorite batsuit.
It was unbelievable.
The batsuit itself, or what he was wearing.
And I was happy.
No, the Dawn of Justice batsuit.
Oh yeah,
I've done a good job.
Bruce Wayne
It's mine too, just because it looks like tights, it seems like, oh, that's what I saw in comic books. You make it practical, yeah, it's just Kevlar.
Bruce Wayne wears
just a
bigger mask for me than the Batman, so this voice...
it's the tiny ears too, the tiny ears,
animal voice is
they
the
hit
real
something, they hit something for me.
So I found it
the
more
new
difficult
Batman
to
has much more
Bruce Wayne than Batman.
Salve,
Even
Bruce Wayne, miliardario, giramondo, viveur, playboy, scapolo d'oro di
even
Gotham,
aside from like Frank Miller,
90 anni di fila.
like yeah, his tiny ears in it, but like I don't know.
He has to adapt
Maybe seeing
to
it
the society. He
out
has
on
to
an actual
adapt
costume
to
was
the
like,
people
yeah, that's
surrounding him. Batman can act absolutely.
I think big ears
alone.
would hit on stuff. I wouldn't want like something above my head.
Yeah, right. What if he's got to
when
like
I'm fighting all the time?
Or like swing over like I don't know fire escapes or something?
You're like, you hit your head as you go.
Batman's voice is as much is as important as his physicality.
I just want to watch
if
these
not
Batman
more,
movies with
actually,
these different
because
voice actors.
Yeah, right.
You don't get the humor by watching just the costume.
Batman is a mystery, and like I said, he is God.
Italian. Let's do a masterclass on the Italian accent.
Angel.
Joe Jill. तुम वही कायर हो जिसने मार्था और थॉमस वेन का खून किया था।
I'm telling you, if a guy dressed up in a bat showed up in the corner of my room speaking another language, I'd lose it. I'd be like, I'm done.
कुछ नहीं सोचा बस बेरहमी से उन्हें मार डाला Jill.
You win.
How do you know this? How could you possibly?
मैं जानता हूँ क्योंकि मैंने ये सब होते देखा। मैं ये जानता हूँ क्योंकि मैं उस आदमी का बेटा हूँ जिसे तुमने मार डाला। मैं हूँ Bruce Wayne.
Yes, it is.
I know, but
Lo más desafiante
that guy was
cuando
too
doblé el Batman de Christian
short
Bale eran las escenas donde él gritaba y se enojaba mucho.
The way Christopher Nolan wrote
not enough slimy
his movies,
rat.
Not enough Jersey.
Design a Batman much more real and much more complex, and he show all the complexity
Christian
of the
Bale's
character.
Batman.
The character of
that's a word.
Christian Bale was struggling to become this guy, and this guy in the movie.
That's a shame.
Ele é bom ator.
You cut out when you were saying, so I missed your entire hot take about Christian Bale's Batman, but I need to know what it was.
Oh, it was, that'll rip your voice apart.
Oh, yeah.
So someone mimicking it is like...
Eu também sempre busquei o meu estilo na dublagem.
That guy really...
Un icono como
I wonder if
no
he...
habla como un ser humano. Entonces, la voz que creo y la voz que han aplicado los demás Batman,
4 days in or
aparte
something like that,
de
was like, oh, shit.
trabajarla yo desde el pecho y desde la garganta.
Keaton le dio una cualidad a la voz que fue, pero esta cosa le hacía algo diferente, ¿no? Para que no le reconocieran la voz ni siquiera a Bruce Wayne. Y el Batman de Affleck, lo que sucede
he figured it out 4 days in, like,
tiene una cosa tecnológica.
Yeah, dude.
Aparato que le cambia
It should be a
voz,
voice modifier.
para que no lo reconozcan. Entonces, lo que
Yeah,
hice
it should
con
just
eso
always be a
fue bajar mi
thing.
voz a todos los graves, los más graves posibles.
Next time they shine your light in the sky, don't go to it. The bat is dead. Bury it.
Let me hear Superman in
Consider
another
this
language,
mercy.
please.
Mimi. तुम्हारा खून बहता है
horror movie.
Batman said, "Demon."
Horror movie. That's a demon.
The way he speaks and the way he interacts with other characters,
cool.
he's always like so cool and so never gets nervous, or at least it seems.
Batman!
Yeah.
Why did you build this thing with only one seat?
Porque que yo sepa, solo tengo un culo.
We need another version. We need the Snyder cut of Dawn of Justice. Unfortunately, we saw the Snyder cut of Dawn of Justice, but I would like another cut of it.
De actor de doblaje,
having rewatched all of the movies recently. That's the weakest of all of them.
The Ultimate Edition?
Para mí fue como era el héroe de
Didn't help.
¿no?
I tried.
Hay una cosa con la que yo conecté con Bruce Wayne, con Batman, que era su deseo de justicia.
Whereas Justice League, I'm like, it's not that bad. Just missing a few things.
A favor de,
I have a hard time watching Justice League now.
Justicia y de que
I don't mind it. I watched it again and I was like, you know what?
Nosotros
it's not that bad.
Para cada uno de los Batman, de Christian Ben Affleck, Will Arnett,
it just has a weak bad guy, and then you can tell where the cuts are. And
Ben Affleck es otra forma de hacer un Batman, es un enorme,
takes you out of the movie.
Que transmite otro tipo de sensaciones diferentes a la que transmite Christian Bale, que hizo una creación desde luego icónica, ¿no? Para el mundo del cine.
Entonces, Man of Steel, probably like last
el modo
month.
de diferenciarlo es ser muy fiel al actor original, pero recuerdo ir al cine temblando como un niño.
Good
Fui yo
Alien
solo,
movie,
era como,
good First Contact.
necesito vivirlo, necesito meterme en la película, necesito supervisar cada detalle.
I even watched Green Lantern. Like I watched all of them. Green Lantern's rough.
Doppiare per un videogioco o
What were the good
doppiare
things
un
about it?
attore o comunque
Mark Strong.
un cartone animato è molto
What else?
diverso.
Le jeu vidéo,
Taiki Waititi.
Il y a beaucoup plus de travail à fournir, beaucoup plus
always
de...
interesting.
Lavoriamo sulla forma d'onda.
The aliens were cool. I liked all the aliens, like the designs of the aliens. I thought Tomari and all those guys looked cool.
Yeah, the Oa parts was pretty cool. Because I mean, that's like when you lean into it. It's like, look, you're looking at this suit. Yeah, okay. Lean into it all the way. Go to the planet.
In the studio,
yeah, if you put a planet of people all in that suit, I'm like, fine, I don't care.
Yeah. Something happens inside your body.
But they only ever went to two places. They went to balcony. Guardians platform, and then that weird thing by the central battery where they always stuck their hands up in the air. And Sinestro gave a speech. I'm like, boo, show me more of. I want to see the stuff on OA.
Ça demande beaucoup d'énergie le jeu vidéo parce que c'est très très longue journée. On est tous seuls.
Are you a Transformers fan?
The movies or
any of it? All property.
What are we talking about?
You don't have the
all of it. I mean, like,
as a kid, yeah, that was my G.I. Joe and Transformers were made for me.
Did you read those books?
There's no hesitation.
I never read the Transformers comic books. I read the G.I. Joe comic books back in the 80s.
No, they have Transformers versus G.I. Joe. Tom Seidel.
I don't doubt it.
It's phenomenal.
How you're feeling.
Yeah, that's good.
It's really, really good.
You were saying earlier you read on your comic. What's your favorite? What comic book downloading app? Like, what do you use on your tablet?
Now, when we're pulling it, mostly it's the DC Universe because we're doing the shows with that. The comic books that I'm reading that are physically, the ones that like I will just like pick up and be like, oh, I want to see or remember that, are just the ones that are on my shelf.
Was one of the funniest experience.
Yeah, I think
are
you doing more online reading now though?
The
used to?
Yes, because now it's more of in reference, because I have to reference it to something, and most of the time it falls under like, oh, I have to reference the show and I have to pull from that. But there's other things where it's like, mainly from the DC app, it gives you like little like, you might like this thing at the bottom, and I'll go on some of those and be like, oh, this was cool. Who was the artist on this? And flip through it and all that stuff. But yeah, mostly the DC Universe app.
I have it for the. I bought it for the TV just to watch the show, just to watch Titans originally. But now I read the comic books, and also I just got a tablet for work, so I'm like, well, I'm gonna download this.
Espectacular.
Start reading comic books on an actual tablet.
Y poder hacer a un Batman que se ríe de Batman, que se
I didn't know if
ríe
it was worth
de
it,
sus
but
miedos,
if it got all the new titles,
it's got, what are the, I don't know what new titles are because I haven't been current. I usually just go to like to see what the older stuff was. Do they have current titles on there, Mark?
Is that last name, but first name yours? Oh my gosh!
Not listening.
Y los Lego Batman fue como vamos a reírnos, vamos a divertirnos. Fue eso, poder reírte hasta de ti mismo, ¿no? Fue
Let's see if they got new stuff. Because this is news for everybody.
It was crazy how you were talking, and I did not notice until you said my name that you were talking. But I was like, I'm hearing you. Weird how the brain
Il y a
does
quelque chose de l'enfance là-dedans, quoi. De dire, je suis pris pour faire Batman.
Batman was like going full circle from my childhood to my adult life.
Lo debo decir como lo siento y es un gran orgullo. Es una de las cosas más
we're 3 minutes away from the
que me han
snap,
ocurrido
guys.
a nivel profesional.
So
Batman
excited.
will be always close to my heart because Batman is.
So
one of
what?
the
You're about
best
halfway through all the
characters in my
content. What do you
life.
think so far?
I'm a bit emotional.
This is a really cool concept of how to do these things. It's just like, I mean, like this honestly just seems like a state of play or any of those like Nintendo Direct type things. Like it just seems like that, right? Right? Just
into the limelight.
It seems
where people
so
come to know this is the voice
less
of Batman from
expensive
India
for
or from
these
different countries.
big businesses to do.
This is the appreciation
When you
coming
think about
back to
E3
us.
and how
So I feel
Xbox
great.
and PS4 had to do all those big song and dance things, and now all they got to do is just stream the trailers online, and all these people have to do is set up a Zoom call. Like,
As an actor,
and we all get to watch it
I'm
online.
so
It's like
grateful
cheap as hell compared to what they used
to
to
have
do.
been
And
in this adventure.
someone was saying like, should Marvel attempt something like this? And it's like, I think you'd be dumb not to if Marvel did not follow up.
Maybe if you're gonna do the main room, do the main room, but don't do. I mean, they're never gonna get rid of San Diego Comic-Con,
I'm Batman.
No.
Hey.
but it'd be nice to have extra stuff where we can watch it. Maybe I like this 24-hour thing, so it is exclusive. You know what I mean? It'd be nice if they did that with the Comic-Con stuff, where like an hour afterwards it was available on their stream, but they streamed it for you, so you had to go to their thing and see it. That would be awesome.
You have to go to
It's
their
curated.
channel, yeah.
Instead, I have to like know when the panel is, and then wait for someone to tape it and put it up on YouTube, and it's like scuff. Why don't you just give me a real thing that I can watch? I would also like the FanDome to be twice as big next year. I don't think it's big enough.
Yeah, tiny. I want them tinier.
I want them smaller.
This man got a Jared Leto Joker smile on his forearm. You can see it in the background on the left.
Good.
I don't know how I feel about that
And then now that I know that Jared Leto is has started his own cult, I'm very unhappy.
one.
Did you see that?
That's why I was telling
reading-
people, like, look, I don't dislike him for his acting. I don't care.
I don't
There it
dislike him for
is.
his movies either.
I just, the cult thing to me is weird. That's where I
Yeah,
draw
that's-
the line. Where
don't do that.
I'm like, what is that? Because then
Don't do that.
Yeah, we've already had, like, that's like history repeating itself of celebrities making cults.
Hi everyone, the Brazilians are back in the house, and let
Pay
me just say
$6,000
that
to
you
go to an
guys
island
are
for 3
being
days.
The best are the best. I love everything and incredible stuff. I can't wait to see more from these super talented fans.
Well, is it nighttime now?
Now,
At the Dome?
speaking of
It's that
DC's fans,
time.
since 2017, you have been demanding the release of Zack Snyder's version of Justice League, of course. Your friends at HBO Max heard you and look for it in 2021.
I love everything.
But I know, that probably feels like a long way off. So, right now, we're gonna check out this very exciting panel featuring Zack Snyder and some special guests, as well as some of the fans who helped bring this DC dream come to life.
Ready? Ready. Okay, let's go.
Who are the special guests?
I don't know. My guess is Henry Cavill and Ben Affleck. That's my
pretty
guess.
special.
That's a big ask.
It's gotta be a big convention, right?
Oh, there's so much beefcake in this.
This man even knows how to direct behind the scenes footage. Incredible.
I know, right?
Awesome. Well, thanks, guys. It's awesome to be here at DC FanDome. This is amazing. It's been quite a journey with the DC fans, and I've had a great time bringing some of these beloved DC titles to the big screen, and the
I don't really see anybody else using like macro
is,
lenses
for
to
me,
just like focus on
and
himself
in
on
this
these things, right? This
format,
guy knows
an
the
amazing
shit.
crown jewel.
This guy's
As
like,
a
hey, watch
community,
me
we were
look
able
good.
to make this thing happen, and we really appreciate it. We're going to shake it up a little bit for this panel, and I'm going to have some fans ask me questions. I'm going to ask some people questions. We're going to have special guests, so let's get to it. We have some questions from fans read to us by some of the amazing cast of Justice League. Looks like next we have Batman, my Batman. Go ahead, man. What do you got?
I hope you guys are enjoying DC FanDome. And I'm really excited for you to get a chance to see Zach's ultimate version of Justice League on HBO Max next year.
Well, thank you, Ben. I'm excited for everyone to see the film as well. It's cool. What question do you have?
Patrick Mendoza wants to know, who is your favorite superhero of all time? You know the answer to that, but go ahead and answer anyway.
I guess my favorite hero of all time, other than Batman,
I very much enjoy that, man.
would have to be, sort of staying in the DC world as I do. It's got to be Dr. Manhattan, from Watchmen, I think. I don't know, for me, he's like this super cool quantum superhero whose time, space, reality, all those things are at his fingertips. So, yeah, it's got to be Dr. Manhattan. That was awesome, Ben. Thank you so much.
This guy likes Tom Bombadil too, I bet, huh?
Stopping by. I think next, is it Superman?
He likes that blue dick.
Hello, everybody. My name is Henry Cavill, and I promise you that I am not in prison. This is just my place of work. I hope you're enjoying DC FanDome, and I have a fan question for Zack Snyder from Swapnil. As a storyteller, what is the dynamic between the Justice League that is important for you to present on the screen?
Jesus,
Zach?
he looks huge.
Over to you.
Still doing Witcher. He posted that
so much.
shit there.
They should put Henry Cavill in the dome, and he would still look normal.
To see, as the Justice League comes together, is this idea that like a lot of them basically are loners, right? You have Batman, lives in a cave. His only buddy is Alfred, really. You got Wonder Woman, who after Steve's demise is
showing any of
kind
his footage, or is this all?
You have Flash, who's got these powers.
This is all from.
He's kind of alone in the world. You have Cyborg, who
the
digital arc is not really happy about
digital
what's happened to him. This transformation, he's coming to terms with it. And then you have Aquaman, who also is this loner. And sort of thematically, them coming together and forming a family and finding.
To be fair, it's been 80 years.
Support.
She needs to learn to heal over Steve dying. It's been 80 years.
Drove me to want to see this happen or see them come together. And I think that when you take all these different personalities and bring them together into a single cohesive group, it's a fun and awesome dynamic.
A lot of this footage is from.
There's a why of doing
that is his footage.
All right, let's see. Who do we have next? Is it Cyborg?
Hey,
there he is.
Zach.
He's my man.
What up, man? Ray Fisher here.
I think we're in different sync.
I am super excited about
Refresh
the Snyder Cut getting
the
dropped on
video
because
mine
Max.
was before it was ahead.
There's some folks who have a couple questions for you. The first question is coming from Eddie Gordon from the United States, and that question is: which character are you most excited to fully flesh out in your cut of Justice League?
Interesting that you should ask me that, because of course it's Cyborg. Cyborg is the heart of the movie. Cyborg is the thing that I think in the end holds the team together in a lot of ways, and excited to see, or for fans to see, just how that is realized on camera.
And the second question is coming in from Irfan Kam from the United Kingdom, and their question is: when you started writing Justice League, what thematic ideas were you most excited to tackle? Additionally, how much of a challenge was it to keep the tone mythological? I want to know too, so make sure you get up on those.
It's a great question. When Chris and I were talking about this movie, I think we're big fans of sort of the Joseph Campbellian, hero's journey, and also this notion that we would be
let me see your
creating a team. It's the Knights of the Round Table joining together in an epic adventure, and this is the call to action film that brings them as a story.
Pretty sure
brings
the day
them all
that
together.
they decide to remake
it is
Excalibur,
a mythological concept to begin
I want you to direct it.
He probably has a treatment already, dude. I was thinking the same thing. I was like, I wonder if he was talking if Green Knight was rattling around
Flash,
for him.
Cyborg, and then Superman.
But I wouldn't doubt that he has a treatment for
a
Excalibur.
mythological group.
laying around.
Okay, this is fun. Let's keep them
Patrick
coming. Who
Stewart
else?
gets to be
I
in it
think
again, though,
next
right?
is the
Please,
Flash
yeah,
himself.
and Liam Neeson.
Mr.
Shit.
Maestro
Just
Zack
as older
Snyder,
versions of themselves.
What other questions can we ask? I think we'd all like to know if we'll see more of the handsome and talented Ezra Miller in your cut.
I like the question that has read no agenda at all. Very good. Of course, you're going
What
to
is
see
Ezra's
tons
hair
more
for?
of the
What
Flash.
movie is he working
I
on
have
now?
A huge love for the Flash and
I don't
for
know.
Ezra Miller, as you know, especially when
Maybe
you
just
call
quarantine.
me at the last
Could be
second
quarantine
and
here.
make me come work on your music videos.
I got that going on. I haven't had a haircut
that's
since
really
like
kind
April.
of you. So, but yes, of course, Ezra. I think people are going to see a lot more of the Flash, and they're going to get to see a little bit more of his emotional arc. And I hope they enjoy it, because I enjoy seeing you, especially in this format. Okay, looks like we've got we've got something from Wonder Woman herself, Gal Gadot.
Zach, when you cast me in the role of Wonder Woman, I had no idea what an amazing ride I was in for. It's been life-changing to play this character, mostly because I've
Fast and
got to
Furious
meet
ride, if you
so
will.
many incredible fans around the world
Ride or
who
die.
love her like we do. Fans who I hope
That was in
are
the sixth
all
one?
sharing this experience
She was in the
today.
sixth one, is that
'Cause
right?
It's
5 and
all
6.
happening because
5,
of
6,
you.
and 7.
So
She's in
to
4,
all
5,
the
and
fans
6.
who asked for this
thought she was
cut,
just
Wait,
in
she's
the
in
one.
4?
you obviously have your
Remember,
own
she's in the
superpowers
she's the
just
hench
like the
of
members
the
of
bad guy.
Justice League,
She's like the tech
you
lady. She's barely
are
in it.
stronger together, and you made this possible.
Cool.
So thank
I
you.
need to rewatch
I swear.
it.
I love you.
He swear. I talked about it. I had to
can't
talk
wait for
about
fans
it.
to
Swear
see
to
you
God,
in Wonder
she's in
Woman 84, which is an amazing movie, and you are amazing in it. And Patty, of course, did an amazing
You just
job.
say something about Thor?
You
I
guys
missed it.
are an awesome team.
What, 1984?
And, people's
Oh.
minds are going to be blown when they
Thor.
see that. So
I thought he
thanks
said
again.
something about
That was
Thor.
great.
I was like, wait.
All right, let's see. Who do we have next?
Hi, Zach, and everybody in the Justice League crew. I have a question. So, as somebody who is so very excited to get to see your vision of Justice League and that you're finally getting this chance to really show us the film that was always intended and one that we're all so super excited to see, I wanted to know, probably what everybody wants to know is, can you hint something that
I'm pretty sure my Twitter's
that the world has
blowing
never
up right
seen that
Really?
you
Why?
have been so excited to let us
with
all,
all this
get
stuff?
a glimpse at without too many spoilers.
Okay.
Yeah, just because
How do I
Patty
do this
Jenkins
without
Zack
giving
Snyder
too many
question.
spoilers? You're going to
People
see
love
something with Flash in this film I don't think that you've ever seen before. Something that has to do with his abilities, because he's a quantum character. He interacts with time and space, so you might see him do something that is timely. But awesome, Patty. Awesome question, and it's awesome to see you. All right, let's
so-
move along, shall we? And I think I want to ask some questions. So let's get some people on the line if we can. I'd like to get there's some
Maybe the
super
key is to
fans we
just
have
keep
standing
Ezra
by,
Miller
I
as
see.
Flash and just
One
have
of them
him
is Fiona from China.
dick around.
Fiona
She
is on
is
this.
dear to our hearts. She was one of the founding members of the Snyder Cut movement and really instrumental in bringing it to all of us. So let's get her on the line and say hi to her.
Oh my God, Zach and his studio. It's like a dream come true.
I'm going to ask you some questions. Are you ready?
Okay, I'm ready.
First off was, what about this movement?
This is a
and
really
the
short
Snyder Cut and
section.
the
It's
whole
only
thing?
like 20
what was
minutes.
the thing that got you to say, like, hey, you know what? I got to, get involved
It's almost
with this?
done.
After I saw Batman v Superman,
Will they give us a
Superman
release
in
date,
theaters 4 years ago
do you
in
think?
China,
Or is it just
I was blown away. After watching Justice League, it was immediately clear that many parts of the film were not consistent with your usual filmmaking style. So we are the fans. We knew that there was a real version of the film out there.
I'm
we
happy
started
they
asking
didn't
for it.
put the
Why
rest of the
not?
stuff up.
We
There's no
started
way
a
we would have had time to
petition, if
watch
you remember.
all the Hall of Heroes stuff and
that
the other
reached-
stuff.
That reached to
Impossible.
180K
They said it was
people
impossible too,
signed.
which that's why people were
Then
going,
I
how
think
are we
it's
supposed to
not
watch it all?
enough. So I created a website called firstsnydercut.com that allowed us to start doing some online and real-world events, such as Twitter trends, raising money for AFSP, letter writing, and phone calls to Warner Brothers. Now, here we are.
Awesome. Wow. And look what happened.
I think it really is a
Guys
big thing.
did
It's
it.
like
It's unbelievable.
changing Sonic, you know?
Yeah, I can't
it's like
believe
that's
it.
So
She
did
was
you
one
really
of the
think it was
first
going to
ones.
happen though?
Yeah.
When we really started to when it got closer.
It all started with hope and dream. So many movements.
Did she also start the Sonic Teeth
to
movement?
actually achieve a dream, you need organization and
Take away its
selflessness.
human teeth, please.
Then we have
Please.
a team that
I want to see that
who
movie
put a
still.
billboard in Times Square.
wanna see
My
it.
son saw it. He said it was. He says it's okay. He says
Yeah.
Jim Carrey carries
When
that
you
entire.
see
No, no,
all
I
these
saw the
people,
Sonic
He did
movie.
in the-
when you
yeah, I saw it,
find
yeah,
we
alongside
saw it.
such
I wanna
talented and
see
generous people,
The
you know it's
original
not
Sonic cut.
Oh, you
It's
want to
a
see the
Give me the
human
heart.
teeth?
even we had
Yeah.
many
Monstrosity.
Was it on your
obstacles,
podcast too? I was
we
talking
know
about I
we
want to
will
see
win this.
Cats 1.0 version
Yeah,
1.0.
I always thought it was
Give me the
funny that,
original
like,
Cats.
the scale
see the
started to
original
get bigger
Jellicle
and bigger,
cut.
and we would notice like, oh my
With
gosh.
buttholes and
At
genitals.
first, remember, because it was like
And
a
genitals.
bus stop in Comic-Con,
Genital
and then a
cats and
billboard in Times
genitals too.
Square, and
Genitals.
then on the anniversary of
Jellicle
Justice League, and
genitals.
it just goes completely nuts, and everyone's like, okay.
It's like snowball, rolling with a big snowball.
Yeah, a giant snowball. No, yeah. What was your favorite moment for you in the whole experience?
I think my answer to this question evolved. I started out because I admire you. I love you. I want to fight for you and your work. But as time passed, I became just much about fighting.
You see the poster
alongside
that
my
he has
fellow
behind him,
community
or
members.
whatever that is.
It's
It's
power from
Zach
art,
with the Justice
mostly.
League. Is that the
Power
shield?
from you art. You empowered us.
Yeah.
Well, that's
Or is it just
that's
the square
amazing.
post? Okay, the shield is the
And
symbol. Okay.
well, it's amazing to see you, and thank
And
you
his,
so much
if you look
for,
really closely, his
connecting with us.
his switch is also upside
I can't
down.
wait to come to China.
I feel like we're being told something.
Please come to China. I want to be your guide. So see you.
Yep. See you soon. Thank you, Fiona.
I have to go. I have to
Okay. We have another
close
call,
out Animal Crossing
from
on that thing. It's
Dexter,
been running for
another amazing
ever.
friend and another amazing fan who also was super important in the creation and cultivation of this movement. He's been around for a long time and really making this happen. So let's talk to Dexter. Dexter.
Hi. How are you, my friend?
Awesome. I'm glad you came. It's great to see you.
Thank you. Great to see
Dexter
you.
has done very well for himself.
So I got you on
I love
the
your
spot
giant
'cause I
chair,
wanna ask you a
Dexter.
couple
Give me
questions.
that chair.
So
Is that
I guess the
what
first
is that?
question is, you know, what are your initial
Couch or a
thoughts?
sofa?
It is an
And,
oversized chair.
Where were you when you first
It
heard
is
about
awesome.
the
It's
Snyder
mad
Cut
comfy.
movement, or how did it come on
Look
your
how high it is.
Well,
It's
it was
past
very
the
early
bed.
on. I'll tell you, right after the viewing of the theatrical edition, I went to the internet and I felt that I couldn't be the only one that felt a certain way. So after maybe a few weekends, I had a few chats
It's good
with
to
a few
see a fan
people,
not sitting
and,
lurking in their basement.
Yeah,
It's good to see them in their fancy house.
I said, this is something that I can really get behind. And I did what I could in order to try to help. And here I am, you know, multiple years later, still.
It does have a
trying to be
weird white
forefront
trash
of this
can back
whole
there
thing
full
to
of
help you
plants.
guys out.
Trying to figure
And
that one out.
thankfully, it's been a positive turn of events.
Oh yeah, it's like that.
How
kinda cool.
crazy is
It's got
it
a
that,
great
like,
kitchen
I
there.
was saying
Yard
the other
art.
day, I shot the movie in
Look at that
Yard
backsplash.
art.
like that's when I was on set shooting.
It's got a whole thing. We're
And
talking
here
about the
we are in
backsplash in the chair.
2021.
Yeah, look at the
And-
It's the
backsplash.
kind of DC
Well,
stuff you're really
coming up
looking for
to,
in the
and that's
fandom.
when
You know
the
what
movie's
the
gonna come
fandom
out.
needs? Furniture.
Yeah.
Fandom has no
Yeah,
furniture.
That's awesome.
So to that, when you
All
started
standing
in
room.
this movement, did you think there was a chance that it would actually that they would do this?
That's a really great question. Early on, I had high hopes about it. And I think it was just because of
High
my ignorance on
hopes.
how the industry
I've got
worked.
high
Toward,
hopes. You know that song?
a quarter into it, I kind of said, well, we're not really speaking their language. How can we get them to want to do this for us?
I was very
think that's the
confident
key, and what
when
made it
Justice
really
League first
happen
came
is
out. I
just
was
the
like,
fact
yeah,
that
they'll
they
put out
saw that
Director's
there were
Cut.
so many people
And then I think like
that
2 years
really
in, I was
wanted
like,
to stand behind the
Gotta deal
artistry
with
of
this
it all,
fucking
the
movie.
artists, and the integrity of it. And yeah,
They
here
also
we are.
picked a time
I
now
always-
we're
I
so
always felt
starved
like
for
when
any
I was
entertainment. We're
sort
like,
of
yes, please give us the
observing
Snyder Cut.
I
don't
didn't
care.
believe
movement,
it.
in a lot of ways,
When the
for
news
fans,
was
the way the comic
like being
book
teased that
calendar
the
is set
announcement was
up,
coming,
you
I
know,
was like,
it'd be like,
Yeah,
oh, the
okay.
anniversary
no,
of
it's
the
not.
release.
It was like
or
yesterday or
Comic-Con
whatever
Brazil
for Ben
Comic-Con or New
Affleck
York
returning.
Comic-Con. And
Someone
you
was like, yo,
guys
Ben
just
Affleck's
always
back. And I was like,
kind of
no,
using
he's
those
not. Shut the
events
fuck up.
as like a springboard because you're like, look,
Shut
we
up.
got something to say. So it always felt like.
Yeah, it was tough coming up with those things
Shut your
at times.
mouth.
It really was. We would
Don't be
chat a
saying
lot of
stuff like
behind the
that.
scenes Zoom calls and phone calls and WhatsApp messages.
What are
Really
you eating
trying
over
to
there,
come up
Nathan?
with what
It's
can we
a
do
salad.
next? We're thinking about our next event, and then when you were to kind of give us a little hint or a little something to play along with.
Shrimp,
And it just
salad.
really,
I was eating
really
chips
ignited us
earlier.
to
That's why I didn't
continue
come back
so
on.
thank you for that.
Yeah,
like, I'm
that
gonna
for
eat
me was
chips on
amazing.
this.
It was cool to have this kind of conversation with the fans where I could like either, release an image or just say something and just get this response that I could feel this kind of energy exchange that was really, really, really exciting. Do you have a favorite moment from this experience?
I think my favorite moment
Yeah,
so
the guy who flew the
is
plane.
getting the opportunity to fly
That was my
out
hero.
to your event in Pasadena. The Director's Cut weekend was such a memorable event for me and my sons, and something I will always cherish with me. And one of the other things I was just really, really excited to see, and this is just me, and I don't want to make things heavy, but just the opportunity to see the smile on yours and Debbie's face when it was official. It was just really heartwarming to me, and honestly, I did tear up a little bit. I will admit, I teared up.
Yeah, it's one of those things
but
where you're like,
it's
they
just
haven't
because
mentioned it,
was
but the
just
reason
a
why
lot
he
of
couldn't
work that
do it,
paid
it's,
off.
I'm glad they're not
And,
talking about
just
it, but
excited to see that you guys were really,
Still
really
brutal.
happy.
Well, I got to admit that we also, when
especially
we,
as a
when
director, I give
when
him
we
shit
heard
for,
the
you
news,
know,
we all got
some
pretty
hack
emotional,
stuff, but
and it's been an incredible journey.
no one should
And
deal with that.
for
And
us,
then their movie
one
doesn't
of
get to come
one
out,
of
and then like 2 years later, they're like,
amazing parts is that we
oh,
were
they're
able
like
to,
emotionally spent, and like, well, now I have this
interact
shitty
with
movie
and
out
be
there.
part of this fan community.
Yeah,
Or
in
not
an
shitty,
amazing
but just
way,
I don't
and
like it. You know, it's
sort
not
of
mine.
It's not my
changed
movie.
us
The thing
and
about,
made us,
like,
really grateful for being able to have this
he's
dialogue.
gone anyways because he's dealing with that
also,
issue. Might as well just
frankly,
replace
feeling
him.
the
It's like,
incredible support
don't do
for the
that.
work that
Fucking
I get
monsters.
to experience. When we
that
see
was-
these fan
This is cold-blooded.
generated events and things.
Well,
that
we wouldn't
really
be doing
have
this if
nothing
it
to
had
do
done well.
with selling a movie or doing anything that has to do with commerce. It's really for love, and we feel it. And also the amazing charitable work.
I
that
paid for
you
this movie
guys, the amount of money
twice.
you've raised for suicide
I,
prevention.
I
is
went
just
to,
unbelievable. So
we were at
again,
Disney
thank you
World,
so much.
and
We
my son and I went to see
really-
it on a Friday. We weren't thinking it was
couldn't think
Friday
of that.
night because we were, when you're on vacation, you don't
Dexter,
think about what day it is.
thanks.
It was
Thank you
Friday
so much.
night,
It's been our pleasure.
and we went down to
Appreciate it.
downtown Disney, and
It's cool
I
to
had
interact
bought
with
tickets on
fans and
Fandango,
get to
and
talk
we
about
could not
this,
find
this
parking,
journey
and I
that
was
we've been on
waiting in
because,
line
it
to
has
go
been
into a parking
something
garage.
quite amazing.
And I looked at my
Maybe I
phone. I
should
had
talk
1
for a
minute
second
to
about
delete the
how you
tickets.
guys are gonna
I
see the
couldn't get
movie,
it
what
done in
format we're
time.
gonna have it in. It's gonna
So
be
I'm
in
like, well,
4
shit, let's get the
parts,
next show's
1
ticket.
hour
So I
each.
bought it again. I'm like,
So
fuck, I
4
bought
hours of
this damn
Justice
movie
League is coming
twice.
your
You
way.
better be
Gone
good.
seen it with
We're
us.
gonna work
Yeah, I'm
on
pretty
a
sure
way
we
of
went
bundling it
to
together
went
the
to
so
that
you can
Point
watch it
Orlando
as a
one.
single
that's the
film
downtown Disney
exclusively
movie
on a
theater.
experience.
Yeah,
No, no,
that
no.
big
Also, to all
AMC
my international
Yeah, you
fans,
remember what time
everyone
you saw it?
watching all over the
near the
world,
World of Coke.
don't worry if you don't have HBO Max
Well,
because
we didn't see it at the
we're
AMC.
working
We
on a
saw it at
distribution
Point
plan,
Orlando.
so
We saw
I
it
promise you
where
you're going to get a
Wonderworks
chance
is.
to see it.
Oh,
And if
yeah.
you guys
Oh,
haven't gotten your T-shirt
okay.
yet,
Well, you
there's
were in
still-
Orlando,
if you go
and
to
so were we.
HQ
So.
We were in
you
Orlando.
can get your
We were there.
associate
We
producer
were all
shirt,
there.
and I want you guys. It all goes to a good cause. So
These already
please
sold out
go, grab
before
a
the
shirt if you
DC FanDome started.
I know.
I guess
I went to
it's
go
time
when they were
play
doing the
little
other
teaser,
stream.
because that's why you're really here.
I
see
wanted
some
to find
footage
that
from the
shirt.
movie, as
and
I promised.
No dice.
So,
I couldn't even.
we,
The other one was sold out
check
too.
that out.
The
So,
first one.
There it is, Justice League.
Oh, shut up.
Now I've heard there was a secret chord that David played and it pleased the Lord. But you don't really care for music, do you? It goes like this: the fourth,
Holy shit.
the fifth, the minor fall, the major lift, the baffled king composing hallelujah. I did my best. It
Damn.
wasn't much. I couldn't feel, so I tried to touch. I've told the truth. I didn't come to fool you. And even
Whoa.
though it all went wrong,
That was Daysock, wasn't it?
before the Lord of Song, with nothing on my tongue but hallelujah.
Shit.
Black suit.
Black suit.
That looks like
I'm gonna watch this.
Oh my god.
This guy's probably fought hundreds of thousands of other super beings on the other planets he's destroyed, right? And we have to assume he's won.
I don't care how many demons he's fought and how many hells. He's never fought us. Not us united.
That's a fucking epic.
This may be something that's good.
Zack Snyder, man. Zack Snyder.
Amazing, and that's how we do
See,
it
like,
in the
that
DC
looks like
fandom.
Something full and complete, rather than just like a quick. It was so quick, wasn't it? When you were in the theater, it was like, that's it, done. It's fast. Anyway, that looked cool as hell. Look at these dogs.
Look at these dogs.
Look at these dogs.
Look at these fucking dogs.
Look at that. Look at that. That's a cat.
No, that looks good. The first shot, they just show you Darkseid. Okay.
Yeah, that was incredible. Like, it was like, okay, here, finally, you actually...
Yeah, he's here, assholes.
Yeah.
Here he is.
Dumbasses, be scared.
I'm excited now. We get a little more Ezra Miller.
The shot of Silas Stone, man, that got me.
Oh yeah, what the hell's going on with him?
I don't know.
He's getting mother boxed. Whatever that is.
We had to follow it up with the DC pets.
They're like, I don't know, what are you gonna do next?
Oh, Mark, it says our stream got suspended.
Oh,
that's funny.
That's awesome.
What did we say?
I think it's.
I think it was because we were.
Because you don't really.
I don't know. It says it's live right now. If I refreshed it.
I suppose they both fly and they both.
I think we got suspended for the Zack Snyder thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I promise not to play jokes on people.
Oh, because you're playing it?
Yeah.
I'm quite good at long jump. I spring a bit more than everyone else. I'm quite bouncy.
Is it back up now? I'm seeing it and it's back up. But was it suspended for, like, was it stopped while that was just going on? If so, that's incredible.
Yeah, they stopped it and kept it going.
DC FanDome is
because
the place
technically
to be.
this is.
Are you ready for more DC fandom debuts?
Because it's exclusive,
Stick around
I guess. I mean,
because
if
we've
you
got
look on their
the Flash.
website, they're not broadcasting.
So they have an algorithm that can find the Zack Snyder.
That's cool as hell.
Well, because
probably anyone playing Hallelujah got banned for like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, it could be that too.
Yeah.
It's probably music cue.
And
That's
I
what
am
I would
the
do.
fastest man alive.
They can find it with the sound waves, and also, I guess my other guess would be that since someone had already leaked the trailer, then that's something that they could use as a template. Is okay, well, if any other footage matches exactly like that, it's got to be that. Killer Frost, Danielle Panabaker,
Vibe. Godspeed, Rod. Since you guys stopped watching it, the Crisis stuff has been fun in that they don't remember all the things that
My name is
changed,
Barry Allen.
which are kind of fun.
I am the Flash.
Like the one episode I watched,
Welcome to DC FanDome.
Piper,
I'm Chancellor
the
Agard
Pied
from
Piper
Entertainment
doesn't
Weekly,
like
and
them
this is
anymore.
the Flash
They had to
panel.
find that
Joining me
out.
today,
Like, they didn't
we
know
have
why.
Grant Gustin, who plays the Scarlet
Wait,
Speedster
he
himself,
doesn't
the
what?
Flash,
He
aka
doesn't.
He
Barry
didn't
Allen.
like them
Yeah.
because
Candace Patton,
when the
who
crisis
plays the
happened,
reporter
it
extraordinaire,
changed history,
Iris
and
West Allen.
fought
Daniel
he
Panabaker,
fought
who
Flash,
plays
but he had a
Double
gang,
Duty
and
as
his
both
boyfriend got
Snow
hurt
and
by the
Frost.
Flash,
Oh.
which was not part of the original
Carlos
timeline.
Valdez, who plays the ever-quotable
And so he
mechanical
hates it
engineer,
now.
Cisco Ramon.
But at the end, they make it up.
Daniel
Spoilers.
Nicolay, who plays Meta Attorney.
But it was
Lucille
fun. It's fun the
Horton.
way they're changing the
Brandon
characters.
McKnight, who plays enthusiastic
using,
scientist Chester P.
Crisis.
Runk. And Kayla Compton, who plays Central City citizen intern Allegra Garcia. Also,
I
we
remember-
have showrunner and executive producer Eric Wallace.
Wasn't
Hi,
that the
guys.
similar thing with Vibe? Didn't he
Before we
hate
talk about
Barry
season 7,
because
I
he
do wanna go
killed his
back to
brother as
season
well?
6, which I think was a really
Something like
unique
that.
year for the show. Because Eric, you
Yeah,
decided
and
to
what's
split
his
this
face?
into two
Diggle
parts.
lost
Looking
his
back on it now, how
daughter,
successful
or his
do you
daughter
feel that
became
was?
his
How effective was
son.
that?
I thought it was
like
really successful.
whatever happened in the crisis, something
first
happened
half
to his
with
child.
Bloodwork,
I can't
we were
remember if
able
it
to really
switched
drill
or
down on
I don't know.
Barry's story and on dealing with crisis. In the back half, we're
so what
able
is it like
to
moving
really
forward with it
drill
now? Like,
into
what are the
Iris's
shows?
character and Team
Is it just
Citizen
still the same, like
and
back to
Eva's
regular
story.
continuity,
And
but
then
like they're
we'll
just
see at the top of season
they could
7
rehash a
how it
storyline
all
where it's like, oh well, their memory is
And for
wiped,
the
so they
cast,
can.
especially the ones who've been here since
Basically,
season one,
yeah.
in the
Basically,
moment,
they
did you feel
can
something
say, "Oh
different
yeah,
about the show and
pre-crisis
how
he
it-
was
how
this
it's
guy, but
structured?
now
I
he's
loved
this
it. I
guy,
was a big
and we
fan
can
of
bring
it.
him back
I'm really
and
glad
do
that
new
we
stuff."
got to, you know, it gives
It's
the
just like
opportunity
the
to
same
really
mindset
flesh
of
out
the
those
comics,
villains a
but
little
they
bit more
streamlined it.
and not spread them out so much that you feel like you're sort of filling in episodes to get to the end.
Yeah, I think a show needs to change in order to grow.
As an actor,
I do wish they kept
prevents
last
fatigue
season's or
throughout
2
the season.
seasons ago
22 episodes
Flash
is a long
costume.
time, 9
I'm not
months,
a
and I
huge
think
fan of the new one.
for us having this kind of break
Was
in the
it
season
still like
where
metal
a new
looking
sort of
plate one?
storyline emerges,
No, this is
kind
the
of
red
puts in a headspace of, you know,
past
feeling
plates. We're now into
reinvigorated with the work.
fabric, but
The first half of the season was very much about
Go
sort of
look up the
Barry's
difference now.
walk
It's-
up to crisis and him dealing
you can
with
actually
his
see there's like
mortality.
little lightning bolt like accents and like a different fabric.
Is it like a Jim Lee suit?
Yeah. I don't know. It is more fabric. Like it's closer to what comic book, you know.
I'm coming for you.
Grant,
Flash
for
is.
you, what was it like sort of
This
dig
guy with
into
his
Barry in that way in the first half of the season, especially with episodes like The Last Temptation?
That was a really special episode to me, and I think it really was a good episode to show just kind of the culmination of all of his emotions and the conflict kind of boiling over. I just felt really lucky with all the
that's
material
his-
they
that's
gave
the-
me.
that's
in
the new
Last
one?
Temptation of Barry
That's the
Allen.
new one
And
with that
on the flip
little
side, we dug a lot more into
Like
Iris
mesh
as
thing
a
on there and the,
journalist.
like,
For you,
little
Candace,
raised-
what was it like to sort of explore
Really-
that
really
side of
crimson,
Iris
huh?
in more detail?
It's gone
It
really
was a
red.
long
It went
time
away
coming.
from the
I think
blood
we've
red.
kind of teased
Yeah, real
Iris
Scarlet
being this
Speedster
ace
on this
reporter
guy, huh?
since
Yeah, I like it
season
better.
one. It's always
Color
kind of been
better.
put on the back burner, so it was a nice treat to finally have it.
Oh,
be at
the
the forefront
cosplay
of her
costume's
character arc for the season.
$167.
It's such a
Nice.
well-dominated cast.
Nathan, you're gonna have to be the one that buys it because
Having more
I will
women,
not fit in
having this
that.
kind of Charlie's
The next
Angels
one that I
reporter
honestly
team, it
was
really
eyeballing
cool. It brought
was
a new energy to the show,
the
and
Captain
I hope
Pike
we carry
from
on with that
Discovery.
in the next season.
And on the subject of new
That's a
beginnings,
nice
this season
80
we got
80
two new
something,
characters
87 or
with
something like
Chester
that.
and Kayla, and we have
Yeah,
two now series
it's a nice one.
regulars coming into season
I want a
7.
Star Trek
How was
uniform.
your experience sort of coming
I have
into
one.
a show
I wear
that
a
just
I wear a
seasons in and sort of finding
DS9
your way
Void.
through it?
I was intimidated
the
for
gray
sure.
underneath.
I knew these guys were a family,
Like two-part?
and
Love
I was nervous.
It's awesome.
Danny
I love
was one of the
Deep Space Nine.
first people that
What
made
do
me
you,
feel
what do you
so
consider yourself?
welcome. We were shooting
command,
a scene, and
engineering,
she just took me under her
medical?
wing instantly.
Command,
and I remember
like
she was like,
bridge
"Do you want to
crew.
take a picture?" And I was like, "Do I
I
want
went
to take a
engineering,
picture with
and I was like,
you?"
I want to be
Yes.
on the
And then
command, but I
got the
know I'd
courage
be
to like ask other people
relegated to
pictures,
IT
but
work,
she was
so
like,
it
made me
would
feel
just
so welcome
I'd be an
instantly.
engineer.
I was
I'm
a big fan. I am a
big fan.
of the show, and I watched the
I
show.
identify with
Flash
Adam
is my little
Scott from
sister's
First
favorite
Contact,
superhero,
just
so we
the
watched the show
helmsman,
since season
just like
one.
yeah.
So I came in already like understanding what the show was
No,
about.
we're not
like,
watching,
what the show's
Lower
tone
Decks?
was, stuff like
No,
that.
I
For
haven't
me, it was
read
more
Lower
so
Decks.
just,
I didn't even.
just meeting
I
everybody
haven't
and
finished
trying to find my
Picard yet
spot,
either.
my
I was
place
watching it
without
as it was coming
interrupting or
out,
changing too much.
and then like
And
I
Brandon,
stopped
know in the
because I
past,
wanted to
Eric
watch
has
like the
talked
last
about
3
how
episodes or
Chester
2
and Eugene
episodes in
Chester, it's sort of
succession.
like him. There's
I didn't
something
want
he
to break
does about
between
science
them,
and all that. I'm curious,
but I never
one,
finished
what
it,
conversations did you have with Eric
and I'm kind of
about
bummed.
sort of
I need to
crafting
go
his
back to
performance
it, but no, I
Chester?
haven't
Did
watched
you-
Lower Decks.
Did you base any of
It's
it
fun.
on Eric
It's super
himself?
fun. If you like Star
I remember
Trek,
the
it's got a
first
million
day on
little
set,
references.
I met
Yeah,
Eric,
I'm sure I
and
would
I remember him just telling me this
absolutely
guy's
love it.
brain works
I
faster
was
than
watching
yours.
those little
He
shorts,
can't
those Star Trek
speak
shorts
as
that were
quickly as
popping
he
around
thinks.
here. Those are pretty fun.
Short treks are the best.
There was something that was I had a question. What were we watching before? Where there was like a Discovery announcement? Was there is there a Discovery season 3 announcement or?
It'll be out in 2 months.
In what ways did you relate to her?
Okay, so then what was like the?
she
Isn't
just
there a
wants to
spin-off
fit
of
in and
Pike
belong, belong
and
somewhere, and I just
Brave New
super
Worlds.
resonate with that.
It's
Family
gonna
is really
be
important
the
to me, my
Pike
friendships are really
Enterprise.
important to me, and belonging
and
to
that's-
something or
that
having
in-between
a
time.
community
That's
is
what I need.
just really
Yeah.
important to me.
I need
that was one of the first things that
I need a
like,
goddamn
connected
spotlight
with
on
Allegra.
Captain
She
Pike.
just wants a
Yeah,
family.
he was great.
She, like,
I
wants
just
to
rewatched
belong,
both
and she
seasons because I was
hasn't
like,
had
it's been since the
previously.
first time
And
they
so
came out that I watched
I super
season
resonate
1.
with her on
Went
that
back,
level.
rewatched
For you,
season
I
1,
guess
was like,
you're in the
damn,
Flash
that's a good
family
season.
now.
Then I watched season 2, I'm like, Captain
Yeah,
Pike
I mean,
is
this
the
season, season
best.
6 was
So
all
This
about
is
sort
the
of
best
Frost
season.
finding herself or
It was
finding
such a
a
good
way
show.
to craft a
Captain
life for
Pike's one of the
herself.
best
For you, what was it like
captains.
to explore that journey with this character?
It was great. It was really fun to get to explore Killer Frost as
a real character and a person and a human being with feelings and emotions, and not just necessarily this person who, you know, pops up for a fight and then disappears and we don't really know
Mark, we
her
got to play that
perspective
bridge
on things.
crew
So
game.
it was really fun
Yeah,
to
we
get to
do.
dig in and flesh that out
It's
and
on
have
Steam,
a little
right?
bit of fun with it. You know, like
Yeah, how
Candace
many
was saying
people can play
earlier,
it?
it's nice to have the variety after, you know, 6 seasons
I
and
don't
100
know.
and I
That's
mean
a
we're
good
rapidly
question.
approaching 150 episodes.
On the subject of change, this season for Cecile, she sort of decides to become a meta attorney for
A
metagaming.
meta
For you, what
attorney.
has it been like to see this character evolve from
Hold on, let me call my meta lawyer.
to where she is now?
It's meta
It's a
rights.
blast for me
I like it.
because
I mean, that's
I got to be
job
a
security,
regular
right?
person, then I got to be a telepath, and then I got to be an
Yeah, do my
empath,
meta
and then
taxes. Hold
now
on.
I am.
Well, I'm
a
glad they
meta
gave her a
attorney,
job because she was a
defense
meta
attorney.
empath, and I was
then,
like, boo.
From what I understand, there's going to be some
She was
shifts
like,
next
she was
season,
the
too.
she
Is there
Deanna
something
Troyed her
that
for a
you're
little
hoping to
while,
do that you
and I'm
haven't
like,
gotten
no,
a
no,
chance to
no,
do
stop
on the
this,
show
please. Like, I'm
I
feeling that you're
have always,
agitated.
this is
And you're like,
this
no,
is
no,
not
no, no,
news to
stop, stop,
anybody.
stop.
It
Give her a
will
real
not be
role.
surprised. I
30
have
years
wanted
ago, you need to
Cecile to be
cut it out.
bad.
You
just
gotta
a
cut this
little
out. You
bit
gotta give her a real part.
forever.
Stop this shit
just
right
a little
now.
bit. 'Cause
And she's such
so
a good actress.
I would have a lot of fun.
I love Team
playing
Flash, like the
bad
people
Cecile.
on it. I just don't want
Unfortunately,
Team
Eric
Flash.
does
It's
not
too
believe me
big.
to be as good of a writer
It's
as
too
I
big.
am.
A Flash
So
family.
He
Flash
continues
family,
to
yeah.
not buy my pitches.
And they're not Flashes. I don't mean
But
Flash
I
family
listen.
like they're
I
all
listen.
speedsters. I
And
Because
Carlos, so
Cisco's
this season 5 ended with
one
him
of the-
giving up his powers, and this
At
season
least
was
used
very
to be
much about
one
him
of
figuring out what his
parts
role
of
on
the
the
show.
team was without those powers. After 5
And
seasons,
they're not. There's
of
someone saying
Cisco's
something
Five,
about
what was it like for you to
recasting
explore this
Wally because
new,
the actor is going to be
Cisco
going
in
off
a
to
new
do some
place?
other stuff,
I don't think he regrets that decision.
which I hope they don't do.
But I think it definitely haunts him.
I
I'm
forget who
actually
plays
feeling
Wally.
a lot
I
like
forget the actor's
Cisco
name.
these days because, like, you know, I'll have a fan that I'll like see on the street or whatever. They'll be like, "Yo," but vibe though. Come on.
This guy reminds me of Jeremy.
And I have to imagine Cisco's probably feeling very similar.
Jeremy?
Like, I know.
Yeah, he looks a lot like him
The beginning
too.
of season 6 actually had an episode called Kiss Kiss Breach Breach, which was Cisco-centric. And included on the DVD set coming out in August
Dan Lonsdale,
is a
that's the guy
black
who
and
plays
white
Wally
version
West.
of that episode. And we have a clip from that episode. So let's check it out.
Has he got any upcoming projects?
You murdered my daughter. I didn't do
Danny
it.
Trejo was in Flash?
Everyone's. Oh yeah, he was the father of Vibes.
No.
Where did you get that?
Kind of
In
girlfriend.
Cisco's workshop. I don't know how it got there.
I do. He just murdered my daughter with it.
Wow, right.
Danny Trejo needs to play
So exciting.
Very cool.
He needs to play a what?
That episode was so
Lobo.
Cisco-centric about him dealing with Gypsy's death.
No,
What
we
was
have
it
a
like
Lobo
leading the A-plot?
from that Superman, that Krypton
so
show.
There's that Lobo in
gratifying
that
to my budding
Krypton show.
narcissism.
On that note, we also have a sizzle reel for what's to come
Show me sizzle.
in season 7.
Sizzle
When we
reel.
last left off season 6, Eva McCulloch had gotten what she wanted.
Normalize
She framed
using
Sue, and the sizzle will sort of
industry
indicate what's to come
the
when the show
Sizzler is
returns.
real.
So let's check out that clip.
Brought to you by Sizzler.
Use industry terms, please.
I've achieved my goal. This company.
Educate.
Black Adam
all
panels in 5
mine.
minutes.
You lost your speed.
The what? The Black Adam panel?
You're not much
Yeah.
of a threat, are you? You just stay out of my way, Flash.
Iris is my wife. I have to
We got that
My
guy
wife.
Are you? I am a
that does the
product
car
of your
movies in there.
broken mind.
How much speed you have left?
enough for a few hours. I need your help to build an artificial speed force. That's how I can get my speed back.
I was an empath too, only I never held back. What did you do to me? Imagine what you'd become if.
Didn't someone pass away on the Flash cast?
This time, no one is coming to save you.
Ralph
Not your
Digby's career.
friends, not your husband.
guy who played Elongated
There's only
Man.
two options in this place.
But-
Survival.
Why
or
did
madness.
they?
They wrote dumb shit on Twitter.
Oh, frack.
No.
There's a supersonic jet about to crash over the city.
You think a cast member died?
Enough to stop
Yeah, the Canary Dad
Through any mirror in
guy
the universe,
who
in
was
the
a
blink of
cop.
an eye. She's faster than I am. And somehow
Oh, the guy from.
Am I making that up?
I think he's still alive.
Okay. Part of me was like, didn't the major cast member die?
No, the
Maybe they killed him off.
young Jessica in
We've all
Witcher.
lost so much this year. Some things can't be taken. We still have our will.
There's
to
the only
fight for
kid
those
that
we
person that
love.
died is Barry, the kid who played Barry
Because I'm
Allen.
not afraid of the woman that I am today, but you are, Eva.
Team Flash.
Yeah,
makes
the
as
kid
many
who
hands on
played
deck
Barry
as
Allen as
possible.
a child.
When
Logan
Flash.
Williams died
Save Iris
in April.
and our friends.
From the virus or something else?
No, something else, but he was, it was one of those things, it's one of those things where anytime he goes back in time and looks at his past, He was always Barry's kid actor.
Yeah,
Eric, can you talk about what we're seeing there?
When we had the shutdown happen, as unfortunate as it was, we were on the last day of filming for what would have been the 20th episode of last season, which now will become partially the first episode of season 7.
Keyboard?
So we did have 85% of the
that
footage
Yamaha back there.
that we were
great.
able to use. Plus, also, we knew where we were going already in season 7. So even though it's only footage really from one episode, pay attention to the way it's presented. It's actually huge spoilers all over the place.
And that sizzle had a lot of Iris in it, a lot of Iris in the Mirrorverse. Candace, I mean, can you sort of, in your mind, I guess, how do you think her time in the Mirrorverse has sort of affected her?
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see when she comes out, and I believe she will come out very soon when we pick up season 7. It'll be very interesting to see how she's been affected by being kind of stuck in this maddening world with this super.
They said they were
villain.
only able to film one episode before
Barry is sort of working
lockdown.
as
the season ended at 19 instead of 20.
Do you think?
Yeah.
Do you think Barry has enjoyed any part of not having his speed at this point, or do you think he really does just really misses it? I guess.
Yeah, no, I think he really just misses it. I don't think, especially with Iris being trapped in the Mirrorverse at the moment, and then Eva being a factor, I don't think any part of him has been like, well, I guess I'll just enjoy this.
Who played Mirrormaster?
Downtime while I can.
It is
he genuinely not just wants his powers back, but
her name's Mira.
Them back, and he's also started to feel that they define him, and what is he without them?
I just watched that episode today.
Eric, what was it about Goth that you're like, there's something there
Mirrormaster has
I want to make
OP
sure that
powers.
new fans,
Like he is
especially new young fans
he is
who are reading the
100% an
comic
OP
book right
supervillain.
now, are welcomed to the show. So it's not just Silver Age villains and Bronze Age villains.
There's
there might
another
be a
person
young
called
girl or a
Sam
young
Scudder
boy
supposedly
who
played
is
it
reading
on
those Flash
Yeah.
comics
the show
right
at one
now
point,
and-
but now
and going, where's
they've
my
changed it.
villain, my generation's villain.
And with that, let's move on to some fan questions. Last season, we got to see some romantic moments between Barry and Iris, even though it was Mirror Iris. Will we get to see more of that with the real Iris this
two Mirror
season? And
Masters.
this question comes from
Yeah,
Jamaica.
because there's
They will
Mirror
find
like
their
you know
way
how they
back
always
to
do
each other
like
eventually.
2 now,
A lot
like
of
that's a very Flash
the
thing. They'll be like
romance and the
Mirrormaster
chemistry
2.
between Grant
Yeah.
and I has always been something even deeper than that. It's the way we look at each other and the way the characters are written.
For Grant, which from all over the world wanted to know this, when will we get to see the Flash in the iconic gold boots?
This might be a question for me, but really it's for Eric, because I don't know if this is saying too much, but if it were up to me, it would have been like 2 seasons ago. So,
Well, that'll do it for us today. Thank you all for joining me for this panel. I had a really good time. For everyone watching, please make sure you tune into The Flash when it returns in 2021. The Flash,
it won't
the
even
complete
come back.
season is available now on digital, and it comes out on Blu-ray and DVD
Is that
on
it?
August 25th.
Is the Flash over?
What?
The show.
Panel is.
So, this
No,
is
no, no.
the
I don't
DC
think so.
FanDome.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
I don't think so.
What a cool place to be. You think you've seen it all? Mm-mm, not even close. Another big game announcement is on the way. Plus, panel discussions with cast of Black Adam, Aquaman, and the Batman. And now for some more of your fan questions. Check it out.
Fan questions.
It's been renewed for 7th season, but they have not said anything else about it on 8th season yet. Guess we'll find out because they take a break anyway.
I would like to. I mean,
I love
obviously
Chris
as
Williams.
a nerd, seeing the whole
Crease?
table of superheroes, like I got chills,
Maybe?
and it would be cool to be like Justice League
Cress?
out. You know, that would be awesome. So I would love for that to happen. And as far as Henderson, you know, I don't know. I was not a fan of him going. So I mean, that still
What's happening right now?
sucks. To be perfectly honest,
Chris
so I would
Williams
love for him
or
to be
Crease
revived,
Williams
but,
is answering a question
I
about
will go on record that I wanted him to not die.
Black Lightning.
Oh.
I didn't see the question because I was looking at how to pronounce his name.
Comics have always been an
Hell
aspiring
yeah, Black
art
Adam
form.
next. Nice.
Our characters have been interpreted in so many ways over the years by incredible artists, including you.
What did they announce for?
Let's take a look at some of your amazing art
created
in that
by
thing.
our talented fans right now.
That was just kind of like, hey, we're doing the Flash. Hey, it exists.
That's a cool ass Batman. In purple gloves. Yes! Oh my god, I love the purple gloves.
You think they'll have that in the new movie?
I don't know because he looks too industrial.
Yeah, they can at least give a nod to it. Him wearing like purple gloves at first is like, these aren't working for me.
Oh, I really hope that's like solid. Like glove color is a big thing to me. Like adding gloves to like a suit that's like a uniform like that, and if it's an offset color or a secondary color of the primaries, it looks amazing to me. What was the other one? I just posted on Twitter. It's from Speed Racer. When Speed is wearing his yellow gloves against the blue shirt and the white ascot and everything, it's so pretty. And Batman's got the purple gloves. Sometimes he's got yellow gloves.
Wow,
That's cool as
such
hell.
amazing art. And did you see that
Purple gloves,
Black
yeah.
Adam
Give me a Batman with
art piece
purple
in
gloves.
there? I wonder what else might be in the store for Black
That's in the Snyder Cut, don't worry. They just digitally made his gloves purple for you. Alright.
WB needs to get with the program.
I've been waiting for this moment.
And do
for a very long time.
Batman versus Dracula or a vampire.
This is the one.
Get Wesley Snipes, Ben Affleck,
This is
just
the
duking
one
it
that's
out.
going to change everything.
Get Ben Affleck purple gloves. I need to change my pants.
This is Black Adam.
It's just like storyboard concept.
Kondak was a melting pot of culture.
They'll have to explain it to some people.
Power and magic. Yet most of us had nothing, except for the chains around our necks.
Cool as hell.
Kondak needed a hero. Instead, they got me. I did what needed to be done, and they imprisoned me for it. Now, 5,000 years later, I'm free. And I
Was that in a clip though? Jim?
No one will ever stop me
Jamie,
again.
can you bring that up?
All right, what's up, everybody? And so happy to be joining you guys at the first ever DC
man is
FanDome.
huge.
You guys are watching from
God
around the
damn.
world. You're excited.
I love
I'm
that
excited. And I gotta
Zach
tell you,
has to
first
wear
of
a
all, I
suit
gotta
that
give
makes him
props to
look
my two
like
friends,
this.
Yeah.
Jim Lee and
He's
Boss
just gonna
Logic,
wear a
who
suit.
teamed up with me to create that really amazing piece that I was so proud to show you guys. Just to give you guys a little sense of the Black Adam movie that we plan to create and deliver for you. Now, I wish I could show you more, a lot more, but as you can imagine, we're still in the very
you don't
early
have a voice for him
processes
yet.
of this creation, but I can promise all of you this. All of you
And
around
he's
the world
basically a
right now watching,
proto-Egyptian.
I can promise you this, I give you my word, that we are
Yeah.
going to go beyond
What are you gonna do with the
your
voice?
wildest expectations. And I already know this because your expectations are high, so are mine. Look, at the end of the day, I truly have one boss that I aim to please.
Jesus Christ.
Besides my wife
no.
and my daughters. And that boss, of course,
Oh.
is you guys, the fans, the audience. Always
The
audience first.
Sorcerer
in my
Shazam.
book. All right, so I know you guys got a lot of questions. I'm going to do my best to answer as many as I can. Let's get this show on the road. Here we go. All right, the first question comes in from June Rodriguez of the United States. The question is, how powerful can we expect Black Adam to be? Well, great question, Jude. Thank you for asking that question. As we all know, Black Adam is one of the most powerful superheroes, anti-heroes, villains, whatever you want to call Black Adam.
I'm wondering what they're going to do with him.
Bad
If
guy.
he'll,
in the DC universe.
I'm wondering if
But
he'll be
as
a
we all
bad
know,
guy or if he'll
the
be like he was in
superheroes,
the All-Star
they
Squadron where
have
he
to
became like
exhibits
he's
a
just
little
like
bit of
he's like
restraint
what's his face?
when it comes to
Peacemaker,
taking care of the bad
peacekeeper.
guys,
He's like
if you
a
will, or taking
big
care of
dude
the
that just
people who are
wants to do
opposite them, who are
what's
opposing
right,
them,
but he
who
doesn't
are in
care
their
if he
way.
kills everyone
But
to do
this
it.
idea that you
I
can
think he's
take
just
all
gonna
of Black
be-
Adam's powers and he does not practice restraint.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see what they
that
do.
Makes for a really powerful.
And will the Shazam
combination,
family,
and
will
one
the
that's
kids get to be in it?
explosive, one that's very dangerous,
Or is this
and
just
one
gonna be a
that
Black
is
Adam movie?
ultimately,
I think they're going to make it a Black
I
Adam
think,
Justice.
very likable, to me at least.
Justice Society.
Justice
All right, next
Society,
question
like
comes
Dr.
in from
Fate
Jaden
and Hawkman,
Marvel
like
of
the
Singapore.
old ancient types.
The question is, if you could take any DC character
like
to
the
join you,
Nabu
in an adventure, who would it be
yeah,
and
Magic,
why?
just real,
Number
lean
one
real.
person
metal.
who I would love to take with me on an adventure.
Oh, I kind of like
would
that.
be
I like
Wonder
that a
Woman.
lot.
If they do it
I'll
and they
tell you
have a
why.
Metamorpho.
No, I know what you guys are thinking. Oh, of course you
Remember
would.
he was
Rock.
one of
No,
those
no. Look,
originals?
Gal is my friend.
Oh, yeah.
She's a very good friend of mine.
There's an All-Star Squadron where they
But
go back
the
in
character of
time,
Wonder
and it's
Woman
basically the
is one
Wizard
that I have such a
Shazam,
tremendous amount
Black
of
Adam,
respect for. I've always thought that this combination of Wonder Woman and Black Adam would make an
Nabu.
incredible pairing. So
And
this
they're all
idea that
like
we would go on
they're
an adventure
basically the
together,
Justice League of
is something very cool.
Proto-Egypt.
The other part to this
It's awesome.
answer is
And Metamorpho's there, but he's not Metamorpho.
you know,
he's like
I always
this
thought
big,
that it might be
huge,
cool
like
to
Hulk
hang
guy.
out with Superman. That
It's
would
pretty
be
awesome.
cool, right? I mean, we're kind of similar in terms of our powers, our strengths, our speeds.
Didn't we see
Because, look, at the
Metamorpho
end
in
of the
live
day, you
action?
never know.
Something?
Black
Was he in
Adam
Flash?
and
Was he in a Flash
Superman
episode?
Could become
Oh, I don't know.
friends.
Was he?
Or
I hope they haven't wasted Metamorpho yet on this,
No, maybe not.
who knows? Maybe we'll see.
because that's a good.
I think they're
All right,
teasing.
this
good
next
character.
question comes from
I think I'm just
Caleb
thinking of
Hammocks from the UK.
Animal,
The
Mineral,
question
Vegetable
is,
Man.
out of all the characters you could have played,
Oh, well, what
is
the hell
it
was his
about
name?
Black Adam
Floridic
that
Man?
stuck out to you that makes him unique?
I forget
It's a
that
great
guy's
question, Caleb. Thank you very much. Caleb or Caleb, I hope I pronounced
It's not
your
been
name
on
right.
yet. No, he's been in cartoon form. That's it.
As many
Okay.
of you know,
Yeah, he
Black
was in
Adam has
like Brave and the
been with
Bold a
me
lot
for
too.
a
That was a
very,
that's
very
not a
long
bad
time.
that's not a
This has
bad
been a
show.
project that has been
Neither is
in
the
development
Batman.
That was fun.
for a
Batman
long
was
time.
great.
Over 10 years plus.
Brave and Bold
with
was fun.
myself,
Brave and Bold is a lot of
our
fun.
producer,
Yeah,
Yeah, the
Rex
team
also
up,
comes
team
in.
up stuff is always great. I love the Brave and the Bold. It was always like, you know,
This has been
Green
in our
Arrow
DNA
and
in
Batman.
our wiring for such a long time. One of the main things that I always loved and admired about Black Adam was, number one, he was an anti-hero.
I'll be right back.
He is an anti-hero. I love that. I love that the line is a little blurred. I love that he doesn't toe the mark. I love that he doesn't walk the line.
Yeah,
I
why
love
isn't
that
like
he
Deidre
has
Bader on
his
any of
own
these
sense
things?
of Black Adam
Did you hear him
justice.
talking about Superman?
I also love the fact that
The Rock
his
talking about Superman?
origins are that
No.
of
What
a
did he say?
slave.
He
When
said,
the origins are that of somebody who was
Someone
enslaved.
asked a question
his
like,
people
what DC
enslaved,
characters
his
would you like
family
to see
enslaved,
interact
and he
with
felt
Black Adam?
the,
And
the burdens
he said
and the
it'd be
pressures
cool to see Wonder Woman.
of,
And then he was like,
of a
you know who
larger
else would be cool to see? It'd
entity
be cool to
holding
see
him
Superman.
down
I could see
until
Black
he can't
Adam
take it anymore.
and Superman being really
And
good
when
friends.
you come from
And then there
that
was, like, a
place,
long
it's just a
pause,
different
and then
energy and a
just stare
vibe,
at the
different
camera, he was
mana
like,
that you have.
or won't.
So I've always loved that about
We'll
Black
see.
Adam, which informs how Black Adam operates, how he sees justice, how he delivers justice. And I've always appreciated that about Black Adam. Okay, this next great question is from Ayush Butola from India. I hope I pronounced your name right. So from India, thank you for this question. Will you stay faithful to the fact Black Adam, at the end of the day, is a ruthless keeper of justice and not a stereotypical villain or a hero? I love this question, and my stripped away, honest answer is yes. You know, as we all know, there's many variations and iterations of Black Adam that we have all fallen in love with over the years. Excuse me, over the years. And what I can promise you is the Black Adam that I feel in my heart is the right one to root our story in the beginning, this origin story. This is a character that will possess all the qualities that we have loved, regardless of what variation of Black Adam you've loved, which he is ruthless. He's a ruthless keeper of justice. He is the judge, the jury, and the executioner, and he believes in an eye for an eye, and he will always do everything he can to protect his people, more so protect his family. So that is my answer, and thank you for your question.
Mark, can you look at what?
All right, so here we go. This next question.
Yeah. 'Cause I don't know.
Oh, it's a video question coming in via video. All right, cool. Roll it.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, Dwayne? How you doing, man? My question is, I just want to know how you're feeling about the fact that I'm coming for your squat game. I'm just curious.
Well, you know what? Look, I'm glad, Noah, that you said that, because there's a difference between coming for my squat game, different than, Adam Smasher coming for Black Adam's squat game. It's a big
What
difference.
is Adam Smasher in?
So you know what? I welcome it. Dude, good to see you, man. How you been?
I don't know. Is he going to be in
been really
Black
good,
Adam?
Man. Excited to be here. Excited to be a part of the team.
That'd be
Man,
weird.
it's so cool
Black
to
Adam
have you
have
be
Adam
part of the
Remember,
team.
he is in the comic books. They did a thing because Adam Smasher's
to bring this
mother was killed at some point, and so he's got some vengeance stuff going on.
Your workouts. I know you've been training hard, despite us being locked down.
I wonder if they're going to do that storyline.
Let the fans know.
It's been really good.
It's a JSA comic from like the early 2000s.
Now, but it's been a lot of training outside, on the tarmac or.
Did you ever read the Earth 2 series from New 52?
Hypertrophy training.
That version of the JSA was really cool.
You know what that's like, man. It's
really
just a lot of hard work
that series.
Just trying to do the best that I can to be ready to come.
I like a lot of the Earth 2 stuff.
When it's game day.
There's some really good stuff
you're
from
gonna
there.
Crush this role. I can't wait. I love that you said that you're training on the tarmac. Right, so and the fact that you're on the tarmac means it's about 120 degrees on that tarmac.
Oh, it's warm down here.
Well, man, really quickly, I know that a lot of fans are super excited that we are introducing JSA after all these years.
Yeah,
and
JSA.
What is it about Adam Smasher, which, by the way, is one of my favorite characters, especially when you see him just grow so large and everything is like just so badass and and powerful. What is it about the character that attracted you?
On that I sent you, Mark.
Man, I think Al, because the real name Al Rothstein. I feel like he really has something to prove, especially with his lineage of where his grandfather was kind of a villain, and he's got quite a spirit to just help. And what I love about the character is that he goes through this transformation throughout the film, where I think he's not expecting the world of being a superhero, because this is his first mission. It kind of just like hits him across the face, and so it's this journey that he goes on of what it means to be a superhero, and he gets to really see someone like Black Adam, who takes a different approach, clearly, to solving a problem or fighting bad guys. And it's an exciting character. It's a young character. It's a new, fresh face. And I don't mind being the size of the Eiffel Tower or the Empire State Building. That'd be pretty tight.
I've seen some of the early like previs and renditions, and I got to tell you, it's so cool to see Adam Smasher next to Black Adam, and how, especially when
so it's gonna be
character
in this movie
just becomes even more powerful and he grows. It's just such an incredible visual to see Adam Smasher just so big and badass. And Black Adam just reduced, but it's awesome, man. And I'm so happy you're on board. And I know you've been working your ass off. And personally, for Media, I want to thank you so much for working so hard. This has been a passion project, a dream of mine for many, many years. So I thank you. My heart is full of gratitude, brother, for all the hard work that you're going to put in. And this is only the beginning. I can't wait to get on set with you, and we're going to crush this movie.
I'm so stoked, man. I can't wait. Thank you for having me aboard. So grateful, seriously.
Well, so cool to see my boy Noah. Can't wait for you guys to see him in the movie. He's gonna kick ass. All right, now I tried to get through as many questions as I possibly could. There were literally thousands and thousands of them. And a lot of the questions were about the JSA, the Justice Society of America, and who from the JSA is gonna be in our movie. Well, I don't want to reveal too much this early on, but I thought this might answer some of your questions. Take a look. I have a knack for destroying bullies, but there are some who think I need help. Hawkman. Dr. Fate. And their new recruits. Cyclone.
It's gonna be awesome.
Smasher. They call themselves the Justice Society, an organization that believes in fighting for truth and justice. Well, I'm going to teach them that the only beliefs I fight for are mine. Welcome to Truth, Justice.
Yeah, well, what Jonathan was saying, it would make sense that they pulled from like the early 2000
So as you guys
Comic
can
series.
see, we are cooking
More
up
recent.
something pretty badass and certainly a lot of fun that we are all excited about to deliver to you guys. And I can't wait to show you more. But before I go, I want you guys to help me out with something. It's something that's pretty important. I need you guys to help me get a message out to some of the other ones. Some of the other DC superheroes. Let's let Flash, Shazam, Aquaman, Wonder Woman, Batman, and Superman. Let's let them know something. Things will never be the same because the hierarchy of power in the DC universe is about to change.
I wonder if they're gonna roll with just Justice Society movies from now on. Streamline The Rock.
Wow, that was amazing. I'm so excited to see Dwayne Johnson
on
as Black Adam.
For one movie,
And
you
with
get him
that,
on for 10.
I'm going to hand this back over to Aisha.
Right?
Take it away.
Thank you, Lilyko. That was so cool. By the way, guys, Lilyko was a badass wrestler. You guys should totally check her out.
I don't know
Guys,
if they
we
want to
love
continue the
hearing from you,
JSA.
our
I
DC
think
fans, okay? So
they're
keep
going to
tweeting
use
us
them
at #DC FanDome. Let's keep the
because they
conversation
couldn't
going.
get Superman
and
and
first,
Shazam
here are
in the
more of your
first one.
questions that are just begging
But I
for
think
answers.
the next Black Adam movie that they want to do next is like a Shazam 2 with Superman and Black Adam in it.
I mean, I'd just say that Astra is kind of my alter ego. I feel like I find her opposite to me in the sense that I am nowhere near as cutting and badass and kind of straight up and calculated. But I think it's an exciting and interesting side of myself that I find quite easy to go to. So I think it says quite a lot about me that there's something under the surface of wanting to be, I'm naturally quite shy and reserved. So I think there's like a level under my own personality, which is on this.
Do you know which one they're stopping?
It's coming out through this
At?
kind of sassy.
I guess it's just going until 8,
woman.
right? So they're gonna stop at the Batman. Oh, is it going until 9?
Backlog. Month 6 of the pandemic lockdown.
Wonder Woman.
I thought I'd prepared for any possible situation, but even I only keep 6 months of toilet paper in my cave.
Oh, this is the coronavirus one.
How are you out of toilet paper? Also, I've started talking to myself.
Toilet paper was an April problem. Now
That's
we're
not
all out
Dietrich
of
Bader.
flour.
I have flour. I have years of flour.
Really?
Yes.
Can I have some?
Maybe. Do you have any toilet paper?
I'm on my way to the store right now.
You gotta try the good grocery store, the one on Finger Street. They've always got TP.
Thank you, Lego Me.
It's weird, right? It's weird that he's here.
It's weird that any of us are here. It's weird times. We just gotta keep it together. Get some toilet paper and make sure we wear our masks when we go out.
I always wear a mask.
We all do.
None of you are wearing the right kind of mask.
Future Batman.
I'm wearing a mask. Your masks are like you cut the most important parts of the mask off on purpose.
We get it.
They couldn't be more useless, pandemic-wise.
Thank you.
I should know.
Because you're from the future, yes, we understand.
Do you? And another thing.
This is content,
Gee, do
Mark.
you think his
This is
connection got
content.
cut off? Or do you think our actions erased his timeline?
We can only hope.
I want more of these.
More PSAs?
Guys, today is all about the superheroes that we all love. And in that spirit, let's celebrate the men and women out there who don't get nearly enough fanfare. They suit up daily and battle the bad in the world in an effort to make the universe a safer place for all of us. They don't wear capes, but they do wear masks. And their superpower is their selfless
capes if they
dedication
want.
to others. They are the real-life superheroes in the fight against a global enemy, COVID-19. Take a look.
Hey, I'm Anderson Cooper. I hope you're enjoying your time here in the DC FanDome. As you spend today celebrating your favorite DC superheroes, we'd like to introduce you to some real-life heroes, everyday people who see a need and jump in to help. While COVID-19 continues to spread, so do the efforts of these incredible people who bring us hope and inspiration every day. CNN Heroes salute some of the courageous and innovative people working together to get us through the crisis. Now, more than ever, the world needs heroes. At a time of social distancing, empathy and compassion are alive and well.
Happy birthday to you.
Around the world, people are coming up with creative ways to stay connected, to share resources, and to stay healthy.
That's cool. Rooftop
As healthcare workers risk their own lives battling the virus on the front lines, innovative citizens are turning passion projects into potentially life-saving ventures. One teenager's website has been tracking the virus since December.
It was really hard to just get the straight facts, so I decided that it would be kind of cool if I made a website to make the data more accessible for other people.
And in Italy, a company used their 3D printers to build life-saving respirator parts that were in dangerously short supply. For those whose work can't be done from home, many CEOs and leaders are providing financial support.
This is people's lives at stake. This isn't about basketball. This isn't about the Mavericks.
How many? So 2? All right, there's 2.
Across the globe, communities are making sure people have food. And stores and restaurants are doing what they can to help others.
平均的话是每天是300，然后对，有每周6的话可能会多一个300杯是专门送到协和的。
Here in the U.S., world-famous chef Jose Andres has transformed some of his restaurants into community kitchens to serve those in need.
We need to be part of the solution.
And strangers have become
tracking
shopping
over there.
angels to support those who can't leave their homes. Even though we've been told to stay apart, the rallying call for prevention and protection brings us together on social
Is that
media.
Hugh Jackman?
As the country and the world navigate daily life during a pandemic, it's good to know that compassion continues to live on.
They're not going to show the Gal Gadot Imagine cover. I like that Wonder Woman one.
As you can see, we have a completely empty adoption center.
It's really hard right now, but I like to hold on to some of the
make me
good
cry.
news. Some of the good news is that there are literally no dogs or cats left in so many shelters because people want comfort.
Hi, Cherry. You ready to come home?
I'm Sherry Franklin, and I'm the CEO and founder of Muttbell Senior Dog Rescue in San Francisco.
Let's get you in, okay? Hi, everybody.
We rescue senior dogs that are in danger of euthanasia.
Mr. Man, my man.
And find them fabulous new loving homes. When we got the shelter in place order for the COVID-19, we actually decided we would close our shelter. Yum. And have everybody work from home. And we moved 86 dogs into foster homes. What was really amazing was the community
So cute.
that poured in to help.
I'm losing
We
it.
got over 200 foster applications in a week. And usually we get 20 in a week.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me. Let's talk about Twix.
Yeah.
Hi, Twix.
We started working on protocols around contact-free meetings.
There he is, yeah.
We are having meet and greets, which are usually done in person.
Do you have any other questions for us right now?
I don't think so. I mean, I'm looking to adopt him, so.
Cool. We're doing those virtually so that new adopters can meet their dogs before they
I
actually
want to
touch
adopt
them.
all the dogs.
So
cute.
They're all senior dogs too. Like they need homes.
We're so excited because we did the interview on, I think, like on Monday or Tuesday, and then it was like hard to make it through the rest of the week.
When I moved out of Orlando, I was at Pet Supermarket and I saw like a 7-year-old black cat at Pet Supermarket. And
I think
it was
like for a lot of people during this period, nothing
I don't know why they do
exciting
this,
is happening.
but they always have on the adoption thing
So it was
like
nice
why
to have
they were
like a
let
whole new
go.
thing
Yeah.
to
And it was like
explore over the past
family
few
had to
weeks.
move, could not could no longer take care of
We
me.
really
And it's like,
have
you're a
honed in
7-year-old
on
cat. Who
every
just says,
single
like,
step that could
oh,
possibly have any
we're moving,
contamination.
can't have you anymore. We're going to leave you behind. Like,
We
a
actually
7-year-old
bathe
cat
the
is
dog,
like, my cat are barely
put
7.
on a new harness.
And
We're
then
all
we move
wearing
out,
gloves
like,
and
what
masks.
feels like their whole
and
life.
then we have a leash that's newly laundered in a Ziploc bag that's been sanitized.
Wow, how's that feel? Congratulations. Thank you.
It's really been so heartwarming to
Oh, where's my
actually
cat?
see the first time the new
hold
adopter
him.
actually gets to touch and meet their dog in person. Because we've done the rest of it all virtually. We have adopted out 78 dogs since shelter in place about 3.5 weeks ago.
Happy brother mama. Look, this is brother mama.
It's a great time if you've been thinking about adopting a dog. It's nice to be able to wake up and not focus on the bad news and focus on having somebody there other than just your brain on fire.
Oh yes, good boy.
I really hope that as we move forward and move on from this crisis mode, people really realize that dogs are there for us. During these uncertain times, they're giving us love, and that ultimately we should always be there for them. My dream and my hope is that shelters will continue to be empty.
That was adorable.
These shirts that they have for the fandom are just like image screen printed, the square image screen printed onto the shirt.
The middle of May. It's still 35 degrees out in the morning.
35 degrees Celsius. No, 35 degrees Fahrenheit.
Basically started with a customer who was looking to get her paper closer to her house because she was afraid to go out to the street. A couple days later, I happened to be standing in a supermarket and having her phone number still on my phone, I called her and asked if she needed anything. She was really kind of blown away by it. The story started from there. Next couple days, I decided she can't be alone. I delivered to 3 adult communities. A lot of people in there that are compromised. So I put out a note to all 800 of my customers. If there's anything you need, you name it, I'm happy to go shop for it and deliver it to your home for free. This is Silk Almond Milk. 10 after 4, long day. Heading in the shop right to fulfill orders for 2 more people right now. You want to talk about a frontline worker? Marvin, the produce guy, is here every day. Awesome dude.
We appreciate you, Marvin.
We appreciate you. Plenty of help. What's this? 5:15, delivering the first of 5 deliveries for the evening. I'll see you soon, okay? Take care of yourself. Thank you so much. I'll give you a hug. Give you a fist bump. You can see the excitement. It gives me chills. I've met just an unbelievable amount of beautiful, wonderful people.
He's fantastic. He's wonderful.
I appreciate it. I got plenty more.
Okay.
I'll be right back. Thank you. It's honestly amazing how grateful they are. Picking up a handwritten list. This particular customer has issues with her eyes, so it's really hard for her to use email. Believe it or not, I can make this out.
Okay, thank you so much.
My pleasure. If you need anything else moving forward, please give me a call, okay? All right, take care of yourself. Good night.
Lemon rice bubbles away in a pot ready to feed 1,000 people. Across India,
This is
many
kinda cool
daily
'cause
wage
it's like
workers
evening
struggle
news
to
hour,
afford
too.
food after the national lockdown stopped their incomes.
At least for here.
We are students studying in the UK, in Queen's University, Belfast. So once
Mohammed and his brother Sultan had been studying in Northern Ireland, but when lockdown was imposed, they flew home to Chennai and started the initiative Feed the Needy.
So we were thinking about how to make a difference on how to use our experience, what we gained at the university. So we used that experience to pool a group of volunteers, and we are providing for 1,000 people on a daily basis.
It's not quite what they imagined they'd be doing right now.
So we would have been technically going for internships or applying for jobs, but yeah, that's life has brought us here now.
And it's lucky that it has, for the thousands here waiting in line for much needed food.
What the?
Why?
Who made that graphic?
Why?
Amidst the current public health crisis and the closure of more than 124,000 schools and countless businesses nationwide, many people now find themselves facing another kind of risk: going hungry.
We'll load those on and then come back.
Enter CNN hero Stan Hayes.
We got meals coming in.
This champion pitmaster has used his love of barbecue to feed those in need for almost 10
Doing me dirty
years.
showing barbecue.
You guys need any meals?
His
What a
nonprofit,
great
Operation Barbecue Relief, usually responds to natural disasters, bringing the comfort
I like
of
seeing
free,
all these
hot
things that are
meals to
not
affected
businesses,
communities.
you know,
Our
like the
model
guy who's
was
delivering
based on
groceries. It's not
scale
a.
and
It
bringing
wasn't.
together
He wasn't
a large number of
Instacart or whatever.
volunteers
He wasn't
to be
a
able to
business.
push
He
those
wasn't making
meals
money
out.
off of it. He was
With
just like,
COVID-19,
like, I'm doing it
we
for
have
free.
actually had to rethink how we do things.
He rented space in his hometown of Kansas City, where a few volunteers were making meals for the homeless. But he knew more was needed.
We got to thinking about, well, why not restaurants? We could pay them to reopen and bring back employees to be able to do the meals that we need to do.
For the owner
That's a
of one
good
local
idea.
restaurant, Stan's plan was a game changer.
The change in emotion went from not knowing what the next day was going to hold to one of hope.
He'd been forced to close one of his locations, laying off 40 employees.
In my 28 years of management, it was the most horrible thing I've ever had to do. When you're a small business owner, these aren't just your employees, they're the ones that are facilitating your dream.
Partnering with Stan's group for a few weeks let him put some employees back to work.
We're providing all the food to put the meals together there, the necessary supplies that are needed, and try to connect them in their community with organizations that are looking for food. If we can help them bridge the gap, it is our own little stimulus package.
And ultimately, it's helping those in need.
It has 2,500 meals going into a community, helping the seniors, the families that were already food insecure, first responders, and then the nurses, doctors, all the hospital staff at the end. Together, we're just feeding more people.
And in just a few weeks, Operation Restaurant Relief has expanded. Stan has been working with restaurants in South Carolina, California, and Pennsylvania.
The true advantage to the restaurant model is that it can be replicated across the United States. They're not all barbecue restaurants, but we're still providing that hot, comforting meal.
For him, this recipe is simple.
It keeps businesses open, it keeps people employed, and it keeps people fed. We can't do it all by ourselves. I mean, this is one of those things, we can do so much more together than we can divided.
That's awesome.
From their dorm rooms in France, these young people are each giving a little of their time to help others. Meet Jessie. Like most 20-year-olds, she spends a lot of time on the phone.
Allô, Denise?
Oui.
Bonjour, comment allez-vous?
But on the other end of the line isn't a fellow student or friend, but a senior living in quarantine. Jessie may never meet them, but she talks to them
Vous avez regardé
regularly.
quoi à la télé?
Oh, j'ai regardé des histoires du virus. J'ai pas regardé très longtemps parce que ça me saoule un peu.
They sometimes stay on the phone for more than an hour. A connection that fights the loneliness seniors are facing.
Je suis dans une bulle avec quelqu'un et j'échange. C'est plus ma petite maison pendant le confinement, c'est vraiment comme si j'étais à un café avec quelqu'un.
Jessie had never volunteered before, but the website Mamie Boom brought these two generations together. In the Aquitaine region of France, several students at the University of Bordeaux created a radio station to broadcast to nursing homes.
Voici mon petit studio que je me suis créé avec ce que j'ai pu trouver. Donc là, le micro relié à un pied de batterie un peu bidouillé. Vous écoutez Radio Libellule.
Un trait d'union entre les générations.
They talk about history, sports, and classic music.
C'est une très belle initiative. J'en suis très contente, ça m'a beaucoup plu.
Et des fleurs capiteuses.
This young student reads to them.
On y distinguait un goût puissant de résine et l'âcre saveur des eucalyptus.
Ça nous fait passer un bon moment dans ces journées qui sont quelquefois tristes.
Ça, c'est mon temps. C'est pas bruit, ça.
The radio station broadcasts every Wednesday, giving these seniors a much-needed break to forget about their isolation. Many small steps for this 99-year-old man, a giant leap for the NHS. A whole nation rooted for British Army veteran Tom Moore to complete a personal marathon, 100 laps of his garden before his 100th birthday, raising money for the country's health service. He crossed the finish line with a guard of honor from his old regiment. He set out to raise 1,000 British pounds, but ended up raising tens of millions.
Fantastic sum of money. It's unbelievable that people will be so kind.
The money goes to the organization NHS Charities Together, which supports the UK's health workers who are already sending messages of thanks. While his 100th birthday was still days away, social media was already flooded with birthday messages to thank Captain Tom Moore for inspiring a nation.
We as human beings, we grieve all loss, and grieving takes a physical toll and a cognitive toll, as well as an emotional toll on us. But we can do things to support ourselves when we're having these feelings.
The way that we all can deal with grief constructively is to do something positive, to take action and protest peacefully.
No justice!
Or reaching out to help someone in need. Just do something to make this senseless situation into something meaningful so that you can grow through this and deal with this in a healthy way.
Exercise, walking, shooting hoops, riding your bike. Getting physical is so important because it discharges the kinetic energy in your body that accompanies difficult emotions.
Relaxation, mindfulness, do some deep breathing, and try to manage those emotional thoughts. Try each day to feed yourself some
need to get
positive
outside more. That's what I
inspiration
need to
or
do.
some wisdom.
The most important thing you can do is really talk. If you have a best friend or a therapist, you need to process all your feelings and get them out. Otherwise, they just stay inside and can cause physical harm, emotional harm.
Cuddle with your pets. Pets can
Look,
be
there's
very
that dog again.
nurturing and loving
These dogs are back.
and supportive during this time. Continue your religious practices. Try to keep your routines as normal as possible.
If you're feeling sad today or depressed, it's going to pass. Grief is like the weather.
It comes and it goes, and we have no control over it.
And remember that healing begins with you. Have a wonderful, blessed evening.
Don't allow yourself to be isolated during this time. As humans, it's so important that we connect to one another. Whenever we're going through a crisis, we're not meant to go through it alone.
I guarantee that Batman, Superman,
tiny
Aquaman,
people.
and all the DC
Tiny people on a
superheroes
Batman
will
or
come to our
Man
medical
Chest.
service. Thank you so much for your bravery
How
and
big
your
that chest
continued
is.
service.
Now let's take a deep dive into one of the biggest shows in the DC universe. Titans. Yep, the Titans are back. Nightwing, Robin, Beast Boy, Wonder Girl, Raven, Starfire, Hawk, Dove,
Don't say
Connor,
Wonder
and
Girl.
even the next big villain they'll be facing, Blackfire. They're all here. Plus, this epic cast is joined by executive producer Greg Walker to talk all things Titans, the past, present, and future. Let's check it out.
Hey everyone, I am Damian Holbrook from TV Guide Magazine and TV Insider,
TV
and
Guide.
I am so excited to welcome you to DC FanDome, and
Cheers
you are
and
watching
jeers.
the Titans panel.
There's an empty shelf behind him. What do you think he had to take down? There's also like empty
Let's
hooks.
introduce all of you along the way.
Curious.
We've got executive producer Greg Walker, Brenton Thwaites, who plays Dick Grayson, Tegan
looks
Croft, who
excited.
plays Rachel, Anna Jope, who plays Corey Anders, Ryan Potter, who plays Gar Logan, Alan Richson, who plays Hank Hall, Minka Kelly, who plays Dawn Granger, our new guy, Joshua Orpin, who plays Connor, and Connor Leslie, who plays Donna, and then Curran Walters, who plays
This
Jason
guy.
Todd, and Damaris Lewis, who's coming in as Blackfire. We've got a list of some fan favorite moments. We're going to kick off with my choice because I'm the moderator and I get to say that. And there were so many that I wanted to pick because there's so many great moments
Thought it was
along
him
with
hitting
these
stuff,
first
not
two
you.
seasons. But the one I went
it
with
was
was
me.
Dawn taking down the meth lab in the second episode of season 2.
What the was that?
It was like a meth garage, really. Are you gonna play the whole clip?
Gotta say, man, I loved like street level superhero things.
Please don't kill me.
Where's your phone?
This is 911. What's your emergency?
There's a meth lab at 2751 Hollister Lane. It's being run by
3 complete dip.
3 complete dip. So, you better have someone come down and arrest us. Thank you for your time.
Your mother would be very proud.
I have to give it up to Orphe. My stunt double really does all the work when it comes to having to navigate those wings because the weight of them just takes you. So you really have to learn how to move with them when you're throwing yourself around. It's a fun challenge.
The first fan clip that everyone kind of like.
It's gonna be a season
came
3,
to
right?
Was
That's what they're
Donna
talking
breaking
about.
out the lasso for the first time.
Because she died.
Stop hurting her! Corey! Corey, what are you...
Stop.
Awesome. So awesome.
Heck yeah.
I love the Corey and Donna friendship. It was something I remember reading about when I started doing some research. And so when I read that like they start off kind of rocky, I wasn't even mad at it because I knew that it would turn into this great friendship. And we kind of got a taste of that in season 2. So I kind of love that their friendship grew from this initial moment.
Don't all great friendships start out with a lasso around the neck? And
a little bit, yeah. Don't they all start off with like really kick-ass women?
Yeah. Really? Can resist.
All right, let's look at clip 2 from episode 6, Jason Todd.
Why are you doing this?
The first season where he like breaks that cop's back.
Are you kidding? This is the dopest
Lights
we've
out.
done. Hanging out with Batman, kicking bad guys' asses, being famous, driving the goddamn Batmobile.
He lets you drive the Batmobile? Wouldn't you rather have your own name? Like Sparrow or Blue Jay for Jason?
No. The whole point is being Robin. Batman needs Robin. Why do you think it makes us wear those lame colors? Because we're drawing fire. Look over here! Then boom. The bat lands and starts trashing ass.
I think that scene describes it perfectly. The brother-stepbrother relationship, you know, in the build between them over the season. And season 2 even showed more. So I think that was probably the best scene that shows the relationship for sure.
I think that Dick is, you know, he's annoyed by that and he's frustrated by this kid, but essentially takes on the role of mentor and tries to inspire him, you know, to believe in the same things that he does and to fight crime in the way that Dick is learning to fight crime. And ultimately he fails in connecting with him. And that scene at the end of season 2 on the rooftop is kind of an example of Dick putting aside his problems and offering to open up that channel and you know, and kind of put it on the table as, you know, I'll help you and be a mentor.
They need your leadership, Jason. You need to set the tone. I'm not Robin anymore. You are.
The next clip is quintessential Jason.
All we know is that whatever the cause of the phenomenon, it appears to have been abated by this new group of masked heroes. So apart from some dead birds, we seem to have...
Titans are back, bitches! Woo!
You're kind of an aren't you, kid?
Yeah, but you like me. Admit it.
I love Hank Hall in this show.
The Hawk and Dove and the.
What's hard about these scenes for me, especially
I really enjoy. I need to finish it. I stopped watching it.
He's
I have a problem
in
with
real
finishing
life,
things.
the most
You know,
infectious, vivacious, effervescent soul I've ever met. You know, I mean, just
he was
so
a gorgeous man.
always fun to be around.
Two
just,
of them,
you know,
huh?
Doesn't have to be talking. You're like,
Yeah.
Same with you, Alan.
Being here with you, you know.
I was watching some
And so you know, to always be the one like putting the lid on it,
Teenage
you know,
Mutant
the
Ninja
scene is
Turtle
actually
2
tough.
clips.
This next clip is the scene
yesterday.
With
he
Crypto and
plays,
Connor with the
Raphael.
Luthor Strike Team.
Everybody get down!
Oh, you didn't see this? You haven't seen Connor.
What in God's
No.
name's going on? You can't come into my house and order people around.
Him and Crypto.
I know that they're a thing.
Stop that! What are you doing?
He's like literally a 6-year-old kid. Like, he doesn't understand what he's doing. It's great. Because he talks like a 6-year-old kid.
What? No! Stop that!
Oh no.
Stand down! God damn it! I said stand down!
Is the dog smart as hell?
Yeah, the dog's great. Makes you worried when the dog gets hurt.
I worry about that every single. What are you talking about? Every time a dog is on screen. Don't hurt that dog. Was it tear gas? Was it just tear gas? It wasn't
Tear
kryptonite
gas,
gas?
yeah, it wasn't kryptonite.
I was gonna say, you were so close. That was really cool. To cut out all the audio.
Oh yeah.
I mean, let's be real. Like, Crypto is the MVP of that scene and probably of the episode. So whenever you're in a scene with him, like, nothing can go wrong, man.
Okay, and then the last clip that we have is from episode 5 Together.
Where's Dick? I don't know.
Corey?
Stand back. Get behind me. It's time to burn. Night.
Now, see, I've seen this.
Yeah, this is season 1.
Dick?
That's Robin.
See, what's really cool is like when that you get referred to, like your superhero gets referred to as like a legend type thing.
Yeah.
Rumored. And then when they do show up, it's like, oh no, you are real kind of thing. That's top tier for me.
Finished with them.
I'll say I'm so happy to see that this scene was voted on by the fans because it was so hard to film. I don't know if you guys remember, but we were filming in what we
hotel like 6 times or something.
Yeah, what we were lovingly calling the struggle motel in the middle of the night, and it was freezing. We went there so many times, and yeah, so I'm really glad to see that people responded to this scene.
There's a whole lot of work to do, and
It
no
got
one's to do but
suspended
me.
again.
So let's get started.
And Ryan, you had that great episode where we're waiting for Connor to wake up, and you got to just do like the
Is your
day
account
over
going to
and
get
over
banned or
again.
anything?
That was a good
No.
time. Boris, our like season-long DP, was directing that episode a bit, and it was just a really intimate set. Than what
I wonder if they're
because we were like changing
just
clothes
gonna turn
every
off
5 minutes and going from
all-
one set to another. It was just like an entire day of
DC fandom.
just goofing off and
Nope,
like
never
just
mind.
coming up with new ideas, and like there was so
We're
much
back,
stuff that,
baby.
that
He comes
didn't
back
make
and
it
goes,
because
"That's
of
fine, I don't
because
care."
of how much stuff we actually shot.
I think that's the name of the game.
Gar in the Titans Tower just being Gar.
Damaris, we got a couple tastes of you at the end of last season, but now you're coming in full-fledged. But I'm not completely sold on her being all evil.
It's funny you say that because the villain, I think the villain is generally always my favorite character in a lot of movies because there's a reason why that they're a villain. And I'm excited to see especially what gets cooked up for our duality, I would say, especially like with Corey being of the same, I guess, blood or whatever we have on our planet, and but with different ability. So I think it's going to be really interesting seeing what happens.
I'm coming for you.
Good. Will Blackfire meet the rest of her friends? Because I need to know what she thinks of this group.
Oh yeah, she's gonna have a room in Wayne Manor. Get ready. It's gonna.
No, wait, seriously?
It's gonna mix things up. Yeah.
Oh my God, I love this.
This season, we're gonna bring up a new villain. And it's a villain. If you've watched the show, you know that Jason Todd's
told
had
him
a
to be
rough
surprised.
run, and he had a falling out with the Titans.
Very funny.
And it didn't end well. And even the Titans, as they kind of
Oh, is he the
reunited
villain?
as a team, were absent one member at
That's a
the
big
end
helmet.
who rode away on a motorcycle and had a fallout. And there's that African proverb, if something along the lines, the child who is not embraced by the village will burn it down to feel its warmth. And that child comes back in the form of Red Hood.
There you go. He's Red Hood.
Wow.
Wow. All right, Karen, how do you feel about that?
All right.
Yeah, I'm very excited, obviously.
So we are getting
and
redhead.
I feel some pressure, but I'm ready to take it on 100%. So and I'm very excited. I've been wanting this for a while now. So
You know, the big change is our team goes to Gotham, and there's a whole new set of challenges that lie and wait for us in Gotham.
Gotham is filled with iconic characters. Who can you tell us that we might meet along the way?
Oh, well, you know, we've got a big one coming up in Dr. Jonathan Crane.
What?
Also known as Scarecrow.
Yeah.
And we have another, you know, classic character in the canon named Barbara Gordon, Commissioner Barbara Gordon. We've got two,
Commissioner
you know,
Barbara
the second gen coming up. There was originally Batman and Jim Gordon, and now we have Nightwing and Barbara Gordon trying to kind of deal with the mistakes of their parents, and it turns out a lot
That's
more difficult
awesome.
to be a lot more difficult than anybody thought.
Cannot wait to see what comes up in season 3. I want to thank you all and congratulations on an awesome run so far. Thank you.
so much.
Cool.
Now we're new Doom
Over to
Patrol
you,
season
Jaden.
3.
Thank you, Gabby. It's great to be back with everyone. As your resident Aussie, I had to come back and talk about when director James Wan
I just saw
went
something
down
on
under.
Twitter that I shouldn't
Then,
have.
Even further underwater with Jason
What'd you
Momoa
see?
and the brilliant cast.
still-
4 years later, in 2022,
Of what's
you
coming
can
up?
expect to see the sequel,
Yeah, something
giving
from the
a
end of
whole
this
new
stream.
meaning to Long Time No See. But of course, here at the DC FanDome, you
Don't
won't
look.
have to wait
I'm
another
not.
minute to wet your whistle.
Wet
So
your
let's dive into
whistle.
Aquaman with James Wan
Wet your
and King
whistle.
Ohm himself,
Wet your
Patrick
whistle.
Wilson, here to chat about
We're
some
gonna
of
wet your
their
whistle.
best memories from set.
I need to rewatch this
Hello
movie.
there, Patrick Wilson.
It's Patrick Wilson.
Is that James?
Fuck
That
God, I
is
love that
James
guy.
Wan. How are you, dude? You look good.
Okay. Do I look like I'm on the Starship Enterprise?
Hey, should I get the fancy chair? You look ridiculous.
I love this man.
Is what is that, Patrick? Is that the 5th film that was
Sorry.
collaborated together? Well, yeah, Insidious 1 and 2, Conjuring 1 and 2, and yeah, it is the 5th one. Seems like. So let me ask you, Patrick, how did you first heard about this particular project, Aquaman?
I believe we were on the set of Conjuring 2.
Yes.
And you said that you had, I don't think you weren't really signed on yet, but you knew you were going to do this project, right?
Right.
And I think you kind of floated it out there about Ocean Master, right? Or maybe it was through a text and then we spoke the next day or something. Let me ask you, when did you think that I would be right for Aquaman?
The
I saw you. I
moment
heard your voice.
I decided I was going to do it.
Really?
Yeah,
That's
very early
awesome.
on. I'm like, we know that Momoa was already on board, and I felt like
Right.
the only other guy that could go up against Jason that at least to the level that I need him to step up to was yourself. So I floated the idea with Warner Brothers, with DC.
Wow, that's a compliment.
And they could not
They're
be
like,
more excited.
But wait.
No, they were very supportive from day one. So from the get-go, knowing who was going to play Aquaman and kind of knowing Jason a bit more and getting to know his personality, I felt that that part of the reason why I wanted to come to you was the fact that you guys are kind of different in a lot of ways. And I don't mean physically. And so I felt that going into it, that it was the right thing to do, getting someone that was a little bit different to who he is. So that way it helps to add to the idea that, here Arthur Curry is an outsider to the wall of Atlantis, that Orm has kind of shaped it in his sort of, in his look, with his sort of mentality, and kind of, and vice versa as well, how Atlantis has shaped, Orm in a lot of ways. And so, definitely, like in the same way I would write Arthur Curry to Jason's strength, I tried to write, Orm / Ocean Master to Patrick
Orm.
Wilson. Patrick, let me ask you, speaking of comfortable, how comfortable was it to physically embody Ocean Master?
As soon as you look at Ocean Master in the comics, I mean, he's just jacked. I knew that I wanted to push myself because I've never done that.
Just always
What we
look
didn't
pissed
know,
off. Just
and
always
this
look
will be
so
interesting
angry.
next
Just-
time
He
going
does it
through
great
is
when he like the end of the movie. He's got the mask on. He's just
the
teeth gritting.
the elephant in the room.
It's
of being
always
in a harness.
angry
Like,
and like
unless you're
like
in a harness,
directed
you
anger
can't
too.
practice for
It's
that.
so
Just
good.
doing that, being inverted, and then holding yourself in like that plank, and then trying to act like it's nothing and it's totally fine. I'll be, just doing more sort of core exercises to get ready for that. So, if I get out of jail. And if I can swim, if they're swimming, is there swimming?
If they're swimming, yeah.
I'm curious to
What a
know
great
what
movie.
what changed, right? That's sort of part two of the question is what will be different about what you expected from
I like that
shooting
movie.
these harnesses
I wonder what his
to what
shirt
it
is.
actually ended up being. But could you visualize what these harnesses and what they would do and how they would help you?
Nothing in the underwater world was easy. One of my favorite, and it was a very simple sort of device that we sort of discovered that we use on Dolph Lundgren.
Yes.
Was that we realized that we didn't actually have to hang him on any wire. We literally just create a what do you call it, like a seesaw, like
a teeter-totter.
Teeter-totter, right? That he would actually just stand on, and then we've a couple of stunt guys to the side. We just sort of jack him up, but we'll do it in such a way that it looks fluid. So it looks like he's just sort of floating in space. Yeah, and it actually worked out really well. And
it was Dolph Lundgren on a teeter-totter, which is, I mean, how do you beat that?
So believe me, I've learned a lot. And
What do you call that? Like a
I know what
fulcrum?
to do in the next one. How did it help you, Patrick? Would you say? Would you say the virtual sort of filmmaking process allow you,
really simple.
ways
I like
to do
that.
things?
Simple
Well,
machines.
I mean, seeing the previs was super important.
Okay, Patrick
because you
Wilson
wanna know,
was
as you're
fantastic.
Look at that
sitting on
3D
top
shock.
of a
I don't know. Is there a
weird,
time?
like, blue oil
Is there
drum.
timestamps on
You're
these
like,
things?
what am I writing?
No.
And you show a picture of a tylosaur,
You're referring to the tylosaur that's swimming up to you that you then jump onto it to ride it out of the scene.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. Then it was different than what I expected. I loved the weirdness of it. I did. I loved being in
You
this
knew the name of
weird
the dinosaur?
space where there's really nothing.
Tylosaur?
It felt like a black box theater where there is nothing. And you just have to make up everything. That's why we get into this business in the first place.
Right.
And so I'm totally, it makes you concentrate on those relationships. Me and Willem are like, okay, what do you want from this scene? What do I want from this scene?
That's so cool.
Do you find yourself more attracted to work that's like, whoa, this is going to be big and flashy? Or it's like, you know what? I want to be even in this genre, as real, as convincing as possible.
One of the things I love the most about making this movie is sharing this character that's never been done before and this world that's never been done before, and seeing the the big screen depiction of this character and treat them to a visual world that they're not familiar with. It's just so cool to just sort of watch them watch the movie in sort of wide-eyed awe, and we're very thankful for how well the film was received by all the fans out there. And I'm excited to continue the journeys of our heroes and anti-heroes for that matter, and and to continue to expand
Patrick
on the
Wilson's
world,
tied to this dude, man. We're getting more
with
Ocean
number
Master.
2, and ultimately trying to find new things to do that I didn't get around to doing in the first film. That's what I'm always trying to do, find something fresh. And I think the second one is a little bit more, I would say, a little bit more serious, a little bit more relevant in the world that we're living in today. And I think that's kind of where it wants to go. What are you looking forward to, Patrick, about number 2? What would you be excited to see or would like to see?
I'm excited for some new worlds, hopefully. I'm just throwing that out there because I know you love world building. And I'd like to see some of that. I'd like to see where else we can go, because I know you're going to push that ocean. There's a lot of unexplored ocean out there anyway. We only know 5% of the ocean. It's people. So
That is true.
Clearly.
And I can definitely guarantee you new worlds in this next one. And and I think you're going to be very excited with what, you as an actor, what you're going to play with Orm.
Am I handcuffed the entire time? It's made of seaweed, right? I can just eat my way through it.
Oh, is that it? Is that it?
Because we're talking about Aquaman, I
like
feel
that.
compelled to remind you to hydrate. So, drink more water. Or whatever it is you have in the cooler. We have so much more excitement to come. Get ready for a fan Q&A unlike you have ever seen before. That's right, it's animated Harley Quinn. Here is our delightfully deranged anti-hero wing calling it.
Oh, is this
like
a
she sees
cartoon?
it.
I want to
Like,
see this. I'm excited for this.
Hey everyone, what's up? Harley Quinn here, ready to answer some
She's got a
questions
face mask on.
from
By her
social
ear.
media.
Yeah.
Ready?
Yeah.
What would you say is the hardest part of starting your own criminal empire? Probably deciding where to go for lunch. You know, everybody just sits around just like tossing out ideas. Someone says Chipotle and everybody's like, ugh, we had Chipotle like 3 days ago. And then
Now, I have
someone
a
says a
question.
place that gets everyone
Is the
excited. And then we
animation
call
of
and
Harley
find
Quinn
out they
the
don't deliver. And
television
then someone
show
says Chipotle
exactly
again.
like
It's
this?
No,
such
this
a
is like
pain.
a
Yes.
3D
Next
flash
question.
thing.
Will the series have a third season? Please
Gabe
say
said
yes
it
to
best
me.
when, like,
I need
the
it. I
animation is
love
very
Harley and the
it's like
show.
Venture
I mean,
Brothers.
I f***ing
Like,
hope
okay.
so.
The
It's probably
show
up to
is very
some
much like
dickhead
Venture Brothers.
executive that has
It's
a
very
personal
good.
trainer who says the word core a lot. In which case, hi, Mr. Executive. Did you know the show is super cheap to make and I play well internationally because I'm hyper violent? Okay, next
Not wrong.
question. Which TV show would Harley probably love? Well, Robert Espinoza. I don't watch a lot of TV, but I do love the many offerings available on HBO Max. Between the beloved classic TV series offered and the massive Warner Brothers film library, it's
I mean, you have
crazy
to.
not
You have to. You
subscribe.
like.
Next question is from Adrian.
was
Do you have
great.
any
You really
advice on how to
have
get
to
a
lean
girlfriend?
into that.
Oh, Adrian, have you tried jerking off? It's not as good as a girlfriend, but people seem to love it.
Oh, I totally
Next
forgot if it's okay for
question
them
is
to
from
stream
Brant
this.
with a D. You spell your
They
name
didn't-
Brant with a D. It's really f***ing lame.
Bleep it out.
Okay. Harley, out of Batman's
You could
many
say.
Robins, which
You could
one
say
is your
jerk
favorite?
off on
I
television
guess
now.
Red Robin takes balls to name yourself after a national chain of burger restaurants. I mean, I like burgers, so let's just go with him. Look, it's not science. Next question. From Sharjeel Mogul. Mary Kill, Wonder Woman, Superman, Batman. Oh, Wonder Woman. Kill the two dudes after I torture the shit out of them and make them fight each other until they're referencing their mothers. Marry Ivy. What? This is my fucking Q&A, okay? I don't have to play by the rules. Last? No, not last. Another question from Keegan Sandlin. Would you ever consider opening up a tattoo parlor? The tattoo parlor idea is interesting if I ever wanted to go legit. Or a tattoo removal clinic. You know, my ex had some pretty regrettable tats he paid a lot of money to have lased off. You know what I'm talking about. All right, we got another question from
Was that like? Was that
Gaz.
supposed to be?
Jared
No,
Leto.
I'm f***ing serious.
At Suicide
That's
Squad?
this person's name. Question. What music would Harley have on a playlist to listen to while fighting a load of goons in a circus funhouse? Usually when I'm in these melee situations, the voices in my head are singing an a cappella version of the theme song to Seinfeld. I stopped putting in my earbuds during these situations because Ivy would always turn Spotify on at home, and while I'm exploding some goon's head, the Indigo Girls, Galileo comes on. It's just really, really f***s the mood straight to hell. Okay, next question from Mr. Jim Lee.
Hey Harley, what's it like working with the Batman? I'm a really big Batman fan myself, and I don't think people talk about him enough.
Batman is a pain in my ass, okay? He is a total diva, especially for being like, hello, 18th on the call sheet. Plus, his day rate is astronomical. And if you ever say anything about it, he's all, I keep the lights on at Warner Brothers, which is a bullshit because we all know that's still Friends and Big Bang Theory. Did that answer your question? All right, last but not least, we got a question from Ruchi Bhatia. Advice to all the girls on how to be more confident and badass like Harley. First thing you do is take all the and throw them out the window. You don't want those weighing down your confidence. Who gives a what others think of you? Okay, nerds, I've had a ball, but guess what? I gotta go. Bye!
It was fun.
Whoa, Harley, language. I guess we should expect her to keep the censors on
Flag
their
us.
toes, right? Now, let's welcome these three ladies I'm confident who will keep it clean and classy. With the upcoming release of Wonder
What if they don't
Woman
wanna keep it clean and
1984,
classy?
they and we have reason to celebrate. I'll let these wonderful women do the honors. Patty, Gal, Linda, it's all you.
Hi, everybody. Well, there's one more exciting detail that we're so thrilled to be here to talk about, which is it turns out next year is Wonder Woman's 80th anniversary. 80th anniversary, if you can believe that. She's been changing the world for 80 years. So there's two people who you cannot have this celebration without. Our current Wonder Woman, the one and only Gal Gadot, the best, and the legend, the inspiration, and the reason that we're all here, the person
Why
who
didn't they give
brought Wonder
Linda
Woman
the-
alive in our hearts and minds and
Mark,
set the
our
world on fire,
video is
Linda Carter.
blocking Gal.
Yay!
I don't
to
know if
be
you
with
wanna
you
link that or
guys.
not.
What a special moment. 80 years. Isn't that amazing?
Unbelievable, amazing. And it's crazy to think that only, three years ago, the
What are you doing with
first
blocking Gal Gadot?
feature,
What the fuck
Wonder
is
Woman was released. It's insane.
I mean, in so many
Crazy.
words.
It's crazy that it would take so
Why didn't they
long.
give Linda the
I know,
Wonder
right?
Woman background?
Find the right one.
She got that mahogany going on.
I was going to say it's because
I had a
also
very big shoes to fill.
Linda's very hard to
Oh,
replace and to be the new Wonder Woman. But there couldn't be two. It's funny
Is this a
how
physical
there couldn't
backdrop?
be two
It's a
more
physical
real
one
Wonder
that they
Women in the
mailed.
world to play
There's
that
a shadow,
role.
right?
And it's unbelievably unusual
Yeah.
for both of you to be so magical playing this role. So I'm so happy to be here with you because this character has meant so much to me since the first day I ever heard about her.
I see
And like
people
you guys
tweeting
have brought it to
about
life
what
for
you
so
might be
many.
talking about,
And I'm so
Nate.
excited. Like next year,
And
there's going to be a
The
whole
picture?
slew of things that
Different
DC Comics
picture.
is doing
Pictures
and that
from
Warner Brothers is doing to
Batman
celebrate Wonder Woman's
Yeah.
80th anniversary.
Oh,
Pictures of
Wonder Woman
Michelle
inspires
Pfeiffer.
us and
No,
our
that's not what I'm.
collective
No,
love,
no.
for this character has-
Same.
has
Yeah,
endured
they're
for 80
tweeting
years.
without
You know,
showing
Gal,
it about that.
And Patty, we are so
No, I saw a
excited.
picture
I don't
from.
wanna see
She
that.
has
Matt Reeves
endured.
Oh,
Yeah, she
see,
has
yeah, I
endured
want to be
for 80 years,
surprised.
and there's a reason.
Unless it was.
I can't believe
you have
people
given
were like
her,
watching
Handmade.
that
a new life.
Zack
You
Snyder
had it.
trailer.
And,
Yeah, that's-
and
Like,
when we put her
fuck you doing watching
during my
it?
era
How
on
could you?
television,
Yeah, what's
Remember
wrong
they
with
did that with
she
the BBS
resounded,
teaser
and there's a
too?
reason she resounds. And we are about to give you a first look at the official Wonder Woman 80th anniversary logo. Oh my gosh,
Say
I
logo?
haven't seen it yet, but I can't
Here we go.
wait to check it out.
Let's see it.
That's cool.
Happy birthday, Wonder Woman.
What?
You don't look a day over 29. Also, there's a few more 80th birthdays to celebrate this year, including Joker, Flash, and Catwoman, to name a few. Happy birthday. Here's to another 80. Now, over to you, Gino.
Hello, my fellow DC fans. My name is Gino Killiamore. I'm from the Philippines. Now, I'm not just one of your global hosts for today. I'm actually also a mega DC fan. 365
What is the context
days
of-
a year. So
What is
I just
that?
really wanted to take this time to say thank you to Warner Brothers and of course to DC for creating DC FanDome. It gave us something to look
The
forward
word
to this entire
achieve
year, and now
with a
we're finally
Batman
here.
cowl.
Now, one of the creative
green
geniuses
screen
behind
is
this
catching
incredibly
the-
cool
the
experience that
word.
brings us together today is
Which word,
he's
achieve?
kind of on my
Yeah,
eye
like
of
sometimes
all-time
it'll-
cool
it'll
people, but
match
he's
with the back-
also
the
on the
green
list
screen will
of
kick
really
in on
cool
the
people in
letters.
entertainment because he makes it his mission to include Asian talent from around the globe in the
Yeah, it's picking
DC
up the green.
community of artists,
Right,
writers,
and
and a
yellow.
whole lot more. And just a little bit of trivia, everything that you see around you was actually created by him as well. So I can actually say it, I'm standing on a Jim Lee creation. Now, Jim Lee, as you know, is a world-renowned comic artist, as well as a writer, editor, and the chief creative officer and the publisher of DC. And everything that you see around me, once again, is a Jim Lee creation.
Tomorrow's
Now,
Heroes
let's drop in
with
on a
Jim
conversation
Lee,
that he's having
brought
with
to you
founder
by
Gold House.
Gold
Now,
House.
Gold House, if you don't know what that is, well, you're about to find out.
Patrick Swayze, rest in peace.
Peter Griffin's Patrick Swayze wrote it.
Hi, I'm Bing Chen. I'm part of Gold
Gabe,
House.
let
We're
me
the largest
hear your
collective
best
of top
Peter
Asian
Griffin,
cultural
Patrick
leaders in
Swayze
the
Roadhouse.
country. We're dedicated to ensuring the accurate representation and success of both the Asian as well as multicultural communities. It is such a spoiling treat to be able to interview one of the foremost Asian godfathers as well as godfathers of comic books, storytelling, and art around the world. And that is, of course, the mighty Jim Lee. Jim, thank you so much for letting us speak with you today.
Hey, good to see you again, Bing.
Likewise, sir. I'll get right to it because I know how busy you are with the incredible DC FanDome that you helped engineer. And this will sound sycophantic, but you really are a legend. I mean, you've literally
He's got the
invented
same
superheroes. I think, if I'm not
black
mistaken,
and gray
you still have the
background
role
as
of
Jim
Guinness
Lee,
World
though. They're
Record
definitely
for
mailing these
most
backgrounds to
best-selling
people,
comic
aren't
book of
they?
all time.
Yeah, and it's like 8 million
Here you
copies
go.
of a comic I did
Here's your
decades ago,
background.
but yeah,
Maybe here's your
it's
tablet
still
with the
standing
camera
today.
that you
Thank
just
you.
put it on.
I'm curious, given you've seen so much because you've built so much, what's different about superheroes today from when you first started?
So much is different. I mean, I've been in the business for over 3 decades now. So I've seen quite an evolution, not just in terms of the type
That's
of
what we should have done. We
storytelling,
should have been ranking
but
these
the creative community, the people that tell the
at-home
stories.
setup.
Our fan base is much more balanced out than it used to
Make
be.
it a
Back when I started,
HGTV
it was
show
probably
or
about
something.
90% male, 10% female. The pantheon of characters, predominantly white. Living or operating out of New York City or cities like Gotham, Metropolis. And what you're seeing today is that we are in a global business. I mean, through the power of media, film, TV, games, our content, our characters are global. We have fans all over the world now. Like on my Instagram following, the third biggest country of followers is Brazil.
All right, don't brag, Jim Lee.
Yeah, we publish in Brazil, but not like a ton of content.
I don't need your
And
followers
it
count.
shows, it speaks to their passion,
All right.
their love for our characters. They know our mythology inside and out. So you
Yeah,
just start
influencer.
realizing
Toss
that it's
some
not
my
just
way,
about
okay?
North America or our just our core
I'm helping
publishing
you
business.
out, buddy.
It's everyone around the world. That's the potential market and the reach. And so it's really exciting to have seen the evolution of this business move from something that was really kind of small and insular to something that really has kind of taken over pop culture, really. Everyone on the streets wearing the T-shirts. Back then, if you wore the T-shirt, you might get beat up. Exactly. But now today, it's like it's a badge of your fandom, right? It's like what you love, and it's no big deal. In fact, it's kind of cool, which is amazing. I feel like we live in an alternate reality sometimes.
I mean, it's so easy to say in hindsight because you've done it, but you mentioned diversity in race and gender and geography and so forth.
I think that
and
still
the
happens
DC
today.
multiverse is certainly known widely for so many of these firsts. I mean,
Apparently.
you have this
I got
insanely
picked off for
interwoven
Star Wars
multiverse
t-shirts,
on
all right?
CW. You're the first
Apparently,
studio to win Best Actor at the
Zack
Oscars
Snyder's
for
Justice
superhero and
League is
Joker, or
going to
really a
be-
villain, I should say.
Did you read
supervillain.
that?
I saw that.
I could go on and on and on.
Intermission.
I ask it this way: how do you decide which of these risks
Give
to
me
take,
an
given you were the
intermission.
first and are the
They said
first
it
in
was
so
going to
many?
be
And what can you expect to see
4-episode
next from the
miniseries,
DC
and then they would make a
I don't
movie
think we
cut of it.
view it as a risk. I don't think there's a
4-episode
fear. I mean, I think
miniseries.
there was probably
And then there
an
was gonna
old
be a
school
version that
thinking, like
was
for
fun.
example, like
The
a
whole
female
thing.
lead can't carry a movie, right? A lot of these sort of old
Yeah, I
school
want that whole
ideas of what worked or what
They
the
better
audience
drop the
wanted
whole
or
thing.
didn't want.
Drop the
And
whole
in many
thing,
ways,
'cause I can't
it's been
be sitting watching
transformed,
1 hour
by, the
right,
fact
what
that it's
happens
become
next?
more global. That
I
the
think they
audience
just
has
might.
changed, and I think also
Please
data, right?
don't.
Data is really interesting now because
They
we
just
actually
might.
have now direct
Data from
consumer
Goonies?
insights as to what they want.
No, from Star
and,
Trek.
and what they're looking for, and what they're looking for is
Lost me there.
representation. They're looking for content
Don't know-
that reflects
don't know that guy?
the world they live in.
I'm
they
a-
want to see
I'm a Data
themselves
Goonies
represented
guy.
on the screen,
Goonies guy.
in the pages of the comic books. And that is something that I'll just speak to my own fandom. I've been around for a long time. That's not even an expectation I had as a kid, right? You just wanted to see something that entertained you. And now there's a lot more fan engagement. There's a more direct connection between the content makers and the audience themselves. And you see that manifested in so many different ways,
Yeah.
sometimes negatively,
Justice
but
League.
predominantly, I think it's really healthy and interesting, and it's transforming the business. So it's not about taking risks. It's about feeding the appetite, the desires of so many people want to see characters. Now you're seeing people want, can you make a deaf character? Can you make a character from my home country? How do you tell these stories authentically? And that means working with new voices, new talent are from around the world. So to me, it's not about risk, it's about opportunity. And so it's really a golden era for content makers and definitely the world that we live in. We need to create more diverse characters. We need to create more inclusivity in our line. And I've seen that gradually change, but it's really accelerated in the past probably 5 to 10 years. And the demand is even more than ever before. And so I think it's a real responsibility on our shoulders to
Star Trek
address this
Bridge
concern,
Crew is,
to address this appetite. And it's an exciting time to be a comic book creator.
Something I really
In
admire
my
about
cart.
DC is how you remember the diversity is not just one-dimensional. It's not just a matter of race or gender or geography, but all the above. I mean, you also had the first transgender superhero on Supergirl with Nicole Maines, of course, right? And so it's really everyone being present. So much of this diversity, of course, begins on the page. Comics are not just some frivolous, fantastic world that we don't identify with. They're a new mythology. And I've often thought about this of how we look to Grecian mythology and so forth, but it's been a while outside of comic books since we've had a real mythos that we
Can I tell you something that blew my mind? I did not know that was your front door.
How do you think about taking
That
a
right
comic
there?
book and making it canon?
Because you went to go get the
How does it
pizza, and I
become a
was
real
like, no
mythos for
way I
people?
can
You've
see
done
him.
this through characters.
Yeah. No, it's a
That's
really
awesome.
interesting process. When you get into comics, you're a fan.
The
and
layout
you
of
don't
this
think
apartment
necessarily
is really
about
cool.
the underpinnings, the concepts, and the themes that are kind of that are connecting you to the material. Right? You're just reading the story and you think it's entertainment, but a lot of times these stories are driven by characters that are underdogs, characters that have horrible, tragic things happen to them, like Batman. They have to overcome all odds and strive to be the best, to overcome their own personal demons. And to me, that's something that connects all of us, right? It's a universal thing, this need to overcome adversity. And how do we face adversity? And how do we turn adversity into something that's positive in our lives? So in my mind, it's more than just entertainment. And that's what keeps this stuff compelling. It keeps it around for 80 years. We've been publishing stories for 85 years. Batman's been around for 81 years. And we're excited to introduce the next version of Batman that speaks to a whole new audience that will last another 80 years. So this is our mission. And this is something that we don't take lightly. But at the same time, it's a lot of fun to do at the same time, right? So it's a really, really cool way to kind of be creative, share stories about, coming of age, of dealing with personal responsibility, introducing young people to these themes, and then seeing these ideas kind of become cool video games or TV shows or movies. I mean, it's icing on the cake.
Yeah, I mean, the DC multiverse, as you just alluded to, you've got publishing, you've got games, you've got collectibles, you've got TV, you've got film, and everyone and their mother across Hollywood wants that next great franchise like the multiverse.
He just said everyone and their mother.
What
He
can you
used that
tease
phrase.
about how you think about the evolution of the DC
That's my
multiverse?
line.
I know it's inclusive, but what are the other things you can
Everyone
tease
and their
about?
mother.
I think we're in early days of it. I mean, the multiverse is something
everybody
that
and their
DC
mother.
popularized. If you think about
You take
fiction
my-
in general,
that's
DC
my
did it
thing.
first back in
Hey, you wanna join?
1961. Kind of introduced this idea that there are alternate
Well, I gotta
versions
s- I-
of
I can run a
everyone and
splitter.
all the superheroes on alternate Earths, and they're
Take a
all
shower
slightly
and then,
different.
come
And that
join,
basically
'cause we still
opens
got
up the
another
pantheon, the
hour and a
storytelling,
half.
to all sorts of incredible ideas. And now you can explore
pizza in the fridge.
different themes in different ways. It's really about taking the road not taken and being able to kind of have your cake and eat it too, and just have
Oh, they
Earth
had
3 where
Harley Quinn talking
all
about
the
jerking off,
characters,
so
your
you're
Justice
fine.
League are villains, and the only hero is Luthor, and kind of exploring that dynamic. And
thought
it's
you
a
said
great
you're-
foil to the core characters and knowing who they are. So
It's
it
weird
gives
'cause I
our
almost censored
creators
myself from saying
tremendous
this, but I said-
freedom
I thought you said
to
your
tell their
Epstein
stories,
shirt.
and also allows us
Epstein
to
shirt.
introduce diversity. And
You almost
inclusivity
censored yourself for saying
through the
Epstein
multiverse,
shirt.
Yeah,
right?
like Epstein is a bad
Earth
name.
23
That's
there's a
funny.
black Superman, and Calvin Ellis, and so what kind of world does that look like, and how is that different from our Earth with Superman in it, with Clark Kent, and so these are great stories to be able to tell, and it's just really about broadening the experience and giving our creators the amazing tools to tell whatever story they
Yeah, I
want.
saw you in
What's
there. I
the
don't know
most exciting or the most exciting set of developments for you in comic
What
books
panel
right
did you
Right
watch?
now in publishing, we launched a young adult, young reader program just last April. I mean, we've worked on it for years prior, but this is a huge opportunity for us. It's one of the fastest growing
that was
segments in the
great.
book
They should
audience.
do a whole show like
and
that.
It's a predominantly different audience than who buy, our core comic book line. It's more female, it's definitely younger, and they want to see the heroes reflected in different ways that speak to them, the issues that they're facing, coming of age type stories. We kind of lost sight of the 8 to 10-year-old readers, and now we're actually addressing that and creating content for them again, and that's very exciting for us because you need
Good
that
for them.
you need that young generation to keep feeding sort of
Just
this
seems like the
broad
next
spectrum
step,
of
too.
readers that you
The
have.
next,
So that's been a really
logical one
exciting
for
initiative for
regaining
us.
all the
Beyond the Young
popularity
Reader
and everybody's
program,
attention now that
we
it's
also
all in
shared in a
pop
previous
culture and
panel
everything
during
like that.
FanDome that we have acclaimed legendary writer John Ridley coming on board. John Ridley won
Before
an
this was,
Oscar.
I guess, their
He
Young
is
Animal
a
push.
huge
Did
comic
the
fan,
whole trailer
and he's
leak?
actually going to come on board in 2021 in January and do a 4-part miniseries introducing
I don't
him,
know. I
Black
stopped.
Batman.
I don't. I
And
haven't
the
opened
question is,
Twitter.
who is this
Someone-
Batman?
I just
And
saw
there's
a photo
cool
of Robert Pattinson.
backstory
I
to
don't know
it,
if it's
has
from
deep
the
implications.
movie.
That's, I think we
impact
saw
on
the same
future of
photo from the same
mythology.
person.
It is really an interesting
Oh,
take
from
that's driven by
Zach
his
Luna?
own personal relationship with
No.
his two
Fr-
sons.
with someone associated.
It is a really, really cool story, and we're
not
excited
so much
to, again, to
associated,
kind of
but someone that has
show
been in that.
anyone can kind of be Batman, and that's
Someone
kind of part of
related
the
to
story, is like,
Spider-Man.
we know who these
There you go.
heroes are, and we know what their core values, what
Prominent
they stand
writer.
for. And if you think about it
Yeah,
that
we
way,
had-
I heard
we can
it.
all
I've
identify
heard.
with it. And I think as we drive forward with this mythology, I think we have to look beyond just what has been established and look.
Yeah,
to
that's what I
other
saw.
ways
And
of
like every
really
time
kind
now
of
I open up
updating
Twitter,
and
it's it
contemporizing
won't like
mythology.
it'll stay on that
And
side,
really is
it'll
kind of our
give me like
core
the
mission, is
refresh
like
thing. So I
looking
don't
at
want to
these
open it up.
assets, and they've been around for a long time. They've been around
See
for
it again.
85 years. Well,
'Cause that's
publishing for
something
85
I
years,
like.
Batman 81 years. How do we keep this interesting and fresh? And this is the kind of creative work that I love being involved in, and having someone like John who has the creative chops to be able to pull off a story that's really meaningful and is going to impact the rest of the DC universe is something that is going to be huge for us next year.
Yeah, I mean, serious kudos to y'all, though, because as you know, it's a reflection of our
That's your
times
photo.
of how do you
Dang, you
hold on to
scared me,
some
Nate. I thought
forms
that
of
was
legacy,
Gabe's
but how do you
PC.
be brave and smart and forward-looking enough
Oh,
to
why?
reflect today as well? And it's sometimes harder than it seems to balance the two. So, no, I can't wait for that.
Yeah.
Last question is cheesy, but we have to ask for those who don't know,
Okay.
who across the pantheon of your multiverse are your favorite superhero and why?
Yeah, when I was a kid growing up, I liked the real oddball characters just because they're so unusual. And certainly when I was like 8 or 10, it's just more whimsical, and it just appeals to, like, you know, if you ever interact with young kids, the things they find funny or interesting are very different than like a teenager or adult, right? And so there's a character called Matter Eater Lad, which I always kind of, you know, he was a substitute. He wasn't even a full superhero. He was a substitute member of the Legion of Superheroes. Occasionally he'd kind of cross over, but his power, as you could tell from, he could eat anything. Matter Eater Lad, that was his power. He came from a planet called Bismol, and his way out of any problem was to eat it, right? If he's in jail, he starts eating the bars. There's a nuclear bomb that's going to go off. He starts eating the components of the bomb. And then, you know, just a kid, it's just like, it's ludicrous but funny, and I think it just shows you that anything can be a power if you tell really cool stories. And so that's one of my more
Jeff, is that you?
Favorite characters from my
I'm trying to
childhood,
see.
and I always like kind of sharing his story because he's not
MC
well
Ed.
known, and someday maybe he'll be
Yeah,
on
it
the
is
story.
Jeff. That's
And
why I was
big
like, I
screen.
think this
And
is
let me tell
Jeff.
you, that
yes.
is really
So all
a
DC
skill set in and of
DC
itself.
Universe shows are
you know, you look at
moving
James
off.
Gunn, and he's doing Suicide Squad.
DC
He went
Universe.
deep into
DC
the
Universe
DC
is going
catalog
to
of characters, and
become
he pulled out
just a
some
comic
tertiary,
app. Like,
and
you
I don't
have,
know what's
it's going to be a
beyond,
cheaper
like, below
subscription.
tertiary.
It's
He
just going to be
gets
the
on
comic books and
tertiary,
stuff, which is
yeah,
great
yeah.
because
Deep
that's
cuts
why
into the
I still
DC,
use DC
catalog and
Universe
pulled
for
out
the comic book
these
stuff.
obscure
So I really
characters
want
with
that to
pretty random powers, but
I don't
he
want
made
them to turn
really
that service
compelling
off.
by giving them cool backstories,
All the
cool
content, all
character
the
arcs,
shows and
I think
movies,
people are gonna
all
go
that's
like,
going to go
wow,
directly
that's
to HBO
amazing.
Max,
Who is this
including
character?
Titans, Swamp
And that's the
Thing.
beauty of it.
Doom Patrol did it
all in
first. Harley
execution.
Quinn's
So if
going
you
there
think about
now.
it, everyone has their favorite character, and they can
all the
all
movies.
be elevated
I'm
to,
sure all the DC
you know,
animated movie
star,
universe movies will be
level.
Right now, they got half of them
love
on DC
if
Universe
given
and half
the
of them
appropriate
on
attention and the right story.
HBO Max.
And
So
especially
all
with
of
their
it's going to be.
platform. I was also going to say thank you for sharing your superhero with us. I wish the wonderful people of LA
HBO
could be
Max.
on that diet and
So,
make
yeah.
everything, just eat everything and make it demolish. But
and then that's the thing. He never like. He doesn't gain weight. He's not skinny.
Oh,
he's
man.
able to consume anything. I don't know where it goes.
And then they also
that's an
announced
interesting
season
story.
3 is
How
going to
does
have
what
Scarecrow,
is in his
Commissioner
digestive system that
Barbara
allows him to
Red Hood,
exactly,
and Blackfire, of course.
Those are some dirty words for this city. Well, Jim, thank you so much for spending time with us, and congratulations on today and all the insane announcements. Again, like as a nephew, as a fan, it's just such a treat. So thanks so much again for spending the time.
All right, thank you, Big. That was a tremendous pleasure. Thank you.
Everybody and their mothers. Where do you get off? Where do you get off?
This was an amazing, very cool, unique experience. I actually worked off of a lot of the creativity of other people within DC and Warner Brothers who basically came up with the overall map for DC FanDome, right? The center Hall of Heroes Island and then the 5 different islands that kind of float around it. I saw that there were 3 statues of Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman, and then this giant kind of auditorium behind it. So first I sat down and I drew the Trinity.
I wonder how fast he's got that down.
Yeah, right? How fast could
does like
and like
he used to do like those like little ones where it's like this is how you draw
satellite
bye.
The Justice League operate out of. It looks futuristic but also very organic. So that kind of inspired in my head. What if we made this real? What if we made it a 3D model asset? And then we could kind of rotate the camera around and enter through the windows and do all sorts of crazy things. We started with the concept designs done in pencil.
I was gonna say, like, do you hear the Superman like mix? This is really cool. What song is this? Find this out.
Gave it a really cool silver and gold palette. When we started seeing the initial 3D assets come over,
yeah, how do you?
Blown away. The actual floor of the hall is
I want to know what version
one
of this
giant
is.
canvas. It was really flattering and really cool to see the art blown up in this gigantic scale behind the.
I think it is like regular. It's just a longer extended version
From
of
Hans
this.
Zimmer's sketchbook. Confined by our imagination. We wanted to run amok with these crazy ideas,
which is an actual track on the Man of Steel
spaces
soundtrack.
And things would sort of
Like
materialize and appear out of nowhere, and give us the ability to throw to different hosts or to different scenes or different panels at a whim.
Yeah,
to make
congrats,
every
man.
element within this space active and alive. We were able to literally beam in hosts from all around the world. And we could place them in this virtual space. We could customize every facet of the production and put the art anywhere and everywhere we wanted it to be. And that's really kind of the fun of what you do as a comic book artist. You're creating an immersive world on a 2D piece of paper. This time it was kind of brought to life. It's really a unique, one-of-a-kind virtual space where anything and everything is possible.
What a rock star of an artist he is now, right?
Wasn't it crazy that like he didn't start on black paper and just make white lines? Like you would think that would be the easiest thing.
That's not inking. Now, this fan,
yeah, that's what I'm
might
talking
look
about. That's how
familiar to
crazy
some of
it
you
is.
guys.
Some, you know, some people would be like, "What if I just?" Oh my God, Jake from State Farm. Man, if you don't get out of here, Jake from State Farm.
Hey, it's Jake from State Farm here. The Amazons really inspired me, so I just decided to train myself to be a warrior. Do you have any tips?
Yeah, well, you definitely need strength
Khaki
and
pants.
drive and discipline and coordination, kindness and courage. That's a starting list.
Oh, check. Yeah.
All right.
And if I want to try to compete in the Amazon games, just checking, it's still all Amazons on the Mascara, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen for you. But keep up with the training. You never know.
Who said? Someone the other day said, "Is the
Maybe I
mascara
could
supposed to be the
just, like,
mascara?"
be there to
mascara, like
give a
is there,
helping
like,
hand or
who said that?
some
Someone
water,
said that
a towel, throw a sword.
I've never heard
If they
that, but
drop
I
it, maybe?
don't like that. I think that's stupid.
Okay. All right then. Cool.
Peanut brain.
I'm so excited to share with you guys 24 hours of unprecedented geekdom with everybody here today, and to introduce, of course, the DC FanDome Shazam panel. Now, the 2019 movie was not only groundbreaking as a superhero movie with something for everyone of every age, but it was everything you and I wanted from Shazam and the Shazam League. Now, the star of this movie may be just as big a kid as he is on the inside as the character that he plays, and he's the first to admit it. So if you want to know more about the next movie, all you have to do is say this word: Shazam!
What's up, fam? Welcome to the Shazam 2 panel. I'm Zachary Levi, here to talk about our bonkers awesome sequel. And, you know, answer as many of your questions as I can. Listen, you've been getting a lot of hot exclusive content from a bunch of other DC joints, you know, poster reveals and sneak peeks and motion comics and cast announcements, and I'm a little bit kind of limited in what I can talk about. But I can share my excitement and how thrilled I am about Shazam 2.
Electric Boogaloo?
which may or may not be the title, because again, just a little limited in what I can talk about. Let's just get to your questions. I think that's probably let's do that. That's a good idea. Just going to get to my iPad over here, and let's just dive in here. From Nora in Canada. What's up, eh? Will there be a DC cameo in this movie? Nora, that is an awesome question that I, unfortunately, I don't really have an answer for, because, again, ever so slightly hamstrung in what I can reveal to you, the fans. Let's look at some other questions. I can't talk about them. Like I said, I don't really have an answer. I can't actually look. Ultimately, as you probably picked up on, I can't say about
Shazam.
I'm sorry, squat. Can I say?
Please do not.
Squat. Listen, you're smart people, right? I mean, we all know that these panels are just ridiculous clown shows where they trot out a bunch of actors to sell something out of nothing. So the real question is, how am I, Zachary Levi, supposed to fill 6 minutes alone without squat? Well, the answer is, boom! Hey!
Hi. Hey, Faith. Hi, guys. Okay, so guys, what is all this?
That is an awesome question. It's a Shazam 2 panel that we're now going to all do together right now.
Okay.
Wait, does that mean I can talk about the secret cameo?
No, you cannot talk about that
Move it
stuff.
back where it was.
Asher, Angel.
Well, what about all of the new villains?
Villains, singular, plural. Yeah, who would possibly know, Megan? Because, it's all a mystery. It's all a mystery. Okay, listen, they're very
Just
nice
bring Henry
giving people
Cavill
at
in
the
the
studio. They won't really let us say much about our movie, but here we are, nonetheless, trying to provide the fans here with some exclusive content.
I can draw a poster for our new movie.
Yeah, that's
Superman on it.
super cute, Faith. Why don't you
It's
knock
already
yourself
it's
out?
a spoiler. Watch
I'm
it.
pretty
It's a spoiler.
talented.
You're super talented. Absolutely. I think you're going to do a bang-up job, whatever you do.
Oh, Zach, what is that you're drinking? Is that a Flow Subs protein shake?
As a matter of fact, Jack, it is. Checks in the mail. Thanks for asking. This is the salted vanilla caramel protein.
Oh,
Listen. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson gets his tequila. Jason Momoa gets, his water in a can. Look, I'm not trying to get you drunk, and I'm not trying to sell you something you can get out of a pond, okay? I'm trying to improve lives.
Okay, guys. I feel like we've gotten a little bit off topic. So,
Oh, I have an idea.
It's making fun of celebrity endorsement on their own products
Since
and
we
stuff.
can't
Is that what that
say
is?
anything about, the actual movie, why don't you, the fans out there, tell us what you would want to see in Shazam 2?
A new member should join the Shazam family. Should probably be a unicorn.
I'm sorry, what?
oh, totally. And we should give them rocket packs so they can fly with our characters.
Okay, yeah, that's all usable.
Well, Zach, is there time for us to maybe get, CGI'd into the Justice League Snyder cut, possibly? Maybe? No? Yeah?
Ooh, Asher, me likey, thinking way outside the box. I don't know if this is the right time to drop this on y'all, but I've been working on a little kind of Zach cut of my own from our first Shazam movie. I just goosed the energy a bit, brightened up the color palette.
Sorry, you recut my movie?
David Sandberg, our illustrious director. Hi, how are you?
Hey, finish the poster.
Oh, that's adorable. I can't wait to see it.
Wait. Faith, is that Sinbad the comedian?
Hang on a second. Somebody's trying to call in here. Maybe that's Adam.
Sinbad.
Oh, Sinbad.
What it look like, y'all?
It looks like you. Hold on a second. Sinbad, are you in Shazam 2?
Well, you tell me, John Krasinski, am I? Because everybody thought I was in Shazam 1 before it even existed. Google it. I'm number 3 on the Mandela list, all right?
Oh, I am so confused.
Man, you confused. You try to live in a world where everybody, my family, everybody thinks you started a film called Shazam when it didn't even exist.
Wait. Do you mean Kazam?
No. People think I started in that one too. Shazam, Kazam, all the Kazams. I'm relegated to the false memories of a tired generation, man. I'm here right now to rectify that situation. Once and for all, with a big, prominent role in Shazam 2. Thank you very much.
I'm not so sure that you can just demand that.
I got range, man. I can play like anything. I can play like good guy, bad guy. I can play Shazam's trainer. And great news, David. Already started working out for the movie. Check this out, man. I'm gonna look so good. I'll even do nude scenes. Little booty, not a lot.
Faith, don't draw that.
Hey guys, sorry.
Adam! What the heck, dude? Where have you been? Things have been getting crazy in here.
I clicked the wrong link. The plot for Kazam 2's. It's crazy, by the way.
Yeah, I know, man. I'm gonna be in that one too.
Sinbad?
Okay, guys.
Faith, is that the title of our movie? Shazam Theory of the Gods?
For real? That's the title?
Yes.
No
No squat. Exclusive content!
Starring Sinbad, finally.
I can't tell if he's actually going to be in this movie.
Well, I guess he didn't have much to say. Except the freaking title! Guys, we got the title! Yay! Now, our fans are flying high with some incredible costumes. So
Theory
let's
of
take a
the
look at
Gods.
some of
I
the
like that
best
title.
of
That's a really
fan
cool
hero
title.
cosplay.
This man came in after.
You missed You missed Sinbad.
Sinbad.
You
How
missed
you-
Sinbad.
I saw Sinbad.
You see Sinbad?
Wait for Kazam.
You enjoy it? You ready?
That was amazing.
That
was great. That was super awesome.
It's an intermission. You missed Sinbad. He was in the Shazam 2 thing.
Now, for a special treat, the cast of Wonder Woman
This dude is
1984
in a
is
t-shirt
here
and
to play
jeans.
one of their favorite games
Hey,
from
man.
set.
This is how you do in
Werewolf.
South.
Our game today, Werewolf
where he's
1984, has a DC twist. At night, scheming villains work to capture unsuspecting civilians. A
this a board
superhero
game?
tries to save the day, and a detective works to discover who the bad guys are. The catch is, our players don't know who has which role, and they have to figure it out before the villains win.
Connie
Let's
Nielsen
see
coming in
what
hot.
First ever game of Werewolf 1984. A wonderful game filled with laughs, deceits, and
Is this like the
Trying to get
The card game?
It's
Is that what they're doing?
Exactly.
So let's jump
I think
right
so.
into the game. It is a beautiful summer night in the 1980s. We are gathered in the most
don't know.
exquisite museum for an annual gala. Long ballroom gowns, very chic wear.
They said they played
Everyone
this
is
on
enjoying
set.
their night with a wonderful glass of champagne,
So-
maybe even some rosé, in their hands.
I'm just
and,
gonna stare
some
at Chris
tab
Pine
colas
for the
those
entire
driving.
time, if that's all right with you
It's
guys.
glamorous, dreamy, music is playing. Everyone is having an amazing
No
time.
complaints for me.
However, unbeknownst to the guests, there are some villains who plan to capture some of you. So everyone, please close your eyes and let the night begin.
Oh, it totally is.
Everyone, please wake up. So, the party.
This is fun.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. The party did get sour. The villains, unfortunately, have been able to capture Pedro. And the superhero was not able to save Pedro in time. So,
So I'm
Scott,
out already?
please. You're out already, and you're the first one. We're so excited about the game.
So typical. I'm so afraid I was gonna win.
And you're done.
All right, bye.
Oh man.
You guys should deliberate between each other. I'm gonna give you like 2 or 3 minutes.
I know who one of the villains is. It's Chris.
Okay.
No. Yes.
Chris.
You got me.
It's Chris.
Why do you
Because
think
Chris,
I love you're really good at defending yourself, Chris. You're going to be really good in
something
court.
in the middle because he had his eyes open and he was watching. And this is how it happens.
Me?
This is how
How do you know that he had his eyes
Is
open,
it-
Patty? I thought
Is their game falling apart?
We all have our eyes closed exposed. You're clearly doing something, and he responds to what you're doing that none of us can see. So one would only respond.
Was that his voice? I did hear somebody's voice.
Someone was speaking, innit?
But how do we know it was Chris?
Pastrami,
Is
son.
that true? I can't believe I'm out.
All good. So, Patty, you think it's Chris?
I'm positive.
Yeah.
I don't want Chris to leave the game, but that
Look
sounded
at him
just
eating on
like
the
Chris,
stream.
and whoever it was accidentally talked in the middle of their interaction with Fiona. So they had to have their.
It is interesting that Patty,
Patty is so-
Chris, and you were the first person to talk, so maybe you have something to hide because
Thou does protest too much.
Chris, it was a man's voice. And how do you know it was Chris?
I've played this game many times, and I'm telling you, I'm surprised you all did. If all of us have our eyes closed and somebody is
Jonathan, you were
muffling
talking
and then
about
they go, I see.
the shirts, the
They have their
fandom
eyes
shirts and
open.
everything like that
Chris, do you mind
earlier, way
saying
earlier.
OIC real quick? I'd love to hear it.
That's a bummer.
OIC.
What, are they already sold out?
No, not even that. It's
think it
just
was
like
that
some of
clear.
them are
It
just
was
like
muffled.
a cover of an issue. which is
Literally
pe-
like a comic book cover
Thou
with
doth
fandom
protest
put on
too
it. It's like,
much.
those suck.
Shakespeare.
I actually like the other ones. I like the
Connie,
ones that
I
are
do
just
actually think it's
say
annoying because
fandom
before we started,
and
when
then
she was
have
asking
the
about
like
the rules, she
Aquaman and the
assumed
A.
it's BS.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
You wouldn't say
Those are
you
nice.
just
That's a
BS.
good one.
You're a civilian.
But yeah,
You'd
some of those
say-
are trash.
so you
They're just like,
tell
I don't know.
them
We
you're
have every
actually
cover of
a
every
civilian.
comic book ever made. What do you want to do? I don't know. Put the logo on it. Okay.
I am extremely
Put it on a shirt.
empathic, which is, Patty will confirm, I am so empathic that I continuously put myself in the other
Testing.
person's place.
Oh,
and
that
that is
works.
what I was
Wait,
doing.
can you
I am
repeat?
happy
Especially
because of
empathetic,
that.
yeah.
It
Yes.
is
Okay.
empathy.
Okay. So do
Yeah.
we all want to unanimously
Can you
vote
hear
on
me?
who? I sadly say vote on Chris because it's the only
You're not on
person I'm
camera.
sure about.
Oh,
you
I
guys-
know I'm not on
and you
camera.
guys-
Zeus is in my way.
Yeah.
I'll hop on board with that.
Okay.
She's in the
Vote for
fandom. She
Chris.
can't be on camera. She's got to be
Jesse,
way over there.
You're voting for
Way
yourself.
on the other
Chris?
side.
Okay.
I see a hand.
2, 3, 4, 5. Who wants Connie to be voted out?
Hello.
Seems to be working.
2, 3.
At least-
And who
Wait,
wants
Chris is-
Patty
Chris-
to be voted out?
I think, look at Jesse. Vote twice. That's
Did they think this
literally-
wouldn't be a giant shit show?
Straight
I
up
know, right?
anarchist. He is.
Okay.
So how do you play this game virtually?
Listen.
Same way. It's the same way.
That's what I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know how they.
They should have got me in the
Who has
game.
gotten- the only one who has gotten 5 votes is Chris. So
Mike, you're pretty damn good
unfortunately,
at
Chris,
that
Oh, Chris,
you
he's
are
definitely a
voted
werewolf.
out. Do you want to reveal who you are to the public?
I'm a sandwich eating villain.
You guys need more than one chair in that room.
Oh, so
well,
let's jump into round
I'm in
2.
the
The
tiny
night
chair.
creeps up
I'm in the
again.
tiniest
Everyone,
chair.
please close your eyes.
You are in the tiny chair. We can see your forehead.
That's good. That's all you need to see of me. It's just my forehead.
All right, everyone, please wake up. We have an eventful day ahead of us. It is.
I only come on when I'm
It's
eating.
upsetting to say,
What do we have? What do we have?
the party
What was our pasta we
did,
ate?
in fact, get sour yet again. The villains are out
That's
there.
funny.
And
Some sort of
they
carbonara.
captured Gal. Gal has been captured by the villain.
Yo,
Wow.
who impersonated my girl
So
Gal
who must have done these
Gal, Pedro,
these
and Chris.
horrible
Can't kill
deeds?
off the main cast.
Very concerned.
I was doing a breathing exercise during that time, just kind of multitasking.
I will say,
Tell me
again,
about it.
Robbie, I did hear that sort of static during the night. That is on your
I can't believe they got
Static.
Connie and Robin to be on this.
static on your line.
Yeah, right?
I gotta tell you,
It means they must have really played this
I think
on
we can
set.
all agree on
Otherwise,
that.
why would
guy
they?
named Kelvin.
And,
Ever
that-
show up?
No, I heard that little
You need a
laughter,
measurement.
and then I heard the static. Guys.
Look, guys,
Is he
I'm just
a
an everyday art
character?
collector. I'm at this.
Now I know he's definitely.
I don't know who that guy is.
I'm a big Bears
Robbie
fan.
is an actor. I think they're all actors.
I vote Robbie.
Wow,
I feel bad because I don't want them to. You know.
Yeah.
this is unbelievable. Now we know
Yeah,
Chris
but,
and
you know,
Connie. We have two people
we're
who just
learning.
outed themselves.
They're working
clearly
actors, but what are you gonna do?
colluding. That
Get more famous.
sound.
Static.
They're trying.
You.
What was
Yeah,
specific,
should've got
what was
Sinbad in
specific
here.
to me about the static?
You're
Yeah,
the one
yeah,
who's causing
seriously.
static when you move around or you do something. So I didn't notice that. Very astute, Connie. Very astute.
Actually, I fixed my static. If you look at the
Yeah,
chat,
his Robbie's static is dumb.
Oh, it's theory of
Why
the
don't you
gods,
check
not
the
theory
records?
of the gods.
Please,
Okay.
Did you say
Rob,
theory?
Just keep on talking. Because I do really good
Now, this
Like Stephen
was
Hawking?
a theory that I was working on during my breath work, which, by the way, All the progress is gone. I was working on a theory.
Wait, are we talking?
Patty knew that Chris was on her team, took him out so that she could last.
What's the new name of the Shazam movie?
Also, will say one thing.
Fury
and
of the
I didn't hear
Gods.
the title.
I also heard Kelvin laugh.
Fever?
Fury?
Kelvin
Fury.
could have laughed while my eyes were shut.
Fury of the Gods.
Because he was a
This is
detective.
plural. Gods.
I'm
not even going to
Plural.
dignify that.
I didn't
I'm very busy today. I can't deal with this. You
That
can
makes
see my
sense.
lawyer. I'm
Are we
very
gonna go defensive? Are we?
So it's just called
guessing
Shazam,
detective
Fury of the
superhero
Gods?
also?
Starring
No,
Sinbad.
yes, but I
Not
was
Shazam 2,
today. I
Fury
heard
of the
the
Gods.
Kristen
That's
Wiig
funny. It was during Detective.
Sitting there
So
watching
I
everything
think-
like go to shit.
I think it
and,
was
like,
during
saying
Detective because I've heard a voice during Detective, but if
That's because she's a consummate professional comedian. She knows when to be funny.
I don't want to get rid of that.
Static.
Everyone else is like,
Chris eating his 15-foot
Funny.
I actually really want to hear what Jessie thinks. She has been very quiet.
Very quiet. I know. So
I
Jonathan,
mean, I just want to know your opinion. I think the static is interesting.
I need to bring
but
up the
do
cast
we-
on
did we
IMDb
hear the static
so I
at
can
the
know who these
same
people
time
are.
that he said
IMDb.
OIC, or was it
Of
at a
Shazam or
separate
these
time?
people? Probably
These people,
It
because I don't know who
would've been
Jesse is
Fiona,
either.
it was
Jonathan,
in
Jesse,
between
Robbie,
rest
and Kelvin.
exercises. That's when we.
Not when he was.
Was the static in the first part? Was it in the first part when the villains had their
I
eyes
got their
open?
names, or
I
real
believe
names, but I don't know who they are in this movie.
That's what would be the tell, is because it's only what happens when the villains have their eyes closed.
Yeah.
I also would like to hear what Jonathan says because I think he's been very quiet.
Yeah.
So.
I just feel like Ravi was he was very concerned when Gal got captured, unfortunately.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
And by the way, the villains wouldn't want to take out another
All right,
villain.
Ravi
So I
Patel's
thought she
name,
was a
he does
villain,
no
which has
character
happened
name by
between us
his name.
before, and it was very hard to have to call out as it is with
Kelvin,
Chris, my friend,
Jake.
for being villains, but it was true.
So who can take out another villain for strategy because they don't look like a villain?
I'm looking for this Johnny girl. Let's see.
So they
which-
wouldn't take out both.
Well, we only have two left, right? We only have two villains left.
Connie, Jesse.
You only have two villains
I mean,
left.
Jesse and
Jesse.
They voted out Gal, there'd only be one, so they probably wouldn't.
You're Johnny.
We're in the dome.
So
I say
who do we want to vote? You say
Well, I
Robbie.
would love to
So
circle
who?
back on Connie, actually. 'cause
God,
she
they're all
represented
just
a
yelling
lot.
at each other.
Robbie.
I know, right? It's just like a
Robbie's always in the minion.
Hollywood Squares.
Whoa. Look at all the people. Look at all the boxes of people that don't want me to speak. These are our.
Now, see, if Tom Bergeron was in here, this would be going so smooth.
This is what we
Or
will
Pat
do.
Sajak.
Who votes for Robbie to be taken out? Please raise your hand.
Sorry, Robbie.
That is.
I can't find Jesse anywhere.
All the white women voted him out. That's what
Jesse
happened.
Graff was on
All
League
right,
of War.
Robbie, I'm so
Stunt
sorry
work
to say,
lady.
but you are out. You are out, Robbie. Do you want to reveal who you are?
What were you?
What
I
are
was a
you?
civilian.
Were you?
Uh-oh.
I'm a concerned citizen. And this is the world we live in.
Let's jump into round 3.
Pedro's
The
pissed 'cause he
night
went out
is
the first
back
round.
Again, please close your eyes.
Pedro's like, this is so much fun. They're like, you're out. He's like, oh, okay.
I've never played this werewolf game like multiple phases.
Everyone, please
Yeah, we
wake
have.
up.
It just goes much faster.
Unfortunately,
Oh,
the villains
okay.
are on a roll. They have completely manipulated the situation, and it just seems like Patty, poor Patty, has been captured.
Oh no! Killing us here.
And we are dwindling. Please,
we have to
let's
take
figure
one-
out who
I have
the
a theory.
villains are.
I have a theory.
Yes,
Who's left?
Kristen, what is your theory?
I have a theory. Okay.
Yeah.
When we just voted.
Notice how she's
While
the
this
first one to
nightmare
speak
of
up,
a game goes on,
like a werewolf would.
when he
let me tell you,
revealed he
I
was a
let my
civilian,
son,
we all
I let my
felt
son
bad and
watch
we were surprised.
the
But
Snyder
Gal,
Cut
you
preview.
did not look
He's Captain
surprised
Jaded. He's 16 years old. He goes,
that he was a
it's not like the
civilian.
Snyder
So I
Cut's
feel
gonna make
like
this any
you
better.
knew because you
And he puts it, I
have your
put it on
eyes
for him,
open.
and he
Gal's
sees Darkseid at the beginning. He goes, oh, we get Darkseid?
Yeah.
And then at the end of it, he just goes,
Okay,
yeah, I'm
there
going to
was
watch
one
this.
superhero that- we are 6 left, okay?
I was like, yeah,
One
it makes you
superhero,
want to watch it. Because he
one
halfway through, he goes,
detective,
this is so
2
much better.
villains. That means
Already.
that
He goes, ooh, black
two
suit.
are-
He's just
of
like,
us that are left
he's so
here are
jaded. Now he's like,
civilians.
I'm going to watch it. Okay.
But
It's
who
just,
knows
it
if
made it look
knows
like a
if
real,
they're,
like,
eliminated.
that are not
almost
superheroes,
origin film
are
without it
not
being an origin,
detectives,
but like a formation
are
of the crew,
villains.
you know,
So-
cyborg origin.
And that
but
extra scene that we get
Two
with,
civilians,
watching
two
it again, that extra
villains,
scene
and
we
one
get with Ezra
superhero and
Miller
one detective right here.
with the
They
Flash
can't-
helping the girl
I was
is awesome. I'm
captured,
so
and
excited
Patty
for
was
that.
Captured.
I think
And
that's
then Pedro
Iris.
was
Let's go with
captured
that.
too.
Maybe Iris. I don't know.
Pretty sure it's
Pedro
Iris.
was captured first.
I think I know who it
Is she the actress playing Iris
Yes, who do
in
you
the
think? Who
in
do you
the new
think?
Flash
I think
movie?
it's Kelvin
know
because he's
yet.
holding a marker, and every time the detective
be
I
writes.
don't know anything about that.
Yes.
They just won't confirm
Okay,
it yet.
that's very good. Calvin, what do you have to say about that?
Silent marker I bought on Amazon for $99. So
That is an
nice try.
No, the sound of the copy is
Oh, you have a mark. Okay, well.
I do, and it makes the same noise that we heard during.
But he was holding it. He was holding it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So, Calvin, is there a reason
Gal is
why,
either writing
if
something
you
or
are the
she's on her
detective,
phone.
Why would you not tell people?
Because I'll get killed, right? Or I'll get captured right after this.
That's very true. Good. Okay.
They just edited her back to not being on her phone really quickly.
Literally like the kind of person who can walk through
What a cut.
any
She's
security
yawning.
because they
Exactly. The worst villain can walk through.
What a cut.
security.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Jonathan's got his mask on. Something's going on. We've got
Apparently,
some
this was part of the first panel of the day.
What are you?
They just split into
I'm
two
just chilling.
parts.
I'm watching comics.
That's smart.
I think Connie can't be a villain because Chris voted for her the first time.
Do you like the little mustache on the kid from Shazam?
Venoms. Last round. I'm putting it
You talking to me?
Did you hear that?
No, I was saying people. And
No,
then
not you. The kid. The kid that was
Yeah,
in the
he said
Shazam
villains when he
panel.
said the second
He had like a
one.
little
He played
tiny
it himself.
mustache.
He did.
I didn't mean to.
He's grown. It's mustache season. Mustache season. Say that.
I read an article
Mercy.
one that
Say
you did once
Task
specifically.
Force
I'm a really good
X.
lawyer.
No.
So
There was a cute.
yeah, I did.
Well,
I
it
read
wasn't
it
cute. It
somewhere.
was more like heart.
now I'm
tear
Robin,
jerking.
because
No,
Robin,
tear
that
jerking
is
was probably
a little
better.
bit-
There was like a
that's little
CNN
sneaky.
panel about coronavirus, and
by
it
the
was
way, I
about
never said that.
adopting
I'm a
senior
terrible liar.
dogs. You would think it had nothing to do with this,
Robin.
but it was, it's about being superheroes and stuff. Like,
I think
it
Robin
was
may
like
be
a whole
very
adopt don't shop
Oh,
thing.
Robin, I see.
Man.
Now you're saying it because the everything's
So many
closing
dogs.
in.
Stop,
Everything's
hey,
closing in.
Yeah, there were some cats.
Is something about that marker. Let's just go back to that
But
marker.
not the blue one. The blue one's different.
Well, so
You can hear whether it was blue or black.
Yeah. You want to compare marker noises?
Yes, please.
We check on that.
That's a great idea. Yeah, let's hear.
Hey, Jesse, go.
Stream.
Nope. Not it.
Why don't they play?
You guys, it was during the detective. You don't
Guys,
want to
why
vote
don't they
all
play
This is
to
the most
detective.
chaotic
Jackbox
battle.
yeah, you don't.
Panel?
That's one bad thing to
trying to
do.
find villains, unless
But
you're a
don't the
villain.
villains?
Unless you're a villain.
All right. So, are we down to vote? Let's do some voting. So,
Vote for
from
Connie.
what I was understanding,
Should have got Dave
Robin,
Fallis
people
to do
thought
this
Robin
one.
was the villain.
Yeah, right.
Does it, who wants to
Me,
vote for
but
that?
I'm not sure anymore.
Yes,
I'm
me.
voting Robin.
You're voting Robin?
That's Jesse Graff.
Anyone else?
Now I'm getting texts from
Anyone
people in
else?
another
Okay,
group
no one.
telling me about
Who's
what we're
voting for
saying on here.
Calvin?
Yeah, it's Jeff. It's all Jeff.
No one?
Yeah.
All
Okay.
Jeff.
Connie? Anyone voting for Connie?
Jesse Graff. I guess she was
Oh, look,
on.
American Ninja Warrior. It looks like.
Dave, they're playing Werewolf.
I don't know.
Just for the
Attempting
fun
to.
of it, anyone voting Jonathan?
Speak of the devil, he showed up in the chat.
No, and Jesse?
Jonathan,
Hey,
I'll do it.
I'll
Just
gladly-
and come on, somebody
That's
back me up
werewolf.
here. There's got to be somebody who believes
Sell my
in
soul to
Jonathan
be able to
be
play sick guitar.
Come on,
Sign me up.
Jesse. Just give it
I
up.
think I
help
can
me
just
out.
tell that gal
Connie, I
has no
think
idea
it's
what's
time. I think
happening.
you
Like
got
she's,
voted
this is a
out.
foreign concept to her.
Connie. Unfortunately, she was the civilian. I will confirm that.
Pedro should have been in the game more,
Please.
man.
Wow, the numbers
He's
are
in
going
it.
down.
No,
So
she's
we
in
have
play.
2 villains on the board.
This guy's
currently,
game.
And we have 3
Gal's like,
civilians,
I only
including
know
superhero and detective.
simple
All right, so
board
let's
games,
jump
like,
into the next
sorry.
round. Round 4. Everyone, please close your eyes.
Wait a minute.
David, they're playing werewolf.
But it's like a modified one because they don't have superheroes in werewolf. But they're superheroes and
Everyone, wake
detectives in
up.
this for some reason.
Seems that the villains are back at it again, and they were able
like-
to
yeah, it's like a
successfully
Wonder Woman
capture
version.
someone. Kristen, unfortunately, was captured last night in a dreadful match.
I gotta wrap this up.
So who?
It's
all
supposed to be
pre-recorded.
recorded. It's supposed to be
Who did
over right
that?
now.
There's
I know.
4 of you guys left. Yes.
Probably Kelvin.
I now think it's Jonathan.
Can everyone reveal their writing utensil?
Yeah, 7:10. They have 1 minute.
That is a teacup.
Oh, I thought it was a pretzel.
Oh,
I thought it
that's
was
a
like a
safe word.
yogurt covered
I think it's
pretzel. I
Jonathan.
was like, hell yeah, man.
So he the detective.
I really.
You excited about Here Comes the Suicide Squad kill the Justice League gang?
Oh, there's a 1984.
No.
I thought that was just a pun.
Jonathan, do you have anything
I guess
to
it's an
say
actual
to defend your
werewolf.
case? Do you know any
1984.
information? Are you guessing anyone?
There's a
You don't need to defend yourself?
Huh?
No.
Because he's a detective.
No, that's what I'm saying.
These
Well,
guys would
they
put
have
themselves into a
superheroes,
circle, the
detectives,
villain.
and villains. So it's like a literal
Jonathan's
modified
in
version.
England. He's like, I just need to go get a pint. I just it's
Trying to get a London Pride.
He's in Phoenix, Arizona. The accent is a whole thing that he does.
It's a facade, see?
Part of my disguise, isn't it?
Okay. Robin was trying to vote out Kristen as the villain, and we've now revealed that Kristen was not a villain.
Mm-hmm.
And wait, who else voted for Connie?
Robin's always bad. She's Buttercup.
Is it Calvin? Did Calvin vote for Connie?
There's only
All right.
4 people.
Is there only one? Is there only one werewolf?
They're all supporting.
We've had a
Okay,
long
but we're
run.
pretty sure you're the detective now.
Gone back like a decade.
But
Connie.
so everyone is sure that Calvin is the detective. Is it true? Is it false? We don't know, but we are sure.
So it's between Kristen, Jesse, and Kelvin, and Jonathan.
No, it's between Jesse, Jonathan, and Calvin, and you.
And Robin.
I keep going back to Jonathan. Sorry.
Jonathan. Okay.
Can't trust white women.
I don't know how you kind of.
How could you do me like that, man?
I don't know. It's
All
a
right.
quiet, insular thought thing.
Yeah, I wonder too how different the Suicide
Oh,
Squad game will be
Who
to
would
the
we
Arkham Knights.
like to vote out?
Gotham
Let's
Knights.
do a
Yeah,
vote
you're right.
for
It should have been called
Jonathan.
Arkham Knights. You were
Who's
totally
voting for
right.
Jonathan?
But then there's Arkham Knight, so it's confusing, right?
Okay.
Arkham Knight, yeah.
Garfield.
Really.
Gotham Knight.
Agree. Well, I
Jumpy,
don't
yeah.
even think we can.
Can't
vote
trust
for
any
him.
How about
Jonathan.
a game called Gotham
Jonathan,
Daytime?
unfortunately,
And it's all during the
you're
day.
out. You're
And
out,
not
man.
scary
You're
at
out.
all.
Do you want to reveal what you are?
I was a civilian, man.
Daytime it
I
was.
actually
was
think
a
that was
snake.
the last round because the villains did win this game.
Yeah, I told you it's Robin.
Villains, would you like to reveal yourself?
Robin.
I knew it. This is my weapon.
Oh my god.
I saw you with that pen with your murder weapon.
So what, were they like,
Who else? So Robin.
hey, we
so
know this
Robin
werewolf
and
game
Calvin
usually
were
takes
the
about 20
villain.
minute
Gal
to
was
play.
the detective. Pedro
Chris
was
Rudd?
the superhero.
I'm so sorry. Kelvin and Kelvin, did I capture you?
Gal's
Yeah,
just
you get to
yelling
invest-
into the
so
void
you
here.
chose I think the first
You're a
one
better
was
Mike.
She
Pedro
is,
who
isn't
chose
she?
to
She's a
yes,
better
and
Mike.
I said that he wasn't a
I
villain.
didn't want him out
Oh,
of
there
the
it goes.
game.
Yeah, well he wasn't a villain, so I told you that no, he was not a villain. But he got captured and he should
Fiona
have
sounds
saved
like someone in
himself.
customer
Because
service.
if he saved himself,
Wait, excuse
then
me,
he
excuse
was
me, you were
like,
correct.
Pedro, yes. You were like.
No, you were
Instead,
right.
I saved Robin.
But he. What is up? So stupid.
Gotham doesn't have daytime. I agree.
I know we're not going to do that, but I feel like now we need to start to play the
I know.
game.
Now I know I would never trust Robin, not a day. She can leave herself
I
out.
was devious. I did know at the moment she was attacking Kristen, I was sort of like, wait, what the article?
That's when I knew, but no one
Wait, this
listened
got
to
a fun
me.
shirt
And
on.
I was smooth
Yeah,
civilian.
Kristen was
It's like
on
a
her.
weird-
I really enjoyed watching you work.
Robin reading an article. That was.
I read it. I read
well,
That article.
well, thank you everyone for coming and playing the Werewolf 1984. That was a
Chris
lot
Pine's
of
just like,
fun.
what
Thank
Awesome, you
What
guys.
just happened?
you.
Thank you so much.
Check that.
Chris Pine's like, is this what normal people do?
Fans,
Yeah, that
thank you
dude
so
was
much
like-
for watching
oh,
and
sheer.
enjoy the rest of DC
Like normal,
FanDome.
unattractive people?
Now, our next global host is fluent in everything from games to geeks. She's tech girl Sam Wright from South Africa. Take it away, Sam.
Thanks, Gino. Hello, world.
Have
Sam
we had
Roger,
one
and I'm
American
so
announcer
excited about
yet?
The amazing content we have
I
in
don't
the
think we
DC
have.
fandom. There is so much to see and do. Now, gaming is my passion, and I am hyped because we have another announcement.
Oh, the
from
Purple
Warner
Jacket
Brothers
guy?
Games. I think we should share the killer news with you. And who's going to do it? The one and only Will Arnett.
Ow! Ow! Son of a bitch, that
cyborg
hurt.
man fighting?
Golly! DC, you have the cheapest teleporters. That hurt. All right, fan domers. I think I know why I'm here. Check this out.
Lego game?
No, it's the Suicide Squad.
Is that a sentence?
It wasn't.
Oh, I've seen the schedule, Johnny. It's not gonna be Lego.
I haven't.
Why should it be a Lego game?
I want it to be a Lego game.
Right. You mislabeled the schedule.
I mean, it could be everything. Look, daytime Metropolis.
Okay, it's Roxanne.
It's daytime Metropolis, not daytime Gotham.
Juicy Jeppies.
I've got eyes on the target.
Air support is getting cut to pieces. Where the hell are you?
I'm going in. We lost the target. Repeat. Task Force X has lost the target.
Damn it.
Looks just like Margot
August 3
Robbie.
is taking heavy fire.
Doesn't sound like her.
Nah.
Don't worry, Bob.
Sounds like somebody from Philly.
Got this. Hey, Boomer! Lay down suppressant fire.
I love when they call him Boomer.
Boomerang, man.
He's still ringing after that last Bonnie.
What is that? Australian for hangover?
Ooh, some kind of Suicide Squad.
I believe I can translate. Boomerang has a concussion from the enemy you missed in our last encounter.
Guess those teeth
Yeah,
are
Hank
sharper than your
McCoy
eyes,
type King Shark.
I never
never miss.
Never miss. Yeah, we bloody know. You never shut up about it.
Task Force X. Alpha target is in the open.
I'm enjoying the shit out of this.
Metropolis Grand Hotel and engage.
This is the Suicide Squad sequel.
Those bombs in your heads.
Shit.
Look at these purple things. There's like Brainiac bugs.
Yeah, I guess they're like Brainiac things.
Now, how similar is it to Gotham Knights?
Well, it's Rocksteady, so
like we just saw a game just like it. Oh, they gave him an LMG.
And there are 4 of it. There are 4 characters you can play.
Yeah, 4 characters.
Like, can you switch between the characters, or will they just like play through the stories? That's the thing.
Yeah, give me Polka Dot Man.
When can Captain Boomerang do what he did?
Always.
Like teleport?
Smooth.
Yeah.
Well, that should knock a few years off the old sentence.
That's reminding me of something. Oh yeah! Waller's stupid alpha target. Who are we supposed to be killing again?
There he is. Be still my heart.
Look, it's Superman. The mighty Superman has just rescued that pilot.
What a show off. Beat it, Spandex! We're on a top secret assassination mission here.
No.
It's the Injustice
Brainiac
Superman.
Superman.
So, figure out who we're killing yet? Oh, fuck.
Boomerang looks cool, all like Borderlands out.
Why does it look like John Cena?
Oh yeah.
2022.
Oh.
No gameplay?
That's a while away.
Wow. Okay. Very dangerous. Yeah, that's more dangerous than they said it would be. It's come on, get me out of here, please.
Get him into
Is
the
it just
dome.
in a death spiral for you two?
A what?
Mine was in a death spiral. Hold on, it's coming back.
I got someone!
Okay. I'm sorry. Who are you?
Who am I? Who am I? I'm
Like Bethesda-y, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's very
No,
Bethesda
no.
behind him.
Wow.
Hey, Jax, come here!
Hey, who is it? A new lawyer? You gotta help us, mate.
They're not blurring out
I'm
that
sorry.
middle finger
No, I'm
on
not
her
a-
hand.
I'm not a
They
lawyer,
did the Harley
although
Quinn
I probably
cartoon.
played one once, but no. I'm Will Arnett.
Will Arnett?
No.
I'm your biggest fan. BoJack was the only thing that kept me going in Bel Rev. Every night. Starved. Tortured. Wait. An actor? Great. Hang up, Quinn.
No. Wait. Hang on. Don't hang up. Look, what? Maybe I can help. What seems to be the problem?
It's Waller.
It's Waller.
She wants us to kill the bloody Justice League. We're way out of our depth here. We need to get out of this insane mission.
Speak for yourself. I can see the headlines now. Harley Quinn finally kills the bat.
It's Arkham Harley, right?
Well, there you go. That is the can-do.
The symbol
attitude
behind
that
him
I'd
is still the
expect
same
from a group
Arkham
called
symbol from the video game, so
Suicide
yeah.
Squad.
That moniker does not bode well for our chance of success.
All right. Well, I tell you what. Why don't you just give me the rundown?
Who did Origins?
Who
Was
are
that
you guys?
Activision?
What kind of powers you got? I mean, what are we?
Okay, so and
what are we
WB
working with
Montreal
here?
is doing the Suicide or the Gotham Knights. So this is like the same thing, kind of, right? This is the Arkham game, and then you'll get Montreal game.
That's explosives, dead superheroes, things that go kablooey, and the Great British Bake Off.
I'm Deadshot. Team leader, world's deadliest assassin and most dangerous marksman alive. And I'm...
You may call me King Shark. I am a demigod, the rightful ruler of the seas, and therefore the true team leader.
And last but not least, the one, the only, Captain Boomerang. I'm what you call a supervillain. But don't try calling me the leader of this sorry lot. No, thank you. Leaders are the first to get their heads blown off.
Okay, so what? And forgive me, you throw boomerangs?
Are they calling from prison?
Don't know why it
I think so, yes.
so long to get it.
Aw, sweetie, we just didn't care.
Okay, well, I mean, does anyone have laser vision or like a kryptonite-powered suit or?
So King Shark's still in Bel Rev, and the other three are in
Well,
Arkham.
there's got to be a way. I mean, the world is depending on you guys, right? When I look at you,
No,
I
they all
don't
get
see
transferred over to
a
Bel Rev.
drunk or a
Bel
killer
Rev,
or
however
an
people
evil
pronounce it.
clown lady
Bel Rev.
or a giant monster.
Hey, who you calling a giant monster?
No. You see, what I see,
Nolans.
I see heroes.
You must not have heard of us.
It's your daddy,
Wings are
Roberto.
heroes.
Okay, fine. Criminals ready to pay back society and earn themselves a full pardon.
Full pardon? That ain't bad. Well, do we get to kill them all? Even Flash?
Yes. The mission is
Don't you think this
literally
should have played
called
before the trailer?
Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. That is kind of the whole point.
Ooh,
They got nothing, so they're just like, I don't know.
gain their powers?
I don't know. Is that a thing? I mean,
I'd like it if
I
this
guess you wanna-
crew was
All right,
playing
screw it.
Werewolf
If we're gonna die on a
1984.
mission, might as well do it paying back those
They were all
self-righteous
the
pricks.
Then it is decided.
on a werewolf.
Let us do it for acclaimed actor.
It's only one
Will
round.
Arnett.
Only one round, they all die. You killed everyone.
Yes, thank you. I do what I can with my looks and my steely soft voice and of course my looks. I don't know if I mentioned that.
Oh boy.
Nothing? Okay. Well, thank you guys. I really appreciate it.
Wish them
Have
that
fun
was
with your
fun.
mission.
Take care, Will.
Just always revert to babe, wait, babe,
All
babe,
right. Talk to you guys later.
babe.
Yeah. I have a feeling that things are about to get really messy. Would you please get me the hell out of here?
Should have just had Bob Odenkirk. Dude.
We're not doing this, right? Not a chance.
That still stings. I mean, it beats the subway, but...
What an actor.
Oh. Hey, you must be Sefton.
I am indeed. Hi, Will.
Hey, man. Sefton Hill from
We're back in the
Rocksteady
dome,
Studios,
baby.
y'all.
Now this is like
Sefton, how'd
this
you
is like
get here?
E3.
Did DC also teleport you into the cyberspace realm?
No, they just sent me this green screen for my house.
Is it? You got a green screen? Good. That's neat. Lucky
It's
for you.
a
DC actually
Tim and Eric
teleported me
bit.
into the
I don't know how
FanDome,
spaghetti
which really hurts. But good. Green screen. You're lucky. Cool. Good for you. Okay, well, I guess, look, the cat is finally out of the bag here. This is Rocksteady's new game, and there is a lot of anticipation behind it, right? And the Arkham games are extremely popular, and buzz has been building behind this new game. So, what can you tell us?
Well, I'm really excited and proud to be able to reveal Rocksteady's Suicide Squad. You know, it's a unique new franchise for gaming, and we've been able to put our own spin on it and create something really special that I think gamers are going to love and enjoy. Obviously, it's brought to you by the team that created Arkham Asylum, Arkham City, and Arkham Knight. And in fact, this is a continuation of the Arkham-verse, so a lot of the through threads and the storylines you're going to see come to fruition.
I like that the guy from Rocksteady sounds like a extra from a movie that Guy Ritchie would do about the medieval times.
What we think is going to be a totally original gameplay.
He looks like he suffers.
Okay, well, that's awesome.
He looks like
but let me just ask you this. Why this game? Why Suicide Squad?
Well, when we're starting any game, Rocksteady games is all about a character-driven game. You know, it's all about that kind of heart and soul of the characters.
Yeah, we've got an agile environment, but it's not really working.
We looked at, you know, all the different properties, all the different great characters that they have. And Suicide Squad really spoke to us because of how fascinating these flawed characters are, and the fact that it's fusing all of these
cover him in pig
together.
shit, and
when
I think you'll remember that character.
You're creating a universe, and you want to build it with real heart and soul inside it, and that's what really inspired us to make the Suicide Squad game, because you know, DC have this fantastic roster of villains, and being able to actually play these villains and see the interaction and life between them is something that got us really energized and excited.
I guess for me, my biggest question, and really probably everybody's biggest question that they want to know is, and no offense, but what is wrong with you, man? Why are you making a game about a group of bad guys taking on some of the most beloved heroes of all time?
Well, I think for us, we always want to put our characters in interesting and exciting and dynamic situations, and it felt like the Suicide Squad naturally really lends itself to that. You know, even just starting with their boss, Amanda Waller, you know, she's part protagonist but also part antagonist. You know, she's stuck these nanite bombs in their heads.
Do they
and
think
she's forcing them to do this impossible mission, to take on and
a
kill
Superman
the Justice
version
League.
of Arkham
That's
City,
where you always find, I think, the magic is when you can put characters in these situations
won't
that are
work.
absolutely impossible. And then to a certain extent, these things kind of write themselves, because once you've got that premise, you just let that live and breathe.
Was
and you
Injustice
think, well, how the
was a
hell
video
can
game,
the
right?
Suicide Squad kill the
Yeah,
Justice
but
League?
apparently
How can
after
that
Arkham
even
Knight,
happen?
they tried
And really, that's the genesis of the game. And then it's down to us to take the player on this journey and tell this story of how that could even be possible.
Because he's Superman.
Let's get
I'd
into
rather
the
have a
nitty-gritty, the stuff that the hardcore gamers like me want to know. Exactly what kind of game is this? What am I doing in this game?
So the game is a hybrid of Rocksteady's experience in bringing characters like Batman to life, that superhero empowerment, combined with really powerful, awesome gunplay. So the superhero empowerment, I guess supervillain empowerment here, is looking at each one of the individual squad members and looking at what's unique about them.
I want to know what that boss fight is, though.
Transferring this into this really powerful
that Superman
gameplay.
boss fight.
And using, again, those skills and techniques that we've learned over the years, but actually adding more richness and depth to each of them. So each one of them has a richer move set, more things you can do, and more skill required to master them than you even had with Batman. So to do that across the spectrum of Suicide Squad members has been something that's been really enjoyable, and I'm really proud of what the team have achieved there. And then you can combine that with the gunplay, you know, the awesome weapons you're developing over the course of the game, combined with the melee weapons that you have, like wrist cannons, Harley's baseball bat,
did Boomerang like have like
twin cleavers, and special enhanced traversal moves.
Like,
you
did
can
he like
use,
take
like
something
Deadshot
to use
doing
the
a
Speed
fuel dump
Force
and setting
or
enemies on
something?
fire. You know, so there's
Being
it's really
close to
about creating a
Flash?
whole spectrum of possibilities for the player to use.
If I had limited money though,
enjoying
and I
them
could
as
choose.
much as they can.
No, I can't because this comes out a year later.
Let's
But
take a
if
couple
I could
questions.
choose
Yeah, we've
between
got,
this
we've got a question
or
from Altair from the UK.
Gotham Knights,
and he wants to know
I'm going Gotham Knights.
What
right now.
has been the most exciting part about working on this new game?
Is it because of
One thing
gadgetry
we're
and
really
not
excited
gunplay?
about was to bring Metropolis to
I don't
life.
know. I just kind of want to.
Metropolis itself is really the fifth character.
Like, I don't
in the
really
game.
care if I
It's
play
like
as
we've treated
King-
the same with Gotham in
King
Arkham
Shark.
City, Arkham Knight was
King Shark.
giving this city life beyond
Yeah,
just
I
kind of
wanna
bricks
play as
and mortar,
Boomerang.
making it something that really
And I wanna,
speaks
like,
to the
fight
player.
Superman.
Being able to realize it to a level of detail that's never been done before in any medium. So we created this open world over which the game takes place, and I think It's really a love letter from
you're
us
talking about
to
Tracer,
DC
the
fans. I
main
think they're
character
gonna
in
love it
Ready
and
Player
really enjoy
One?
it, and it's something that I'm really proud of. Team have done a phenomenal job with that.
We have another question here, also from the UK, which is
talking about Mechagodzilla.
You're from the UK, and
famous movie,
both questions are
Ready
from the
Player
UK. So
I can't believe we stayed for that.
somebody do the math. But Ella's from
Only
the
1
UK
minute
wants
left
to know with
before
the
Batman.
Suicide Squad game that's
like that
that's coming
DeLorean
out.
car
Will we
from
be playing
Ready
as
Player
every
One?
character from the squad,
Yeah.
or just
Mhm.
one?
First time I ever saw one.
If it is just one, which
They had
character
this
is it going to
thing
be?
called,
Because want some help killing Superman.
Well, the game itself, the structure of the game is it's a 1 to 4 player co-op game. So if
Yeah,
you
that
wanna
was,
play
that
single
was
player,
Ghost Killers,
You can
I
totally
believe
play
is the
single
name of
player.
this
I mean,
movie
our
it's
mantra has
referencing.
been that you
Hey,
play
I've
this
heard
game
of
how
that.
you want to play
I'm
it.
kind
So
of
if
an
you play
80s
single
nerd
player,
myself.
you'll still have a full squad with you. You'll have
I think it's Who's on the
players, 2,
Telephone.
3, 4 will be filled by
Ghost
bots
Killers.
who will fight along with you and really join in the fun and obviously give you that squad
never seen The Shining,
experience.
but,
But if you want to play multiplayer with your friends,
I
that's
saw
still
Ready Player
absolutely
One.
great. They can join in and take the role of the other squad members. And the great thing is that that's a dynamic experience. So you can play some of the story single player, some
swear, it's the
multiplayer.
same game
The
as
whole
Gotham.
game is accessible, single player,
No,
multiplayer.
no, we'll watch
in and
it.
out
It is,
of
and
those
it's just
two
the other
modes,
side. You're
however
playing
you
as the
wanna
bad
do it.
guys,
So
and
it's
it's
really
just, here
something
you
that
go,
we just
you
wanna
get
give
both.
up to the fans and let them choose.
And one's
of course,
during
if
the
you're
day.
playing single player, the other cool thing is you can
You know,
switch
at
between the
Rocksteady, they were
characters.
literally
You're
sitting
never
there about to put this game out. They're like,
particular
oh shit, the
for
whole
any
game's at
particular
night.
section of
All
the
right,
game.
make
So
ours
you
during
wanna
the
play
day.
as Deadshot,
Change the color
hacking
scheme.
around,
Damn it.
sniping enemies, you can do
Well,
that.
in Gotham
and then boom,
Knights, so
just
Batman
instantly
is
switch,
dead,
playing as
right?
Harley,
Maybe Suicide
swinging
Squad
around
killed
and flying
Batman.
into enemies with a
We don't
baseball
know
bat
if he's
around the
dead.
head. So
We just know they
there's so
get the
much
video
freedom in the
with
way
Code
you
Black.
play the
Yeah, he's
game
not
because we
dead.
really wanted to
There's no way
get
he's
across
dead.
that
Come on.
feeling of being a whole squad and not just one person going on
Batman
this
can't
mission.
die.
Lastly, I'd like to know if it's
What's
okay
he
with
got?
you if
No, he's not
can
dead.
I be in the new game?
He gets
I'm
thrown
not
back in
saying
time. He doesn't die.
Task Force X. I'm
Yeah.
just saying maybe just like a
Like
random
Darkseid's
handsome
Omega
guy who's
Blast.
hanging out in Metropolis, just being handsome and dodging chunks of
Oh my
debris.
God, just
I think we can maybe make something work, Will.
Great. Well, then it's settled. That's awesome. That's the contract. Thank you for joining us,
Thank you.
Sefton. It's the game looks
only a
absolutely
minute behind. That's not bad.
and it will be made even better by the appearance of me as an NPC.
Sure thing, Will. Good luck teleporting home.
I've made a huge mistake.
Are
That's
you
when that
kidding
TV show
me?
used
That
to be on.
game looks insane. Talk about turning the tables.
What TV show?
I am right there with you, Sam. It looks
Arrested
so
Development.
awesome. In fact, you know what?
I've made a huge
officially
mistake.
challenge you to a game.
I mean, we've been hanging out with the fans all day, but we also have our fan questions.
I
Clever.
have so many questions, Sam, but I'm actually going to hold
Not a
them
big
for Matt
fan?
Reeves.
No,
who's gonna be
yeah,
joining
I
us
enjoyed
here
it, but
very
I
soon.
didn't.
Okay,
I wouldn't
great. I'll
expect
tell you what,
them to.
why don't we go and
I
chat
don't
to
know.
James
Didn't
Gunn
expect
and see
it.
what he
It
has
caught
to
me
say
off
when I
guard. I
asked him
liked
my
it.
question, which was,
I wish I
if you could
caught
be
it
a Suicide Squad member, or which member you
quickly as you did.
identified with the most,
Sorry.
who would it be
Who's
and why?
pants?
I probably identify with Polka Dot Man because he is completely an outsider
So cool.
who's a mess, who doesn't know what's going on.
Oh, an
And
outsider who's a mess.
but I wish that I could be. I guess I wish I could be Ratcatcher too, because I think she's the only character that has any sense of herself and any
Her
grounding
name in the movie is
sort
Ratcatcher
of
2.
a human sort of
Ratcatcher
way.
2.
So I really like Ratcatcher 2. If
So
there's one I
weird.
want it to be.
I love it. It's that
Okay,
weirdness.
that's it from me. Let's head on over to Aisha to end the show. Bye.
Yep.
All right, last one.
Thank you so much, Sam. That was killer.
Killer.
Guys, there is no place that I would rather be than
You guys
right
like,
here with you right now
Mystery
in this
Men?
hallowed place where we all get to come
Oh my
together
God.
to celebrate.
If you bring that
us.
up, it's going
And all
to.
things
You
DC.
can't say it.
And
Don't
I've
say
got to
it.
pinch myself right now to make sure I'm not dreaming because we
Yeah,
have
F in the
the
chat,
man
boys.
who
Jamie,
is
pull up
starring
the
in
clip.
the next feature film incarnation of one of DC's most popular
Said the
characters of all time. We're talking
That's
more than
the Pee Wee
80
Herman
years here, guys.
Word of the day.
So ready your bodies
Ping pong balls.
because here is the Batman, Robert
All right.
Pattinson.
This is cool.
Oh, the dome got dark.
Yeah, man, give me that Emily Bronte shit.
As many of you probably already know, we were in the beginning stages of production when COVID hit, so now I'm very anxious to get back to work and
Think he's practicing
continue
riding a
to
motorcycle
perform
in this
this
4 months?
character. I've always been a massive fan.
The whole time in quarantine, he's been
I'm not
Batman.
really allowed to share anything, so I'm going
He sits
to
in the cowl
hand
at home.
over So the great Matt Reeves is somewhere around.
What are you talking about?
Is this like your first take?
he can determine what can and can't be talked
It's
about.
Batman, everyone.
But I do know that
I'm here for it
until the end.
I'm here for it too. He's a good actor. He's just a very quiet man.
Surprise.
Yeah.
So.
Did you see that?
He took a GV to the dome right before he came to the FanDome.
Yeah. Lost City of Zed. that
Matt, I'm so excited
Chris,
that you're here. Thank you so much
or
for
Charlie
coming by.
Hunnam movie that he was
It's great
in.
to be here. So, as Robert said, it's super early to tell us much about the movie.
Real cool.
But I
Please give it a
think
shot.
what's exciting about where we are
This man
with
never changes
DC and with
clothes.
this franchise specifically is that there's been a
I always dress
multiverse
like
of
Alfred.
Batman,
What?
right? And now you're
He
taking
always
over
dresses
this
like
particular iteration of Batman.
Like, he
what
was,
made
like,
you want to tell
an
a
extra in There
Batman
Will Be
story?
Blood.
I mean, this is a heavy lift. What was it that drew you to this character in this world?
Look, I love
Should've
Batman,
got-
and
And
I
I love
loved Batman
Godfather
since
Part
I was a
2.
kid. And I never even imagined, when I began making movies, that I would do genre movies because I just loved certain kinds of movies that were very character based. And it's really interesting that as I got deeper into genre, I realized that that was a way to do very emotional stories, but under the guise of these sort of great mythic tales. And in particular, what excited me and the thing I related to in the Batman story was that he isn't a superhero in the traditional sense. He might have a cape, but he can't fly. He's like you and me, but if he has a superpower, it's the ability
This
to
guy
endure.
is seriously
And not only
just
the
Daniel
ability, but
playing
the
you.
kind of
Like,
compulsion.
how dare
and
you
so
tell
that
me
idea of
that
being
Batman
that
is like
driven
me.
by your past and by
What
the
did they
things
say
that you
earlier
can't quite
today?
resolve in yourself,
All he
like
had
he's a
is
very
his wealth.
alive
Like, excuse
character.
me?
And to me,
Yeah.
to tell a version of Batman where, again, it wasn't about how he became Batman, but it's about the early days of how he is Batman, and he is so far from being perfect. And watch us sort of see him becoming what we all know about him and see it in new ways. I felt like that was a way to do something that hadn't been done.
Never seen this man
and
before.
that
I'm
was
shocked.
really what I was excited to be able to do in this iteration.
You have said that all of us imagine ourselves or have imagined ourselves to be Batman. And I know that's why I love those stories from the time I was a kid, because he didn't come from another planet, right? He doesn't have magical powers. He's just a guy that wants to do good.
With issues.
And that's the thing.
Yeah,
the
he-
other question is, what is good? One of the
Is,
things that I
he
think
does-
is
he has
interesting
all that
is
money,
learning
pays no
how to be
therapist.
Batman. The whole idea, this is all an experiment in the movie. The idea is that we're in year
like
two. It's the
Aisha
Gotham
Tyler's
experiment. It's a
jacket with the
criminological
pink
experiment. He's
cuffs.
trying to
I think it's a
figure
cool
out
look.
sort of what he can do that can finally change this place. And in our story, as he's in that mode, that's where you meet him and you see that he is charting what he's doing, and he's seeing that he's not having any of the effect that he wants to have yet. And that is when
Now
the
seeing
murders
how
start
he
to happen,
dresses,
and then the murders
I now
begin
know
to
why he looks
describe
like Gotham
sort
by
of the history
Gaslight.
of
Why Batman
Gotham
looks like
in a
Gotham
way
by
that
Gaslight.
only
I'm
Wayne
like, oh,
Forces
I
what
got
he
it.
knows about Gotham.
It's an
It opens up a
1880s
whole new
aesthetic.
world of corruption
Yeah,
that goes
Gotham's
much
the
farther.
pirate from
But as
Atlantic
that story
City.
starts to come out,
They really
without
need
it
to
being
bring
an
out
origin
that
tale for him,
style, like,
it
it's
ends up being something that
like
touches
Jay
on
Lee
his
with, like,
origins.
that,
So you start to see that as it starts to
curvy
describe
architecture and
this
everything like
epic
that,
history
Gothic,
of corruption in
and
Gotham,
Tim
that
Burton,
you start
but,
to
like,
understand,
find
well,
a good middle ground.
where
More
does my
stone
family
instead
sit
of
in that? And that
iron.
sense, I think
Less
all of
giant
that
faces.
is a way to take
every
a story that is a
live-action
detective
Batman
story, a very point of view story,
with a
a
photo of the
mystery.
director
It's
next
got,
to
of
it
course,
explains
action, all that
exactly
kind of
why
stuff. But at the
Batman
end of
looks
it,
like
it also
it
is
does.
incredibly personal for him,
From
even
Yeah,
though
like
it
Tim
is
Burton,
the story
like,
in which he's
you're
trying
like,
to
yeah,
understand
okay,
and
I think
unravel
It's
this
Zack
mystery.
Snyder and you go,
It's
yeah,
right.
that's
It's
his
so layered.
Batman.
I'm really excited about it. Speaking of what we know about Gotham, you've revealed some of the characters in this story, and the casting is just extraordinary.
They're amazing. I mean, we have, Paul Dano plays a version of the Riddler.
It's There Will Be Blood.
That no
This
one has
guy
ever
is
seen
just,
before.
he's
And
so
it's
There Will
really
Be Blood. It was
he's
like,
such
we got to
an
get everybody.
incredibly
PFT, get Paul F.
creative
Tompkins and
actor.
Batman.
And so what he is doing, I think, is going to blow people's minds. And then to have,
That's who he
Zoe
reminds me of.
Kravitz, her iteration of Selena Kyle.
You don't like Paul-
to me,
Paul F.
that's
Tompkins?
incredibly
What's wrong?
exciting. You have
Paul
an
F.
iteration
Tompkins.
that you've never seen of what
Mark.
she's doing, but it touches on all these kind of iconic sort of things that
he's
people
all
know from
around.
the comics.
All
So
around
It's always about trying to
guy.
square what you
Great man.
sort of know with what also is new,
Very entertaining.
and that is really part of, I think, the exciting sort of process of
Please
making a
call me
Batman movie, which is
Gary.
to find a way to make it your own and to find a way for the actors to make it their own, and yet still connect to all these things that people also go, oh, that's my Selena. I know who that is. And I guess the one thing about the Rogues Gallery
It's 8
is that
movies,
it actually, in a weird way,
Fantastic.
is the origins of a lot of our Rogues Gallery characters. So, like, Selena isn't Catwoman yet. That's actually part of the journey. Oz is not yet the Kingpin that he's going to become. He's the Penguin. In fact, doesn't like being called the Penguin.
Johnny's mic isn't
and
picking
the
up her
Riddler
voice.
is
It's
just
picking up her
emerging
mic.
for the first time. So that's all incredibly exciting. And then
It
we
gets
have,
picked
like,
up on the
to
Streamlabs,
have
but not on the
Andy
Discord,
Serkis,
apparently.
who is, I work with on the Apes movies. He's one of the most beautiful
he can hear
actors,
you.
and he is playing an iteration of Alfred that I feel like people have never seen before, which is really exciting to share with people. And then we have
Apparently
an
it's year
incredible,
2 Batman.
for me, like, I just think that Jeffrey Wright is just one of the great actors, and to be able to work with him in a totally new iteration of Gordon. And then we have, the amazing John Turturro, who's going to be a Carmine Falcone, who, again, I think in this iteration, you've never seen that version before. And how all these characters connect, I think,
call
for
him
me,
Falcone.
was one of the challenges, but also exciting things about the creation of the story, which is that in going on this sort
where
of
was it where he was
desire
Falcone?
to solve
Gotham,
or the urge
the TV
and the
Fox show?
compulsion to solve this series of
He's
crimes.
Falcone,
you
I think,
touch
in
on all of
The
these
Dark Knight.
iterations
And
of the
The Dark Knight
beginnings of
Begins.
these
Batman
characters, so
Begins,
that you,
wasn't he?
the whole movie
No, he
is
was
like,
Falcone.
it's like a
Falcone?
snowball rolling.
Begins.
You can
Was he?
just feel the
Yeah.
momentum building and building, and that's the attempt.
It's exciting to be able to talk to you in the middle of making this, this incredibly rich undertaking. And you're an incredibly busy man. Not
not
just
right
this
now.
film. It's just announced that you're going to be working on the Gotham PD
No,
series.
they just
developing
stopped.
with
Yeah.
Terrence
Yeah.
Winter.
They were in the
How are
middle of
these two
shooting.
projects going to dovetail? How are the series and the films worlds going to overlap or connect?
They're not.
Yeah, totally. I mean, for me, the idea of this story was a story in which Gotham, which has this sort of depth of corruption, and then the idea that we could actually do a series that is going deeper into an aspect of it, which in this case is the corrupt police department, the corrupt inner workings of the city, and the way we're going to do the series, which is, I'm incredible.
Don't talk about trade routes.
Winter is just like an incredible writer. So the idea that we got him to do this, just is literally a dream. And the idea is we go
it all
back
just
to
gets run
year
through the
one,
narrows.
and year one is the beginning of the emergence. It's the first appearance of this masked vigilante that starts to unsettle the city, and you start to see the story through the point of view of these corrupt cops, and one in particular, and the story is actually a battle for his soul. And he's a cop over generations, and the history of corruption in Gotham is enormous and goes back many years. And the story
just the men
is
cop,
like, as
but
you
the women
realize that
cop
there's
and the
this
children
myth
cops,
building
too.
in the background, you're actually in a new place where you've never seen these characters before, some of which we'll touch on that you may have seen from the comics, but others totally new. Then you can go down an avenue and go into detail that you couldn't do in a movie, and to go into
Yeah, they
these
cut out a
other
lot.
They're in the
places
same
and meet
room.
entirely new
No,
characters
they're not.
that
They're
Terrence
like in
is
like
gonna
their
create.
little
It's, I'm
closets,
incredibly
green screen
excited about it.
closets.
That's awesome. I mean, like I said, it just dimensionalizes that multiverse that much more and adds that much
Totally.
more depth to it. Now, as you know, Matt, here in the DC FanDome, it's not just a celebration of
Thank
all the
you for showing the
superheroes and the
DC
villains
FanDome.
that we love, but most importantly, it's a
shot.
celebration of the fans. So we have some
how
questions
far down
for
they
you
are.
straight
They're way down
from
there.
I didn't even
the
see where they were
fanverse,
on the
okay?
thing. Did they?
They're at the top.
Here we
They
go.
have little
All
tiny
right, this
versions
question
of
comes
them.
from Arvin in the UAE, and he asks, when it comes to costume design and the collaboration processes behind it, to what extent
UAV
were stars
online.
able to implement their own influence within the design?
That's a good question. Actually, quite a bit. I mean, we have, of course, an incredible costume designer, Jacqueline
I love
Duran, and the
steampunk,
Batsuit
so there could be a lot of
was designed
goggles.
by Glenn
Get
Dillon.
ready.
And they're geniuses. I mean, it's great to work with them,
A lot of
but one
wings
of the
made
things
out of
that's really
leather.
important is being able to work with the actors. Like Rob had a very important part in designing the suit in that he had to be able to wear it, he had to be able to fight in it. And one of the things about this Batsuit is that it's very practical. The whole idea is that he's made it himself. And so we needed to be able to sort of see how it would fit on him in these ways that he could move, but also looked like it was something that was still evolving. And even the idea of the story, he's in year 2, so he's been wearing it. So like he goes every night looking for trouble. So you look at his cowl and you can actually see there are gashes in it. And all of that detail was an incredibly exciting sort of dialogue between me and the costume designers, and then having Rob involved. And so, yeah, I mean, the actors have a lot to do, because you always do a dialogue with everyone so that we can arrive at the thing that feels
Mark, Nathan, could
the
you
most
make
grounded,
up,
the most
could you do a
honest, and the
little
most
improv and
character-based.
do that dialogue?
I'm just hoping everybody got
Hey,
pockets.
I'd like to have cuts on top of the mask. Okay.
You know, I will tell you this. One of the big things that Rob actually talked to Christian Bale, and Christian Bale was
You
like,
wanna know how
"Just
I got
make
these
sure
cuts on my
you're
cowl?"
gonna be able to relieve yourself." So all of that sort of was actually part of what was important to build into, which is like, okay, he needs to be able to put it on. He also needs to be able to live as a human being.
Okay, here's a video question from
Yeah,
Pedro
just like-
in Brazil.
Hi, I'm
You think this
from
Gotham
Brazil,
City is gonna have like fire
and
escapes? Because
I
that's the
believe
thing.
that
Just
one
like
of the
have him
most
tumbling down
important
fire escapes.
things
And this is
about
Robert
the whole
Pattinson
Batman
talking. Just get him
mythology,
falling down
it's not just the
fire
characters
escapes, and I
such
think
as
we're good.
Batman or the Joker.
I could put a good
It's
dent in someone's
Gotham
head.
City
Just him.
itself.
Jesus Christ. Oh.
Yeah.
So I wanted to ask
Got my
you,
Funko Pops.
what should we fans expect to see from Gotham City in this film? Thank you.
You're absolutely right. Like, it's just as important as any of the Rogues Gallery. It's sort of like the nature of what this place is and the history of it is critically
Says
important
he
to our
looks like
story.
Billy
And one of the
Crystal's
things
buddy
that I
in
really
City
wanted to do,
Slickers.
because it is the center of this
Bruno
story,
Kirby,
especially the
who was in
history of
Godfather Part
corruption
2.
in the
That's
city,
what I was talking
was
about.
I wanted to present it in a way that was
When I
really
said Godfather Part 2,
I
I'm
wanted
thinking
it to
Bruno
feel
Kirby,
like
but I
an
can't think of the
American city
name.
you'd
And
never
then
been
Jeff
to.
remembers his name. He's
other
like, looks like Bruno
iterations have,
Kirby. I'm like,
obviously
yes.
the Burton one had very, very theatrical, beautiful, beautiful sets. And Nolan had the version that he created in Batman Begins, and that was a particular thing. And then parts of Chicago and parts of Pittsburgh. And what we're trying to do is create a version of it that you haven't seen before. So
Well,
some of the
unfortunately, parts of
locations
Chicago,
that
shit.
we've chosen, the idea is to take, let's say there's like a,
We're always
we have like a
Gotham.
Gotham Square. So that's like Times Square, right? Now, if we shot it in Times Square, then you'd be like, oh, I guess Gotham is New York. But in our case, it's
Philadelphia.
actually going to be Liverpool. And the idea
Look,
is to go
Liverpool.
to Liverpool where there's all the,
Stone.
sort of the foundation of the Gothic architecture and then add all of the more modern structures
Got it.
through CG, but in a way that you're going to, when you see the movie, now that I've blown it, of course I've told you what it is, but you'll be like, hey, where's that city? Where
It'll
did they
look
shoot?
like
And
New
so
Amsterdam in the
aspect of
1800s.
Gotham and realizing
right?
it has been
that's
for
where the
me
Beatles
one of the
are
great pleasures in getting to mount the movie.
Liverpool.
That's amazing. Evla from Germany says it's already
we
known
already
that the
knew
movie is going to
'cause
explore
Rory
Bruce's second
Spencer
year as
from
Batman.
Glasgow.
How do the citizens of Gotham perceive the vigilante?
Oh, that's a good question. Because it's still early and because he is a vigilante, which means he takes the law into his own hands. I mean, if you were in a
I know what
city
that means.
and there was a guy who dressed up as a bat and showed up out
Be
of the
awesome.
shadows and sometimes confronted those people and beat them up because he felt what they were doing was wrong so that he could sort of put the fear of God in them about the crimes that they're committing, I think we would wonder, well, gee, that guy sounds a little dangerous. He's not yet the vision of the character that
Fear
he
of
becomes,
God,
where he becomes a
and he's a
symbol of
demon.
hope for the city.
I'd be
He's
totally
early in the
happy with it. I'd be like,
trajectory,
hell
and
yeah,
so
Batman.
they're
Oh
afraid
yeah,
of him,
that's
frankly.
if we're
There's-
seeing
he's
this
kind
from
of
the
a growing
GCPD's point of view
legend.
and
I think
having
there are
him
some
be
people
that
who are wondering, does
vampire
he exist? Well, how
monster
exactly does he exist?
that's
And that
beating the
legend
shit
is
out of
building day by day.
That's
and
the
has
Batman
been
that I
since
want.
he
just
made his
taking
first
a penny
appearance
from the take a
about a
penny,
year and a
leave a
half
penny.
ago, as we were in year 2. So yeah, the public
took
is
this
afraid
giant
of him. I mean,
penny.
that's one of the things I
Really
think that
big.
he will confront in the course of the story, and that Rob has to sort of deal with in playing the character, which is the idea of how he's perceived.
And speaking of Rob, Aditya in Indonesia has a video question.
What was the best part of Robert Pattinson that he was chosen as the new Batman?
I mean, the thing about Robert Pattinson is he's an incredible actor. I feel like the work that he's done in the last, I don't know, 6 years has been incredible. Like a friend of mine made a movie called Lost City of Z, and Rob appeared in that movie, and I was like, who is that guy? He had just such charisma, and he.
You said,
Rob
who
in
is
the
that
movie
guy?
has this
He's like the most
incredible beard, and you're like, who is
popular
that? And it's
young
Rob.
actor
And Rob in the
of
movie
the
is
earth.
Robin Good Time. He is like a chameleon.
Who is
and he
that
is
guy? Is it
so-
Water for
He's just
Elephants?
such a gifted actor.
Who's that guy? Are you
Really
even a
his
writing
craft in this
director?
really incredible
I'm
way.
laughing at-
And he
I'm
also
laughing
happens
at
to be a
Dave's
tremendous,
comments because
passionate sort of
I thought the
fan
same thing
of
Dave
Batman
just
the way
said.
that I
He was
am.
like-
And so it was this,
He said that
it was
was
an
red like
incredible
a
thing
hostage.
to be able to connect with him and to share
was
our
red
excitement
like a
about the
hostage.
character and to work with him. I mean,
yeah, Lost City of
he,
Z is that-
he looks
is-
like Batman,
is a
but more than
great-
anything, he has the
It was
soul
really good.
of
I enjoyed
someone
that
I
a
think
lot.
that can play a Batman like you've never seen
Ice
before.
Society is
Andy
also a
from
good one, a
Australia
good Robert
asks,
Pattinson one.
How long did it take to build the Batsuit,
what's the other one?
Batmobile,
Metropolitan?
and Batbike? And did you have to
Metropolitan?
build
No.
a set to create
yeah,
the
'cause
Batcave?
Metropolis is.
You know, it's funny. It's like stepping into your childhood in a certain way because, you know, obviously the first thing you have to do is you have to craft a story that you think is worthy of the character. But then once you've done that, it
Whatever that
becomes
one
like, oh
is.
yeah, we're making this movie. One of the things things you have to do is you have to design a bat suit. You have to design a Batmobile.
Very good, Charlie.
You have to have a bat cave. You
Very
have
good,
to have
Charlie
bat
Hunnam
bikes.
acting,
All
because
of the
in my
things that he's
opinion,
going to
it was
have.
a
And
toned
so,
down character.
for me, that's
it
been
was
one
subtle.
of the exciting things. And that
He was a
happened
guy.
even
He was an
before we were
adventurer
quite
that
done
would
with
see
the
things and
last
was
iteration of the script.
infatuated with the scenery and wanted to sketch it and know more.
The vision of the world
Did he
was
get to
being,
have his own accent in that movie?
I'm writing.
No, it was his normal.
Have a production designer on,
He spoke
and
his
so
normal
he
voice.
would be sending
Yeah,
us on
so
writing
his
scenes.
normal
I might
big
send
British
stuff
or
to
whatever he
James,
is.
and he's like, "Oh,
Yeah.
well, what about
That
this for
and
Batcave?"
also
And so
the
yes,
Ridley
we had
Scott
to
one,
build
I
a
guess.
set.
Unless he
set
went
for
more
it.
Cockney in that
but
one.
I think it's an
I don't
incredibly
know.
original and different set. I think it's going to be really fun for the audience to discover what version of exactly this Batcave is going to be. The Batmobile
It's no
and the
Pacific
Batsuit,
Rim.
they
Yeah.
took a long time. I mean,
Come on.
Glenn came on quite early,
We'll
and
cancel in the
we worked in the
apocalypse.
designing of it again as I was writing, and the idea of him being able to fight in it. And so they started illustrating, and I'd say we spent easily a year to do the Batsuit and then to get into the Batmobile, and that,
That
of
has to be
course,
rebuilt.
that part's a
Those
dream. I mean, you start. The idea of getting to do your own version of the Batmobile is like, you're just kind of like, what? That's the incredible candy, right? Like the telling of a story is the hard work and trying to make sure that you're doing the right thing. And then when you get to dive
that
into the
Facebook
idea
game.
of this car that again feels connected to this version of the character, a grounded version of the
Where
character.
you get to
This
build
is
the
something that he
Batmobile?
built.
It's called the
And to
Incredible
try and
Candy.
look at those kind of
Yeah.
rough
You really don't
seams
know
and
where it's
imagine
going.
how
You're
all
like,
that
wow,
works.
I get to build the
It's
Batmobile?
It's been
Not what I
incredible
thought this was
sort
gonna
of
be at all.
gift to be able to do that.
So much
Wow,
fun.
now at a Hasbro
Alejo
board meeting?
from
What's going on?
Argentina asks, what will be the main difference
I
between
now
this
have
Batman
stock
and
in
the other
Hasbro?
incarnations from previous
Thank you.
films?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I think, as we said, it's not an origin tale, and you're meeting him in the
Thank
early
God,
days.
don't show any
and for
parents.
me, what's really
I swear to God, if
important
you
about
show a
this
string of
iteration
pearls,
is that, a
freak
lot
out.
of the other stories are very much about
any
how he
pearls.
had to master his fear and master
Bruno
himself
Kirby, I swear to
in
God,
order
if you
to
send
become
one
Batman.
pearl
And that
at
in
my-
that
my eyeballs.
Batman state, he's sort of in his best self. And I think for me, what was exciting was not doing that, not doing the origin, not doing what we'd seen done so beautifully in
Good.
other movies.
Don't let the studio
but
tell you
instead,
otherwise.
to meet him in the middle of this criminological experiment, to see him in the becoming of Batman, and to see him make mistakes as Batman, and to see him grow.
Here's what I want him to do as a mistake. I want him to walk up to a pool of something, go like this,
put
his mouth and go, that was poison.
Very human
All
and
over.
very flawed.
That's
The
like
biggest fantasy, of course, as a kid
testing
was
out the
to be Batman.
pills.
And so the
Don't eat
idea
it.
of putting the
Don't
audience
eat it.
in the shoes
He's
of
like
that
a bad
character,
detective,
and make
contaminating
the audience
crime
feel
scenes and everything.
the
It's like
way that
smelling
he feels.
bats.
I think that to me, I hope, is what's different about
Passes
what we're doing,
out
is
from
to
the
try and do it in
guano
exactly
buildup
that
in the
sort of
Batcave
manner.
once
And then,
he
of
gets
course,
in.
the other things that are from
I
needed
the
to make a
earlier
bigger
history
hole
of
for
the
the cave.
comics, like him being the world's greatest detective.
Batman
and
trying
how
to
he
figure
got
out the
there.
ventilation
Those
system of
things
the
have been
cave.
touched on, but
Yeah,
I
he's
don't know
not
that
the
they've been
world's greatest
essential to
detective
the
at this
plot
point. He's
as they
basically
are in
just
this
like
particular Batman.
the
So
Batcave's
there's a lot of
greatest
things I hope that will be totally different.
Cliff from Australia asks, what's one deep
He's
cut
just like dipping
comic
his
fans
toes
might
into
be
masonry.
surprised to see has
Well, I watched a couple
inspired the
videos.
Batman?
I think I can do this.
For me, because I wanted to get into the mindset of the character and I wanted to think of the psychology, for me, I think one of the cool deep dive ones was Darwin Cook's ego. He's confronting the beast that is Batman, and it's there's a kind of duality. I mean, there's a lot in what, I was trying to do in the story about him confronting the shadow side of himself. The degree to which you have self-knowledge, you're able to understand your motivations, but he's broken, Batman. So while he's doing all of these things for the reasons that he thinks is right and that have a heroic sort of grounding in them, there's also many things that are driven by the parts of himself he doesn't yet know. And so I would say that kind of sort of psychological Jungian shadow side, that sort of version of it is very much connected to that vision from Darwin Cook, from Ego.
Yep.
Yosef
You get it.
from Bolivia says, which non-Batman movie were Matt Reeves, yours, inspiration for the Batman?
Oh, well, because the movie is a detective story,
French
because
Connection.
it is a,
I'm gonna say
a thriller in the sort of cop world, and because
Blazing
it's about
Saddles.
corruption, we're treating this Batman story as if this is, as if
Airplane.
this could have happened. I mean, the idea is that,
went
as I
back to
said, Batman
Airplane.
doesn't have this sort of the ability to have sort of super heroic powers. He just has super heroic focus and super heroic drive. And so,
The Furious
for
movies.
me, a lot of movies like Chinatown was a key one, because Chinatown, Jake Gittes, in investigating that sort of the series of crimes that were part of that story, he discovers the depth of corruption in Los Angeles. And so in that way, it's like a classic noir. And that's very much this series of murders.
Did you ever want to watch Murder, She Wrote and then see Jessica Fletcher almost kill the guy? That's what we're doing with this Batman.
That idea of that kind of gritty, flawed, this humanity of it, that was very much inspired by those kinds of movies, by like French Connection and other cop movies like that. I would say even a movie like Taxi Driver, the description of a place
now you're just
and
don't say Joker.
Inside of somebody's head. And I guess a lot of really sort of 70s street grounded stories.
So, Matt, one of the exciting things about
also Oliver Twist
Batman
for the costumes
as a character is that he's so layered and so kind of intense.
Look at them.
You can dip
look how
into
small they are.
his life at different points, and none of these different characters, these different iterations of the Batman or Gotham or the entire kind of Batman universe as it was, will tread on
we had a discussion
the
about
ground
it.
that others have already covered.
Oh, totally. I mean, for me, that's exciting. Like the idea of the history of Batman, like just the idea of the actors who have played Batman, like Adam West, when I was a kid, like Adam West, that was like, when I was 5 and watching him as Batman, like that blew my mind. I wanted to be Batman so badly. And then I remember when I was a little bit older, and then Keaton came on the scene with the Burton
first movie that
like,
he said was
so
did he say L.A.
they were
Confidential?
going to do a theatrical version of that, and then the iterations that have followed, like so many incredible people. I mean, Bale was amazing. I mean, incredible. Everything that Chris Nolan was astonishing.
I missed the
and
first movie
I personally, I love Ben Affleck as Batman. I thought he was incredible. Like an iteration again that we hadn't seen. So like in fact, I'm really excited because I know that they've got Zach is going to be doing the new Justice League cut of his that he didn't get to do originally, and now he's getting to do it, and I can't wait to see that. So for me, the idea that there are sort of, first of all, to be a part of history like that is an incredible thing. And
I don't know. I haven't been on.
That's one of the things. It's kind of like the
I haven't been on
comics,
Twitter
you know,
since I
when
saw
you look at the comics, there are so
picture
many
that
iterations
in my
of
mind
Batmans. There are
looked
so
like
many
it was
different
taken from a
people's
trailer or
Batmans.
something.
There's
So
don't worry,
Neil
Robin
Adams
already let us
Batman.
know there
There's,
is
you know,
one.
Of course, there's
He
Bob
did not put
Bill
it in the
Finger's
group,
Batman,
but
and
there is
there's
one.
Frank Miller's Batman. There's so many Batmans, and so to me, that's one of the joys of being in the kind of comic book world is to try and say, hey, what can we do?
Can you imagine them
to
doing
put
this
our
and
spin
not
on
giving
this
us
so
a
that
trailer?
people can find
Can
a
you
new
imagine
way
them at
of
the end
looking
be
at
like,
that
all right, well,
character
see
that
ya.
they love.
Shazam.
I remember when
Shazam.
the Dark Knight
Black Adam.
graphic novels came out when I was a kid. What a
Well, they
radical
haven't even
departure
shot
that
that
felt
yet.
like, how exciting that was.
Oh my God.
But it didn't erase all the ways that I had connected with that character previously. It just made the world richer and, you know, more exciting. So,
yeah, totally. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, it's this strange thing of wanting
I wish
to
they
be able
played
to
with
find a
everyone's
way
height.
to
I wish
come
I
at
know
it in
Aisha
some
Tyler's
new way,
tall,
and yet
but I
it
wish she
has
was
to
like
be
3
connected to
times
that thing
taller
that you
than
love.
him.
And that for me,
I was
being
trying to
part of that
figure out-
history and being part
I was
of all
trying
of
to figure
that
out if they
is
like
sort of
were
almost
playing to
unbelievable. You
like
can't-
their
you have to pinch
angles that they're
yourself.
So, Matt,
turned
before we wrap
towards.
up, I
and
think
if
that what the fans really want
one of them
is
was
to get just
or
even a tiny
they,
glimpse
like,
of what
I
the
added-
assume
film's
they
gonna look
gave
like.
them
And,
monitors
you know,
and they did talk for real.
This is a fan
Like
experience.
a
I'm hoping you brought
monitor.
us something we can
other
show
person.
them.
It's FanDome, and you know, having been to Comic-Con and all of that, I know you don't come without anything. And you know, look, we've only shot 25% of the movie, 25-30% of the movie, so there's so much. This is just scratching the surface, but there was no way that I could come here and not bring a look at the movie. So yeah, I'm incredibly excited to share what is just the first tease of our movie. And
I mean, they're not even
hope you
costumes.
guys
Everyone's
like it.
naked.
It's all table read. That's it.
God.
What is that? Ripping? Fabric ripping?
Yeah.
Electrical tape.
Or tape. Yeah.
Oh.
Duct tape. Well, that was fucked up.
From your secret friend.
Underneath the bridge,
Who?
Topper sprung a leak. Animals I've trapped,
Haven't a clue.
all become my pet.
Let's play a game. Just me and you. Any of this mean anything to you?
I do love seeing Batman at crime scenes.
You're becoming quite a celebrity. Why is he writing to you?
If you are justice, please do not lie. What is the eyes
Selena
for
Kyle.
your blind eye.
The hell are you supposed to be? I'm vengeance. Whoa! This guy's crazy.
This guy's crazy.
You're part of this too. How am I part of it? You'll see.
Get no-cow makeup eyes.
Yeah. You get the black makeup on the eyes. People listen.
People are listening.
I'm so excited for this film. It's amazing that you
I'm
only
into that.
shot,
I'm into that a
quarter
lot.
of it, and it's already feels so
vengeance.
robust and
Yeah, no voice
intricate,
mod,
and
just
I
like
can't
that's
wait to
fine.
See the finished product. Thank you
in
so
my
much for being
opinion,
here.
the way
with
that
me
these
and with all the
movies and that
fans
these
around
characters
the
and that
world
these
who are so
pantheons
excited
of
for this
literature
film.
should
I
be
know I speak for
portrayed
them
is in
when I
like
say
the
that we are all
theatrical sense
super
of just like
pumped for the Batman.
here's
Well,
the
thank you so
play,
much.
here's
Thank
the
you.
show.
It's
This
a
is
pleasure and an honor
the
to be
actor
here,
that's
and
portraying that
I'm
particular
really excited
character,
that
and
we're
it's
gonna get
not
back to
all
making this movie
connected.
so that you
Yeah,
guys
the
can
connected
see it.
stuff is fun, but
Guys,
come on,
a
it's
huge
theater.
thank you to the
It's
fans
storytelling.
around the world for your
I bet
dedication
a
to
lot of
DC
people will be asking
and honestly for being the inspiration behind the whole DC fandom itself. We
Like,
literally
no.
would not be here if it
No.
wasn't for you. You're awesome.
I guarantee people.
And for
But
those of you
people
who are just
want
joining us
an
now,
activity
stay
because they like
tuned for the
comic
Wonder
books,
Woman
because
panel
all
as our
comic
DC
books come
FanDome
together in
show
the summer
starts from
and
the top
merge.
in just a minute. That is right. The same amazing programming and this incredible Hall of Heroes coming your way. So if you took a bathroom break and missed even a minute, do not move because the show is going to go on.
All right, let's watch it all again.
This is your opportunity to get
Maybe that's why we were
exclusive
drawn
insider
so much
information
to, like,
and
Elseworld
special looks
stuff.
at your favorite characters and comics.
Because it was
Plus,
just separate-
Don't miss the amazing
separate
art
tales. It
submissions
didn't
and
have to- you didn't
cosplay
have to worry
costumes
about
sent in by you,
the main
fans.
storyline and everything. I
On
don't
behalf
know.
of all of our global hosts from around the world, I'm Aisha Tyler, here with my co-host saying thank you so much for watching.
That looked cool as hell.
And if you're just joining us,
That was
there's
really well
so
done.
much more ahead. So, stay
I
right
love seeing
there.
Batman in an active crime scene. I love seeing cops looking at him like, what the fuck is this guy doing? Like, why? This dude is in a fucking costume. This is not a birthday party. Like, what
Can you
the
imagine
fuck?
being in a crime scene? It was your job, and then a guy in a costume shows up. It is like,
It's like,
You're
wait.
like,
Like, and then you have this, like, what? Who the fuck are you supposed to be? Batman? Yeah. It's like, what? But no. No. You're crazy.
oh, no more.
No more. I can't do it anymore.
That's a lot.
No, I just.
It would have been better if Aisha Tyler flew off into the earth, and looks at the earth, and winks at it, and then flies away.
Yeah.
Oh well, that was good.
Yeah.
It was
Thanks
a
for
good,
letting me be here. Thanks for
yeah.
letting me crash most of it,
Hey, thanks for coming on.
except the parts I was eating.
Seriously,
Yeah,
thanks for
we were
coming
all
on.
eating. We were on shrimp watch, pizza watch, salad
Shrimp
watch.
Oh yeah, I ate shrimp on the dome, shrimp dome. You missed shrimp dome.
Okay,
It's next to FanDome, smaller.
I see.
Then I had Pasta Dome. Pasta Dome was pretty good, so that was well done.
I want Pasta Dome. I want to go to Pasta Dome. We didn't make it all. Did we make any Thunderdome and Tina Turner jokes or anything?
We
Not
make
one?
A single one.
Dang.
Make it right now.
Who runs DC
This tweet.
FanDome?
Yeah.
I love all these fake people running into this fake dome.
Oh, Johnny, you're so far. You're back where we were 8 hours ago.
I'm sorry,
with those CG people walking into the Hall of Heroes.
Don't worry, we'll watch it once I end this stream. But yeah.
I'm not gonna watch this whole 8 hour.
No,
thing.
I'm just gonna show you the highlights. I'm gonna show you the trailers.
The important part. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, the trailers are all up anyway. So yeah, go watch those. I'm gonna go show them the kids the Batman.
Okay. All right.
Cool.
I guess
Thanks, guys.
we'll end this. Thank you, John. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for watching. And I guess we'll do we'll do something where you just talk about our favorite highlights and stuff. But Nate, thank you as well for joining. And
Yeah, absolutely.
talking through with this. Thank you, Johnny, for joining.
Gotta hop in at the end of the day.
All right, let's wrap this up so I can stand up and.
I'm gonna go eat pizza.
All right, bye guys. Take care.
Peace. Have a good day. Thanks for joining.